Feng Shui possesses the power to harm, subtly extinguishing lives, leading to the severance of lineage and untimely demise. Conversely, it can nurture individuals, propelling them to great heights of success, wealth, and prosperity. Moreover, Feng Shui can even care for the deceased, offering them a resting place in auspicious realms, allowing for transcendence and immortality among the celestial beings. One may choose to dismiss the notion of fate or the influence of Feng Shui. However, throughout the millennia of Huaxia civilization, emperors and dignitaries have been captivated by the art of geomancy. Should you toil tirelessly, unafraid of hardship, yet find your pockets bereft of wealth? If you possess striking looks and come from a privileged background, yet find yourself solitary in your 30s? If fortune evades you, leaving you in a state of aimlessness, beset by financial misfortune and ill fate. In such circumstances, either your destiny is unfavorable or the Feng Shui of your abode is flawed. Li Chengfeng's esteemed mentor, Li Jinshan, was once the foremost Feng Shui master in the Qing dynasty's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. His grandfather, Li Tiansheng, was a renowned geomancer, well-versed in the principles of yin and yang, the mystical arts of Qian Duanjia, and the secrets of the Meihua Yishu. Growing up under his grandfather's tutelage, Li Chengfeng developed a profound interest in the esoteric arts from a young age. At merely 22, he has achieved considerable mastery in Feng Shui and folk secrets, inheriting his grandfather's profound wisdom. In the coastal city of Qingzhou, his grandfather established the Suiyuan Hall, where he assisted individuals in dream interpretation, naming, geomancy, healing ailments, and facilitating romantic unions, all while delving into the dualities of yin and yang. His reputation attracted many seeking guidance, whether in matters of love, career, or health. However, due to his advancing age and physical ailments, his grandfather closed Suiyuan Hall 2 years prior, retreating to a pastoral life in a seaside village. After graduating from university, Li Chengfeng faced numerous rejections in his job search, and the departure of his girlfriend for a wealthy suitor deeply affected him. One evening, after a failed interview, he returned to his grandfather's home, bearing 3 bottles of liquor, 2 pounds of pig's head meat, and several prepared dishes. As the liquor flowed, Li Chengfeng voiced his thoughts. "Grandfather, I wish to reopen Suiyuan Hall." "Impossible." His grandfather rejected the notion without hesitation, his complex gaze reflecting concern for his grandson's future. "Xiaofeng, observe your grandfather's condition if you wish to avoid a similar fate. Refrain from mentioning the reopening of Suiyuan Hall again." Taking in his grandfather's frail form, Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply. His grandfather, a disabled man with one eye and a missing leg, often lamented that his excessive intervention in altering fates had drawn divine retribution. Having witnessed his grandfather's decline from health to disability, Li Chengfeng understood the gravity of the situation. His grandfather raised his glass and drank deeply, sighing before opening up, affectionately calling Li Chengfeng by his childhood nickname. "Xiaofeng, your grandfather forbids you from taking this path for your own well-being. In our profession, revealing too much of the celestial secrets leads to an unfortunate fate. I do not wish to see you come a harm. I hope you will lead a mundane life, marry, have children, and live contentedly." As grandfather spoke, he began recounting tales of the esteemed master Li Jinshan. Li Chengfeng's interest was piqued as he poured his grandfather a glass of wine, listening intently to the stories of the master. Grandfather raised his cup, taking a gentle sip, his expression drifting into distant memories as he narrated events from years long past. The tale traces back to the twilight of the Qing dynasty. During the late Qing period, Li Jinshan, the director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, observed the stars at night and discerned the decline of the purple star, indicating that the dynasty's days were numbered, and that salvation was beyond reach. Realizing the impending collapse of the Qing Empire, Li Jinshan donned a Taoist robe and fled the capital, embarking on a life of wandering. Before long, his funds were exhausted, and he resorted to setting up a stall on the streets, offering fortune-telling, divination, and writing letters for a meager sustenance. Amidst the chaos and suffering of war, the people were destitute, often unable to afford meals, let alone pay for divination services. Throughout his flight, Li Jinshan endured unimaginable hardships, often going hungry and fearing the revelation of his identity as a former official, forcing him to hide. After an indeterminate period of exile, He arrived in the region of Qinzhou, his robe tattered and resembling that of a beggar, having gone days without sustenance, his stomach pressing against his back. In desperate need of a meal, he set aside his pride and squatted by the street, using stones to write characters, offering dream interpretation, divination, and fortune-telling, all the while seeking guidance on his future. For 2 days and nights, he remained there without a single customer, ultimately collapsing from hunger on the street. The once great Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty had fallen to such depths, evoking a deep sense of lament. Just as he seemed destined to perish in the streets, fate intervened, and he was rescued by the renowned local merchant, Chen Tinghai. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Jinshan found himself on a soft bed, flanked by 2 beautiful maidservants and a table laden with an abundance of food. After a long period of hunger, he savored a hearty meal before meeting his benefactor, Chen Tinghai. The two felt an immediate camaraderie, and Li Jinshan chose to stay with the Chen family, where he was treated to fine food and drink daily. As 6 months swiftly passed, Li Jinshan felt a growing sense of indebtedness for the hospitality he received in the Chen household. He was perplexed, unable to fathom why Chen Tinghai had shown him such extraordinary kindness for half a year. Believing he had encountered a rare and benevolent soul, one evening, after a few rounds of drinks, Chen Tinghai revealed his inner turmoil. "My dear brother, despite my wealth and having surpassed the age of discernment, I find myself childless. Why is this so? Why has fate dealt me such a hand?" Li Jinshan was taken aback. He had previously analyzed Chen Tinghai's features and noted that, while his fortune was lacking, he should indeed have 2 sons and a daughter according to his lineage. Born into a life devoid of wealth, yet unexpectedly possessing a fortune destined for 2 sons and a daughter, yet childless, his fate appears to have been altered. Over the past 6 months, feeling a sense of guilt for the generosity bestowed upon him by the Qin family, he developed a compassionate desire to uncover the reasons behind this anomaly. "Brother Chen, I observe in your features that you are meant to have a house brimming with descendants. How, then, is it that you remain childless? Surely, there must be an issue with your destiny. Dear brother, you possess the gift of divination." Chen Tinghai feigned astonishment, to which Li Jinshan responded with a smile and a nod. "I possess but a modicum of knowledge." The following day, Li Jinshan commenced an examination of Chen Tinghai's Feng Shui. The residence revealed no issues, leading him to suspect that the ancestral tomb's Feng Shui might be at fault. Chen Tinghai guided Li Jinshan to the family's ancestral grave. Upon observing the Feng Shui of the site, he could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. "Is this not the Feng Shui of hidden treasures beneath the pillow? Brother, you have a keen eye. The Feng Shui of my family's ancestral grave indeed embodies the principles of hidden treasures, a veritable wealth-attracting configuration." Upon observing the Feng Shui arrangement at this location, Li Jinshan furrowed his brow slightly, as he had come to understand the reason behind Chen Tinghai's lack of offspring. Chen Tinghai was, by nature, a person destined for labor, marked by a 7-killing fate. Individuals with such a destiny toil throughout their lives without accumulating wealth. Yet, he possessed an immense fortune. This was solely due to the auspicious Feng Shui configuration that concealed riches beneath the pillow-like hillock, altering his fate. While the concealment of wealth beneath the pillow is indeed a superior Feng Shui arrangement for wealth accumulation, not everyone is entitled to be interred in such a blessed burial site. To be buried in this treasure-laden location, one's ancestors must possess substantial moral virtues and blessings. Otherwise, it could jeopardize the lineage, leading to a cessation of descendants. Gazing at the hill resembling a pillow and the 2 graves resting upon it, Li Jinshan sighed deeply. "Brother Chen, there is a phrase I am uncertain whether to utter. Dear brother, speak freely." Li Jinshan took a couple of steps forward, his expression grave. "In the realm of Feng Shui, there exists a saying, concealed riches beneath the pillow lead to the cessation of descendants. The requirements for a deceased individual's moral virtues and blessings are exceedingly high in such cases. To be interred in this auspicious burial site, one's ancestors must possess profound moral merit and blessings, lest they risk terminating their lineage." Upon hearing this, Chen Tinghai feigned alarm. Recognizing that if his lineage were to be extinguished, what use would his vast fortune serve? "What then should I do? Is there a burial site that does not require such moral virtues and blessings?" Li Jinshan casually responded, "There are indeed such places," but, before he could finish, Chen Tinghai's countenance brightened, and he urgently implored, "Dear brother, you must assist me. Otherwise, I, Qin Tinghai, shall face extinction of my lineage. Who will inherit my vast estate? Dear brother, I beseech you, please help me. Li Jinshan's brow furrowed deeply, due to the nature of Feng Shui. Qin Tinghai's fate had already been sealed as one leading to the cessation of descendants. To forcibly alter his destiny would surely incur divine retribution. With a troubled expression, he stated, Brother Qin, your fate has already been established, and I am powerless to intervene. If you wish to alter your current circumstances, you must engage in more virtuous deeds to accumulate blessings. Perhaps a transformation may occur. Suddenly, Qin Tinghai knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, Dear brother, I know you possess the means to change my fate. I implore you, help me. Brother Qin, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. But if I attempt to reverse your fate against the natural order, I will undoubtedly face divine punishment. The consequences could be severe, resulting in calamities such as being struck by lightning or suffering lifelong misfortunes. Li Jinshan expressed his concern, firmly refusing. Yet, Qin Tinghai remained on his knees, persistently pleading for assistance. Dear brother, considering the life you saved and the care I have provided over the past 6 months, I beseech you to lend me your aid. Rest assured, if you should encounter divine retribution, I, Qin Tinghai, shall don mourning garments for you and provide for you in your old age. Li Jinshan sighed, for he was a man of gratitude. Without Qin Tinghai's assistance, he might have perished in the streets. Observing the fervent pleas of the other, he ultimately relented. Very well, I shall assist you in reversing your fate. Li Jinshan chose an auspicious date to initiate the relocation of Qin Tinghai's parents' graves. Along his journey, he had fortuitously discovered an exceptional Feng Shui site, the lotus pod embracing seed, making it the perfect resting place for Qin Tinghai's parents. When Qin Tinghai beheld the Feng Shui configuration of the lotus pod embracing its seeds, he was profoundly astonished. The surrounding mountains formed 7 hills that, from a distance, resembled a lotus pod, with the peaks encircling the 7 summits akin to seeds nestled within. Nearby stood a towering peak, serving as the principal summit of the lotus pod, reminiscent of a guardian observing 7 children. Truly, it was a marvel of nature, crafted with divine artistry. Dear brother, if I were to relocate my parents' ancestral grave to this site, would it not ensure our lineage continues? Indeed. The lotus pod embracing its seeds is an exceptional Feng Shui nexus for fertility. Observe how the 7 peaks cradle one another, symbolizing the promise of 7 offspring. In accordance with Li Jinshan's instructions, Qin Tinghai interred his parents' remains atop the highest peak of this mountain range and erected 7 empty tombs beneath the 7 summits. Once all tasks were completed, the earth trembled violently, and despite the clear sky, thunder rumbled ominously. Li Jinshan's face paled in sudden fear, while Qin Tinghai was left in a state of panic. Brother, what is happening? Li Jinshan remained silent, sensing his vision blurring until it succumbed to darkness, rendering him blind. He had foreseen divine retribution, yet the swiftness of its arrival was unexpected. After relocating his parents' burial site to the lotus pod embracing its seeds, within a year, his several concubines, along with his aged wife, presented him with 7 sons. This precisely echoed Li Jinshan's proclamation of 7 offspring. Overjoyed with the arrival of his sons, Qin Tinghai had lavished attention on Li Jinshan for the first 2 years, providing him with the finest accommodations and sumptuous feasts daily. However, as time passed, Qin Tinghai began to perceive Li Jinshan, a blind man, as an unwelcome burden, and he forgot his earlier vows. He banished Li Jinshan from the luxurious guest room to the storage shed, replacing gourmet meals with leftovers. Enraged, Li Jinshan confronted Qin Tinghai, only to uncover an unbearable truth. Qin Tinghai boasted, 2 years ago, I saved you because I recognized the imperial token upon you. I surmised you were a Feng Shui master who had escaped the palace, which is why I brought you into my home and treated you lavishly, hoping to win your favor and seek your guidance in finding a Feng Shui treasure to perpetuate the Qin family lineage. Now that I have 7 sons, your utility has diminished. Why should I continue to provide for you? At that moment, Li Jinshan comprehended the depths of Qin Tinghai's treachery. Enraged by the revelation, he declared, Qin Tinghai, you ungrateful wretch, I shall not forgive this. In a fit of desperation, Li Jinshan attempted to fight back but was swiftly overpowered by Qin Tinghai, who kicked him down and confined him to the stable, sharing quarters with the horses. This confinement lasted for over a decade, until the arrival of his grandfather, Li Qiansheng, altered the course of Li Jinshan's fate. At that time, his grandfather was merely a teenager, working short-term at Qian Tinghai's residence, primarily tasked with tending to the horses. And thus he became acquainted with Li Jinshan, who resided in the stable. As time elapsed, the two formed a profound friendship. And Li Jinshan recounted his plight to his grandfather. Deeply sympathetic to Li Jinshan's plight, his grandfather often brought him treats from home. As the bond between the two individuals deepened, Li Jinshan took his grandfather as his disciple, bestowing upon him the name Li Tianqing and imparting all his skills to him. Through his grandfather, Li Jinshan learned that Qian Tinghai was far from a virtuous man. He was notorious for his tyrannical behavior, oppressing the weak and disregarding human life, earning him the reputation of a local bully. This revelation filled him with regret for having assisted such a villain in securing a prime piece of land, explaining the swift retribution that soon followed. Over the span of 2 decades, Qian Tinghai's 7 sons either became officers in the national army or married into affluent families, further amplifying the Qin family's influence. Qian Tinghai himself grew increasingly arrogant, establishing himself as the local despot of Qinzhou. His grandfather, who had tended to the Qin family's horses for several years without receiving a single coin, suffered indignities when he sought his due and was met with violence. Burdened by this grievance, he confided in Li Jinshan, recounting the injustices and atrocities perpetrated by Qian Tinghai against the populace. Li Jinshan, upon hearing these accounts, was engulfed in fury. With a serious demeanor, he addressed his grandfather, Cheng'er, "I wish to request you to undertake a task. Are you willing?" To which his grandfather replied, "As long as it does not involve heinous deeds, there is nothing I fear." "Excellent," Li Jinshan continued. "I want you to dismantle the ancestral Feng Shui arrangement known as the lotus pod embrace." Very well. The fearless spirit of youth led his grandfather to agree readily, motivated both by a desire for vengeance for his master and a wish to rid Qinzhou of this menace. Pleased with his grandfather's consent, Li Jinshan revealed the method to dismantle the lotus pod embrace. "Cheng'er, listen closely. Do not take this lightly. To break the lotus pod embrace, you must position yourself behind the tomb of Qian Tinghai's parents on the night of the full moon, before the sun sets. Wait for the moon to rise, and you shall witness a lotus pod sprouting atop the grave. Subsequently, 7 children will emerge from the pod, encircling the tomb and calling for their grandparents. Then, you will see an elderly couple rise from the grave to play with the 7 children. At that moment, do not be afraid. Seize the opportunity to rush to the top of the grave and uproot the lotus pod. Then, turn and flee. But remember, do not look back." Upon hearing this, his grandfather, filled with curiosity and trepidation, inquired, "Master, what happens if I look back?" "You will be frightened to death," Li Jinshan warned. Although his grandfather had studied the esoteric arts of Feng Shui for several years, he had never engaged in practical application, and the mystical nature of his master's words left him skeptical. Despite his blindness, Li Jinshan sensed his grandfather's doubts and chuckled, "Cheng'er, tonight is the night of the full moon. You shall soon discover the truth of my words." That evening, his grandfather positioned himself as instructed, lying in wait behind the tomb of Qian Tinghai's parents. One must admit, his grandfather possessed remarkable courage, for he even fell asleep behind the grave. At some point, a sudden chill swept through the air, awakening him. He raised his gaze to the sky. The moon was already high, yet no lotus pod appeared atop the grave. Nor did he see any children. He thought to himself that his master was merely boasting and resolved to confront him upon returning. However, in that moment, a miraculous event unfolded. The moonlight bathed the grave in a shimmering glow, casting moving shadows as a golden lotus pod slowly emerged atop the mound. 7 diminutive figures, each the size of a thumb, appeared upon the lotus. They then leapt down, and upon touching the ground, transformed into the size of ordinary children. The 7 children encircled the grave, incessantly calling out, "Grandpa, Grandma, come play with us." "Haha, just a moment, Grandpa and Grandma will be here shortly." Even the bravest of grandfathers felt a shiver of fear as he heard an old man's voice emanating from beneath the grave. Soon after, an elderly man and woman, adorned in resplendent garments, emerged from the mound. The grandfather was taken aback, for the scene before him mirrored the tale narrated by the venerable master Li Jinshan. Not daring to be careless, the grandfather seized the moment while the 7 children frolicked with the 2 elders. He stealthily climbed to the top of the grave, grasped the base of the lotus pod, and with all his strength, uprooted it. He then turned and fled as a chilling wind swept behind him, accompanied by the wails of the 7 children and the shrieks of the 2 elders. "Return my Feng Shui spirit root. You have disturbed the Chun family's fortune. I demand restitution for your life." Terrified, the grandfather sprinted away, but curiosity compelled him to glance back. He saw the 2 elders and the 7 children. Their faces twisted in rage, floating in midair as they pursued him. The sight drained the color from his face, and he ran for his life, not daring to look back until he had escaped the realm of the lotus pod. Only then did the cacophony behind him fade into silence. He reached the stable, breathless, and recounted the harrowing events to Li Jinshan. Upon learning that the grandfather had dared to look back, Li Jinshan expressed surprise. "You, my boy, possess remarkable courage." When he discovered that the grandfather had disrupted the lotus pod's energy, Li Jinshan erupted in laughter, startling the Mares into a frenzy. With his wish fulfilled, that very night, the grandfather carried Li Jinshan away from the Qian family. The disruption of the Feng Shui lotus pod set in motion a cataclysm for the Qian family. And within a fortnight, disaster struck. Qian Tinghai remained oblivious to the impending calamity that the disturbance of the lotus pod would unleash. Cradling his newborn grandson, he smiled as he played with the infant. Suddenly, the baby inexplicably closed its eyes and ceased to breathe. Concurrently, a series of tragic news arrived. Within a month, all 7 of Qian Tinghai's sons met with untimely deaths, and numerous grandchildren also faced bizarre demises. It was only then that Qian Tinghai recognized the gravity of the situation. He sought out Li Jinshan in the stable, but the man had vanished, leaving behind only a message on the wall. "Those who engage in wrongful deeds shall bear the consequences of barren lineage." Helplessly, Qian Tinghai watched his descendants leave one by one. Unable to withstand the crushing blow, he succumbed to madness. Ultimately, it was said that he perished, lying atop his parents' grave, frozen to death. The pitiable often harbor their own faults. The fortune that Qian Tinghai had garnered through manipulating Feng Shui was reclaimed in equal measure the moment the lotus pod's energy was disrupted. If he had engaged in more virtuous deeds, accumulating hidden merits and blessings, his fate might not have been so tragic. After finishing his tale, grandfather raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, lost in reminiscence. As a descendant of a lineage steeped in geomancy, Li Qianfeng held his grandfather's words in steadfast belief, yet feigned skepticism as he said, "Grandfather, your story is truly captivating. Could you weave another?" This is no mere tale. Go beneath my bed and pull out the box hidden there. Inside, you will find a small container. Open it, and you shall discern the truth of my words." Li Qianfeng retrieved the box from under the bed and, upon unveiling a beautifully crafted small box, froze in astonishment at the sight within. Inside lay a golden lotus pod, adorned with 7 small holes, yet devoid of lotus seeds. Beneath it rested a lotus root. Staring at the pod, Li Qianfeng exclaimed, "Grandfather, is this truly the lotus pod you extracted from the Yaozi acupoint?" "Indeed. This lotus pod is known as the 7-seed lotus, a manifestation of the earth's spiritual essence, distilled from the moon's quintessence. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, likely the only one of its kind in existence." Grandfather spoke with a hint of pride, highlighting the pod's remarkable rarity. Holding the lotus pod, Li Qianfeng's excitement surged, leaving him breathless. Nature has bestowed upon us countless enigmatic wonders, and this world is fraught with questions that humanity cannot unravel. Humanity is, in truth, exceedingly insignificant. Having grasped a modicum of modern science and technology, we have dismissed ancient cultural legacies. This is humanity's greatest loss. Under grandfather's persuasion and learning of the master's unfortunate fate, he gazed at grandfather's frail form. Initially contemplating abandoning the reopening of the Suyuantang, Li Qianfeng now resolved that, even if he were to become like his grandfather, he would reignite the Suyuantang. Observing the thirst for knowledge in his grandson's eyes, grandfather shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the child had already become entranced. Regret washed over him. Perhaps he should not have shared such matters, as dissuading him from his intentions to reopen the Suyuantang now appeared impossible. After all, he had once chosen this path against all odds, driven by a desire to explore the unknown and mysterious aspects of this world. Li Qianfeng turned to his grandfather, his gaze unwavering, and declared solemnly, "Grandfather, I shall reopen the Suyuantang." Grandfather did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his wine cup once more, draining it, and slowly chewed on a piece of pig's head meat, remaining silent for an extended period before finally speaking. "Child, once you embark on this path, you are destined to face loneliness, solitude, and alienation from wealth, fate, and power. Are you not afraid?" "I am not afraid," Li Qianfeng replied without hesitation. The terms of loneliness, solitude, alienation, and deprivation articulated by his grandfather were, in essence, the celestial retribution for those who pry into the mysteries of heaven commonly referred to as the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. Grandfather sighed. Reflecting on the moment he had found Li Chengfeng by the trash bin, perhaps it was fate that destined him for this journey. The hope of finding a job, marrying, and living a fulfilling life appeared increasingly unattainable. Very well. You wish to tread this path. I shall not hinder you. Yet I hope you do not come to regret it, never to regret it. Very well, since that is your desire. I shall allow you to pay homage to the ancestral master, to awaken your spiritual sight, and to bestow upon you the Qian order, thus formally accepting you as my disciple. My grandfather produced a jade tablet from his possession and placed it into Li Chengfeng's hands. The tablet, modest in size, akin to a matchbox, bore the inscription Qian Ling, while the reverse depicted a vividly carved divine dragon. In ancient times, the Qian Ling symbolized the identity of a Feng Shui master from the Qian Observatory, representing both skill and status. Under my grandfather's guidance, Li Chengfeng knelt thrice and bowed 9 times to pay his respects to the venerable Master Guopu of the Qian lineage. He then performed a ritual purification with heavenly water to cleanse his sight and earthly soil to purify his body, before receiving the Sana compass. Upon completing all initiation rites, my grandfather sighed deeply and, with a grave expression, proclaimed, Xiaofeng, from this day forth, you shall be the 108th successor of the Qian sect. With heavenly water, you shall open your eyes to observe the celestial bodies in their transformations. With earthly soil, you shall cleanse yourself to seek the dragon veins of the land. Remember, perform acts of kindness and accumulate virtue to evade divine retribution. Do not use your skills to harm others. Indeed, grandfather, I shall heed your teachings, Li Chengfeng replied, his heart brimming with excitement, for he was now a true Qian Feng Shui master. My grandfather searched the room for a considerable time before finally retrieving a bag from beneath a pillow and emptying its contents onto the table. Scattered across the surface were several keys, 9 turtle shells, and a string of bone slips. He picked up a set of keys and handed them to Li Chengfeng, saying, These are the keys to the Sui Yuan Hall. They are now yours. Li Chengfeng accepted the keys, but his gaze lingered on the turtle shells and bone slips, prompting him to ask in perplexity, Grandfather, what are these? I cannot say for certain. These turtle shells and the string of bones were passed down to me by your great master before he departed from this world. He instructed me to decipher the inscriptions upon them. However, deciphering these writings is exceedingly challenging. It is likely that even the spirits would not recognize them, my grandfather lamented. Li Chengfeng picked up one of the turtle shells, which was densely inscribed with numerous ancient characters, likely oracle bone script. However, he too was unfamiliar with these archaic symbols. These relics had endured the passage of countless years, and both his great master and grandfather had endeavored to unlock their secrets. In his youth, my grandfather had sought out many luminaries of the archaeological realm, experts and professors specializing in oracle bone script, but none had succeeded in deciphering the inscriptions. These characters were said to be even older than oracle bone script, with one venerable professor speculating that they could represent an even more ancient celestial script. Li Chengfeng carefully reassembled the turtle shells and bone slips, his mind awash with curiosity about the secrets these inscriptions might hold. The earliest known writing to humanity is oracle bone script. Could it be possible that celestial script predates it? He pondered whether he would ever decipher these ancient writings in his lifetime. The following morning, Li Chengfeng, armed with the key bestowed by his grandfather, ventured alone to the old district of Qizhou. He found himself on a weathered street lined with rows of sycamore trees, adorned with numerous fluffy little spheres. The streets are lined with numerous shops. Beneath an old residential building stands a store with its door tightly shut. A vibrant crimson plaque hangs above the entrance, adorned with 3 gilded characters, Sui Yuan Tang. Due to years of neglect, some of the gold leaf has peeled away. Beneath the name, in smaller letters, it reads, Dream Interpretation, Name Selection, Character Analysis, and Feng Shui, specializing in various difficult ailments. Upon entering Sui Yuan Tang, one finds the interior quite austere. The white walls are minimally adorned, with only a portrait of the revered Master Guopu hanging prominently, beneath which rests an offering table. Unbeknownst to Li Chengfeng, as he stepped into Sui Yuan Tang, the Master's portrait seemed to stir, its eyes fixated upon him. The establishment is modest in size, merely 30 to 40 square meters, comprising a resting chamber. To the left against the wall stands a redwood writing desk accompanied by a grand chair. On the right upon entry, there is a tea table intricately carved from tree roots, paired with a redwood sofa. Li Chengfeng slowly bent down, discovering several copper coins beneath the tea table. He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the Feng Shui arrangement of Sui Yuan Tang is known as welcoming guests at the door, a common layout for attracting wealth and patrons. In various establishments such as restaurants, clubs, spas, and hotels, one often finds sofas and tea tables set up on the right side of the entrance or in the lobby, with copper coins placed beneath, which, to the untrained eye, simply serves as a resting area for guests. Yet, to a Feng Shui master, it is a strategic arrangement for drawing in prosperity. Approaching the offering table, Li Chifeng first lit 3 sticks of incense for the master, bowing 3 times with the incense held above his head before placing it in the incense burner. He then commenced tidying up, as the store had accumulated dust from over 2 years of neglect. While engrossed in his cleaning, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. "Young man, come here and clean my dining table." The abruptness of the voice startled Li Chifeng, causing him to turn quickly. Yet he saw no one, only the portrait of the master hanging on the wall. Puzzled, he wondered if he had misheard. Dismissing the thought, he continued to wipe the offering table in front of the master's portrait meticulously. As he lowered his head, the figure of Guopu in the painting appeared to smile and nod. Fortunately, Li Chifeng remained oblivious to this scene. Had he witnessed the portrait's figure nodding, he would surely have fled in terror. Unaware, he persisted in his cleaning efforts. After a busy morning, he finally finished tidying up by midday and was preparing to quench his thirst when a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, stood at the door. "Excuse me. May I ask if Mr. Li is here? Who might you be?" "My name is Yu Mingyao. I have come to see Mr. Li." Li Chifeng was somewhat taken aback. His grandfather had withdrawn from the world for many years and no longer provided services related to the yin and yang, yet here was someone seeking him out. The arrival of the first guest stirred a small excitement within him. With a smile, he replied, his tone tinged with a hint of bravado. "My grandfather has retired from the practice and no longer offers his services. I am Li Chifeng, the grandson of Mr. Li. I possess the same abilities as my grandfather and even those he cannot comprehend." Yi Mingyao scrutinized Li Chifeng, her gaze tinged with disappointment. Given his youth, what prowess could he possibly possess, despite his audacious demeanor? In the minds of many, those adept in the esoteric arts of Feng Shui and the mystical secrets of the Qian men are typically elderly men, their hair white with age. Yi Mingyao reiterated her purpose. "I have come to seek Mr. Li. I am in urgent need of his assistance. Could you kindly escort me to him? Should you facilitate this meeting, I shall be most grateful." Given his advanced age, Li Chifeng was reluctant to disturb his grandfather's tranquil existence. He understood well that the woman before him harbored doubts about his capabilities, a sentiment not unusual for someone so young. Rather than feeling anger, Li Chifeng studied Yi Mingyao's features. Noticing her wealth palace was plump and well-defined, he deduced she must belong to a prominent family. Observing her parental palace, the left corner of her forehead revealed a dull coloration, hinting at potential health issues concerning her father. Yi Mingyao, feeling scrutinized, exhibited a hint of disdain, thinking it unbecoming of Mr. Li's grandson to behave in such a manner. Despite her aversion, the knowledge of his lineage compelled her to force a semblance of a smile, her tone no longer as respectful as before. "Please, could you take me to your grandfather?" "No," Li Chifeng replied, his tone firm. Yi Mingyao's expression darkened slightly, taken aback by his unequivocal refusal. Having assessed her features, Li Chifeng surmised her intentions and realized he must showcase his abilities to gain her trust. Tentatively, he asked, "If I am not mistaken, you seek my grandfather regarding your father, correct?" "How did you know?" Yi Mingyao, who had initially exhibited anger, now appeared surprised. Li Chifeng's deduction was accurate. Her purpose in seeking Mr. Li was indeed related to her father. 2 years prior, Yi Mingyao's father inexplicably awoke one morning to find himself blind. In pursuit of a cure, the Yi family consulted numerous medical experts, visiting various hospitals and utilizing the most advanced equipment to conduct a thorough examination of Yi Guqing's eyes and overall health. The results were astonishing. His health indicators exceeded those of an average individual, revealing no ailments whatsoever. Strangely, despite the normalcy of all tests, his vision remained elusive. After 2 years of treatment and considerable expenditure, Yi Guqing's condition showed no improvement. Recently, Yi Mingyao learned from the esteemed traditional physician Kuang Guohua that her father's affliction might not be a conventional illness, one that ordinary doctors could not remedy. He suggested that she seek out Mr. Li at the Suiwan Hall. For the past fortnight, Yi Mingyao had visited daily, only to find the establishment shuttered. Today, she finally encountered an open door, yet it was Li Chifeng who awaited her. Still skeptical of Li Chengfeng, Yi Mingyao recalled the discussions surrounding her father's illness circulating online, suspecting he might have gleaned information from there. Even if you disown my father's condition, what significance does that hold? Many in Qizhou are aware of my father's illness. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly. The woman's vigilance was quite commendable, since she had chosen the path of observing yin and yang and practicing Feng Shui. Gaining the other party's trust was imperative, otherwise, the establishment of the Shuijing Hall would be futile. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Being young and lacking reputation, it was entirely normal to be met with skepticism. Once he gained fame, akin to his grandfather, even youth would not invite doubt. In a bid to secure his first client, Li Chengfeng spoke with a serious demeanor. If I am not mistaken, your mother passed away unexpectedly when you were 13. At 16, you experienced a calamity related to romantic entanglements. That's enough. Don't say any more. Li Chengfeng's words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Mingyao. The events of her 16th year had been a nightmare. She had been kidnapped and nearly violated, a trauma known only to her family. How could he possibly know? Yi Mingyao fixed her complex gaze upon Li Chengfeng, her voice laced with uncertainty. Can you truly restore my father's sight? If you cannot, there shall be no payment. If you succeed, I will pay you at least 20,000. Li Chengfeng gestured with 2 fingers. Yi Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly. To cure her father's ailment for merely 20,000 seemed ludicrous. Over the past 2 years, countless millions had been spent in vain attempts to heal her father's eyes. Could he truly achieve what others could not for such a modest sum? Though skeptical of Li Chengfeng's claims, the fact that Li Tiansheng was his grandfather led her to adopt a serious tone. If you can heal my father, I shall offer you 100,000. If you fail, you must take me to meet your grandfather. Agreed. Li Chengfeng suppressed his excitement. He had anticipated 20,000 as a substantial amount, yet here she was proposing 100,000. Regret flickered within him. Perhaps he had undervalued himself. In truth, he lacked absolute confidence in restoring Yi Mingyao's father's sight. Only a closer examination would reveal the specifics. Sometimes, one must take a gamble. If he failed, he could always call upon his grandfather for assistance. But if he succeeded, a handsome reward awaited. For a recent college graduate like Li Chengfeng, 100,000 was an astronomical figure, one he had never encountered before. Upon reaching an agreement, Yi Mingyao drove Li Chengfeng to her home. Lacking any warmth towards him, she maintained a frosty demeanor, not uttering a word during the journey. Li Chengfeng, indifferent, occupied himself with his phone during the ride. Soon, they arrived at the Yi family villa. Alighting from the car, Li Chengfeng was momentarily awestruck by the structure before him. A 5-story independent villa in a European architectural style, exuding grandeur. The surroundings were lush with greenery, creating a delightful environment. He mused that wealthy individuals certainly knew how to indulge. He too aspired to acquire a parcel of land and construct a grand villa one day. Yi Mingyao, observing him with a look of disdain, silently mocked him for his apparent naivety. He clearly had not encountered much sophistication. Mr. Li, please come in, she said coldly, her voice dripping with disdain as she stepped into the villa ahead of him. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly. The sensation of being overlooked and scorned was truly unpleasant, leaving him with an overwhelming desire to turn and depart. With a resigned sigh, he could only blame his lack of fame for the disdain he faced. Being disregarded was only to be expected. He believed that in the future, when he made a name for himself, she would find him unattainable. Following Yi Mingyao into the villa, he was struck by the opulence of its decor. Without glancing back, Yi Mingyao's cold voice pierced the air, commanding him to change into slippers and not to soil her family's floor. A sense of humiliation welled up within him. Yet Li Chengfeng chose to endure, not merely for the 10,000 yuan, but out of curiosity to uncover the truth behind Yi Mingyao's father's condition. Just as he slipped into his slippers, a voice echoed from the room. Mingyao, why have you brought a beggar home? It was Yi Wushuang, Mingyao's aunt, descending the staircase. Aunt, he is a Feng Shui master whom I have brought to examine my father's eyes, Yi Mingyao replied. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though he was clad in humble attire, it was clean. Did the affluent truly equate modest clothing with being a beggar? What stung more was Yi Mingyao's choice of words. She said brought rather than invited. With a faint smile, Li Chengfeng continued to endure the mockery. He thought it best to forego this venture and began to slip on his shoes to leave. At that moment, Yi Wushuang descended further, her derisive tone resounding once more. You, so young yet learning to deceive. With your knowledge, I doubt you even understand what Feng Shui is, yet here you are impersonating a master. suppressing his rising anger. Li Chifeng finished putting on his shoes and turned to Yi Mengyao, his voice as icy as hers. Miss Yi, since your family does not welcome me, I believe it is best to abandon this matter. I bid you farewell. Yi Mengyao made no effort to retain him. She had never believed in his ability to heal her father's eyes. Just as Li Chifeng was about to leave, a voice called out, "Stop! Do you think the Yi family is a place where you can come and go as you please?" He halted, seething with indignation at the audacity of this woman who dared to dictate his movements. He turned to glare at Yi Wushuang, scoffing. "Are you suggesting that if you don't let me leave, I must stay for dinner?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Yi Wushuang's face as she pointed at the slippers he had worn. "You've dirted these slippers. They cost 200 yuan. And you must compensate me for them. Otherwise, you shall not leave the Yi residence." Faced with the absurdity of the situation, Li Chengfeng's expression darkened. Without having earned a single penny, he was now being asked to part with 200 yuan. At that moment, Yi Mengyao, growing impatient, interjected, and, regardless of the circumstances, "He is the one I brought here. Let him go." Though reluctant, Yi Wushuang's countenance revealed her unwillingness. "Get out of here, filthy beggar. If you dare return to the Yi residence to swindle again, I shall break your legs." Li Chifeng refrained from uttering harsh words, aware that they would serve no purpose at this juncture. Regrettably, he had no money on him. Had he possessed it, he would have thrown 200 yuan at her feet in defiance. He silently vowed that should the Yi family ever summon him again, he would not return unless this woman knelt before him in supplication. In a fit of anger, he turned to leave, but just then, a BMW drove into the Yi family courtyard. The car door slowly opened, revealing a man clad in a long blue robe, who appeared to be over 50 years of age, stepping out of the vehicle. Upon seeing him, Yi Wushuang's previously furious expression transformed into one of radiant joy. She hastily took 2 steps forward to greet the man. "Master Hu, you have finally arrived." "Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," Hu Yinsong replied, his demeanor exuding the essence of a true master. Li Chifeng felt a twinge of surprise, not anticipating that he would encounter Hu Yinsong here. This Hu Yinsong was no ordinary individual. He served as the vice president of the Qizhou Metaphysics Association, frequently appearing on various entertainment programs to discuss topics related to Feng Shui and wellness. During his school days, Li Chifeng had even watched Hu's programs. Yi Wushuang invited Hu Yinsong into the villa, and as they passed the entrance, Hu Yinsong noticed the slippers on the floor. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Miss Yi, allow me to change into a pair of slippers, lest I dirty your floor." "Master Hu, you are being too modest. It is our family's honor to have you here. Even if you were to soil the ceiling, it would still be a blessing for the Yi family," Yi Wushuang replied, her tone dripping with flattery. A stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Yi Mengyao, witnessing Hu Yinsong's arrival, was taken aback. She never expected her aunt would invite the vice president of the Metaphysics Association. Had she known her aunt was bringing Hu Yinsong, she would have never sought out Li Chifeng at the Suiyuan Hall, as the two were simply incomparable. She hurried over to greet Hu Yinsong. Li Chifeng felt a sense of embarrassment and indignation. This family truly had a penchant for sycophancy. For Hu Yinsong to dirty the Yi family's floor was regarded as an honor, yet for him to do so would be a disgrace. The thought of having to pay 200 yuan for dirtying their slippers was infuriating, a bitter reminder of how unfairly people could be compared. Yi Wushuang first spoke to Yi Mengyao, then turned to Li Chifeng, rolling her eyes in a mocking manner. "Do you see? This is what a Feng Shui master looks like. Take a good look in the mirror. You dare to call yourself a Feng Shui practitioner without having even fully grown up." At that moment, Hu Yinsong cast a glance at Li Chifeng, his silence betraying a hint of disdain, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Although he did not speak, his expression was laden with meaning. Li Chifeng was left speechless. This woman's words were indeed cutting, and he was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar. Just as he contemplated leaving, a voice emerged from within the villa. "Master Hu, I apologize for the inconvenience of your personal visit. Please forgive my lack of proper reception." Yi Guqing, supported by a maid, emerged from the villa and exchanged pleasantries with Hu Yinsong. Li Chifeng then turned his gaze to Yi Guqing, astonished. He observed that Yi Guqing's eyes were shrouded in a dark mist, with a similar aura entwining his neck, and dark energy also enveloped his right leg and chest. In the past, Li Chifeng would have been unable to perceive the dark energy surrounding Yi Guqing. However, since he had paid homage to his master and opened his heavenly eye, he could now see what lay hidden from the ordinary gaze. At this moment, he has come to understand that the reason for Yi Guqing's sudden blindness is far more complex than it appears. No amount of hospital visits would remedy his condition. Observing the dark energy coiling around his neck and right leg, as well as the malevolent essence entwined at the side of his lungs, it seems all too likely that he will soon face further calamity. Yi Wushuang, noticing Li Chengfeng still frozen in place, expressed her irritation. You filthy beggar. Why haven't you left yet? I shall depart at once, but before I do, I wish to utter a few words, Li Chengfeng replied, his expression grave as he turned to Yi Mengyao. Miss Yi, I presume this gentleman is your father? Please take good care of him. He may encounter further troubles in the coming days. Within 3 days, I fear there will be issues with his legs, lungs, and neck. Silence, Yi Mengyao exclaimed in anger, taken aback by Li Chengfeng's words. Are you cursing my father? I never asked you to treat him, yet you dare to utter such things. Yi Wushuang echoed her fury, shouting, Leave immediately, or I shall break your legs and tear your filthy mouth apart. Li Chengfeng felt a sense of disbelief. He had merely intended to offer a warning. Yet it was misconstrued as malice. Since they chose not to believe him, remaining in their presence would only invite further disdain, compelling him to retreat in disgrace. His spirits dampened. He had anticipated a profitable venture, yet he left empty-handed, having faced ridicule and scorn. Behind him, he could hear Yi Guqing reprimanding Yi Mengyao. There are too many fraudsters these days. Do not invite just anyone into our home. Yes, I understand, Yi Mengyao responded. Her gaze filled with resentment as she watched the frail figure exit the Yi residence, regretting her decision to bring him home. Fortunately, she realized the truth in time. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to his deceit. Arriving in a luxury vehicle, she now had to squeeze onto a bus for her return journey. Upon reaching the Sui Yuan Hall, Li Chengfeng dismissed the incident from his mind. He spent 2 days there, with patrons peering in curiously, only to turn away upon seeing a young man inside. Li Chengfeng felt helpless. If this continued, he would struggle to afford even a meal, with barely a few coins to his name. Seated in an armchair, he idly scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon a news article. In a primary school in Qizhou, 5 youths had gone swimming in the Qian Reservoir, and 2 of them had tragically drowned. It had been 3 days, and their bodies had yet to be recovered. Search and rescue teams were still tirelessly searching. The loss of such young lives stirred a profound sense of sorrow within him. As he contemplated this tragedy, a young couple entered the Sui Yuan Hall. Their faces streaked with tears. Overwhelmed by grief, they seemed not to notice the young man behind the counter and immediately began to plead. Sir, our son drowned in the reservoir, and his body has yet to be found. What should we do? I wish to see him one last time. Please. We implore you to help us find our child. We are willing to pay any price. Li Chengfeng recalled the news he had just read, wondering if this was mere coincidence. He poured 2 cups of tea for them, attempting to offer some comfort. Rest assured, the search and rescue personnel will certainly locate your child. He is merely a geomancer and does not wish to engage in such matters. These issues should be addressed by an expert in Yin-Yang practices. Yet, the young couple, gripped by despair, implored fervently. Perhaps the agony of losing their child had driven them to madness as they sank to their knees. Please, help us find our son. We have been searching for several days. They had scoured the entire reservoir multiple times, yet their child remained unfound. Li Chengfeng was equally perplexed as to how this young couple had arrived at his doorstep. Witnessing their desperate pleas, he eventually softened and resolved to assist them in recovering their child's remains. He instructed them to procure 2 gourds, paper money, incense, and 2 roosters. With yellow paper and vermilion ink brush in hand, Li Chengfeng accompanied the young couple to the Qingqing Reservoir. During their journey, he learned that the husband was named Wang Jun due to the sweltering weather. Their child had gone to the reservoir after school to bathe with a few classmates. One classmate accidentally slipped into the deep water. Wang Jun's son, Wang Xiaoming, attempted to rescue his friend but was unexpectedly pulled underwater by him. The rescue team had been searching for 3 or 4 days without success in locating the bodies of the 2 children. Following the rescue team's suggestions, Wang Jun and his wife sought the assistance of several shamans and fortune tellers, expending considerable funds without yielding results. They had approached many renowned shamans in the vicinity, most of whom were charlatans. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, they happened upon the Sui Yuan Hall and entered with a sense of hope. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of confusion as to how the couple had found him, but refrained from questioning further, for fate has its own design. Perhaps this was indeed destiny. Soon, they arrived at the Qingqing Reservoir, which sprawled over an immense area, with its deepest section nearing 30 meters. The rescue team continued their efforts, with 2 divers searching the depths, while a boat dragged a fishing net through the water. The parents of the other child who had drowned sat on the shore, their tears long dried, their vacant gazes fixed upon the surface of the water. Wang Jun approached them, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Brother Yang, have you found the child?" "No," replied the man seated on the ground, Yang Dongming, whose profound grief from losing his son rendered him almost unresponsive. When Wang Jun introduced Li Chengfeng, he merely nodded, not even sparing a glance at him, as though indifferent to whether Li Chengfeng was a fraud or not. Li Chengfeng understood their anguish. When a person is consumed by despair, nothing else matters. Wang Jun cast a remorseful glance at Li Chengfeng and uttered an apology. "I can comprehend your emotions. Let us proceed to search for the child." Li Chengfeng selected a relatively flat area by the reservoir, preparing to seek the remains of the two children. At that moment, the leader of the rescue team, Zhang Junjie, approached. Upon seeing Li Chengfeng's youth, he questioned him with irritation. "What are you doing here?" Before Li Chengfeng could respond, Wang Jun hurriedly interjected, "Captain Zhang, this is Mr. Li, whom I consulted at Suiyuan Hall to help me find my son. Are you foolish? Someone like him could assist you in finding your son?" Zhang Junjie scoffed, utterly convinced that Wang Jun had fallen victim to yet another deception. What skills could someone so young possibly possess? His furious gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng. Their family had already endured enough suffering. How dare you attempt to deceive them again? Has your conscience been devoured by a stray dog? Our search and rescue team has employed numerous advanced devices, scouring this area for days without a trace of the child. What do you propose to find them with? These two worn gourds and a pair of roosters? Indeed. Li Chengfeng maintained a serene demeanor, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Zhang Junjie, for his intentions were noble. He feared for the welfare of Wang Jun and his wife, who had evidently been misled on numerous occasions, as evidenced by Zhang Junjie's reaction. Wang Jun sighed, realizing at that moment that Li Chengfeng, though barely in his 20s, had taken on the burden of such a serious task. Li Chengfeng spoke with gravity. "Rest assured, if the child is not found, I shall accept no payment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Junjie's expression softened considerably. However, Wang Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Mr. Li, regardless of whether we locate the child or not, I cannot allow you to make this journey in vain." Li Chengfeng merely nodded. Wang Jun's words revealed him to be a man of integrity. Zhang Junjie remained nearby, showing no intention of leaving, eager to observe how Li Chengfeng would conduct the search. As the sounds of their dispute reached them, Yang Dongming and several relatives approached, silently standing by without uttering a word. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Li Chengfeng placed the two roosters by the edge of the reservoir. Strangely, the roosters squatted motionless on the ground. He then lit 6 incense sticks before them and burned 2 piles of paper money, murmuring incantations as though conversing with the birds, who listened in silence. Zhang Junjie snorted derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What a display of theatrics! Li Chengfeng paid him no heed, continuing his ritual of burning the paper money. Once the offerings were consumed, both roosters suddenly crowed in unison and nodded their heads. Li Chengfeng proceeded to place the 2 gourds beside the roosters, and in that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. As the gourds touched the ground, both roosters inexplicably closed their eyes and slumped, instantaneously devoid of life. Zhang Junjie, Wang Jun, Yang Dongming, and their friends and family were left dumbfounded by the inexplicable demise of the roosters. "Mr. Li, what is happening?" was all they could utter. Li Chengfeng did not respond, but instead whispered, "Lower your voices and provide me with the birth dates of your children." Wang Jun and Yang Dongming took turns revealing their children's birth dates. Li Chengfeng meticulously inscribed these details on yellow paper with a vermilion brush, subsequently burning the papers before the 2 gourds. Once this was completed, he formed a series of hand seals and, pointing at the gourds, shouted with authority, "Rise." The gourds, seemingly imbued with life, leaped into the water at the sound of his command. The onlookers were left in a state of utter astonishment. Zhang Junjie wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the impossibility of the scene before him. It must surely be an illusion conjured by the individual responsible. 2 gourds drifted into the water, bobbing against the surface's waves as they floated towards the reservoir. Given their lightweight nature, it was expected that the gourds would simply float with the undulating waves. However, these 2 gourds astonishingly defied the current, navigating against the flow, an occurrence that contradicted scientific principles and left observers perplexed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the gourds glided through the rippling water and into the reservoir. Members of the search and rescue team, who were currently scouring the reservoir for bodies, exchanged incredulous glances at this spectacle. Before long, the gourds came to a halt amidst the waves, seemingly frozen in place, impervious to the winds and currents that threatened to sway them. Wang Jun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Mr. Li, what is happening? Why have the gourds stopped? Could it be that our children are beneath them?" Li Chengfeng nodded solemnly, addressing Wang and Yang Dongming with a serious demeanor. "Friends, I must ask you to step back." "Why?" they inquired, bewildered. "Your presence here prevents the children from emerging. They do not wish to witness your sorrow, nor do they want you to see their current state." Wang Jun and Yang Dongming, feeling a sense of helplessness, recognized Li Chengfeng's genuine abilities despite his youth. With tears in their eyes, they turned away, supported by relatives and friends. Just as Wang and Yang had moved a short distance away, the two gourds, which had been floating on the surface, suddenly vanished and began to sink slowly. Zhang Junjie, still unable to believe his eyes, took a few steps forward, his shoes splashing into the water as he searched for the now missing gourds with disbelief. He shouted to the search and rescue team on the boat, "Where have the two gourds gone?" "Captain, those two gourds have sunk to the bottom," came the response. "How is that possible? Gourds possess significant buoyancy. Under no external force should they sink." This was utterly at odds with scientific reasoning. Such a bizarre phenomenon could not be explained through conventional physics. Zhang Junjie called out to the team on the boat, "Divers, hurry and investigate where the gourds have gone." Two divers, having just donned their gear, plunged into the water with flashlights and cameras in hand. They descended to the depths, following the trajectory of the sinking gourds. The gourds sank at a leisurely pace, allowing the divers to quickly locate them. Utilizing their equipment, the divers filmed the submerged gourds. One diver illuminated the slowly descending gourds with a waterproof flashlight, while the other captured footage using an underwater camera. The search and rescue team aboard the vessel gazed in disbelief at the video feed transmitted by the divers. As seasoned rescuers accustomed to retrieving the bodies of drowning victims, they had encountered many peculiarities before, but this phenomenon was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Zhang Junjie instructed the rescuers on the boat to transfer the signal to his mobile phone. As he gazed at the screen, he witnessed the gourds slowly descending into the depths of the water. This was utterly bizarre. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that, devoid of external influence, the gourds could sink to the bottom. After approximately 10 minutes, the two gourds finally settled atop the black sludge below. However, the divers failed to locate the bodies of the two children. Observing this, Zhang Junjie raised his phone before Li Chengfeng, posing a question filled with confusion. "Where are the two children?" "Do not fret. Continue watching," Li Chengfeng replied, his gaze unwavering, fixed upon the tumultuous surface of the water. He perceived a flicker of green light beneath the waves, intermittently appearing and disappearing. "There is something foul in this reservoir." Zhang Junjie refocused on his phone screen, and as he beheld the unsettling image, he gasped in horror, causing the device to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. He had just witnessed a child's head emerging from the sludge, slowly breaking through the murky surface. The rescuers aboard the vessel were equally startled, with one letting out a shriek and another instinctively recoiling. The two underwater divers, illuminating the gourds with their flashlights, were perplexed by the absence of the children. Just then, the sludge began to stir. A child's head broke free from the mire, sending the divers into a state of panic, though seasoned in the grim task of body recovery. The sight of the corpse slowly surfacing from the sludge sent shivers down their spines. After approximately 5 minutes, one child's body emerged from the muck, followed closely by the other. The second child grasped the wrist of the first with a desperate grip. The beam of the flashlight illuminated their faces, revealing them caked in sludge, eyes wide with horror, as if they had glimpsed something dreadful in their final moments. The rescuers on the boat, along with Zhang Junjie standing beside Li Chengfeng, felt their legs weaken in terror. As the two gourds continued to rise, the bodies of the children fully surfaced from the muck, appearing as if they were alive, gliding slowly behind the gourds. Their ascent was agonizingly slow. It took nearly 20 minutes for the gourds to finally emerge above the water's surface. In that instant, the gourds burst open, and alongside them, two pallid corpses floated upon the water. The divers followed suit, swimming to the surface, their faces drained of color upon removing their masks. "This is utterly surreal. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. To think that two gourds could extract bodies from the depths of sludge, how is this even possible?" The sight of those children emerging from the muck was profoundly terrifying. One would find it exceedingly difficult to escape once ensnared in mud. The bodies of two children lay submerged 20 meters deep in the murky water, their extraction proving exceedingly arduous. Remarkably, they were brought to the surface using merely two gourds, an occurrence shrouded in mystery, wonder, and an unsettling aura. Zhang Junjie gazed at the floating corpses before turning to Li Chengfeng, swallowing hard as he expressed his regrets. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Do not fret. I hold no ill will towards you. Your intentions were noble, Li Chengfeng replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface, where a peculiar green light flickered in and out of view. There is something sinister in this reservoir. It would be wise to keep your distance in the future. Very well. Let us dig a hole and bury these two chickens. With the arrangements made, Li Chengfeng turned to depart, omitting any mention of payment. Zhang Junjie had already come to regard Li Chengfeng as an extraordinary figure, having witnessed such an unconventional method of body retrieval for the first time in his life. He had heard tales of remarkable individuals skilled in esoteric folk arts, surpassing even the Taoist mystical practices. Despite his youth, Li Chengfeng's abilities indicated that he was no ordinary person. As Li Chengfeng prepared to leave, Zhang Junjie eagerly approached, bowing respectfully. Mr. Li, may I have your contact information? Forget it. I prefer to remain uninvolved in such matters. I am a Feng Shui master, not a practitioner of yin-yang arts. By the time Li Chengfeng returned to the old district of Qingzhou, dusk had fallen, and he possessed but a few coins, which he spent on a bowl of noodles at a roadside shop. Upon arriving at Suiyuan Hall, he was met by two women standing at the entrance, Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao, the same women who had expelled him from the Yi family days prior. Seeing them, Li Chengfeng's expression darkened slightly. What were these women doing here? Yi Wushuang, upon spotting him, spoke in her usual domineering tone, You wretched creature, where have you been? We've waited for you far too long. Why should my whereabouts concern you? I never asked you to wait for me, Li Chengfeng retorted, unfazed by her insolence. Fuming with anger, Yi Wushuang pointed an accusing finger at him. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't tear your vile mouth apart? As she attempted to make a move towards him, Li Chengfeng swiftly sidestepped, alarmed. You insolent woman, do not push your luck. You dare call me an insolent woman? I will not let this go. Yi Wushuang, in her mid-30s and strikingly beautiful, had never had a boyfriend and was still a maiden. Being referred to in such a derogatory manner by Li Chengfeng was intolerable. In a fit of rage, she lunged at him, only to be restrained by Yi Mengyao. Please stop this. My father is still lying in the hospital. Yi Wushuang, forced to suppress her fury, glared at Li Chengfeng menacingly. You foul man, await your reckoning. We will settle our scores another day. This woman was truly unreasonable, her fiery temperament devoid of any semblance of femininity. Should she ever find a husband, it would surely be a miracle. Yi Mengyao stepped forward to Li Chengfeng, her face reflecting deep remorse. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. That day was entirely my fault. I should not have cast you out of the Yi family, nor should I have looked down upon you or mocked you. I beg for your forgiveness. Li Chengfeng let out a cold snort, his tone laced with displeasure, for he suspected that this woman would not come to apologize without ulterior motives. If you are here to apologize, it is unnecessary. I have not given that matter a second thought. Please leave. I do not wish to see you. With that, Li Chengfeng produced his key and entered the Xiyuantang, ignoring the two women outside. Yi Mengyao, unwilling to depart, lingered at the door, continuing her plea. Mr. Li, I implore you to spare my father. That day, it was I who offended you, and my father is in no way involved. Please revoke the curse. Do not harm my father. Li Chengfeng poured himself a glass of water, listening to Yi Mengyao's incessant rambling from outside, filled with perplexity. What curse? What harm to her father? Is this woman delusional, spouting nonsense? Unbeknownst to him, the words he had spoken before leaving the Yi residence had all come to fruition. Within 3 days, Yi Guqing suddenly became lame in his right leg, developed lung issues, and was beset by a persistent cough, rendering him mute. Yi Wushuang hastily summoned the master, Hu Yinsong, to examine Yi Guqing's condition. After a thorough inspection, Hu Yinsong, feigning profundity, informed Yi Wushuang that Yi Guqing's plight was due to a curse laid upon him. Under Hu Yinsong's deliberate insinuations, Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang swiftly concluded that Li Chengfeng must be the source of the curse. Hu Yinsong, maintaining his facade of wisdom, further advised them that to lift the curse, they must seek forgiveness from the one who cast it. Only then could Yi Guqing recover. Thus, Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang made their way to Xiyuantang to plead for Li Chengfeng's forgiveness and request the lifting of the curse placed upon Yi Guqing. After a considerable time, Li Chengfeng finally grasped the implication of Yi Mengyao's words. Truly, Misfortune arises from careless speech. Had he known, he would never have uttered such words. With growing impatience, he clarified, Miss Yi, I believe you are mistaken. I have not placed a curse upon your father. His condition has nothing to do with me. I am merely a charlatan. I possess no abilities to cast curses. Please, do not continue to harass me. Yi Mingyao remained silent as the door was suddenly kicked open with force, and Yi Wushuang's fiery voice rang out. You wretched man. Have you forgotten what you said when you left our home? You foretold that my brother would suffer issues with his leg, lungs, and voice within 3 days. And now it has all come to pass. My brother has become a cripple and a mute, afflicted with tuberculosis. Do you expect us to believe that you bear no responsibility? Is it not money that you seek? Name your price, whatever you desire. The Yi family will provide if you lift the curse from my brother. Li Chengfeng shook his head in exasperation. He realized that there was no way to clear his name from this predicament. He had never anticipated that a single utterance would lead to such turmoil. Outside the door, Yi Mingyao and Yi Wushuang took turns pressing him, one with heartfelt pleas and the other with threats and temptations. They were convinced that he had cast a curse upon Yi Guqing. Unable to endure their incessant chatter any longer, Li Chengfeng flung open the door and bellowed in anger. Will you ever be done? I must inform you, I do not cast curses. I am merely a fraud. You claim not to cast curses. Yet how could my father have become this way? Every word you uttered has come true, and you dare say you do not curse? Yi Mingyao glared at him with resentment. Yi Wushuang, with a commanding presence, interjected, Speak plainly, how much do you require to lift the curse from my brother? With a deep sigh, Li Chifeng realized that reasoning with these two women was futile. They were firmly convinced of his involvement in Yi Guqing's plight. He impatiently explained. To speak frankly, your father's condition is not due to fate, but rather a problem with your family's fortune. It has nothing to do with me. His gaze shifted to Yi Wushuang, and upon closer inspection, he noticed dark energy coiling around her eyes and neck, which prompted a slight smile. You fierce woman. Are you not bold? I assure you, within 3 days, you too shall be blind and mute. Immediately regretting his words, Li Chifeng understood that sometimes one should refrain from speaking recklessly. Just as the words left his mouth, Yi Wushuang erupted in furious accusations, but after a few moments, she felt her vision blur. Panicking, she covered her eyes and exclaimed, I cannot see. Mengyao, where are you? I cannot see. Yi Wushuang appeared in utter disarray, her hands flailing about. Yu Mengyao rushed forward to grasp her hands. And, I am here. In disbelief, Yu Mengyao noted that her aunt's eyes had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. How could they have suddenly failed? She waved her hand before Yi Wushuang's eyes, but received no response. Yi Wushuang clutched Yu Mengyao's wrist tightly. Her voice filled with panic. Mengyao, I cannot see. Quickly, take me to Master Hu. I do not want to become blind. The reality of her aunt's blindness was too much for Yi Mengyao to bear. In her mind, all of this was the doing of Li Chengfeng. He had cursed her aunt. Just after he had cursed her aunt, her vision had vanished. This man was truly terrifying. With a look of fear, Yi Mengyao cast an angry glare at Li Chengfeng, who was utterly despicable. First, he had cursed her father, and now he had cursed her aunt. Li Chengfeng, you are truly malicious. My Yi family has no enmity with you. You first cursed my father, and now my aunt. If you do not lift the curses from my father and aunt, I, Yi Mengyao, shall be your relentless adversary until death. Supporting her aunt, Yi Mengyao turned to leave, determined to seek out Hu Yansong, while Yi Wushuang also turned, leaving behind a fierce remark. Li, you wait for me. Our Yi family will not let this matter rest. Li Chifeng gazed at the two enchanting figures as they departed, his expression a tapestry of complexity. How fortuitous it was that, just after he spoke, Yi Wushuang truly became blind. Now, elucidating this situation seemed an insurmountable task. Li Chengfeng raised his hand and struck his own face twice. Alas, it is all due to this foul mouth of mine. At that moment, he surmised that the reason Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had simultaneously lost their sight and speech must be linked to some disruption in the ancestral grave as Feng Shui. Unless the issues surrounding their ancestors' resting place were resolved, the next to encounter misfortune would undoubtedly be Yi Mengyao. With a heavy heart, Li Chifeng closed the door to the Sui Yuan Hall, shaking his head in resignation. In the few days since reopening, he had earned not a single penny and had instead attracted such grave troubles. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never reopened Sui Yuan Hall. Matters of divining yin and yang and assessing feng shui are predicated upon age. No matter how prodigious one's abilities, youth renders one's wisdom suspect. Even the most inept, if endowed with years, can deceive those willing to believe. At this rate, he would soon find himself destitute. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek employment and work diligently. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, uncertain how he would procure tomorrow's meal. Time slipped away before he finally succumbed to slumber. In a hazy dream state, he was roused by a knock at the door. Just as he had managed to drift off, he was disturbed, and irritation welled within him. Rising, he opened the door to find two little boys standing before him. Hand in hand, their bodies stark white as if made of paper, and damp all over. The sight of the boys sent a shiver down Li Chengfeng's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He suddenly recalled the two drowned children he had located earlier in the day using the gourd method. It seemed he had encountered ghostly visitors at this witching hour. Taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness, reminding himself that he had nothing to fear when he had committed no wrongdoing. The boys, sensing his trepidation, smiled sweetly, their expressions brimming with gratitude. "Brother, do not be afraid. We have come to thank you. Thank you for rescuing us from the water, allowing our parents to see us one last time." As they spoke, their heads bowed in sorrow. Perhaps they were reluctant to part from their parents, clinging to this vibrant world, their lives tragically cut short before they could fully embrace it. Li Chengfeng sighed, his fear dissipating, and with a compassionate gaze, he addressed the boys gently. "This is what I ought to have done. You need not concern yourselves with it. I hope you find rebirth soon, and in your next life, steer clear of water." The boys nodded in unison, tears welling in their eyes as they continued. "Brother, could you convey a message to our parents for us?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and the children pressed on. "Thank you, brother. Please tell our parents not to grieve for us, to forget us, and to live joyfully." With tears welling in his eyes, Li Chengfeng nodded slightly. The two children then revealed to him that a luminous fish resided in the Qian reservoir, and it was that very fish that had drawn them into the water. As he watched the children vanish, Li Chengfeng suddenly awoke, his eyes flinging open in alarm. The events of the preceding moments had merely been a dream. Yet it felt so vividly real. Sitting up in bed, Li Chengfeng comprehended that it was a dream sent by the two drowned children to express their gratitude. Though young, they possessed a profound sense of appreciation, a truly commendable quality. Alas, they had perished. Reflecting on the children's final words about a glowing fish in the reservoir, he realized that the flickering green light he had seen at the water's edge was indeed emitted by a fish. Seated on his bed, Li Chengfeng pondered the reason behind the fish's luminescence. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the furious shouts of Yi Mingyao. "Li Chengfeng, you scoundrel! Come out this instant!" Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the clock which indicated it was just past 4 in the morning. What was this woman doing here again? The incessant banging and shouting were utterly vexing. He donned his clothing. Feeling utterly fatigued from a restless night compounded by the dream visitation of the two children, his legs weak beneath him. Opening the door to confront Yi Mengyao's disdainful gaze, he impatiently remarked, "Miss Yi, I have told you countless times that your father and your aunt becoming crippled and mute has nothing to do with me. Please refrain from bothering me any further, if you would be so kind." However, Yi Mengyao paid no heed to his explanations, her accusatory glare fixed firmly on Li Chengfeng, exuding a fierce determination. The previous night, after Yi Wushuang had lost her sight, she and her aunt had sought out Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Mystic Arts Association. Upon seeing Yi Wushuang, now blind, Hu Yinsong was taken aback, having seen her in good health just days prior. Puzzled, he wondered how she had suddenly become sightless. As he contemplated how to manipulate the two women, Yi Mengyao recounted Li Chengfeng's ominous remarks about Yi Wushuang's eyes and neck, predicting calamity. Hu Yinsong promptly concluded that Yi Wushuang's blindness was indeed a curse inflicted by Li Chengfeng. Confronted with such profound sorcery, Hu Yinsong claimed helplessness, stating that the only recourse was to seek out the one who cast the spell to lift the curse. Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang, feeling despondent, took Hu Yinsong's words to heart, deciding to return to the Yi family and wait until dawn to confront Li Chengfeng, hoping he might lift the curse. Having spent a sleepless night, Yi Wushuang, now mute, found herself yearning for water in the early hours. She attempted to call out to Yi Mengyao to fetch her a glass, but no sound emerged, no matter how hard she tried. Within a mere 6 or 7 hours, she had transformed into a mute. Upon realizing her aunt's plight, Yi Mengyao was consumed with rage and, before dawn even broke, made her way to Sui Yuan Hall. Intent on demanding answers from Li Chengfeng, Yi Mengyao cast a venomous glare at Li Chengfeng, harboring an intense loathing for the man. Without engaging in superfluous dialogue, she entered the Siyuan Tang, opened her handbag, and emptied its contents onto the coffee table. 10 stacks of crimson banknotes lay scattered before them. Isn't it money you desire? Here are 100,000 yuan. If you lift the curse on my father and aunt, I shall provide you with an additional 900,000. Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. His small eyes fixated on the cash before him. He swallowed hard. This was indeed 100,000 yuan, a sum he had never encountered in his lifetime. Just as he had been fretting over his inability to afford a meal, fortune had seemingly smiled upon him. Observing Li Qingfeng's naivety, Yi Mingyao's gaze filled with disdain. She thought to herself, what a pathetic man. Is this all it takes to astonish you? To the wealthy, 100,000 yuan might be a trifling amount. Yet to the impoverished, it represented a staggering figure. Witnessing Yi Mingyao's lavishness, Li Qingfeng's demeanor shifted dramatically. The anger that had previously marred his face was replaced by a sense of righteousness, though his eyes remained glued to the money on the table, fearing it might vanish. He feigned seriousness, stating, Miss Yi, the money is of little consequence to me. I regard wealth as mere refuse. What truly moves me is your filial piety towards your father and aunt. In light of your sincere devotion, I shall agree to lift the curse afflicting them. Yi Mingyao had firmly concluded that her father's and aunt's blindness and muteness were the result of Li Qingfeng's curse. Aware that she would not accept the explanation of Feng Shui being the cause, he played along with her belief in a curse. The sight of his insincerity only deepened Yi Mingyao's contempt for him, wishing nothing more than to kick him to his demise. Since you have agreed, hasten to lift the curse on my father and aunt, so they may suffer less. Very well, please wait a moment while I gather a few items. Li Qingfeng took a 3-in-1 compass, closed the door to the Xiuantang, and entered Yi Mingyao's luxury vehicle. This marked the second time he had been in her car. Observing her cold demeanor as she gripped the steering wheel, he remained unfazed by her attitude, for his assistance was motivated by monetary gain. It was merely a transaction. Yi Mingyao sought to restore her family's honor by having Li Qingfeng lift the curse, yet he solemnly declared, Miss Yi, to lift the curse, I must first visit your ancestral grave. Why must we go to our ancestral grave? What does that have to do with breaking the curse? Indeed, it is pertinent. Without examining your family's ancestral grave, I cannot lift the curse on your father and aunt. Yi Mingyao felt exasperated. She possessed little understanding of curses and could only comply with Li Qingfeng's request, turning the vehicle towards the Yi family's ancestral burial site outside Qingzhou. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the location. Li Qingfeng stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed the Yi family cemetery before him. An oval hill lay nestled in the earth. The main peak of this locale, accompanied by a smaller hill connected to it. From a distance, it resembled a turtle resting on the ground. He then turned to gaze into the distance, where a grand river meandered 50 meters from the hill, flowing gracefully past the peaks downstream. Observing the feng shui of the area, Li Qingfeng could not help but exclaim, what an exquisite feng shui arrangement, akin to a golden tortoise hatching its eggs. Standing beside him, Yi Mingyao appeared perplexed. What did you just say? She inquired. I mentioned the feng shui of your ancestors, which is referred to as the golden tortoise hatching eggs. Yi Mingyao had heard her father speak of this before. The reason the Yi family prospered was attributed to the ancestral feng shui known as the golden tortoise hatching eggs. A well-educated individual, Yi Mingyao was skeptical of such notions. In her view, the family's success stemmed from the hard work and perseverance of their forebears, rather than any mystical forces. Such an abstract concept as feng shui has nothing to do with it. Li Qingfeng, gazing at the golden tortoise hatching eggs feng shui arrangement, expressed his envy, saying, the wealth of your family is indeed a result of this feng shui. He cited a saying within the realm of feng shui, a golden tortoise hatching eggs brings immense wealth. That is nonsense. Our family's fortune has no connection to this feng shui arrangement, Yi Mingyao retorted. Feng shui is merely an ancient superstition, entirely non-existent. Before Li Qingfeng could continue, Yi Mingyao interrupted him, her demeanor reflecting that of an intellectual, outright denying the existence of feng shui. He regarded the woman before him, letting out a soft snort. Thinking her both narrow-minded and lacking in understanding. The art of feng shui had been passed down through millennia, a treasure left to us by our ancestors, much of which has been lost due to dismissal by so-called intellectuals. Today, he resolved to enlighten her. He brandished his phone in front of Yi Mingyao and, with a serious expression, posed a question. Miss Yi, may I inquire what this is? A mobile phone. She replied. How can two phones, separated by thousands of miles, communicate? Because they can receive signals. Miss Yi, can you see the presence of these signals? Yi Mingyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Everyone knew that the ability of phones to communicate was due to signals, yet no one could see them. This, he explained, was the essence of modern science. Noticing her silence, Li Chengfeng continued, Miss Yi, just because we cannot see mobile signals, should we then deny their existence? There are countless things in this world that elude our sight, such as magnetic fields and air. Would you also deny their existence? Yi Mingyao found herself unable to respond, recognizing the validity in Li Chengfeng's argument. Indeed, humans cannot perceive mobile signals, magnetic fields, or air, yet these entities exist in reality. Li Chengfeng waved his phone once more and elaborated. Miss Yi, the invisibility of mobile signals, air, and magnetic fields does not equate to their non-existence. The existence of Feng Shui energy is akin to mobile signals. Although we cannot see it, it is nonetheless real. You may choose to disbelieve it, but you cannot refute its existence, as that would be a profound disrespect to our ancestors. Feng Shui transcends the realm of science. Do you understand? Perhaps out of disdain. Yu Mingyao is aware that Li Chengfeng speaks with considerable insight. Feng Shui may indeed exist and exert a profound influence on one's life, much like the unseen signals of a mobile phone. However, she is resolutely unwilling to accept Li Chengfeng as perspective, seemingly intent on opposing him. Humph. No matter what you assert, in my eyes, Feng Shui is a mere figment of imagination. If you believe that Feng Shui does not exist, how can you assert that I have cursed your father and your aunt? Yi Mingyao found herself at a loss for words, her face flushed with indignation. If Feng Shui is non-existent, then the notion of a curse must also be implausible, rendering her statements contradictory. Li Chengfeng merely smiled, then remarked, Miss Yi, I shall allow you to witness the existence of Feng Shui with your own eyes. Come, let us visit the ancestral tomb of the Yi family. A sense of triumph enveloped him as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back towards the family burial site, feeling a delightful sense of superiority as he realized he had the upper hand over this young woman today. Yi Mingyao watched his retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration before following suit. The Yi family cemetery was vast, housing the remains of countless ancestors. The burial method known as the golden tortoise hatching Feng Shui is particularly meticulous. The grave must not be situated atop the tortoise's shell, but rather beneath it. Should one mistakenly place a grave on the back of the golden tortoise, it would not be hatching but rather, metaphorically, a golden tortoise with an egg on its back. Leading to the adage within Feng Shui circles, a golden tortoise with an egg on its back brings ruin to the entire family. This saying arises from the understanding that the tortoise's back is bare, with a peak in the center and slopes on either side. Placing an egg atop it would cause it to roll off and potentially shatter. Thus, in the discipline of Feng Shui, the location of a grave holds immense significance. A miscalculation in its placement could yield drastically divergent outcomes for future generations. Li Chengfeng scrutinized the Yi family's ancestral burial ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he circled the site with his hands clasped behind him. Yi Mingyao stood outside the cemetery, perplexed by his actions. Numerous pine trees had been planted around the ancestral tomb, which is greatly beneficial for a burial site. He then retrieved his Sanha compass, observing the directions indicated by its moving needle. After a brief moment, the needle came to a halt, pointing towards an adjacent mound. Approaching the mound with the compass in hand, Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed further as he casually remarked, a tree atop the grave signifies a pathless future for descendants. An old tree piercing the coffin leads to their demise. This grave is highly inauspicious. Li Chengfeng squinted at the mound before him, where a tree of considerable girth stood at its apex. The presence of a tree atop a grave is a significant Feng Shui taboo. No one would deliberately plant a tree at such a location. Even should a sapling sprout naturally, many would hastily remove it. In ancestral cemeteries, trees are generally planted at a respectful distance from the mounds, for proximity or growth upon the mound itself could adversely affect the health and fortunes of future generations. At this moment, Li Chengfeng had come to realize that the inexplicable blindness and muteness afflicting Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing were intimately connected to the grave before him. Observing Li Chengfeng standing in front of the tomb, Yi Mingyao approached with a hint of annoyance and inquired, "What are you doing here? When will you lift the curse from my father and aunt?" Li Chengfeng did not respond to Yi Mingyao's query, but instead fixed his gaze on the tree atop the grave and solemnly asked, "Who lies buried in this tomb?" "Why do you ask?" She replied, "The afflictions of your father and aunt are related to this burial site. This tomb is believed to house my great-grandfather," Yi Mingyao replied, her face etched with confusion. She could not fathom how her father and aunt's sudden ailments could be linked to her great-grandfather's grave. As Li Chengfeng circled the tomb, he spoke, "Trees possess auspicious and inauspicious qualities. It is said that planting a fortunate tree by a grave ensures the health of descendants, whereas a malevolent tree atop a mound can bring misfortune to the entire family. The elderly are well aware that one must not plant trees carelessly in graveyards, for improper planting may lead to significant troubles. A popular saying further emphasizes the importance of tree planting in these sacred spaces. Do not plant 3 homes in a graveyard, nor 4 in a tomb. Therefore, it is evident that great care must be taken when planting trees in burial sites. Trees are categorized as either auspicious or inauspicious. Auspicious trees include cypress, pine, phoenix trees, elm money trees, and willows, with pine and cypress being the most commonly found in cemeteries. The phoenix and elm money trees are rare. Most people hesitate to plant them, as those lacking sufficient virtue and blessings will only invite disaster by planting them in ancestral graves. Hence, it is uncommon to find these species in burial grounds. Conversely, inauspicious trees such as black locust, chinaberry, and palm trees can significantly impact the financial fortune and health of descendants when found in graveyards. If such trees are discovered in an ancestral burial site, it is advisable to remove them while they are still small. Otherwise, once they grow and their roots penetrate the coffin, resolving the issue will become exceedingly troublesome. If these trees are situated far from the grave, the impact will be minimal. But if they grow directly atop the mound, they may bring calamity upon future generations. On Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's tomb, a black locust tree had taken root, its thickness suggesting it had been growing for at least a decade. Yet Yi Mingyao remained unconvinced that her father and aunt's blindness and muteness were in any way related to the black locust tree atop her great-grandfather's grave. Stop trying to deceive me. I refuse to believe your nonsense. Just because a tree grows on the tomb, how could it possibly affect the living? This woman was indeed obstinate. Despite his lengthy explanation, she seemed to absorb none of it. It appeared that a more forceful approach was necessary. Li Chifeng continued. Given the size of your family's ancestral grave, it is evident that the Yi family is of considerable renown. If I am not mistaken, the afflictions among your kin likely extend beyond just your father and aunt. There must be many others suffering similarly: blindness, lameness, or muteness. How could you possibly know that? Yi Mingyao exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment, realizing that Li Qingfeng's words were indeed accurate. The Yi family is indeed a prominent clan, with Qizhou serving as the birthplace of the Yi lineage. After their rise to prominence, most members of the family moved to the capital, leaving only the branch of Yiguqing to remain in their ancestral homeland. Meanwhile, many descendants in the capital have suffered from peculiar ailments, ranging from blindness and lameness to muteness. In pursuit of remedies for their afflicted kin, they consulted numerous esteemed physicians and visited renowned hospitals around the globe, enlisting the expertise of distinguished specialists. They even formed a dedicated medical team. After nearly 2 years of research, they concluded that the prevalence of these ailments among the Yi descendants may stem from genetic issues within the family. Unfortunately, current medical science lacks the means to treat conditions caused by such genetic defects. The sole remedy, they posited, lies in marrying individuals with sound genetics to alter the lineage of the Yi family. Now, the Yi clan stands on the brink of collapse, its former strength diminished. Li Chifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reflection, he found the expert's assertions quite logical, yet the truth diverged starkly. He let out a soft snort, remarking that this revelation was not a mere guess, but something he discerned from the tree atop his great-grandfather's tomb. If the issue with this tree remains unresolved, the number of afflicted descendants will only increase, and it won't be long before you face a similar fate. Yi Mingyao shot Li Qingfeng a glare. Feeling as though he were cursing her, she was tempted to strike his insolent mouth, despite her reluctance to accept it. The fact that he could discern the afflictions plaguing their family merely from a tree made her reconsider the matter. He might indeed be capable of curing her father, her aunt, and the other afflicted descendants. Yet, she wrestled with uncertainty, torn between belief and skepticism, and asked with a furrowed brow, "What must be done to resolve this issue? Is it as simple as cutting down this tree?" Li Chifeng shook his head, his expression grave. If it were a small tree whose roots had not penetrated the coffin, it could be easily removed without affecting the Feng Shui. However, this tree has stood for some time. Cutting it down outright would harm the lineage. The optimal solution is to transplant it elsewhere. Ultimately, Yi Mingyao chose to place her trust in Li Qingfeng, recognizing that matters beyond scientific explanation might indeed require a theological approach. Disturbing an ancestral grave is no trifling matter, and she felt unqualified to make a decision. She resolved to return home and inform Yiguqing, allowing her father to decide. Yu Mingyao was acutely aware that if she broached the subject with her father, he would likely become irate, possibly even unleash a tirade upon her. She conceived a more prudent plan, to have Li Chifeng convey the matter to her father. Li Chifeng did not decline, confident in his ability to convince Yi Guqing of his insights. As Yi Mingyao drove through Qingzhou City, her expression softened. She began to realize that perhaps she had misjudged Li Chifeng. Doubts began to arise regarding the authenticity of the words spoken by Hu Yensong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Mystic Arts Association. Were the sudden illnesses of her father and aunt truly the result of a curse cast by Li Chifeng? As she drove, curiosity compelled her to inquire, addressing him once more as Mr. Li. Mr. Li, does the practice of curses truly exist in folklore? Li Chifeng, engrossed in his phone as he entered the vehicle, was taken aback by Yi Mingyao's unexpected engagement in conversation and her probing question. He set aside his device and nodded earnestly. Indeed, folk curses do exist, yet to cast a curse upon someone is an exceedingly complicated matter. It is not merely a matter of uttering a few words to render someone mute or crippled. If such trivial utterances could transform a person into a mute or a cripple, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Li Chifeng wished to clarify that the afflictions of Yi Mingyao's father and aunt, blindness and mutism, had no connection to him. At that moment, Yi Mingyao experienced a moment of clarity, realizing her grave misunderstanding of him. If it were so simple as voicing a few words to cause blindness or mutism, only deities could wield such power. It was unfortunate that her anxiety, coupled with Hu Yensong's assertions that her father had been cursed, had led her to mistakenly attribute blame to Li Chifeng. Yi Mingyao's handsome visage flushed slightly as she expressed her sincere apologies. I am sorry, I misunderstood you. It is of no consequence, I do not mind. Our relationship is merely transactional, replied Li Chifeng nonchalantly. Yet, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yi Mingyao's face as she continued her inquiries. Can you truly perform curses? Yes. However, those of us who practice the Qian arts would never employ curses to harm others, for doing so would invite divine retribution. Prior to the Tang dynasty, curses were prevalent throughout Huaxia, but due to their malicious nature, they were strictly prohibited by successive dynasties, leading to their eventual decline. The curses that persist in folklore today are primarily rudimentary forms such as the stabbing of effigies or cursing at effigies. Practices like the witchcraft of Nanyang and the malevolent sorcery of Thailand are evolutions of curses, representing branches of Huaxia's curse tradition. To curse an individual, one must possess a medium, such as the target's hair, nails, saliva, blood, or even their birth date. Yu Mingyao listened with rapt attention, surprised by the complexities of curse practices. However, her divided focus caused her to inadvertently run a red light, nearly colliding with an oncoming vehicle. Alarmed, she slammed on the brakes, leaving a dark skid mark on the road. As Li Chifeng passionately expounded, the sudden stop caused him to lurch forward violently into the front seat, resulting in a nosebleed. Irritated, he exclaimed, Miss Yi, could you please drive more attentively? This cannot be blamed on me. Your narrative was simply too captivating, and I became somewhat engrossed. Are you implying that this is my fault? Indeed. Seeing Li Chifeng injured and bleeding, Yi Mingyao felt no remorse. Instead, a smile broke across her face, unable to contain her amusement. As Li Chifeng pressed his hand to his nose, he mused, the ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, the heart of a woman is the most venomous of all. Suspecting that her demeanor was intentional as evidenced by her smile, which seemed to exude a sense of schadenfreude, Yi Mingyao felt considerably uplifted. Whistling a cheerful tune as she drove, she soon returned to the city of Qizhou. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. Having skipped breakfast, Li Chifeng was ravenous and sought a place to dine, but was promptly refused by Yi Mingyao, who took him directly to Qingzhou Hospital. Yi Mingyao had just received a phone call concerning her father's grave condition, which was the most critical in the family, compounded by her aunt's sudden illness. The family took this matter very seriously and dispatched a distant relative, Yu Wuming, along with a team of 5 medical experts to Qingzhou to assess the conditions of Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang. Just half an hour prior, both Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had been admitted to the hospital for examination. Upon Yi Mengyao's arrival at the hospital, the examinations had concluded. Yi Guqing lay on the bed, visibly exhausted, while Yi Wushuang appeared equally unwell. It was evident that both had endured considerable distress. Heartache welled within Yi Mingyao as she observed her father and aunt suffering so. Approaching the bedside, she grasped her father's hand. Though he could neither see nor speak, Yi Guqing could still sense the touch of his daughter, Yi Mingyao. Unable to articulate words, he emitted a strange sound. "Dad, it's Meng Yao," she quickly responded, continuing. "I have found a way to cure your illness." Despite his inability to see or speak, the excitement stirred within him at the prospect of a remedy. Yi Mingyao gestured to Li Chengfeng, who then approached Yi Guqing's bedside and explained the issues surrounding the family ancestral grave's Feng Shui, emphasizing that his illness stemmed from these supernatural disturbances. Initially, Yi Guqing was skeptical, recognizing that this man's voice bore a resemblance to that of a con artist who had visited his home just days prior. However, when Li Chengfeng remarked that the Feng Shui of the Yi family ancestral grave resembled the auspicious arrangement of a golden tortoise hatching its eggs, Yi Guqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was evident that anyone unfamiliar with Feng Shui could not so easily identify such a specific configuration. After Li Chengfeng concluded his explanation, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Yi, if you agree to relocate that tree, please nod. If you disagree, we shall leave it be." Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Guqing pondered for a moment before nodding. He was unwilling to remain a blind, mute, and crippled man suffering from tuberculosis. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing, even if it led to deception. At that moment, a commanding voice boomed from the doorway. "Who dares to disturb my family's ancestral grave? The Yi family will not tolerate this." It was Yi Wuming, the distant relative sent by the family. Flanked by two doctors clad in white coats, members of the Yi family medical team, Li Chengfeng and Yu Mingyao simultaneously turned to regard the trio at the entrance. Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. He had finally persuaded Yi Guqing to agree to the relocation of the thorny locust tree from the ancestral grave, only to have a member of the Yi family appear to thwart their efforts. The situation had become rather complicated. After all, it is an internal affair of the Yi family, and Li Chengfeng could not say much. If they agreed, the tree would be relocated. If they disagreed, this business would come to an end. Yu Mingyao cast an irritable glare at Yi Wuming, questioning what right he, a mere cadet of the Yi lineage, had to meddle in family matters, especially with such arrogance, which greatly displeased her. "What does moving my great-grandfather's tomb have to do with you? What authority do you have to intervene in our family affairs? Mind your own business and refrain from prying into ours, understand?" As she spoke, her domineering demeanor as the young lady of the family became evident. Her words struck deep at Yi Wuming. There existed a significant disparity in status between the side and direct descendants of the Yi family. The direct descendants held sway over vital family assets and occupied pivotal roles within the family business, while the side descendants were relegated to menial tasks, devoid of any standing. Fortuitously, due to a series of peculiar ailments afflicting the direct descendants of the Yi family, resulting in blindness, lameness, or muteness, the side descendants finally found an opportunity to rise. Yi Wuming, with a smile, looked disdainfully at Yu Mingyao. "What of the side descendants? It is we who manage the Yi family now. Your direct lineage has either gone blind or mute. Perhaps your time is drawing near as well." Haha. When I arrived, my third uncle had already entrusted me with the management of the Yi family's assets in Qishou. Due to the simultaneous illnesses of Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing, this includes the ancestral cemetery. Without my permission, no one may alter it. Should anyone disturb the Yi family's ancestral graves without my consent, I shall expel them from the family. Yi Wuming's words were directed pointedly at Yi Mingyao and Yi Guqing. Yi Mingyao's countenance darkened considerably 2 years prior. When accompanying Yi Guqing to a family gathering in the capital, Yi Wuming had greeted her with deference. Now, emboldened, he dared to flaunt his newfound authority before her, disregarding her completely. As a woman, she felt helpless in the face of such circumstances, her ire boiling over as she retorted, "Yi Wuming, do not overstep your bounds. I am a direct descendant of the Yi family. If you continue this way, I shall inform grandfather upon my return to the capital, and he will not let you off easily." Haha, am I being excessive? What of it? That old man's longevity until the end of the year remains uncertain. What use is it to inform him? He scoffed. Humph. Do you think the Yi family today resembles what it once was? Now, it is the side descendants who hold the power. Lying in his sickbed, Yi Guqing was incensed to witness a side descendant behaving so arrogantly and disrespectfully towards his daughter. He wished to rise and chastise him, yet words failed him. Even a glare was beyond his capability. Standing nearby, Li Chengfeng discerned that this was a fierce struggle for power within the aristocracy. The side descendants of the Yi family were seizing the opportunity presented by the illnesses of the direct descendants to usurp the family's authority and wealth. Li Chengfeng is an exceptionally astute individual who prefers to steer clear of the treacherous intrigues of affluent families. as entanglement could mean peril to his very existence. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Mengyao and feigned an apologetic demeanor. "Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize. But I have urgent matters at home that require my attention." With that, he prepared to make his exit. Unwilling to jeopardize his life for the sake of a mere business deal, Yi Mengyao was left speechless. She never anticipated that Li Chifeng would abandon her during her most trying time, displaying a distinct lack of masculinity. Little did she realize that in such fierce familial conflicts, anyone would instinctively seek to evade involvement. As Li Chifeng approached the door of the hospital room, he noticed Yu Wuming and two doctors blocking his path. With a polite smile, he addressed them, "Gentlemen, might you please step aside? I have pressing matters to attend to at home." Yi Wuming, his eyes glinting with malice, fixed his gaze upon Li Chifeng, having overheard the latter's earlier remarks to Yi Guqing. In an icy tone, he inquired, "Were you not the one who suggested disturbing my family's ancestral grave?" Li Chifeng detected the underlying threat in his words and surmised that a thorny locust tree would soon sprout atop Yu Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave, likely connected to the Yi family. After all, who would allow such a tree to grow on their own burial site? Those versed in tradition know that trees atop graves are considered inauspicious, especially a malevolent species like the thorny locust. It was inconceivable that the Yi family was unaware of this. He lamented his misfortune, having just secured a significant business deal only to find himself embroiled in such dilemmas. Yi Mengyao truly was a harbinger of misfortune. On his first visit to her home, he was humiliated by her aunt and subsequently expelled from the Yi residence. Now, he faced a life-threatening predicament. Adopting a contrite smile, he hastily clarified, "I was merely speaking nonsense. I am a fraud and know nothing of Feng Shui. Kindly allow me to pass, and I shall never again venture out to deceive." Yi Wuming smirked slightly, his tone dripping with satisfaction as he replied, "You are indeed a clever man, and I relish dealings with intelligent individuals. Regardless of your knowledge of Feng Shui, I advise you to refrain from meddling in our family affairs, lest you meet a most unpleasant demise. Do you understand?" "I understand. I fully comprehend." Li Chifeng hastily nodded before exiting the hospital room, hastening away until he disappeared from sight. Yi Mengyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Just when she had discovered a potential remedy for her father's ailment, that timid man had been frightened away by Yi Wuming. At that moment, she was convinced that Li Chifeng could cure her father, but alas, it was too late. Yi Wuming, with a triumphant glint in his eyes, taunted Yi Mengyao, "Rest assured, Miss, the medical team I have brought this time will undoubtedly restore your father to health, as well as your aunt." Haha. An ominous premonition settled in Yi Mengyao's heart. After leaving the hospital, Li Chifeng boarded a bus, determined to return to Sui Yuan Hall. He understood all too well that he must not involve himself further in the affairs of the Yi family, for doing so could lead to grievous consequences. Upon his return, he resolved to refund the 100,000 yuan to Yi Mengyao. Throughout history, the conflicts among affluent families have been marked by ruthless and unrelenting strife. To become embroiled in the Yi family's disputes would yield dire repercussions. Upon returning to the Sui Yuan Hall, Li Chifeng encountered two men and two women waiting at the entrance. They were none other than Wang Jun and his wife, alongside Yang Dongming and his spouse, who had brought an array of gifts, including walnut milk, sausages, and fine liquor. Observing their weary expressions, it was evident they had been waiting for quite some time. Li Chifeng felt a pang of guilt, fully aware of their intentions. After providing insights into matters of yin and yang and assisting those in distress, many individuals would express their gratitude with gifts. As Wang Jun and Yang Dongming spotted Li Chifeng, they hurried toward him, their faces a mixture of sorrow and faint smiles. "Mr. Li, you have finally returned. Yesterday, you helped us find our child, and we have come specifically to thank you," they exclaimed. Li Chifeng opened the door to the Sui Yuan Hall and invited them inside. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight of a pile of red banknotes on the coffee table. A moment of surprise was followed by a hint of embarrassment as they instinctively reached into their pockets. "I apologize. I forgot to tidy up this morning. Please have a seat while I fetch you some water," Li Chifeng offered. "No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Li," Wang Jun and Yang Dongming replied, pulling out a bundle of vibrant red notes and placing them on the nearby coffee table. "We do not have much, but this is our heartfelt token of appreciation, and we hope you will accept it. Mr. Li, please do not dismiss our humble offering. Accept these funds as a symbol of our gratitude," they insisted. Li Chifeng, observing the money on the table, understood full well that they had likely exhausted their savings in the search for their child. Their attire suggested they were not from affluent backgrounds, and this money might represent their last reserves. Despite his own misfortunes, he could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Recalling his grandfather's wisdom about performing good deeds to accumulate virtue and evade divine retribution, he approached the table, took 2 bundles of notes, and extracted a single bill from each before returning the money to Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. "Dear brothers, you have given too much. 200 yuan is quite sufficient," he stated. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming were taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion as they gazed at Li Chifeng. The fortune tellers they had consulted previously demanded sums of 20 or 30,000 yuan, and even if they had failed to locate the child, they would likely concoct excuses and never refund a penny. Yet here was Li Chifeng, who had successfully found their child, asking for only 200 yuan, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable, prompting them to hastily return the money. "Mr. Li, you must accept this money. If you refuse, it would imply you look down upon us," they argued. "Indeed, what does it mean that you only accept 200 yuan? Is our child worth so little? If you find this amount insufficient, we would sell our car or house to provide you with more." "Brother Wang, Brother Yang, you are misinterpreting my intentions. I assure you, 200 yuan is truly ample," Li Chifeng reiterated, pushing the money back toward them. They continued to insist, but he firmly pressed down on their hands. Feigning anger as he declared, "I have stated clearly that 200 yuan is sufficient. For my services in assisting others, I typically charge only 100 yuan. If you persist, I may genuinely become upset." Seeing Li Chengfeng's anger, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming exchanged embarrassed smiles, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. There was another matter weighing on Li Chengfeng's mind, whether to disclose the dream their sons had sent him. Revealing it would undoubtedly sadden them. Yet withholding the truth would betray the trust of the 2 children. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to share the message delicately. "Brothers, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Speak freely. We are all ears. Last night, your children visited me in a dream. They wished for me to convey to you to let go of their memory and live joyfully." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the faces of Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. They understood that Li Chifeng was no ordinary person and held deep faith in his words. They had not anticipated that their children would reach out to him in such a manner, delivering a message to them. Overcome with emotion, both couples knelt before him, their faces streaked with tears. "Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you. Please, rise," Li Chifeng urged, unable to bear the scene. Turning away to wipe away his own impending tears, he helped them to their feet and continued, "Brothers, prepare some clothes for the children. They came to me in the dream last night, still in their bare skin." "Understood. We will burn clothes for them tonight." After lingering for a while in the Suiwan Hall, they departed, and Li Chifeng returned all their purchases, accepting only 200 yuan. The entire scene was witnessed by Yi Mingyao from the car. She observed the departing couples, feeling a sense of familiarity, which led her to recall a news article she had seen online. A few days prior, 2 elementary school students had tragically drowned while bathing in a reservoir, and their bodies had been elusive for an extended period. Just yesterday, a mysterious master had reportedly retrieved their remains from the water using 2 gourds. Accompanying this claim were videos of the gourds sinking, shared by the rescue team online. The incident quickly ignited a frenzy on the internet, with many netizens expressing disbelief, deeming the situation impossible and suspecting it to be staged. Few believed that, without external influence, gourds could submerge themselves and locate the children's bodies, which seemed utterly preposterous. Yi Mingyao shared the skepticism of these netizens. It was inconceivable that gourds could retrieve corpses as they floated on the water's surface, making it exceedingly difficult to submerge them, let alone have them sink autonomously. However, upon witnessing Wang Jun and Yang Dongming exiting the Suiwan Hall, a question arose in her mind. Could the person who had used the gourds to recover the children's bodies be Li Chifeng? After bidding them farewell, Li Chifeng noticed a familiar luxury car parked by the roadside across from him. Just as he pondered its owner, Yi Mingyao opened the car door and stepped out, startling him into exclaiming a traditional curse. "What on earth? Why is this woman here again?" He hurried back into the Suiwan Hall and shut the door behind him. Yi Mingyao was infuriated by Li Chifeng's actions. She kicked the door twice and shouted with great anger, "Li Chifeng, you scoundrel! I am not a harbinger of misfortune. So why are you hiding from me? Open the door at once." Li Chifeng, bracing himself against the door, replied with irritation, "You are not a harbinger of misfortune. You are far more terrifying. I cannot meddle in the affairs of the Yi family. I will refund you the 100,000 yuan shortly. Please do not come looking for me again, if you would be so kind." "No," retorted Yi Mingyao, I am merely a Feng Shui master, not a hero. I wish to live a few more years. I implore you to spare me. The two continued their quarrel through the door for quite some time. Yu Mingyao sought Li Qingfeng's assistance in relocating the thorny locust tree atop her father's grave, but Li Qingfeng was unwilling. He did not wish to get embroiled in the murky waters of the Yi family's affairs, nor did he desire to be entangled in their internal strife. Without sufficient incentive, he would dare to venture into the complexities of the Yi family's matters. Fear and caution are inherent traits for many. Not everyone aspires to be a hero. Historically, heroes have met untimely fates. Unless absolutely necessary, how many would willingly take on such a role? Regardless of Yu Mingyao's entreaties, Li Qifeng refused to open the door. No amount of money could persuade him. Unbeknownst to Yu Mingyao, who was preoccupied with negotiating with Li Qingfeng, a luxury car was parked not far away. With Yi Wuming seated inside, he observed the unfolding events at the entrance of the Suiyuan Hall with a hint of dissatisfaction. In a fit of anger, Yi Mingyao kicked the door again, exclaiming, "Li Qingfeng, if you can cure my father's illness, I, Yi Mingyao, will agree to any condition of yours, even if it means becoming your girlfriend. I would not refuse." Yi Mingyao was among the top 3 beauties in Qizhou City, and many men desired her. She felt confident that with her charm, Li Qifeng would surely be captivated. Unfortunately, her calculations were off. Li Qifeng was impervious to such tactics. A disdainful voice emerged from within the Suiyuan Hall, declaring, "I am a staunchly masculine man. I have no interest in women like you. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you." Yu Mingyao, exasperated, stomped her foot in frustration, realizing she had no leverage over Li Qingfeng. This man was truly impervious to both allure and intimidation. He remained unmoved by her advances. Such a stunning beauty, proactively offering to be his girlfriend. And yet he remained indifferent, leading her to seriously question his masculinity. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave, but her resolve remained unshaken. For Li Qingfeng was her father and the Yi family's sole hope for salvation. Observing Yu Mingyao drive away through the window, Li Qingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he hesitated to open the door, fearing her sudden return, just as he prepared to pour himself a glass of water to calm his nerves. The door of Suiyuan Hall was suddenly kicked open, shattering the glass and leaving a large hole in the old door. Startled, Li Qingfeng quickly turned to the entrance, expecting it to be Yi Mingyao returning in a fury, but the intruders were not her. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Yi Wuming stood at the entrance with 2 burly bodyguards, exuding an air of arrogance as his disdainful gaze swept across the room of Suiyuan Hall. Observing the damaged door and shattered glass, Li Qingfeng felt a surge of anger. He longed to confront the 3 individuals and teach them a lesson. However, upon seeing the imposing bodyguards, he reconsidered, realizing that if he charged in, it would likely be him who would face the consequences. He reassured himself, after all, it was merely a door and some broken glass. Such trifles were of no consequence. A true hero does not suffer losses in the moment. The noble man can endure and bide his time, for revenge can wait a decade. Endure, endure, endure. He must hold back, for losing his temper would surely invite retribution. Though his heart burned with fury, he wore a sycophantic smile as he hastened to the entrance. "Brother, what brings you here? Please, come in. Allow me to fetch you some water." Yi Wuming, however, paid no heed to Li Qingfeng, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, yet Yi Wuming had no such reservations. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he brazenly commanded, "Destroy this wretched establishment." Li Qingfeng's heart sank at this chilling declaration. This man was ruthless, initiating a show of force upon his arrival. "Brother, I implore you to exercise restraint. I rely on this humble shop for my livelihood. Get out of the way, or you'll be smashed alongside it." The 2 robust bodyguards shoved Li Qingfeng aside and stormed into Suiyuan Hall, overturning the intricately carved tea table, scattering stacks of red bills across the floor. The desk was kicked over, its contents strewn about in disarray. The altar before the ancestral portrait was also upended, incense burners shattering and ash swirling chaotically. At the moment the altar was toppled, Li Qingfeng inadvertently caught sight of the expression on the ancestral figure, Guopu, which shifted from serene to furious. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he looked again, only to find the portrait once more displaying a calm demeanor, leading him to wonder if he had imagined the change. Meanwhile, another bodyguard had burst into the bedroom, unleashing a cacophony of destruction. As he watched the bodyguards wreak havoc on his shop, Li Qingfeng's anger reached a boiling point. Yet he maintained his smile, revealing the depths of his composure. In reality, those who endure humiliation with a smile are often the most formidable. Seeing Li Qingfeng's smile, Yi Wuming thought to himself, could this man be a fool? His shop is being demolished, and yet he smiles. Little did he know, his own misfortune was imminent. One may provoke anyone, but to provoke a master of esoteric arts is a peril that one cannot afford. Aside from the portrait of the ancestral figure hanging on the wall, everything in Sui Yuan Hall that could be destroyed was in disarray. Delighted by the chaos, Yi Wuming turned his gaze to Li Changfeng and spoke in a threatening tone. Today, consider this a minor lesson to instill some sense in you. Remember, you are to have no further dealings with Yu Mingyao. Should you disobey, next time it will be you who bears the brunt. Rest assured, I will comply. I have always been exceptionally obedient, Li Qingfeng replied. Li Qingfeng wore a perpetual smile on his face, a visage seemingly crafted to appease. Even in the aftermath of the destruction of his establishment, he managed to maintain his mirth, prompting nearby youths to speculate about his mental state, perhaps suggesting he had been kicked by a donkey in his youth. Conversely, the older onlookers, seasoned by life's tribulations, secretly marveled at this young man. Recognizing him as someone not to be trifled with, unperturbed by insults, unprovoked by anger, harboring a lethal edge beneath his genial facade, undoubtedly a formidable character. In Yi Wuming's eyes, Li Qingfeng was a fool. Having achieved his objective, he turned to leave while uttering 2 words laden with mockery. Fool. Indeed, I am a fool. Take care, big brother. Watching the trio depart in their vehicle, dust swirling in their wake, Li Qingfeng's smile gradually faded. He retraced his steps back to the Sui Yuan Hall, positioned himself before the grand armchair, and sank into it, inhaling deeply before cheerfully proclaiming, if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do, I will obliterate their entire lineage. Li Qingfeng had not anticipated that, despite his forbearance, the adversaries would still vandalize Sui Yuan Hall. This transgression could not simply be overlooked. A reckoning was inevitable, though the timing remained uncertain. Had it been someone else confronted with such a scenario, regardless of their ability to prevail, the heat of the moment would likely propel them into a reckless confrontation with Yi Wuming. Many would deem such individuals to embody true masculinity. However, Li Changfeng perceived these impetuous souls as mere brutes, rushing headlong into battle against an opponent they knew they could not defeat. Was that not self-inflicted suffering? Gazing towards the entrance, he pondered the whereabouts of Yi Mingyao. Shortly thereafter, she appeared at the door. Having not strayed far, she had merely pretended to drive away, only to turn around and return to Sui Yuan Hall. Li Qingfeng had anticipated her return, knowing she would not venture too far. In truth, she had been present all along, observing from her vehicle as Yi Wuming's henchmen wreaked havoc on Sui Yuan Hall. After Yi Wuming departed, she hesitated to approach, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Having come to understand Li Qingfeng's reluctance to intervene, this irrational behavior had thrust him into considerable turmoil, filling Yi Mingyao with guilt. As she surveyed the damaged door, the disarray of Sui Yuan Hall, and the displeased expression on Li Qingfeng's face as he sat in the grand chair, her remorse deepened. She resolved not to impose upon him further. I am sorry. Consider the 100,000 yuan as compensation for your losses. I shall not trouble you again. Tears streamed down her cheeks. As the last hope of healing her father and aunt seemed to vanish, it appeared the Yi family was truly doomed. Silently, she turned to leave, only to be halted by Li Qingfeng's voice. Miss Yi, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Is there something else you require? I assure you, I will assist in relocating that thorny locust tree to heal your father, your aunt, and the direct descendants of the Yi family. Yi Mingyao's face lit up with excitement and astonishment, utterly taken aback by Li Qingfeng's sudden acquiescence. His agreement stemmed from the realization that Yi Wuming's assault on Sui Yuan Hall warranted a significant retribution. Li Changfeng calculated the date with a few deft gestures and selected an auspicious day for the relocation of graves, which was precisely 2 days hence. He instructed Yi Mingyao to prepare offerings of spirit money, incense, candles, and firecrackers in advance, and to gather a few individuals to assist in moving the trees and opening the coffin at the Yi family ancestral grave on the morning of the appointed day. Furthermore, he shared several taboos with Yi Mingyao, emphasizing that whether it was relocating the graves or moving corpses and planting trees, it must be done at dawn, before the sun rises. Additionally, he cautioned her against enlisting the help of individuals born under the zodiac signs of the rooster, dog, monkey, or pig, recommending instead that they seek those born under the sign of the dragon. Yi Mingyao, noticing the earnest demeanor of Li Qingfeng, found herself developing a slight fondness for him. With Yi Mingyao's assistance, the two of them tidied up the surintang. By the time they finished, it was already dusk, and Yi Mingyao, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "That Yi Wuming is utterly detestable. Once my father recovers, I shall have him avenge me." Upon hearing the name Yi Wuming, Li Chengfeng too felt a surge of indignation. He could scarcely contain himself and casually inquired, "Miss Yi, do you know Yi Wuming's birth date and time?" "Yes, it's all recorded in the Yi family genealogy," she replied. Li Chengfeng then instructed Yi Ming how to look up Yi Wuming's birth details and to procure a lock of his hair or a piece of his nail. Yi Mingyao, filled with curiosity, asked, "What do you want his hair and nails for?" "I intend to demonstrate to you the art of curses," he replied. The mention of curses piqued Yi Mingyao's interest, and she eagerly departed from Surintang. Little did Yi Wuming realize that his act of vandalizing Surintang would lead to dire consequences for him. As the seemingly submissive Li Chengfeng would ensure, he paid a heavy price. The efforts of those distant descendants striving for power within the Yi family would ultimately come to naught. Having experienced an eventful day, Li Chengfeng hastily consumed a meager meal before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he felt a sharp jolt to his backside, accompanied by the voice of an elderly man calling out, "You little rascal, get up at once." "Who is it?" Li Chengfeng startled awake, sitting upright in bed to find an elderly man with a white beard standing before him, clad in a colorful robe, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. "You don't even recognize me? Shame on you for kneeling before me. Why, you are the ancestor." The elder, none other than Guopu, the founder of the Qian Feng Shui school, looked displeased. "You little rascal, my dining table has been overturned, and my bowl shattered, yet you stand there foolishly smiling. How could I have such a disciple like you? You have 3 days to make those 3 scoundrels pay, or I shall take you with me." With those words, the elder vanished. Li Chengfeng, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What just happened? It seems I dreamt of the ancestor again. But why does my backside hurt so much if it was merely a dream? It appears to be swollen still. Goodness. The master's 2 kicks were rather severe. Recalling the master's last utterance, that if the 3 individuals were not made to pay the price within 3 days, he would take me away, instilled a profound fear, causing me to sit up abruptly in bed. Could it be that the master truly visited me in a dream? Li Chengfeng, feeling the unbearable pain in his rear, found it hard to believe that the master genuinely existed and that he had indeed been visited in a dream. Receiving 2 kicks in the process, the thought of being taken away by the master was utterly terrifying. Deep down, I understood that the master was furious. Hastily, I crawled out of bed and knelt before the master's portrait, astonished to find that the master in the portrait was gazing askance, with a displeased expression. Li Chengfeng quickly knelt and prostrated himself, muttering, "Master, it is all my fault for allowing those rascals to overturn your dining table and shatter your bowl. It is my inadequacy for being unable to defeat them. Had I been capable, I would have beaten them to a pulp. Rest assured, master, I will make them pay dearly. Please do not be angry and do not take me away. Who would offer incense to you if you were to take me? That porcelain incense burner can be replaced. I shall procure a golden one for you tomorrow." As Li Chengfeng knelt before the portrait, explaining himself while occasionally stealing glances at it, he noticed that when he mentioned the golden bowl, the master in the portrait narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips, and he even nodded in approval. After this nod, the master returned to his usual serene demeanor. Gazing at the portrait, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, finding it difficult to discern whether he was in a dream or reality. The experience felt strikingly real yet utterly surreal. How could the figure in the portrait possibly move? Such an occurrence would be met with disbelief if shared with anyone. Li Chengfeng, still dazed, returned to bed and slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, he sat up in bed, his rear in considerable pain, with 2 fresh bruises. Remembering the dreamlike encounter from the night before, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He quickly scrambled out of bed and approached the altar. Staring at the master's portrait, which appeared unchanged, radiating the same tranquil, ethereal aura as always, Li Chengfeng, his eyes fixed on the portrait, cautiously inquired, "Master, did you visit me in a dream last night?" The portrait remained motionless, devoid of any response. He repeated his question twice more, until the master in the portrait suddenly manifested a look of impatience and nodded firmly. "Oh my goodness!" Li Chengfeng exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor in shock. His terrified gaze fixed upon the master's portrait, now convinced that the events of the previous night had indeed transpired. Just then, the master's portrait unexpectedly spoke. "You little rascal, hurry and procure me a golden bowl." If you fail to do so, I shall take you away tonight. Li Chifeng promptly prostrated himself on the ground, knocking his head twice, and raised his left hand above his head, vowing earnestly, "Master, please wait a moment. I shall procure a golden rice bowl for you." The figure in the portrait merely nodded before reverting to its usual demeanor. Li Chifeng, in a flurry, donned his clothing, seized the 100,000 yuan, and dashed out of the surintang, locking the door behind him. The glass on the door lay shattered, with a significant hole that would require a craftsman's attention to replace. As Li Chifeng stepped outside, a luxurious vehicle came to a halt before him, revealing Yi Mingyao within. She rolled down the window, her expression one of curiosity. "Mr. Li, out so early? Do you have something to attend to?" Yi Mingyao's timely arrival offered a convenient alternative to public transport. As he settled into the car, Yi Mingyao produced a small plastic bag containing strands of hair and nails, grinning as she exclaimed, "I rummaged through the trash bin outside Yi Wuming's room for quite a while to find these. When shall I witness the art of cursing? Let us discuss that later. I have urgent matters. Please take me to the gold shop." Nothing is as crucial as acquiring a bowl for the master. At this moment, Yi Mingyao's demeanor towards Li Chifeng had shifted significantly. Her previous aloofness had dissipated. They soon arrived at a gold shop named Shanghai Gold. Observing Li Chifeng's frantic entrance, Yi Mingyao questioned in confusion, "Mr. Li, are you purchasing gold and silver jewelry? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Within Shanghai Gold, Li Chifeng surveyed the offerings, selecting a golden incense burner, a pair of candlesticks, and 2 gold fruit plates. The total came to over 800,000 yuan. Yet he possessed only 100,000. Fortunately, he had the affluent Yu Mingyao at his side. Though she found Li Chifeng's choices perplexing, she promptly covered the expense, for the amount was trivial to her. Moreover, once Li Chifeng cured her father and aunt, she intended to provide him with an additional 900,000 yuan. Viewing this as a prepayment, realizing the gravity of the master's presence, Li Chifeng did not allow himself to become complacent and further purchased high-quality incense and fruits. Having gathered all the necessary items, he hurried back to the shop, arranging the golden incense burner, candlesticks, and fruit plates on the altar, igniting a stick of fragrant incense. With utmost reverence, he inserted it into the burner, bowing before the portrait of the master, murmuring, "Master, I have acquired what you requested, and it cost a considerable amount. I am somewhat timid. Please refrain from visiting me tonight." Observing Li Chifeng's peculiar behavior, Yi Mingyao's expression soured. Having spent so much money on what she deemed trifles, all for a mere portrait, she silently mocked him, perceiving his kneeling and muttering as the acts of a madman. Impatiently, she stood by, clutching the small plastic bag containing Yi Wuming's hair and nails. Li Chifeng bowed repeatedly before the altar, and upon noting the portrait's lack of response, he finally felt a sense of relief. He believed that the ancestral master had surely forgiven him. Unaware that troublesome matters still lay ahead, Li Chifeng thought the issue concerning the ancestral master's livelihood had been resolved. And now it was time for Yi Wuming to face the consequences. "Ancestral master, wait for me. I shall avenge you," he vowed. "Let that scoundrel pay a heavy price." Turning to Yi Mingyao, he said with a grave expression, "Bring me Yi Wuming's fingernails and hair." "Here." Li Chifeng accepted the bag containing Yi Wuming's hair and nails and instructed Yi Mingyao to write down his birth date and time on a piece of paper. Curious, Yi Mingyao watched Li Chifeng intently, eager to learn how he intended to curse Yi Wuming. As Li Chifeng opened the plastic bag, he found several clipped fingernails and strands of hair. Oddly, the hair was all curly. Frowning slightly, he recalled that Yi Wuming's hair was not curly. Suddenly, it dawned on him. These were not strands of hair at all, but rather male pubic hair. How foolish of Yi Mingyao to mistake pubic hair for head hair. It was better not to enlighten her. The thought of her vomiting if she discovered the truth was amusing. Gazing at the twisted strands in the bag, a wicked smile crept onto Li Chifeng's face as he recalled a forbidden folk technique known as the shrinking yang curse. During the Song dynasty, this curse had been deemed a forbidden art by the authorities and reputable sects, forbidding its use by anyone. Yet, the shrinking yang curse continued to circulate among the unorthodox sections. Seeing Li Chifeng frozen in thought while staring at the contents of the bag, Yi Mingyao asked curiously, "Mr. Li, is there something wrong with the hair and nails inside? Why are you just standing there?" "Nothing in particular. I was merely contemplating which curse to employ," Li Chifeng replied casually. At that moment, Yi Mingyao became even more intrigued. She had longed to know how Li Chifeng would curse Yi Wuming, that arrogant scoundrel, so he could experience the taste of a curse firsthand. Eagerly, she inquired, Mr. Li, what curse will you use against Ewoming? The forbidden folk technique. The shrinking yang curse. Hearing the term forbidden technique piqued Yu Mingyao's interest further. It carried an air of mystery. Previously, she had dismissed such arcane matters as mere superstition. But since meeting Li Qingfeng, she had come to realize that many enigmatic phenomena existed in this world. Curiously, she asked, Mr. Li, what is the shrinking yang curse? And what happens to someone who falls victim to it? You, being a young lady, are better off not knowing about such matters, Li Qingfeng replied awkwardly. What does being a girl have to do with it? Can't a girl know what the shrinking yang curse is? Yi Mingyao insisted, her tone tinged with irritation. Seeing her determination, Li Qingfeng relented and explained the forbidden folk technique of the shrinking yang curse, which primarily targeted men and had little effect on women. Men afflicted by the shrinking incantation lose their masculine faculties, with their manhood in essence retreating into their bodies, leaving only a minuscule portion exposed for urination. Prior to the spring and autumn period in the warring states, the use of the shrinking incantation was permitted across the lands of Huaxia. Male attendants serving the imperial family within the palace were often subjected to this spell by sorcerers, ensuring they would not misbehave in the royal harem. Nevertheless, some attendants managed to master counterspells, leading to chaos within the imperial quarters. It was not until Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms that he initiated a cleansing of the palace attendants, abolishing the use of the shrinking incantation in favor of more effective purification methods, a practice that persisted until the end of the Qing dynasty. As time passed, the shrinking incantation became a forbidden folk art, fading into obscurity. After listening to Li Qingfeng's explanation, Yi Mingyao felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. Pondering the existence of such a curse in the world, she remained skeptical, finding the notion of the shrinking incantation rather fantastical. Unconvinced that such a spell could render a man impotent, she expressed her disbelief. Li Qingfeng, aware of her skepticism, chuckled and replied, Miss Yi, do you doubt its efficacy? Without direct evidence, I too would be incredulous. It sounds far too mystical. Today, however, I shall allow you to witness the power of this folk incantation firsthand. Enacting a curse upon someone is no simple task. The first step involves crafting a straw effigy, which serves as the primary medium for the spell. Yu Mingyao, puzzled, questioned the necessity of a straw figure. Li Qingfeng smiled gently and patiently elucidated the rationale. The reason for creating a straw effigy lies in the notion that humans consume grains, thus possessing the essence of these grains. Therefore, when constructing the effigy, one must utilize the roots of these grains. Despite Li Qingfeng's extensive explanations, Yi Mingyao listened intently, yet struggled to comprehend the concepts of grain essence and grain roots, being entirely unfamiliar with the very notion of grains themselves. The most common root used is straw, making it a convenient choice for such practices, which is why many practitioners of the arcane arts opt for it. Li Qingfeng procured some straw and fashioned a straw effigy, embedding within it a piece of yellow paper inscribed with Yi Wuming's birth date and time, along with his nails and hair. Once the effigy was completed, he retrieved a wooden tray containing clay mixed with water. He positioned the effigy atop the clay and, with his middle and index fingers pinching a talisman, gestured towards the effigy while reciting an incantation. Heavenly curses, earthly curses, divine soldiers from all directions come to curse. White curses, night curses. Deities roaming day and night come to curse. Spiritual curses, ghostly curses, 5 ghosts of the underworld come to curse. Due to the rapid pace of the incantation, Yi Mingyao found herself bewildered, yet she sensed an eerie quality to the spell being uttered. As Li Qingfeng completed the incantation, he gently flicked his wrist, causing the talisman nestled between his middle and index fingers to ignite, its ashes cascading onto the scarecrow. At that moment, just as the talisman was consumed by flames, Yi Wuming experienced an unexpected shiver. Yi Mingyao suddenly comprehended the complexity of casting a spell upon an individual. It was not merely a matter of uttering a few words. With a face full of confusion, she inquired, Mr. Li, is this truly sufficient? Is there not a crucial final step? Li Qingfeng chuckled amiably, then picked up a coffin nail from the side and drove it between the scarecrow's legs. Simultaneously, Yi Wuming shivered again, dismissing it as merely a chill. He continued sipping his drink. Observing the scarecrow on the wooden tray, with a coffin nail thrust between its legs, Yi Mingyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, pondering the name of the spell and refraining from further questions. Yet, her curiosity burgeoned. Would Yi Wuming's little bird and its eggs indeed retract into his belly? Such matters were impossible to verify, She could hardly request Yi Wuming to disrobe for proof. Doubts lingered in her mind regarding the efficacy of Li Qinfeng's retraction spell. Li Qinfeng, unfazed by Yi Mingyao's contemplations, approached the portrait of the ancestor with the wooden tray in hand, grinning as he spoke. "Ancestor, I have cast the retraction spell upon him. Are you satisfied?" Perhaps influenced by Yi Mingyao's presence, the ancestor remained silent, watching Li Qinfeng converse with a painted portrait. Yi Mingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Was this man unwell, conversing with an image? At that moment, she received a call from Yi Wuming, requesting her presence at the company. After hanging up, she informed, "Mr. Li, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No need for farewells." He replied. Upon departing from the Suiyuan Hall, she returned to the company, her thoughts preoccupied with her father and little aunt, blissfully unaware of the recent upheavals in the workplace. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming had already assumed complete control over the Yi family's enterprises in Qizhou. Upon her return, she sensed the peculiar gazes of her colleagues directed at her. Entering the general manager's office, she found Yi Wuming seated in her father's chair, his eyes leering at her as she stepped inside. Discomfort washed over her under his scrutiny. Seeing him occupy her father's position fueled her indignation, yet she felt powerless. "Yi Wuming, do you require something from me?" He chuckled. "Miss, it has been some time since we last met. I invited you over simply to reminisce. I have no desire for nostalgia with you. Please refrain from disturbing me in the future." Yi Mingyao's icy tone barely acknowledged him. Yi Wuming approached her, a wave of alcohol wafting from him. He had clearly indulged heavily. He lifted her hair, inhaling its scent with a sense of intoxicated delight, and remarked, "Miss, I must say you are truly stunning. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. What are you trying to accomplish, Yi Wuming?" Yi Mingyao pushed him away, incredulous that he would utter such words, especially considering that, by familial hierarchy, she ought to address him as uncle. Yi Wuming erupted into laughter, a raucous and audacious sound. "You should be well aware of my intentions. The very purpose of my voluntary arrival in Qizhou is you. Should you acquiesce to my demands, you will remain the esteemed young lady of the Yi family. Otherwise, you shall possess nothing." Yi Mingyao was taken aback, astonished to discover that Yi Wuming had long held designs upon her. He was truly more despicable than a beast. How could a member of the Yi family harbor such vile thoughts? In a fit of rage, she turned to leave, yet Yi Wuming, with a smug expression, interjected, "My lady, you may leave now, but I urge you to contemplate carefully. Your father and your aunt lie in the hospital, their lives hanging by a thread." Yi Mingyao halted, her gaze filled with venom as she demanded, "What do you truly want?" "My lady, only by fulfilling my requests can your father and aunt remain safe. If you dare to step outside this office today, you shall visit the hospital tomorrow to collect the remains of Yi Guqing or Yi Wushuang." Yi Mingyao trembled with indignation, realizing that Yi Wuming was nothing but a contemptible scoundrel. Her father and aunt's lives rested in his hands, and despite her frustration, she felt powerless. "What do you wish me to do?" "Disrobe and recline upon the sofa." Yi Mingyao clenched her delicate fists, her emotions a tumultuous storm, tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes. She harbored a desire to rend Yi Wuming into pieces, with her father and aunt's lives in his grasp. She recognized that if she did not acquiesce to his demands, he would indeed harm them. Slowly, she closed her eyes, unwilling to gaze upon the loathsome man before her, tears cascading down her elegant cheeks as she resignedly stated, "As long as you promise not to harm my father and aunt, I shall comply with your demands. Rest assured, as long as you fulfill my wishes, whenever I desire you in the future, you shall be at my beck and call. I will never harm your father or aunt." Yi Wuming burst into joyous laughter, having been enamored with Yi Mingyao's beauty since their first encounter, fantasizing about a day when they might share something intimate. Today, that moment had finally arrived, and the thought of conquering her and realizing his long-held aspirations filled him with exhilaration. Yi Mingyao, suppressing her humiliation, approached the sofa and began to unfasten her clothing, tears continuously streaming down her face. At that moment, Yi Wuming anxiously awaited her to remove her garments, ready to pounce like a ravenous wolf. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he noted that typically, when faced with a beautiful woman, he would have already been aroused. Yet here stood the woman he had longed for, and he felt no reaction whatsoever. Lowering his gaze, he was left astounded. His excitement had vanished, leaving behind an empty nest. "What is the matter? Where has my little bird gone? Why are my eggs also missing?" Yi Wuming surmised that perhaps he had indulged too much in alcohol, leading to hallucinations. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again at the empty nest, only to find it still devoid of life. Unable to find the little bird and its eggs, he was engulfed in a wave of panic. Hastily reaching into the nest to search, his expression transformed from confusion to sheer terror as he stared, eyes wide, at the empty nest in disbelief. Where are my little bird and eggs? How could they have vanished? In the midst of unbuttoning her blouse with her eyes closed, Yi Mengyao heard Yu Wuming's terrified voice and was filled with bewilderment, promptly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Yi Wuming, she was struck with astonishment and utter shock. She stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the nest, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Struggling to believe her own eyes, she quickly rubbed her eyes and looked again at Yi Wuming's nest. The shock on her face and the tumult in her heart could no longer be concealed. The nest was empty. The little bird and its eggs had truly disappeared. Li Chengfeng's curse upon Yi Wuming had indeed taken effect, an astonishing revelation. The folk magic of the shrinking spell had genuinely rendered a man impotent. Observing the empty nest, Yu Mengyao felt no embarrassment, her previous humiliation now replaced with a sense of delight as she coldly remarked, "Yi Wuming is my elder. How could you harbor such improper thoughts? This is the heaven's punishment for you." Silence. This cannot be real. I must have drunk too much and be hallucinating. If this is not an illusion, then it must be a dream. Yi Wuming's spirit was in tatters. After searching for quite some time in the nest without finding the little bird or its eggs, he could hardly believe the reality before him. Just half an hour ago, when he had gone to the restroom, the little bird and its eggs were still there. How could they have vanished in such a brief span of time? He had finally coerced Yu Mengyao into acquiescing to his demands, only to have the little bird disappear before he could seize his moment. As a man, it was a reality that no one could bear to accept. Where is my little bird? Where are my eggs? How could my little bird have vanished? Where has it gone? He was spiraling into madness, lowering his head to gaze into the nest. His hands rummaged through the nest in vain, searching for the little bird. At that moment, Yi Mengyao, glancing at the nest in the distance, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, internally, she was overwhelmed with satisfaction, secretly grateful that Li Chifeng had cast the shrinking spell on Yi Wuming. Otherwise, she would surely have faced ruin today. With an icy expression and a mocking tone, she said, "Yi Wuming, I once thought you to be a man. To my dismay, you are nothing but a eunuch." Disgusting. With an air of unyielding confidence, she continued her taunt, "Yi Wuming, are you capable or not? If you are, then come forth. If you are not, then leave. I have no desire to waste time on a eunuch. Shut your mouth." The incessant taunts of eunuch enraged Yi Wuming, his teeth clenched in fury. This was a cruel twist of fate, a merciless stab to the heart, relishing in his misfortune. At any moment, when a woman questions a man's capability, it is a provocation and an insult, a challenge to his very essence. In days gone by, Yi Wuming would have undoubtedly demonstrated his prowess to Yi Mengyao, ensuring she comprehended the dire consequences of provoking and insulting him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself powerless, for his little bird and its eggs had vanished. With a furious glare directed at Yi Mengyao, he seethed, "Yi Mengyao, you shall await the day when you comprehend my true capabilities." Having regained a semblance of composure, the effects of the alcohol were beginning to dissipate, and he realized this was neither an illusion nor a dream. His sole desire was to rush to the hospital, seeking a doctor's insight into the mysterious disappearance of his cherished bird and its eggs. Ignoring Yi Mengyao's taunts, he hastily donned his clothes and hurriedly departed the office, making his way to the hospital. Upon his arrival, the urology specialists at the hospital were equally perplexed. Fixated on his empty bird's nest, they gathered around Yi Wuming, scrutinizing the nest devoid of its inhabitants, employing tweezers to search within. Only a small bird's head was visible. Each face displayed a mix of astonishment, stifled laughter lingering in the air, for as medical professionals, they were bound by decorum. Without hesitation, the doctors commenced a discussion regarding Yi Wuming's peculiar condition. An elderly physician remarked, "In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a case. How could a bird and its eggs retract into the abdomen? This ailment is likely unprecedented in the world." The group of specialists, alongside the medical team from the Yi family, deliberated over the empty nest for an extended period, yet they could not discern the nature of this affliction. At this juncture, Yi Wuming, entirely sober, lay awkwardly on the hospital bed, anxiously listening to the expert's discourse, his mind racing with concern. What has become of my bird and its eggs? What is this ailment? Is it treatable? Mr. Yi, do not be agitated. This condition is exceedingly rare. We shall convene a panel of experts to explore subsequent treatment options. They advised. Yi Wuming's face turned ashen, his confusion mounting. How could he have suddenly developed such a bizarre illness? Was it truly, as Yi Mengyao suggested, a divine retribution? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, firmly placing his faith in science rather than the idea of divine punishment. Perhaps it was merely the result of excessive drinking, and come morning, he might find himself miraculously restored. Following the doctor's counsel, Yu Wuming was obliged to remain in the hospital for further examination and treatment. Due to the effects of the retraction curse, he found himself too preoccupied to pursue any grievances with Yi Mengyao. The retreat of his little bird had significantly disrupted his daily life. He could no longer stand to relieve himself without the risk of an embarrassing accident. Now, he was forced to adopt a squatting position, a source of immense shame. For a man unable to urinate standing up, what purpose did life hold? This torment, although devoid of physical pain, gnawed at the very essence of his masculinity, leaving Yu Wuming utterly haggard. If he could not reclaim his little bird, what was the point of his existence? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Mengyao stealthily visited the hospital to glance at her father and aunt, both of whom appeared profoundly haggard, subjected to relentless examinations each day. Their health was deteriorating, showing no signs of improvement. Under the treatment of the medical team, Yi Guqing's vision remained elusive, his cough had intensified, often accompanied by blood, and he had completely lost sensation in his right leg. Yi Guqing felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. At this moment, Yi Wushuang was not faring any better, aside from her blindness and muteness. She too had recently developed lung issues, her condition eerily mirroring that of Yi Guqing. Observing the torment endured by her father and aunt, Yi Mengyao felt an overwhelming sorrow. She knelt by Yi Guqing's bedside, grasping his hand. Father, Mr. Li has agreed to help me relocate the thorny locust tree atop great-grandfather's grave. If he is not a fraud, once the tree is removed, you and aunt may recover. Yi Guqing nodded slightly in response, harboring little hope in Li Chengfeng's capabilities. So many doctors and specialists had failed to diagnose his ailment. How could Li Chengfeng possibly succeed? To spare Yi Guqing further worry, Yu Mengyao withheld the information that the Yi family had been usurped by distant relatives, and she refrained from mentioning the bullying she endured from Yi Wuming. 2 days later, the auspicious day as proclaimed by Li Chengfeng arrived. Yu Mengyao gathered a dozen workers, all born in the year of the dragon, and procured incense, joss paper, red cloth, firecrackers, and other necessary items, arriving at Sui Yuan Hall just after 1 in the morning. Over the past 2 days, Li Chengfeng had little to occupy his time and had arranged for a craftsman to replace a door at Sui Yuan Hall. In his leisure, he offered incense to the ancestral deity, hoping for a sign of divine presence, yet regrettably, the deity had remained silent. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Li Chengfeng emerged from Sui Yuan Hall. Observing Yi Mengyao and the dozen workers beside her, he casually inquired, "Are you certain these individuals do not belong to the roosters, dogs, monkeys, or pigs?" "Rest assured, I have examined their credentials. They are all born under the dragon sign." Li Chengfeng nodded, contemplating the woman's resourcefulness in gathering so many dragonborn individuals, which likely required considerable expenditure. He then asked, "Have you procured everything I mentioned?" "All is ready." Li Chengfeng conducted a brief inspection, confirming that not a single item was missing. The group then embarked in 3 or 4 vehicles, laden with various tools, towards the ancestral burial site of the Yi family on the outskirts of Qingzhou City. Upon arrival at the cemetery, it was approximately 3 in the morning. Due to the custom that forbade women from attending grave sites, Li Chengfeng instructed Yi Mengyao to remain in the vehicle. Yi Mengyao, feeling quite displeased, questioned, "Mr. Li, why can't I go?" "Because you are a woman. And why should that matter? It is an ancestral rule. Whether it be relocating graves, or during Qingming Festival or Zhongyuan Festival, women are prohibited from attending. This has been a rule established for millennia, as women are associated with the Yin. Visiting ancestral graves to burn offerings may inadvertently invite malevolent spirits back home, bringing misfortune to the family. A popular saying persists in the folk tradition: when a woman visits a grave, misfortune enters the home. It is imperative to remember that when paying respects to ancestors, women should not accompany. Since ancient times, whether it be the relocation of graves or the burning of paper offerings, such tasks have been deemed the domain of men, which has fostered the long-standing preference for males over females. Yi Mengyao found herself in a predicament, resigned to waiting in the car. Though her heart brimmed with discontent, she felt powerless. She had to heed Li Chengfeng's words. As she sat in the vehicle, Yi Mengyao's emotions swirled in complexity. While she acknowledged Li Chengfeng's capabilities, complete trust eluded her. Would removing the thorny locust tree atop her great-grandfather's grave truly restore her father, aunt, and the other descendants of the Yi family to health? With a sigh, she recognized that she had no alternative but to place all her hopes upon Li Qingfeng. Observing him lead a contingent of over 10 workers, equipped with various tools and supplies, Yi Mingyao felt a sense of trepidation as they marched toward the ancestral grave of the Yi family. In the dead of night, confronted by nearly 100 grave mounds of varying sizes, an inexplicable fear washed over her. Thankfully, the group was numerous. Had she been alone, she would have certainly faltered in such an eerie place. A gust of cold wind sent shivers down her spine. The leader of the workers, Liang Daqiang, regarded Li Qingfeng with thinly veiled disdain from the moment he laid eyes on him. This young lad, with his unkempt hair, dared to masquerade as a Feng Shui master. Not only did Liang Daqiang harbor doubts about Li Qingfeng, but the other workers also viewed him as a charlatan. Although they dismissed Li Qingfeng as a fraud, none spoke out against him, choosing instead to simply earn their wages and avoid unnecessary entanglements, such as the nature of the honest migrant workers. However, the unfolding events would soon compel them to reassess their initial judgments. With cautious curiosity, Liang Daqiang inquired, "Mr. Li, what shall we do next?" "Do not be anxious. I will instruct you on our next step shortly," replied Li Qingfeng. He first produced a red cloth strip, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters long, and tied it to the thorny locust tree. Then, he prepared incense and paper offerings at the grave, and ordered the lighting of firecrackers. In the stillness of the night, the cacophony of crackling sounds pierced the air. Standing before the grave, Li Qingfeng addressed Liang Daqiang and the workers. "Brothers, whatever you may witness shortly, do not succumb to fear. Rest assured, we have encountered all manners of strange phenomena and are well acquainted with fear," they retorted cheerfully, their laughter echoing amidst the solemnity. Li Qingfeng chuckled lightly, recognizing their mockery and the insinuation that he was a fraud. He chose not to engage in their banter, instead turning his attention to the grave. Murmuring softly, "Esteemed ancestors of the Yi family, I beg your pardon for the disturbance. I am Li Qingfeng, a disciple of the Qian school, summoned by your descendants to alleviate their tribulations. I kindly request that you grant us passage, should there be any inadvertent offense. I hope you will not take it to heart. If you consent, please step aside. If not, I shall take my leave. And the Yi family may face dire consequences, something I believe you understand better than I. The disturbance of a grave is a matter of great significance. It would be ideal for the Yi family to have a male descendant kneel before the tomb and weep, yet alas, Yi Guqing is unwell and is left only with his daughter, Yi Mingyao." Li Qingfeng finds himself in the position of explaining to the ancestors of the Yi family. Liang Daqiang and the workers, observing Li Qingfeng muttering to a grave, speculate on his deceitful charade. However, the subsequent events leave them pale with fear. The timid among them collapse to the ground, overwhelmed by an array of sounds. "Ah, what on earth is that? Terrifying," they exclaim. Ghostly flames. A basketball-sized, greenish flame bursts forth from the grave of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather, soon followed by flames of various sizes emerging from the surrounding graves, all soaring towards the opposite hillside. Some, paralyzed by fear, attempt to flee, prompting Li Qingfeng to urgently call out, "Do not run, they will not harm you." He finds it utterly baffling that just moments ago, these individuals boasted of their courage, yet now they tremble in terror. It is merely a few ethereal ghostly flames that have rendered them so petrified. The flames emerge from the graves as the spirits within are aware of the living presence nearby. They choose to manifest as ghostly fire to avoid frightening the living. Little did they know, the cowardice of these individuals would indeed frighten them. Even Li Qingfeng, witnessing nearly 100 ghostly flames emerging from the mounds, feels his legs quaking. Yet as a Feng Shui master, he cannot afford to show fear, regardless of his trepidation. Liang Daqiang calls the fleeing individuals back, and it dawns on them that this young man is no charlatan but a true master of Feng Shui. Their gazes toward Li Qingfeng shift, now filled with reverence. Most of these workers hail from rural backgrounds and hold strong beliefs in the supernatural. They are astounded to witness how Li Qingfeng, with just a few uttered words, can command the spirits to retreat to the side. This is a spectacle they have never witnessed before, and they silently commend the young man for his remarkable abilities. Once all the ghostly flames have congregated on the nearby hillside, Li Qingfeng solemnly recites a land pacification incantation, followed by, "To disturb the grave, let the benevolent deities retreat, and the malevolent spirits withdraw." He recites a lengthy eulogy before instructing Liang Daqiang and the workers to commence digging. With a collective effort, within just 20 minutes, Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave is leveled, revealing the roots of the thorny locust tree. Although the tree is only as thick as a bowl, its root system is remarkably extensive. Many roots entangle the coffin, while others penetrate the decaying wood, intruding into the coffin itself. Liang Daqiang and the nearby workers are left in awe at the sight. As from a distance, it appears as if a giant hand is gripping the coffin, intent on crushing it. The sight of roots entwined around the coffin and piercing through it sends shivers down their spines. Li Chengfeng exhales deeply, murmuring, roots penetrating the coffin. Descendants ascend to the heavens. Curious, Liang Daqiang inquires, Mr. Li, what does roots penetrating the coffin, descendants ascend to the heavens mean? When time permits, I shall elucidate the matter. However, the tree must be relocated before dawn. Everyone, let us hasten our efforts. Li Chifeng approached the locust tree and discerned that its roots bore the marks of having been severed, with numerous new roots sprouting forth. Had this tree grown naturally, it would not display such signs of mutilation. It is evident that someone has deliberately planted this locust tree atop the grave of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather. This indicates a malicious intent to employ geomantic secrets to bring harm to the entire lineage of Yi Mingyao. The malevolence of this individual is beyond comprehension. Do they not fear divine retribution? Li Chengfeng surmised that the person who planted the tree atop the grave must be a practitioner of geomancy. Li Chengfeng addressed Liang Daqiang beside him. Brother Liang, sever all the roots, and then move this locust tree aside. We shall find another place to replant it. Understood. Liang Daqiang and the workers executed their tasks with remarkable speed, within a mere 10 minutes. They had severed all the roots and relocated the locust tree outside the Yi family's burial site. Li Chifeng knew that merely removing the tree was insufficient. The roots within the coffin must also be eradicated. He instructed Liang Daqiang and several workers to open the coffin. A worker nearby, shining a flashlight into the coffin, was taken aback and cried out, dropping the flashlight to the ground. Inside the coffin, a dense mass of roots intertwined with a stark white human skeleton lay within, accompanied by 2 large rats scurrying about. The startled rodents leapt from the coffin and vanished into the darkness. The remains belonged to Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather. Li Chifeng approached the coffin with the flashlight, illuminating its contents. Numerous roots had penetrated the skeleton. One particularly thick root branched out, invading the eye sockets and mouth of the skull, while another root ensnared its neck. Further examination revealed roots entangled in the ribcage and yet more ensnared the right femur. Upon witnessing this, Li Chengfeng was profoundly shocked. The first time he encountered Yi Guqing, he noticed that his eyes, neck, chest, and right leg were enveloped by a dark energy. At that moment, he had not comprehended the source of this dark aura or its presence on Yi Guqing. Now, observing the skeleton ensnared by roots, he recognized that the locations of entanglement mirrored those affected by the dark energy on Yi Guqing. Li Chengfeng understood that the sudden illnesses afflicting Yi Guqing, Yi Wushuang, and other direct descendants of the Yi family stemmed from these roots entwining the remains within the coffin. Having identified the cause, he felt an urgent need to act and promptly said to Liang Daqiang, Brother Liang, could you gather a few individuals to clear all the roots from the coffin? Liang Daqiang shook his head in haste. None of the workers behind him were willing to venture into the coffin to remove the roots, as they deemed it inauspicious. They were reluctant to dig graves and relocate trees in the dead of night. It was only when Yu Mingyao offered a price of 2,000 yuan per person that they agreed to participate. The arrangement was merely to remove the trees, with no mention of clearing the roots from the coffin, especially since a skeleton lay within. This task was too daunting. Naturally, no one wished to undertake it. Seeing the hesitation, Li Chifeng urged, Brothers, could you lend me a hand? No way. If someone must go down, it should be you, they retorted. But how about this? Whoever is willing to descend and clear the roots, I will persuade Miss Yi to offer an additional 20,000 yuan. The saying goes, under heavy rewards, there are bound to be brave men. Upon hearing the sum, some fell silent. For them, 20,000 yuan was no trifling amount. After laboring for an entire year, they barely earned 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. To earn 20,000 yuan in merely a few minutes of work was equivalent to half a year's salary, and many hearts were swayed. An older worker, skeptical, inquired, Young man, can I trust your word? What if I go down and Missy refuses to pay me? Rest assured, if Missy does not compensate you, I shall cover the cost myself, Li Chifeng replied earnestly. With that assurance, the older worker ceased his objections and leaped into the coffin to begin clearing the roots. Soon, another individual followed, and Liang Daqiang also joined, thus filling the coffin with 3 men. Those who had hesitated now regretted their inaction, realizing that 20,000 yuan had slipped away. In a matter of minutes, the roots entangled with the skeleton were extricated. The three men quickly emerged, and Li Chengfeng, with a serious demeanor, assured them, "You three brothers need not worry. The sum I promised will be honored in full." After completing the task and restoring the coffin to its original state, Li Chengfeng turned his gaze toward the nearby hill, where the greenish flames flickered ominously. He called out to the ancestral spirits of the Yi family, "Dear ancestors, we have finished our work. You may return now." Upon hearing his voice, the flames swiftly descended from the hill and re-entered their respective graves. Yang Daqiang and the workers stood in stunned silence, awestruck by this supernatural phenomenon. The flames obeyed his command, departing when instructed and returning at his behest. When the ghostly flames of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather returned, they did not immediately enter the grave, but hovered beside Li Chengfeng. Startled by the proximity of the flame, Li Chengfeng's face turned pale, uncertain of its intentions. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with fear as he stammered, What do you want?" Beside him, Liang Daqiang and the laborers trembled in terror, with the timid among them so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Some attempted to flee, but their legs betrayed them, leaving them with no choice but to close their eyes in fear. At that moment, an elderly voice, both gentle and hollow, emerged from the ghostly flames. "Thank you, young master, for saving the Yi family. We shall surely repay your kindness." After uttering these words, the ethereal fire vanished back into the grave, disappearing without a trace. Realizing that the ghostly flames bore no intent to harm him, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how this old fellow nearly frightened him to death just to express gratitude. A nearby laborer, panting heavily, exclaimed, "That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I shall never take on such work again, no matter the sum offered." Laughter erupted from a few bold individuals. Li Chengfeng also managed a faint smile. Before dawn, he selected a spot to replant the thorny locust tree. Once everything was in order, he, along with Liang Daqiang and the other laborers, returned to their parked vehicle. Tools in hand, Yi Mingyao anxiously awaited by the car, and upon seeing Li Chengfeng approach with a confident stride, she rushed over to inquire, "Mr. Li, has the tree been moved?" Li Chengfeng did not respond directly. Fatigue etched on his face, he replied, "Let these gentlemen explain it to you. I'm quite exhausted and wish to take a nap." With that, he opened the car door. Momentarily remembering something, he turned to Yi Mingyao and said, "Those 3 gentlemen who cleared the tree roots, I promised them an additional 20,000 each. Please settle their wages." "All right, I will handle it shortly," she affirmed. Li Chengfeng then slipped into the vehicle, reclining in the back seat and falling into a deep slumber, indifferent to the happenings outside. Liang Daqiang and the laborers engaged in conversation, recounting the earlier events to Yi Mingyao. She listened, her heart racing, and when they spoke of the ghostly flames emerging from the grave, disbelief washed over her. "Impossible. I cannot believe that ghostly flames could emanate from a grave. Even if they could, how could they possibly follow commands? Miss Yi, we speak the truth. We are merely simple men, and if you think we could fabricate such tales, you underestimate us. Mr. Li is truly remarkable. He commanded those ghostly flames to emerge. And they did. He commanded them to return, and they complied. It is utterly astonishing. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed anything so extraordinary." Ultimately, Yi Mingyao chose to believe them. Her curiosity piqued to witness how Li Chengfeng commanded the ghostly flames. Yet, alas, as a woman, she felt destined to remain an outsider to such matters, knowing that involvement would surely bring immense trouble. It must be said that Yi Mingyao was a kind-hearted woman. After transferring 60,000 yuan to Liang Daqiang and the other 2 laborers, she generously added another 10,000 for them to enjoy a good meal. Yi Mingyao's heart was laden with troubles. The thorn acacia tree atop her great-grandfather's grave had been removed, and she was left in the dark regarding the well-being of her father and aunt. Fear and concern gnawed at her. She dreaded that the removal of the tree would not herald any improvement in their ailments, and that they might remain beyond the reach of healing. As she settled into the car, her gaze fell upon Li Chengfeng, who lay asleep in the back seat, and she couldn't help but marvel at how handsome he appeared while resting. She pondered how she might express her gratitude should he succeed in curing her father and aunt. Would a mere 1 million be sufficient to repay such a profound debt of gratitude? Perhaps, she mused, she should offer herself in return. It seemed the only fitting way to acknowledge his immense kindness. In the midst of her ruminations, her phone suddenly chimed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Initially reluctant to answer, a common source of telemarketing. She intended to dismiss the call, but inadvertently pressed the wrong button and connected. Hastily, she raised her hand to hang up, only to be greeted by a familiar voice. Mengyao, where are you? The recognition of that voice brought forth a torrent of tears. She could scarcely believe she was hearing it again in her lifetime. The phone rang again, and the voice continued, Mengyao, can you hear your father speaking? If you can, please respond. Father, father, I hear you. I hear you. Yu Mengyao exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. Father, are your eyes and health better now? Yes. Remarkably so. This morning, upon waking, I discovered I could see and speak again. My legs and lungs feel rejuvenated. It's truly astonishing. Yi Guqing, now revitalized, was overwhelmed with joy. As Yi Guqing conversed with Mengyao, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly, revealing Yi Wushuang in a patient gown, her face alight with happiness. Brother, I can see and speak too. Yes, I can see. Yi Wushuang stood frozen, astonished by her brother's recovery. He had spoken, his sight restored, his health regained. Mengyao recounted the recent events to her father over the phone. Upon learning that the thorn acacia tree had been removed, Yi Guqing experienced an epiphany. He realized that his illness had indeed been linked to that very tree. The moment it was uprooted, his body returned to normal, a truly miraculous occurrence. Such phenomena eluded medical and scientific explanation. The depth of Huaxia culture was profound. In silent admiration, Yi Guqing considered Li Chengfeng, a young man of remarkable capabilities. No, not merely capable, but extraordinarily gifted. He was the benefactor of the Yi family. Without him, their estate would have fallen prey to distant relatives. Holding the phone with urgency, Yi Guqing inquired, Mengyao, where is Mr. Li? I wish to meet him. He is currently asleep in my car. I shall take him over immediately. Very well. Bring him here at once. While Yi Guqing awaits Yi Mengyao and Li Chengfeng, a significant event unfolds in the Yi family of the capital. Yi Qingtian, the head of the Yi family and Yi Mengyao's grandfather, who has been ill for 2 years, suddenly awakens from a peculiar dream. In this strange vision, he encounters the visage of his deceased father, who, with a stern expression, imparts an urgent message. Our Yi family can overcome this calamity solely due to the merits of Master Li. We, the descendants of the Yi family, must not be ungrateful. We must repay Master Li handsomely. Yi Qingtian, filled with confusion, is about to inquire which Master Li is being referred to when he awakens. How could his father appear in a dream, urging the Yi descendants to repay this Master Li? Who is this Master Li? Pondering these mysteries, he wonders if it is an omen of his impending demise. As he contemplates, he blinks and gazes out the window. When the radiant morning sun beams into his eyes, he is rendered speechless. My eyes, I can see. Yi Qingtian hastily rises from his bed, astonished to discover that his ailments have vanished overnight. He can hardly believe the reality of it. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looks again at the sun. Indeed, it is true, his eyesight has been restored. Laughing heartily at the thought of the recent dream, he is filled with wonder. What could this mean? Who was the Master Li spoken of by his father? Could the sudden disappearance of his various ailments be linked to this Master Li? Countless questions swirl in his mind. Simultaneously, the direct descendants of the Yi family awaken to the astonishing realization that their ailments have all dissipated. What transpired during that night? The Yi family had expended vast sums of money and resources, employing numerous individuals to no avail in healing a single descendant. Yet now, after merely a night's slumber, all direct descendants of the Yi family have regained their health. Eager to visit other ailing relatives, they are astonished to find that those, too, have recovered. The Yi family is on the brink of a transformation, with direct and collateral descendants poised for conflict. The collateral descendants. Witnessing Yi Qingtian's recovery and the restoration of health among the direct descendants, are consumed by resentment and fury, just as they believed the direct descendants were doomed. Everything has changed. How could the situation have evolved into this? The collateral descendants are in a state of panic, having tasted the sweetness of power. Unwilling to relinquish the authority, they have grasped back to the direct descendants of the Yi family. In the meantime, Yi Beiquan, the third elder of the Yi family, lies comfortably in bed, soundly asleep next to a stunningly beautiful woman. Just as he is lost in slumber, the door bursts open, and Yi Wugong rushes in. Flustered and urgent, Grandfather, something terrible has happened. Awakened abruptly by the commotion, Yi Beiquan is displeased, casting an irritated glare at Yi Wugong. You fool! Who permitted you to enter? Is there something that can wait until I awaken? Yi Wugong continued to speak. Grandfather, I cannot wait. I must inform you. That old man Yi Qingtian's eyesight has miraculously returned, and the direct descendants of the Yi family have all regained their health overnight. What? Yu Beiwan, who had just moments ago worn a furious expression, was now utterly astonished, unable to fathom the veracity of this claim. That old man Yu Qian was on the brink of death, and the direct descendants of the Yi family had either gone blind or become mute. How could they suddenly recover? He hurriedly sat up in bed, staring at Yi Wugong, demanding in disbelief, "What did you just say? Repeat it for me." Yi Wugong recounted his earlier statement, and Yi Beiquan was filled with profound astonishment. How could their bodies have so suddenly healed in just one night? What on earth was happening? Suddenly, he had an inkling. It must be that the ancestral grave of the Yi family had been tampered with. He swiftly took out his phone and dialed Yi Wuming. Lying in a hospital bed, Yi Wuming answered the call from his grandfather with a respectful tone. "Grandfather. What prompted you to call me? Fool. Tell me, has anyone tampered with the Yi family's ancestral grave?" Hearing the fury in Yi Beichuan's voice, Yi Wuming trembled and hurriedly replied, "Grandfather, the Yi family's ancestral grave should not have been disturbed." "What do you mean should? I do not wish to hear that word. Answer me directly. Has anyone meddled with the Yi family's ancestral grave?" I do not know." Yi Wuming was still unaware of the events that had transpired, but the anger in his grandfather's voice filled him with an ominous premonition. For the past few days, Yi Wuming had been undergoing examinations and treatment in the hospital, completely oblivious to the fact that the tree atop the grave had been removed. Listening to Yi Wuming's hesitant responses over the phone, Yi Beichuan's anger surged. He had already guessed that the ancestral grave had indeed been disturbed. Initially, he had not permitted Yi Wuming to go to Qishou, preferring the more mature and composed Yi Wugong instead, yet Yi Wuming insisted on going, and the request had been granted. Before his departure, Yu Beiquan had repeatedly cautioned him to keep a close watch on the Yi family ancestral grave, warning him not to allow anyone to disturb the thorn acacia tree atop it. Now, his response was one of ignorance. Yu Beiwan bellowed into the phone, "Fool. How could I have permitted you to go to Qishou?" He then abruptly ended the call. As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Yi Wuming was filled with confusion. What had transpired? Why was his grandfather so enraged? Having hung up, Yi Beiquan was wide awake, urgency flooding his features as he hastily donned his clothing. "Wugong, quickly prepare the vehicle. I must meet Master Sato." "Oh." Yi Wugong responded absent-mindedly before heading to the garage to retrieve the car. The Master Sato mentioned by Yi Beiquan was a practitioner of Onmi Di from the small island nation named Sato Kenichi, renowned as one of the top 10 Onmi Ji in the nation. The Juju school, also known as the Juju faction, is the largest esoteric sect in the small island nation. The Nine Chrysanthemum sect of a small island nation is a religious order founded upon the foundations of the esoteric arts of the Huaxia Taoist school and the secretive practices of Buddhist Tantrism. This sect, also known as the Shingon sect and Eastern esotericism, integrates Huaxia's Taoist techniques, Feng Shui practices, and Tantric arts, adopting the chrysanthemum as its emblem, thus establishing a nefarious cult. Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong swiftly arrived at the residence of Sato Kenichi, guided by a bodyguard into the villa. This villa, steeped in the architectural style of the small island nation, featured grand black doors intricately carved with chrysanthemums, and the symbol of the flower was omnipresent throughout the estate, creating a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Upon entering, Yi Beiquan beheld Sato Kenichi seated cross-legged upon the carpet, a pool of bright red blood staining the ground before him. "Master Sato, what has happened to you?" Yu Beiwan inquired, but Sato Kenichi, appearing frail and pallid, did not respond. Instead, with a frigid tone, he asked, 3 years ago, did someone disrupt the corpse-piercing technique I laid upon your Yi family ancestral grave? Last night, Sato Kenichi had sensed an unsettling disturbance. This morning, he experienced a vague pain in his chest, followed by several bouts of vomiting blood, leaving him perplexed about the cause of his affliction, given his history of malevolent deeds. Upon seeing Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong hurriedly enter, he surmised that the corpse-piercing technique he had enacted upon the Yi family grave had indeed been compromised. When a Feng Shui arrangement, imbued with the fate of a yin-yang master, is disrupted, the practitioner is met with backlash. The consequences can range from a mere reduction of vitality to a fatal end. Yi Beiquan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, hastily praised Master Sato. "You are truly remarkable, even able to discern that our ancestral grave has been tampered with." "Silence. Why did you not assign someone to guard that tree?" Sato Kenichi retorted, his anger palpable. "Now that the technique has been undone, I too have faced retribution, and you, imbecile, seem intent on bringing about my demise." The fury in his voice was justified. for the disruption of the technique could cost him at least a decade of his lifespan. Seeing Sato Kenichi's ire, Yi Beiquan quickly offered an explanation. Master Sato, it was merely an oversight on my part. I was unaware that someone had interfered with the tree atop the grave. Currently, Yu Qian and the direct descendants of the Yi family have regained their health. They will undoubtedly reclaim all authority, and we must consider our next steps. Upon hearing this, Sato Kenichi found no desire to dwell further on the matter of the uprooted tree. The pressing concern was to rectify the current predicament. His original plan to manipulate the Yi family through Yi Beiquan was now jeopardized as Yi Qingtian and his kin had miraculously recovered overnight. The 3-year effort he had invested now seemed futile, a reality Sato Kenichi struggled to accept. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved with a menacing countenance. I shall personally journey to Qizhou. His intention for the visit was twofold: to identify the individual responsible for the tree's relocation and to devise a means to further meddle with the Yi family's ancestral grave. Yi Beiquan, eager to accompany him, contemplated the necessity of remaining to deal with Yi Qingtian, thus suggesting that Yi Wugong follow Sato Kenichi to Qingzhou. As Yu Mingyao drove Li Chenfeng to the hospital, he lay soundly asleep in the back seat. Yi Guqing, noticing how peacefully Li Chenfeng rested, refrained from waking him and instead waited alongside Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao. Seizing the moment, Yi Mingyao recounted the tales she had heard from Liang Daqiang and the workers. Yi Guqing listened, his expression one of astonishment. Had it been any other time, he would have found it hard to believe that someone so young possessed such abilities. Yet, after witnessing the miraculous recovery from his ailments overnight, he could no longer dismiss the truth of it all. However, harboring a bias against Li Chenfeng, Yi Wushuang remained unconvinced, viewing him merely as a filthy beggar and a grand deceiver. Yi Guqing, gazing at the slumbering Li Chenfeng, addressed Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao. He has conferred a great favor upon our Yi family and shall henceforth be regarded as our esteemed guest. Though he is youthful, he possesses profound mastery of the occult arts. It is prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him rather than oppose him. Do you understand? Yi Mingyao nodded. Her attitude towards Li Chenfeng having undergone a significant transformation, her demeanor was no longer frosty. Especially after witnessing him employ forbidden folk techniques to render Yi Wuming incapable of manhood, she had begun to idolize him. On the contrary, Yi Wushuang wore an expression of disdain, thinking, a mere charlatan aspires to be our honored guest? Not a chance. She resolved to find an opportunity to expose his ruse, revealing his true nature to Yi Guqing and Yi Mingyao. While the three conversed outside the car, the door was suddenly flung open, and Li Chenfeng emerged, stretching lazily. Yi Guqing smiled and quickly approached him, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Li, we owe you a debt of thanks. Without you, our Yi family would have faced ruin. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Before he could finish, Li Chenfeng interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. I merely fulfill my duties for remuneration. There is no need for thanks. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Li Chenfeng preferred to maintain a distance from the Yi family. To him, this was merely a transaction: complete the task, collect the payment, and sever ties. This, in his mind, represented the ideal conclusion. With the thorny locust tree now removed from the grave, and both Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang restored to health, this business affair had reached its end. Yi Guqing felt a twinge of awkwardness, but he was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of regret. He had hoped to foster a friendship. Yet Li Chenfeng's indifference made that seem challenging, prompting a sigh of resignation. He recalled his first visit to the Yi residence, where he had been humiliated by the younger sister and subsequently expelled. Surely, Li Chenfeng still harbored resentment from that encounter. Seeing Li Chenfeng make to depart, Yi Guqing quickly said, Mingyao, please escort Mr. Li back. All right. Li Chenfeng did not decline, but just as he was about to enter the vehicle, he turned back and said, Mr. Yi, I wish to bring something to your attention. Oh, please, go on. The illness afflicting your family is due to tampering with your ancestral grave. The individual responsible is likely another Feng Shui master who may have already sensed the removal of the thorny locust tree. The Feng Shui master will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. This issue is far from over, so you must exercise caution. Yi Guqing nodded, expressed his gratitude, and frowned as he watched the departing car, firmly believing in what Li Chenfeng had said. Beside him, Yi Wushuang glanced at the receding vehicle, coldly snorting and dismissively saying, Brother, he is nothing but a fraud. The notion of tampering with our ancestral grave is sheer nonsense, a fabrication without any basis in reality. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. Unbeknownst to them, Through some means, that little girl Meng Yao had already been thoroughly misled by him. A look of displeasure crossed Yi Guqing's face as he spoke seriously. Sister, I understand your bias against Mr. Li, but I hope you can set aside your prejudice. If a Feng Shui master who meddles with our ancestral grave were to confront us, we would need Mr. Li to deal with him. Impossible. I simply cannot stand him. If that Feng Shui master dares to show up, I will seek out Vice President Hu Yinsong of the Mystic Arts Association, Master Hu. Yi Guqing shook his head in resignation, a trace of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth as he thought of Master Hu, deriding himself for mistaking a fraud for a master and vice versa. When Yi Wushuang mentioned Hu Yinsong, her face lit up with admiration, leaving Yi Guqing at a loss as to how to reason with his sister, who was stubbornly unyielding. After dropping Li Chifeng off at Sui Yuan Hall, Yi Mingyao turned to him with a grateful expression. Thank you. If it weren't for you, our Yi family. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chifeng interrupted. No need for thanks. Our dealings are merely business. Remember to transfer the remaining funds to me. And above all, do not disclose to anyone that I moved the thorny locust tree, especially not to Yi Wuming. Understood. Yi Mingyao replied softly, wishing to continue her previous thought. But Li Chifeng opened the car door and exited without looking back. With a resentful gaze, she watched him enter Sui Yuan Hall and, in frustration, pounded the steering wheel, exclaiming, "What a jerk! This dense man has no sense of romance. Here I am, a beautiful woman wanting to discuss feelings, and he only talks about money. It's infuriating." Yi Mingyao retrieved her phone and transferred another 200,000 to Li Chifeng before speeding away from Sui Yuan Hall. Li Chifeng entered Sui Yuan Hall, intending to offer incense to the ancestral master, but upon seeing the master's portrait, he froze in place. The master in the portrait glared with wide eyes, lips pursed, and a stern expression, appearing exceedingly irate. Alarmed, Li Chifeng wondered what had transpired. He hurriedly took out 3 sticks of high-quality incense, lit them, and placed them in the incense burner. Just as he inserted the 3 sticks, the previously fragrant smoke dissipated abruptly, startling him as the ancestral master rejected his offering. This was no trivial matter. Li Chifeng quickly knelt on the ground, gazing at the portrait of the master, and cautiously inquired, "Ancestral master, what troubles you? Have I angered you once more? If I have inadvertently offended you, please let me know, and I shall amend my ways." Li Chifeng, in his remorse, bowed deeply, and the expression of the revered patriarch in the portrait softened considerably. Suddenly, the 3 incense sticks in the burner reignited. Observing the wisps of smoke rising gracefully from the incense burner, Li Chifeng finally exhaled in relief, just as he was about to sip some water to calm his nerves, when the patriarch's portrait unexpectedly spoke. "Little fool, do you comprehend why I am upset?" The patriarch's sudden words startled Li Chifeng, causing him to nearly drop his cup, and he shook his head in bewilderment. The patriarch continued, "It is because you have been deceived. The golden rice bowl you purchased for me is entirely counterfeit. How could someone from our esteemed sect be so foolish as to not recognize genuine gold? It is truly embarrassing." After a few more admonishments, the patriarch returned to his usual demeanor. At that moment, Li Chifeng understood the source of the patriarch's displeasure. He hurried to the altar to inspect the incense burner, candlestick, and golden fruit plate. Externally, they shimmered with the allure of gold, yet upon biting into them, he found them unyielding. Genuine gold is relatively soft and would leave bite marks, while counterfeit gold would resist any such attempt. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly fetched a kitchen knife and began to scrape the surface of the incense burner. In no time, a thin layer of gold plating was removed, revealing brass underneath, which bore a striking resemblance to gold but was worth only a fraction of the price. Infuriated, Li Chifeng realized he had squandered over 800,000 on a collection of fakes. The incense burner, fruit plate, and candlestick were merely coated with a thin veneer of gold, their core made of cheap brass. This matter could not be overlooked. He procured a plastic bag and placed all the items from the altar inside, determined to confront the unscrupulous merchants at Shanghai Gold Store. With the bag in hand, he stormed into the establishment, seeking the salesperson who had initially promoted the gold to him, and he forcefully tossed the plastic bag onto the counter. "You unscrupulous merchants, I spent over 800,000 in your store on these incense burners, candlesticks, and fruit plates, and they are all counterfeit. Refund me at once." The salesperson, a striking young woman in her 20s clad in a red professional outfit and a matching short skirt, faced Li Chifeng's fury without a hint of panic, her expression grave. "Sir, all products sold in our store are genuine gold and silver. and we do not deal in counterfeit items. Please do not tarnish our reputation and jeopardize our business. Have you no shame? I purchased these items right from your store, and you dare deny it." Li Chengfeng slammed the receipt onto the counter, demanding a refund, yet the salesperson refused. Their heated exchange drew the attention of many, including customers shopping in the store and the manager, Han Lili. The onlookers wore expressions of caution, as purchasing gold is no trivial matter. Acquiring counterfeit gold could lead to substantial losses. As more customers gathered, Li Chengfeng raised the incense burner, addressing the crowd with a grave expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, I recently purchased a golden incense burner from their store just 2 days ago. The exterior is merely a thin layer of gold plating, while the interior comprises entirely of brass. This establishment exemplifies a fraudulent business. I implore you all to refrain from purchasing their products." Several customers examined the incense burner and candlestick, confirming their counterfeit nature, and each expressed their indignation, condemning Shanghai Gold Store for selling fakes. A few patrons even turned to leave in disgust. The store manager, Han Lili, maintained a serene smile while her gaze fixated on Li Chengfeng, exuding an air of composure, as if she were accustomed to handling such disputes. "Sir, please refrain from tarnishing our store's reputation. Shanghai Gold Store is a subsidiary of Shanghai Group, which has always upheld integrity and would never sell counterfeit goods." Li Chengfeng, filled with rage, found their audacity appalling. He pointed at the incense burner, candlestick, and fruit plate on the counter, shouting in fury, "How can you still claim not to sell fakes? If you do not sell counterfeit items, then what is the explanation for this incense burner?" Other customers echoed his sentiments, demanding an explanation from Han Lili. Seeing the customers rallying to his side filled Li Chengfeng with a sense of pride. Han Lili, with a slight smile, responded haughtily, "Dear customers, it is true that this gentleman purchased these items from our store 2 days ago. When we handed these items to him, he inspected them and confirmed they were all 999 pure gold. Now, after more than 2 days, he returns claiming they are counterfeit and demands a refund. This is utterly unreasonable. I would like to ask all of you present, if faced with such a situation, would you issue a refund or not?" The onlookers fell into silence. The notion of returning gold products purchased just 2 days prior seemed overtly suspicious, bordering on fraud. Li Chengfeng suddenly realized that even if he was in the right, articulating his case would prove difficult. He hastily explained, "Everyone, I only discovered today that the gold is fake. I had no idea 2 days ago." Han Lili, brimming with confidence, interjected, "Sir, there is no need for further explanation. Everyone here is perceptive. You bought a set of authentic items from our store and then concocted a scheme to defraud us with a set of fakes. Such an antiquated ruse might deceive only a child." Under Han Lili's deliberate guidance, the onlookers had already begun to view Li Chengfeng as the fraudster. Their angry gazes fixated on him as they pointed and whispered, "The audacity of modern-day con artists is astounding, hiding genuine products and attempting to return fakes for a refund. Someone call the police. He must not be allowed to escape." "Yes, call the police." The customers' perspectives shifted dramatically. Initially, they had viewed the issue from the customer's standpoint, siding with Li Chengfeng. Now, having labeled him a fraud, their stance had transformed entirely, swiftly rallying to defend the gold store. Han Lili wore a triumphant smile, as she had encountered such situations countless times, handling them with remarkable ease. Once a customer exits the store with their gold, returning for a refund becomes an impossibility. Li Chengfeng felt utterly speechless, acutely aware that he had fallen into the traps set by others. At this point, no words could amend the situation. This ploy was indeed ruthless. Having purchased a plethora of counterfeit gold, he sought redress only to be branded a fraud, left in a state of bitter silence. Unable to voice his grievances, seizing the moment, Han Lili proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Dear customers, at Shanghai Gold Store, all our gold is genuine and authentic. There are absolutely no fakes. You can purchase with complete confidence. Should anyone acquire counterfeit goods from our establishment, I assure you that we will compensate tenfold for any deception." Many patrons erupted in applause, while others urged Han Lili to call the authorities and have Li Chengfeng arrested. Yet, Han Lili, adopting a magnanimous demeanor, replied, "Let it be. He has not succeeded in his deceit, and we have not incurred any loss. There is no need to involve the police. Let us consider this an opportunity for him." Turning to Li Chengfeng, she continued, "Sir, I hope you will conduct yourself honorably and refrain from such duplicitous acts, for the law will inevitably catch up with you. Today, for the sake of our esteemed customers, I extend you this opportunity. Depart, and do not return to Shanghai Gold Store." Many customers raised their thumbs in approval of Han Lily's generosity, deeming her a good person. Li Chifeng was incensed and furious, yet powerless. The prospect of reclaiming his money was impossible. Remaining there could lead to a beating from security or worse, being apprehended as a fraud. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Having lost money without recourse, facing further violence or arrest would be an even greater folly. Reluctantly, Li Chifeng exited Shanghai Gold Store in disgrace, the bitterness of being swindled out of 800,000 lingering in his throat, compounded by the indignity of being labeled a con artist. He could not help but admire the cunning of Shanghai Gold Store, which, despite being duplicitous, maintained a facade of integrity, successfully deceiving all its customers. Even if he were to report the matter, he lacked evidence to substantiate that Shanghai Gold Store sold counterfeit goods, especially since 2 days had elapsed. Reporting the incident would only bring him more misfortune. Had it been anyone else, they would have had to swallow their pride and let the matter rest, for behind Shanghai Gold Store loomed the formidable Shanghai Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Qizhou City. However, as a Feng Shui master, Li Chifeng harbored different thoughts. He was determined to make Shanghai Gold Store pay for their misdeeds. The more he pondered, the angrier and more agitated he became. With a plastic bag in hand, he strode along the street. As he passed a trash bin, he inadvertently noticed a lifeless cat lying beside it. The cat was emaciated, little more than skin and bones, clearly a victim of illness. Gazing at the deceased feline, Li Chifeng felt a pang of sympathy and muttered, "What a pitiful little creature." Continuing on his way, he took only a few steps before abruptly halting, turning back to look at the dead cat. A thought struck him. He recalled an ancient folk Feng Shui technique known as the 3 corpses blocking wealth. This method, designed to obstruct the flow of wealth, was an esoteric practice long since lost to time. To employ the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique effectively is no easy feat, as it requires the collection of 3 corpses. A task fraught with challenges. The 3 corpses referred to here include the first, a cat that succumbed to illness, the second, a hairless dead crow, and the third, a starved bat. Each of these unfortunate creatures met a tragic end. Though they are not inherently malevolent entities, they are indeed rare omens of misfortune. Heavily laden with ill fate, Li Chifeng approached the trash bin and lifted the lifeless body of the cat. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall make you aware of the grim consequences of deceiving me. As a practitioner of Feng Shui, he harbored no desire to employ his skills for harm, yet the audacity of his adversaries left him no choice. One must not show leniency towards unscrupulous merchants. Even the wrath of heaven could not deter him from seeking justice. Li Chifeng resolved to invoke the folk Feng Shui taboo known as the 3 corpses to block wealth, ensuring that the Shanghai Gold Shop paid the price it deserved. He rummaged through the trash bin for a plastic bag, encasing the deceased cat within, and then boarded a bus back to his establishment, Suiyuan Hall. He concealed the cat's body in a green belt by the roadside, too afraid to bring it into Suiyuan Hall, for such a morbid relic was an embodiment of great misfortune. And even proximity to the hall's entrance could ensnare him in bad luck for 3 years. Having acquired the corpse of the sick cat, his next task was to find the hairless dead crow and the emaciated bat. Living crows and bats were seldom seen, making the search for a hairless dead crow and a starved bat particularly arduous. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Many occurrences are predestined. And since fate had already led him to the cat's corpse, it seems that fortune may favor him further. Locating a hairless dead crow and a starved bat should not prove insurmountable. It is nearly impossible to find crows in the city. They predominantly inhabit graveyards or the vicinity of crematoriums. With business slow at the shop, Li Chifeng decided to take a stroll, hoping to discover the remains of a crow and a bat along the way. He recalled a close classmate named Wang Bin, whose family resided in the rural outskirts of Qingzhou. He had previously visited Wang's home, where they foraged for bird nests, captured wild chickens, and hunted rabbits. Wang Bin should know where to find crows and bats. Since their graduation, both had been preoccupied with job hunting and had lost touch. Thus, it seemed an opportune moment to reconnect and seek his assistance. After calling Wang Bin to confirm he was home, Li Chifeng resolved to visit. Wang Bin was delighted to learn of Li Qingfeng's impending arrival. Li Chifeng boarded a passenger bus bound for the countryside, soon arriving in the rural area of Xinzhuang town, where Wang Bin lived. He purchased some gifts in town and hired a tricycle to reach Xinyu village, where Wang resided. As Li Chifeng disembarked and prepared to walk into the village, A wave of ominous energy enveloped him, causing him to sense something was amiss. He hastily lifted his gaze towards the village, only to behold the roads shrouded in thick, black malevolence, a dark cloud hovering ominously above the entire village. Confusion clouded Li Chengfeng's mind as he pondered what calamity had befallen this place, questioning whether he should proceed into the village at all. The village is shrouded in ominous energy, and entering it may lead to unnecessary troubles. Wang Bin, who had been waiting at the village entrance for Li Chengfeng, hurried over upon seeing his old classmate, greeting him with a smile. Haha, just come on in. There is no need to buy anything. These items aren't tea for you, but for your uncle and aunt. After exchanging pleasantries, they discussed the challenges of job hunting, both letting out a sigh. In this day and age, it is exceedingly difficult for college graduates to find a satisfactory and suitable job. After graduating, Wang Bin had taken several jobs, but with low wages and frequent bullying from senior employees, he eventually returned to his hometown in frustration. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng had opened a shop called Sui Yuan Hall, offering naming, divination, dream interpretation, and Feng Shui services, he chuckled. You're doing well. I've heard this line of work is quite lucrative. You must be earning a fair bit. Well, I have made some money, but unfortunately, I was deceived. Li Chengfeng recounted the incident of purchasing counterfeit gold, which only fueled Wang Bin's indignation as he cursed the unscrupulous merchants. As they chatted, they unknowingly walked toward the village. Upon entering, Li Chengfeng sensed the oppressive energy thickening around them, causing him to frown slightly. Even in broad daylight, the sounds of crowing roosters, barking dogs, and bellowing cattle filled the air. He paused, adopting a serious demeanor. Binzi, has there been a spate of incidents in your village recently? How did you know? Wang Bin replied, astonished. The moment I stepped into your village, I felt the overwhelming presence of dark energy and heard the commotion of the livestock. This is a classic omen of calamity. What has transpired here? Wang Bin, taken aback, had previously dismissed Li Chengfeng's work as mere trickery for survival. But now he felt there might be substance to his old friend's abilities. He proceeded to recount the troubling events in the village. It all began about 2 weeks ago when the once thriving village experienced an inexplicable decline, with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep dying mysteriously. Within a few short days, the livestock had dwindled significantly, and soon after, human lives began to be claimed as well. Every day, frail, elderly villagers passed away, and many of the younger population also saw their health deteriorate. As Wang Bin spoke, he coughed, indicating that he too was affected, and sighed deeply. Our village used to enjoy bountiful harvests with thriving livestock, and not a single soul fell ill. There were many affluent and influential individuals here. Yet, inexplicably, in just half a month, some have gone bankrupt, others have been arrested, and the health of the villagers continues to decline. Just as Wang Bin finished speaking, the sound of weeping reached them from not far ahead. A funeral procession approached, prompting both men to step aside and make way. As they observed the group of mourners clad in mourning attire, Wang Bin remarked, "This marks the 9th elder to pass away in our village." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. The livestock were restless, the household was in disarray, lives and fortunes were lost, the official seal lay abandoned, and funerals were held day and night. These were ominous signs indeed. If the villagers did not evacuate, they might all perish. What could have possibly transpired in this village? While he pondered this, Li Chengfeng was suddenly startled by the anguished cries of 2 cows, a mature one and a calf, emanating from the eastern side of the village. The distressing sounds seemed to indicate a struggle for survival. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Is someone in your village slaughtering cows? That cry is rather unsettling." "What cows?" "I haven't heard anything," replied Wang Bin, equally perplexed. Given the volume of the cries, it was hard to fathom how he could have missed them. Li Chengfeng turned his gaze toward the eastern edge of the village, his demeanor turning serious. "The cries are definitely coming from that direction. Listen closely." Wang Bin, observing the earnestness in Li Chengfeng's expression, began to listen intently. After a considerable period, he only heard the sounds of chickens and dogs, prompting his confusion. "Chengfeng, are you sure you're not mistaken? I only hear the clucking of hens and the barking of dogs." "I cannot be mistaken. There are indeed 2 cows bellowing." With the elder one's voice tinged with fear and dread, Li Chengfeng asserted, trusting his own ears. He was baffled as to why Wang Bin could not hear them. Perhaps it was due to his awakened perception, allowing him to discern what others could not see or hear. At that moment, a middle-aged woman passed by, and Wang Bin approached her with a serious expression. "Aunt, did you hear the sound of cows?" "What cows?" I only hear the chickens and dogs, she replied. Wang Bin, smiling, turned back to Li Chengfeng and chuckled. You must be mistaken. Never mind that. Let us go to my house and share a drink. However, Li Chengfeng shook his head, suddenly realizing that the sound was something only he could perceive. Others were oblivious to it. He turned to the east with a serious countenance. Binzi, trust me, I truly heard the cries of the cows coming from the eastern side of the village. I wish to investigate further. Shall we? Drawn by the haunting cries, Li Chengfeng was determined to uncover the source of the sound. Seeing his steadfastness, Wang Bin reluctantly agreed to accompany him toward the eastern part of the village. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the eastern entrance, getting closer to the source of the cries. The eastern edge was an expansive field, offering a clear view, yet there were no cows in sight. Wang Bin, grinning, remarked, See, there are no cows here. All the cattle in our village have long since perished. Li Chengfeng, still bewildered, noted that though he saw no cows, the cries continued to resonate. What could be the explanation for this? He continued onward, following the sound of the cattle's lowing, while Wang Bin could only helplessly trail behind. After a short while, beside a sycamore tree, Li Chengfeng beheld a stone-carved old bull and a stone-carved calf. The sound of the cattle was emanating from these 2 stone sculptures, and with each bellow, they released a dark, ominous energy. Wang Bin, upon seeing the 2 stone bulls, jested, Chengfeng, you cannot possibly mean that the sound of the cattle is coming from these stone figures, can you? You guessed correctly. The sound indeed originates from these 2 stone bulls. Surely you jest. How could a stone bull possibly make a sound? I am not joking. Everything I say is true. Li Chengfeng approached the stone bulls and gently caressed them. The craftsmanship of these sculptures was exquisite, so lifelike in appearance. The 2 stone bulls raised their heads and opened their mouths towards the village, as if calling out, with a field behind them and a sycamore tree nearby. Li Chengfeng marveled silently. Based on the positioning and posture of the stone bulls, he discerned that these were no ordinary carvings, but a Feng Shui formation. He remarked casually, If I am not mistaken, these 2 stone bulls represent a superior Feng Shui formation known as double bulls plowing. Moreover, this formation is imbued with the essence of Feng Shui. Stop your nonsense. Let us hurry to my home for a drink before the dishes grow cold, Wang Bin retorted, doubting Li Chengfeng's assertions. To him, they were merely stone carvings, with no connection to Feng Shui, let alone a superior formation like double bulls plowing. As Li Chengfeng spoke, an elderly man, over 60, passed by carrying farming tools. Upon hearing the phrase double bulls plowing, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng in astonishment. Young man, how do you know that these 2 stone bulls represent the superior Feng Shui formation of double bulls plowing? Sir, I am a Feng Shui master, well-versed in certain esoteric principles of Feng Shui, and I can naturally recognize the Feng Shui here. The old man was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Chengfeng anew. It was hard to believe that such a youth could be a Feng Shui master capable of identifying this formation. I've never encountered a Feng Shui master so young. Wang Bin, too, wore a look of surprise. He had initially thought Li Chengfeng was merely spinning tales, but it appeared that his assertions were indeed true. These 2 stone bulls were part of the double bulls plowing Feng Shui formation. Most of the village's youth were unaware of this formation. And even if they were, they would not believe it. Only the older generation knew that at the eastern end of the village lay a Feng Shui formation called double bulls plowing, which had long safeguarded the village, ensuring bountiful harvests and a thriving populace. Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, inquired, Uncle Lu, are these stone bulls truly part of a Feng Shui formation known as double bulls plowing? Indeed, these 2 stone bulls have stood here for over 200 years, having just finished his labor in the fields and feeling somewhat weary. The elder settled beneath the sycamore tree and began recounting the tale of the double oxen summoning, plowing Feng Shui arrangement to Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. He retrieved his pipe, tapping it gently against the earth, then took out a small cloth pouch filled with tobacco. He pinched a generous amount of the fragrant leaves and placed it into the bowl of the pipe, igniting it before drawing a deep breath and exhaling a cloud of murky smoke. His interest peaked as he continued the narrative. These stories I too had heard from the previous generation. 200 years ago, our village was not known as Xinyu village, but rather as Xia village. At that time, our village was exceedingly impoverished, often facing hunger and hardship, notorious as a destitute settlement among the surrounding regions. No young women from neighboring villages entertained the thought of marrying into our community. Eventually, we sought the counsel of a Feng Shui master. who claimed to be a disciple of the San Yuan Pai Longmen 8 formations. He asserted that our village was situated upon a site of geomantic disarray and urged us to relocate as a community. Upon hearing the mention of the San Yuan Pai Longmen 8 formations, Li Chifeng was inwardly astonished. This school, originating during the Tang dynasty, was historically renowned for serving the imperial family, particularly the Longmen 8 formations, which are still practiced today. Wang Bin listened intently, while the elder took another draw on his pipe and continued. Initially, the villagers were resistant to the idea of moving, unwilling to depart from their long-established homes. The Feng Shui master calculated the impending doom, proclaiming that a calamity loomed, urging us to vacate within 3 days lest we suffer dire consequences. At that time, few believed the master, and the villagers dismissed his warnings entirely. Unexpectedly, relentless rains fell for 3 consecutive days, culminating in a devastating flood that swept away the entire Xiahe village. Fortunately, the Feng Shui master remained, and in the dead of night, he rushed to awaken the villagers, guiding them to higher ground, thereby sparing them from disaster. Subsequently, Xiahe village was rebuilt in this very location, and the Feng Shui master had 2 stone oxen carved, placing them to the east of the village. He also planted a sycamore tree nearby, stating it would provide shade and shelter for the stone oxen. After completing his work, the master departed, leaving behind a prophetic remark that the 2 stone oxen represented a superior Feng Shui arrangement known as double oxen summoning plowing. He foretold that when the time was ripe, it would ensure the prosperity and happiness of the villagers. Yet, the villagers, lacking understanding of the concept of timing, paid little heed to this omen, continuing their lives in abject poverty. 2 years later, during a harsh winter marked by heavy snowfall, an elderly woman perished beside the 2 stone oxen, accompanied by a small child. From that day forth, many villagers reported hearing the sounds of an old ox and a young ox emanating from the eastern side of the village each morning. When villagers heard these calls, they assumed a stray ox had wandered off and searched diligently, but to no avail. Eventually, they discovered that the sounds originated from the 2 stone oxen themselves. The villagers were astounded. How could stone oxen make such noises? They speculated that they had encountered a supernatural phenomenon. At this juncture, some recalled the Feng Shui master's words about the superior Feng Shui arrangement of double oxen summoning plowing, realizing that this was precisely the essence of his prophecy. From that moment forth, whenever the villagers heard the bellowing of cattle, they would toil in the fields, day after day, year after year, leading to increasingly bountiful harvests. Consequently, the village underwent significant transformations. During years of severe drought, when the land lay parched and barren, the neighboring villages suffered from lack of rain. While only Shinya village enjoyed favorable weather, wealth flourished within the village, and many villagers ascended to prominent positions. It was then that the villagers fully realized that the geomancer was no ordinary individual. In honor of the geomancer, many villagers proposed renaming Xiahe village to Shinyu village. After sharing his tale, the elder tapped his pipe, chuckled, and rose, preparing to return home for a meal. Wang Bin, still incredulous, asked with a puzzled expression, "Uncle Lu, can these stone cattle truly make sounds?" "Indeed. In my youth, I heard them myself. For reasons unknown, I can no longer hear them now." The elder replied with a hint of regret, before shouldering his farming tools and addressing Li Chifeng and Wang Bin in a kindly tone, "You may continue your play. I must return home for dinner." Wang Bin gazed at Li Chifeng in astonishment, then at the departing elder, struggling to believe that stone cattle could emit sounds. Scientifically speaking, stone cattle lack any vocal apparatus. How could they possibly produce such noises? This notion contradicted all known principles of science and defied the laws of physics. Observing the elder's retreating figure, he hurriedly inquired, "Uncle Lu, did you truly hear the stone cattle's calls in your youth?" "Yes, more than once." The elder responded without turning back. Yet, Wang Bin's subsequent words caused the elder to pause. "Uncle Lu, my brother here also heard the stone cattle's call just now." The elder turned, disbelief etched on his face as he asked with astonishment, "Young man, can you still hear the stone cattle's calls?" "Indeed." Li Chifeng nodded, then glanced at the 2 stone cattle, which continued to bellow. With a grave expression, he remarked, "The cries of these stone cattle seem to convey great distress. If I am not mistaken, your village is currently plagued by unrest among the livestock and disturbances at home, undoubtedly related to the geomantic positioning of the twin bulls. Someone must have tampered with the Feng Shui." The elder nodded fervently, having suspected a disruption in the Feng Shui when a series of calamities befell the village. He shared his concerns with the village chief, who dismissed him, labeling his beliefs as superstitious nonsense. Now, hearing Li Chengfeng's words, the elder felt a glimmer of hope and asked in disbelief, "Are you suggesting someone has meddled with the Feng Shui?" "Precisely. Recently, has any stranger visited your village?" After pondering for a moment, the elder shook his head, explaining that his routine consisted of working in the fields and returning home to sleep. Even if someone came to the village, he might not be aware. Nearby, Wang Bin interjected, "About half a month ago, 2 individuals from an island nation visited our village. They sought to purchase these stone cattle from our village chief, who refused to sell." Li Chengfeng, puzzled, pondered why 2 individuals from an island nation would venture to a remote village to acquire stone cattle. Calculating the time, it is evident that the individuals tampering with the Feng Shui arrangement at the twin oxen cultivation site are undoubtedly those 2 islanders. Wang Bin expressed his anger with discontent, stating, "Our village bears no animosity towards those 2 islanders. Why would they interfere with the stone oxen and disrupt our Feng Shui?" Li Chengfeng recalled a popular folk legend about a group of eminent onmyoji from the islands, who traversed the lands of Huaxia with the intent of dismantling various Feng Shui formations. It is said that they also devise ominous layouts to undermine the fortune of Huaxia. There are tales that these onmyoji once ventured to Kunlun Mountain, aiming to sever the main dragon vein of Huaxia and thereby ruin the nation's fate. Upon entering Kunlun, they encountered the dragon guardians, who were dedicated to safeguarding Huaxia's dragon veins. The onmyoji met with a grim fate, their expedition culminating in failure. From that point forth, the onmyoji from the islands dared not tread lightly within the Kunlun mountain range, unable to breach the principal dragon veins. These onmyoji resorted to disrupting lesser dragon veins and the superior folk Feng Shui arrangements. Over the years, countless superior Feng Shui formations have been devastated by the hands of these onmyoji. An elder nearby, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "For centuries, these islanders have harbored an unyielding desire to see Huaxia's downfall. It is truly despicable." Wang Bin, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "Chengfeng, what exactly are the Dragon Guardians?" Li Chengfeng responded earnestly, "I have heard from my grandfather that the Dragon Guardians are a mysterious organization established by the Huaxia government in conjunction with the San Yuan sect and the 8 Bureau of Longmen. The members possess expertise in the 8 Bureau Feng Shui, Taoist esoteric arts, and martial prowess. Their primary mission is to protect Huaxia's dragon veins from malicious intruders. Those who join the Dragon Guardians are formidable experts. My grandfather once recounted that a captain of the Dragon Guardians invited him to join, but he declined, preferring the freedom of his own ways over the constraints of such a disciplined organization." Now, Li Chengfeng understood that the island onmyoji's intent in attempting to acquire the 2 stone oxen was to dismantle the twin oxen cultivation Feng Shui arrangement. When they realized the village chief would not sell, they resorted to dubious methods to disrupt the Feng Shui here. Li Chengfeng had initially sought Wang Bin's assistance in locating a featherless crow and a withered bat, never anticipating such a predicament would arise. Perhaps it was fate. As a Feng Shui master and an old classmate of Wang Bin, he could not remain an indifferent bystander in the face of such turmoil affecting his village. If the root of the Feng Shui issue remained unresolved, the villagers could face dire consequences, with only a few resilient souls likely to survive. As a practitioner of Qian Feng Shui, he was determined to prevent such calamity from befalling them. The cruelty of these 2 island onmyoji was unfathomable, as they sought to place the entire village in mortal peril. The elderly man, his face etched with fury, recalled the countless livestock that had perished in the village, not to mention the several lives lost. All of this calamity was wrought by those 2 practitioners of Yin and Yang from the island nation. With a hoe in hand, he struck the ground in anger, cursing those wretched islanders, convinced they would eventually face dire retribution. After venting his wrath, he turned to Li Chengfeng, his tone softening considerably, tinged with urgency. "Young master, you too are a Feng Shui master. Can you discern where those island Yin-Yang practitioners have wrought their mischief? Help our village avert this disaster." "Rest assured, elder, I shall do my utmost," Li Chengfeng replied, though he held no absolute confidence in pinpointing the source of the issue. The 2 practitioners' cunning was surely formidable. As he circled the stone cattle, he was astounded to discover minuscule fissures appearing on their heads, bellies, and legs, crimson blood seeping from within. Wang Bin, who had been closely following Li Chengfeng, as well as the old man, were equally taken aback, fear gripping their hearts. How can the stone cattle bleed? They gasped in disbelief. "Chengfeng, what in the world is happening?" At that moment, Li Chengfeng too was baffled by the phenomenon. It was a sight he had never encountered before. He walked around the stone cattle several times, counting a total of 72 spots where blood leaked, each droplet vanishing upon touching the ground. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. How malevolent. They have employed the earthly evil dissection technique. Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, inquired. What is the earthly evil dissection technique? It is a method that harnesses the malevolent energies from 72 cardinal directions, using them to assault the stone cattle, effectively dismembering them to disrupt the dual cattle's agricultural feng shui. He continued, it has already been over 20 days. If we wait until the 49 days have passed, these stone cattle will be torn asunder, reduced to 72 fragments. At that point, every living creature in the village will perish, including mice, ants, and even earthworms and maggots in the latrines. None shall escape this calamity. As Li Chifeng spoke, many villagers, having finished their work in the fields, were heading home for lunch. Curious about the gathering around the stone cattle, they approached. The crowd swelled, and upon witnessing the bleeding stone cattle, their expressions shifted from astonishment to dread. How can stone cattle bleed? This is utterly unfathomable. When they heard Li Chengfeng proclaim that once the 49 days elapsed, all living beings in the village would meet their demise, disbelief spread among them. Yet, recalling the recent events that had transpired in the village, skepticism gave way to belief, as many villagers were inclined to accept such notions. At that moment, the village chief, Wang Xilai, arrived in a brand new Audi, his face betraying a look of horror upon witnessing the bloodied stone cattle. This bizarre occurrence was too strange to comprehend. Surrounded by anxious villagers, they relayed to him everything Li Chengfeng had just said. Upon hearing their accounts, Wang Xilai's anger flared, and with an air of authority, he glared at Li Chengfeng and rebuked him in a furious tone. Who are you to spread such unfounded rumors in our village? Do you believe I won't report you and have you arrested? The village chief, Li Chengfeng, furrowed his brows slightly, taken aback by the chief's imposing demeanor, as if he were some significant figure. However, to Li Chengfeng, the village chief was merely a small official, and he scoffed dismissively. Who am I? Why should I divulge that to you? Regardless, the chief held a certain position of authority that Li Chengfeng could overlook, but Wang Bin, being a resident of the village, could not afford to be so disrespectful. Hastily, Wang Bin stepped forward to clarify the situation to the chief, explaining the blood on the stone oxen and the recent disturbances in the village, suggesting a connection between these events and the two stone oxen. He emphasized, the demise of our village's chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep is likely the work of those two foreigners. They must have tampered with the stone oxen, causing unrest among our livestock and disturbances in our homes. My classmate here is a Feng Shui master and can assist us in resolving these issues. Initially, Wang Xilai shot Li Chengfeng a disdainful look, but upon hearing about the two foreigners, his expression shifted to one of evident alarm, and he replied with a grave tone. There are no such foreigners. Do not speak carelessly. I have never seen any foreigners. Chief, have you forgotten that two foreigners came to our village half a month ago seeking to purchase these stone oxen? I was the one who brought them to your home. Wang Bin retorted, puzzled by the chief's apparent forgetfulness. As Wang Bin recounted the events clearly, Wang Xilai glared at him. Realizing the visit from the foreigners could no longer be concealed, he resorted to officialese, stating, indeed, two foreigners visited our village to inquire about purchasing the stone oxen, but I did not sell them. These stone oxen are treasures of our village. No matter the price they offered, I would never part with them. The villagers surrounding them nodded in agreement, affirming that no amount of money could persuade them to sell the stone oxen. Li Chengfeng observed the shifts in Wang Xilai's expression closely. His eyes blinked nervously while he spoke, a clear indication of deceit. A slight smile tugged at Li Chengfeng's lips as he curiously inquired, Chief, are you certain you did not sell the stone oxen to those two foreigners? Even if you didn't sell them, it seems likely that you reached some sort of agreement with them. Such nonsense. Wang Xilai glared at Li Chengfeng with a menacing gaze, his agitation palpable as he replied angrily, This is a matter for our village alone. What concern is it of yours, outsider? It would be best for you to refrain from meddling. Speak again, and I will ensure you do not leave this village. Faced with Wang Xilai's threat, Li Chengfeng felt a momentary tremor of fear. After all, he was on unfamiliar territory and could easily find himself in trouble. Nevertheless, his words had already awakened the villagers to the realization that Wang Xilai was lying, though he claimed he had not sold the stone oxen. It was clear he had reached some arrangement with the two foreigners. Despite knowing he was deceiving them, no one dared to confront him directly. At that moment, The old man emerged, his weathered face etched with sorrow and indignation. Wang Shilai, he implored, you must speak the truth to everyone. Did you sell the stone cattle? Or did you agree to some conditions? If you did not consent, how could they dare to tamper with the stone cattle? This concerns the lives of over 2,000 people in our village. You had better be honest with us. The villagers gathered around turned their gazes towards Wang Shilai, eagerly awaiting his response. Seeing the situation had escalated, Wang Shilai no longer concealed the truth and brazenly declared, what is a couple of stone cattle? I sold them. And what of it? It's not illegal. I sold those worthless stones for over 1.5 million. Don't you think that's a fair price? With that money, we can repair bridges and roads for our village, can't we? Many villagers' eyes gleamed at the mention of 1.5 million. Realizing that Wang Shilai might have pocketed the entire sum, and their anger swelled. Over half a month ago, two individuals from an island nation approached Wang Shilai with a direct intent to purchase the stone cattle. They initially offered 20,000, only to be rebuffed. Undeterred, they raised their offer until it reached 1.5 million. Who could resist such a sum for 2 stone cattle? Wang Shilai was well aware that these cattle were the collective property of the villagers. If the cattle were to be taken away, the villagers would surely object. He voiced his concerns, but to his surprise, the two islanders, after a brief consultation, decided that they would purchase the stone cattle but would not take them away. They merely sought ownership rights. Thus, Wang Shilai accepted the 1.5 million and signed the contract, initially intending to keep this transaction a secret and enjoy the bounty alone. Little did he foresee the turmoil that would ensue after selling the stone cattle. The old man, filled with fury, gritted his teeth and uttered, Wang Shilai, you fool. These stone cattle are the guardians of our village. How could you sell them? I am the village chief. If I choose to sell, I shall sell. What business is it of yours? Wang Shilai retorted arrogantly, showing blatant disregard for the elder and the surrounding villagers. The onlookers were filled with righteous anger but remained silent, save for the elder's vehement reproach of Wang Shilai. At that moment, an ominous cawing of crows echoed from the sky. As a flock of 50 or 60 crows descended upon the village, settling in a nearby tree, cawing raucously. Many villagers curiously fixated on the crows when one exclaimed, look, so many rats. Immediately following, a horde of rats scurried out from the village, with larger rats clutching smaller ones in their mouths, fleeing as if for their lives. Strangely, some of the rats collapsed mid-run, twitching momentarily before lying still, lifeless. The rats vanished into the fields in no time. Wang Bin and the villagers who were watching were utterly astonished by this scene. What is happening? Why are there so many rats? Why have the crows come to our village? As Li Chengfeng observed the cawing crows perched upon the branches and the frantic mice scurrying out of the village, a deep furrow creased his brow. The mournful cries of the crows and the exodus of the mice heralded ominous portents. Crows are peculiar creatures. They never dwell in villages inhabited by the living, preferring the somber confines of graveyards and crematories. The arrival of a flock of crows in a living village invariably signals impending calamity, a phenomenon referred to in Feng Shui as the cawing of crows. While everyone detests mice, these creatures possess a certain spiritual acumen, capable of sensing danger and natural disasters before they unfold. When they sense peril, they emerge from their burrows en masse, a behavior termed as the migration of mice in Feng Shui. Thus, if a horde of mice frantically flees from a village, it is certain that trouble looms. The simultaneous occurrence of both the cawing of crows and the migration of mice in this village indicates that grave events are on the horizon. Unless the Feng Shui issues are addressed, the villagers may be doomed to calamity. The onlookers, hearing this, were gripped by fear, while Wang Shilai seethed with anger. He raised his hand, pointing at Li Chengfeng, threateningly declaring, if you continue to spread your nonsensical claims, I shall alert the authorities and have you arrested. I do not engage in deception. I speak only the truth, Li Chengfeng replied. At that moment, Wang Bin and an elderly man emerged, standing beside Li Chengfeng. Wang Bin addressed the gathered villagers, saying, esteemed uncles, aunts, and elders, this is my classmate, a Feng Shui master who runs the Suiyuan Hall in Qingzhou City, specializing in dream interpretation, character analysis, and Feng Shui. He is truly skilled. Recently, our village has faced numerous tragedies, with daily passings certainly linked to the 2 stone oxen. My classmate has just mentioned that he can hear the mournful calls of the stone oxen. I believe his words. I too have faith in him. He can help our village avert this disaster, Wang Bin added. Li Chengfeng felt a surge of gratitude at Wang Bin's words. The feeling of being trusted was immensely gratifying. As Wang Bin continued to speak, a middle-aged woman approached, her astonished gaze scrutinizing Li Chengfeng. The more she looked, the more familiar he appeared, and soon she recognized him. With excitement and surprise, she exclaimed, You are Mr. Li from Suiyuan Hall. Li Chengfeng nodded, glancing at the woman and confirming he did not know her. The middle-aged woman, however, was ecstatic. She set down her farming tools and rushed to grasp his hand, exclaiming, Mr. Li, I know you. Just a few days ago, my sister's child drowned while bathing in the reservoir, and the body was nowhere to be found. You used a gourd to locate the body. I followed you that day. Witnessing the miraculous moment when you found the child with the gourd, it was truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at Li Chengfeng in astonishment. He was the master who had used a gourd to find the child's body. How could it be? He was so young. News of the gourd's ability to locate bodies had recently gone viral online, seen by many on their phones, yet few believed in such an eerie phenomenon. A middle-aged woman witnessed the entire process of Mr. Li Chengfeng using a gourd to seek the deceased. Upon her return, she recounted the tale to the villagers, who were only half convinced, regarding it as mere gossip at the village entrance, a topic of conversation during tea breaks. Now, as Mr. Li, the man who sought the dead with a gourd, stood before them, the onlookers were instantly reminded of that news and the woman's words, struggling to believe that the videos circulating online were indeed authentic. The woman appeared intensely emotional, grasping Mr. Li's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, Mr. Li, our village has witnessed numerous strange occurrences in recent days. Many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep have perished. Just days ago, my child's grandparents passed away, and my child's father is growing increasingly unwell. You must save our village. I am willing to pay any amount, and if they refuse to compensate you, I shall. Her sincerity was palpable, and upon realizing that Mr. Li was the esteemed figure from the Suiyuan Hall, her trust and respect for him were immeasurable. At that moment, the surrounding villagers began to waver. Though reluctant to believe, the bizarre events plaguing their village compelled them to reconsider. Daily fatalities had cast a pall over the entire community, instilling a pervasive sense of dread as they pondered who might perish next. The ominous signs were evident: a bloodied stone ox and a flock of crows screeching in chaos, while rats frantically fled the village. These were harbingers of impending doom. Witnessing the villagers rally around Mr. Li, Wang Xilai was filled with fury, bellowing, Fellow villagers, what age are we living in? We must believe in science and reject superstitions. I hope you can clear your minds and not fall prey to the words of charlatans. If you are deceived, do not blame me for not warning you. With a grave expression, Wang Bin pointed accusingly at the still bleeding stone ox, his ire palpable. Village Chief Wang, you claim to advocate for science, then explain to me scientifically why the stone ox bleeds. Wang Xilai hesitated, at a loss for words. Such a bizarre phenomenon. Even experts might struggle to elucidate. They would likely only attempt to mislead the common folk under the guise of scientific knowledge. Yet, Wang Xilai stubbornly retorted, these two stone oxen have already been sold to foreigners. None of you may touch them. Anyone who dares to interfere will face my wrath. As the village chief, I hold authority over everything in this village. Anyone who defies me shall find no peace here. His words ignited the villagers' fury. An elder stepped forward, seething with anger. Wang Xilai, who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Without the support of the villagers, you are nothing in this community. Others joined in, vehemently confronting Wang Xilai. We elected you as our village chief out of trust, yet you have the audacity to act in such a manner. Sneaking away to sell two stone oxen to foreigners without the village's consent? Your shamelessness knows no bounds. You would do anything for money. We have the power to elect you as the village chief, just as we can choose another. Prepare for your downfall. Wang Xilai has incited public outrage. And sensing the shifting tide, he approached his Audi, flung open the door, and bellowed at the gathered villagers. Listen carefully. Next time we vote for a village chief, anyone who dares to withhold their vote from me will find it impossible to live in this village. As soon as Wang finished his threat, the villagers grew even more incensed. Several of them brandished farming tools and rushed towards him, one villager shouting, Damn it, I'll make you regret it right now. Terrified, Wang hurriedly jumped into his car, slammed the door shut, and sped away with a swift press of the accelerator. The villagers only intended to intimidate Wang. They had no intention of actually assaulting him, for violence is against the law. Li Chengfeng, Wang Bin, and the onlookers could not help but chuckle at Wang Xilai, a coward who only bullies the weak. After driving Wang away, many villagers gathered around, eagerly looking at Li Chengfeng. A middle-aged woman anxiously asked, Mr. Li, You must save our village. Do not worry, my dear sister. Now that I am aware of this situation, I shall not remain idle, Li Chifeng assured her. He understood that each day of delay could cost another life. As time passed, the toll would only increase. The urgent need to decipher the method to dispel the malevolent energy was paramount. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun had yet to set. After calculating the time, he realized it was indeed late, but not excessively so. Listening to the anguished cries of the stone ox, Li Chifeng was determined not to procrastinate. He instructed the villagers to dig a dozen deep pits around the stone ox, allowing the malignant energy to flow into the holes and lessen its impact on the creature. Once the pits were excavated, Li Chifeng circled the stone ox and crouched down, observing the blood dripping onto the ground while calculating the positions of the 72 malevolent energies. Lacking a Sanha compass, he resorted to using his fingers to gauge the directions. Based on the locations of the blood, he determined the 72 positions of malevolence, marking each one as he identified it. In less than half an hour, he pinpointed all 72 positions surrounding the two stone oxen. Li Chifeng directed the villagers to dig deeper at the marked locations. The villagers, grounded in their practicality, rolled up their sleeves and began their labor. As they dug further, they discovered the soil was remarkably loose, likely having been previously excavated. Shortly after, one villager screamed in fright and plopped down onto the ground, dropping his farming tool aside. "Oh my goodness, I nearly died of fright. There is something down there." Upon hearing the commotion, many villagers rushed over to peer into the pit, where they glimpsed a furry object, possibly with the hilt of a knife. The top was caked with mud, rendering it difficult to discern what it was, and the villagers could only speculate curiously about the buried contents. What could be hidden within? "Let us dig it out and see." Li Chifeng urged two brave villagers to continue their excavation, and before long, they unearthed the object from the pit. Upon witnessing the unearthed remains, fear gripped each onlooker, compelling them to retreat a few steps as they surveyed the gruesome discovery. A severed bovine head, wide-eyed and mouth agape, with its tongue protruding, bore the cruel mark of a butcher's knife embedded in its eye, its expression a harrowing testament to the agony endured before its demise. As Li Chifeng beheld the head, a pang of sorrow washed over him. The two practitioners of the Jiujuan lineage were undeniably merciless. This creature had been subjected to a torturous end solely to amplify its vengeful spirit. Li instructed the villagers to continue digging at the marked spots. Shortly thereafter, they unearthed an array of visceral remains: the liver, lungs, legs, hooves, belly, and tail. Each fragment of the cow's body was dismembered, each piece cruelly impaled with a knife. In total, there were precisely 72 segments, all buried at the 72 positions of the earthly fiends. Each organ and limb corresponded with the stone bovine, thus allowing for the summoning of the energies of the 72 earthly fiends to disrupt the geomantic configuration of the twin cow summons. Adjacent to the small stone bovine, a set of juvenile bovine bones was excavated utilizing the same horrific methods. Once all the remains were revealed, the villagers marveled in awe, their faces reflecting a blend of reverence and admiration. A group of villagers gathered, discussing openly and without restraint. "Mr. Li is truly remarkable. He could accurately predict the locations of the buried bovine bodies," one remarked. "It was surely not mere guesswork. He must have calculated it," another concurred. Hearing their praises, Li Chifeng felt a twinge of bashfulness but chose to feign ignorance, his heart swelling with pride. In truth, there were numerous methods to unravel the geomantic configuration of the twin cow summons, yet the approach employed by these Jujuan practitioners was the most malevolent, dismantling the Feng Shui while ensuring that those protected by it would face utter extinction. This illustrated their profound cruelty. Observing the knives embedded in each piece of the bovine remains, Wang Bin expressed his confusion and inquired aloud. Taking a deep breath, Li Chifeng spoke with a tone of compassion. These knives were thrust into the cow while it still lived, intended to inflict greater suffering and amplify its resentment and death. The more profound the cow's resentment, the more potent the malevolent energy, allowing for the swift accumulation of the earthly fiend's essence to disrupt the twin cow summons. The onlookers, including Wang Bin, gritted their teeth in indignation, exclaiming with fury, "These two islanders are truly beneath contempt. Their methods are excessively cruel. If I were to encounter them, I would not hesitate to make them regret it." Li Chifeng merely offered a brief description, reluctant to delve deeper into the art of dismemberment. For the Jiujuan practitioners' methods were even more barbaric than one could imagine. The bovine remains were saturated with the essence of the earthly fiends, and he instructed that they be incinerated. As the flames engulfed the remnants, plumes of black smoke arose, drifting towards the direction of Qizhou City. Li Changfeng gazed at the dissipating black vapors, counting a total of 72 strands. Observing the fleeing malevolent energy, he was acutely aware that the earthly demonic exorcism had been thwarted, and the Yin-Yang master who orchestrated the scheme would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Whether he would be rendered blind and crippled or left deaf and mute remained unfathomable. As the carcass of the bull was incinerated, the crows that had previously cawed raucously from the branches suddenly took flight in fright. The successful dismantling of the earthly demonic exorcism instantly alerted the two elite Yin-Yang masters of the 9 chrysanthemums, who recognized that their orchestrator, Sato Kenji, had been struck by backlash. Sato Kenji, engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to the 72 strands of black energy that infiltrated his being. He merely felt an abrupt chill, followed by a violent spurt of blood as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in torment. His dining companion, Takahashi Masanobu, was left utterly bewildered. "Kenji, what is happening to you? Please don't frighten me." In excruciating pain, Sato Kenji managed to utter a few words: bull, stone, broken. Simultaneously, numerous inexplicable wounds appeared on his body, as if inflicted by a myriad of knives, saturating his white kimono in crimson. The room resonated with heart-wrenching cries, unmistakably depicting his profound suffering. The final wound manifested between his eyes, a gash slowly emerging, from which blood erupted. With a final, anguished scream, he collapsed to the floor, his legs flailing a few times before falling motionless. Takahashi Masanobu, pale with fear, was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. "Kenji, what is wrong? Speak to me. You cannot die. I will take you to the hospital." Witnessing Sato Kenji's painful struggle on the ground, Takahashi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet was powerless to assist. Forced to watch helplessly as Kenji writhed in agony. Everything Sato Kenji had orchestrated upon the bull had now rebounded upon him. Takahashi Masanobu began to suspect that the earthly demonic exorcism had been disrupted. Confounded, he pondered who could have accomplished such a feat. Realizing that even a master of Feng Shui would find it arduous to identify the 72 earthly demonic positions, Sato Kenji, the youngest and most exceptional Yin-Yang Feng Shui master of the 9 chrysanthemums, had spent 5 days meticulously locating all 72 positions to execute the earthly demonic exorcism. This exemplified the complexity of uncovering the 72 positions. To dismantle the earthly demonic exorcism required precise sequential identification of the 72 positions. Any misstep would render the effort futile, and the one attempting the dismantling would face the wrath of the demonic energy. Had Takahashi Masanobu known that Li Changfeng had identified all 72 positions in under half an hour, following their sequence without the aid of a compass, relying solely on his fingers for calculations, he might have fled back to his homeland, never daring to confront Li Changfeng in China again. Attempting to transport Sato Kenji to the hospital, Takahashi discovered it was too late. Kenji had already succumbed to death. He knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably at the sight of Sato Kenji's lifeless body. "Kenji, your brother will arrive in Qingzhou in a couple of days. You cannot die? If you perish, how shall I explain this to him?" Takahashi Masao was engulfed in sorrow, struggling to accept the tragic reality of Kenji's untimely demise. They had navigated many intricate feng shui arrangements in the realm of Huaxia without incident. Yet this time, they had faced a backlash that cost Kenji his life. The horror of his death was compounded by the grotesque nature of his injuries. 72 knife wounds marred his body, from which sinister black energy emanated, dissipating into the air. Overwhelmed by fear, Takahashi collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He silently vowed to avenge Kenji's death. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng circled the 2 stone bulls several times. The bleeding from the stone bulls had ceased, yet there remained minor fissures. If all went well, as time passed, the bulls would absorb the essence of the universe and the radiance of the sun and moon, soon mending their cracks. The previously haunting bellow of the bulls had vanished, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Once he had completed his tasks, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Li Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some villagers, still anxious, inquired, "Mr. Li, is this sufficient? Will there be more deaths in our village?" "Unlikely," Li Changfeng replied casually, then suddenly recalled something and added, "In the coming days, it would be wise to have someone guard the 2 stone bulls. Those islanders are bound to return." Unbeknownst to him, the Onmyoji who had set the trap had met a gruesome end as a result of his own machinations. The villagers nodded in agreement. deliberating to ensure that someone would keep watch over the stone bulls day and night, determined to prevent any further incidents. Li Chengfeng had resolved a significant issue for the village, saving the residents of Stone Bull Village, who looked upon him with expressions of heartfelt gratitude. A throng of villagers surrounded him, showering him with thanks and inviting him to their homes for a meal, particularly a middle-aged woman who clung to his arm. Attempting to pull him toward her house, Li Chengfeng felt quite helpless. Such was the nature of his profession in Feng Shui, where respect followed him wherever he went. And assisting those in distress invariably led to overwhelming hospitality. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Bin emerged to rescue him, addressing the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, this is my classmate. If there is to be a meal, it should be at my home. How can he go to yours? Please, let go of his hand." The woman, with a resigned smile, reluctantly released her grip on Li Chengfeng. Under the respectful gazes of the villagers, Li Chengfeng followed Wang Bin deeper into the village. The once lively village, filled with the sounds of roosters and barking dogs, had fallen into a profound silence. The two walked side by side, engaged in conversation, and soon arrived at Wang Bin's home. Upon entering, they exchanged pleasantries with Wang Bin's parents, placing the supplements he had brought on the table. Wang Bin's parents, warm and unpretentious, chuckled, "Why, this child? You come to visit, and yet you bring gifts? Auntie and uncle, it has been quite some time since my last visit." "It is only fitting that I bring you something," he replied. Wang Bin's mother prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Yet she refrained from allowing Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin to indulge in any alcoholic beverages. As adults would say, children are not permitted to drink. The meal was imbued with warmth, evoking a sense of familial comfort in Li Chengfeng, who in that moment thought of his grandfather. Ever since the reopening of Suiyuan Hall, he had not taken the time to visit the elderly man. He resolved to return and see his grandfather once his busy days subsided. After the meal, Li Chengfeng accompanied Wang Bin to his bedroom, where Wang Bin, with a cheerful grin, inquired, "What brings you here?" Li Chengfeng chuckled and replied, "Are you suggesting that I cannot visit you if I have no pressing matters?" Wang Bin retorted, "Come now. If you had no purpose, you wouldn't have sought me out." Li Chengfeng then divulged the true intent of his visit. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng was in search of a hairless crow and a starving bat, Wang Bin's face was etched with confusion. "What do you need those for? To harm others?" Wang Bin was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the corpses of such ordinary creatures could be utilized for malevolent purposes. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. He pondered whether Li Chengfeng was attempting to study some sort of virus, an endeavor that would surely be unlawful. He hastily urged Li Chengfeng to abandon this notion. Li Chengfeng explained his intention to employ the folk technique known as three corpses to ward off wealth to teach a lesson to the Shanghai gold shop. Upon hearing about this folk method, Wang Bin's interest was piqued. He had attended school for over a decade and acquired a wealth of knowledge, yet in his understanding, concepts such as Feng Shui and mystical arts were mere fabrications. However, after witnessing blood flow from the stone cow, his previous worldview was shattered, leading him to a newfound understanding of this enigmatic realm. With curiosity etched on his face, he gazed at Li Chengfeng and asked, "Chengfeng, I still do not grasp how a hairless crow and a starving bat can be used to harm others. This seems utterly absurd." Li Chengfeng smiled at Wang Bin, aware that ordinary individuals could hardly fathom how the remains of deceased animals could be utilized for sinister purposes. It sounded sensational, almost like a fantastical tale. To the layperson, a deceased cat, a hairless crow, and a starving bat were simply animal corpses. Yet, to a practitioner of the mysterious arts, these were ominous entities that, with a little manipulation, could bring misfortune and calamity upon individuals. Li Chengfeng continued, "Binzi, if you doubt me, once we procure a hairless crow and a starving bat, accompany me back to Qizhou. I shall allow you to witness the formidable power of the folk technique three corpses to ward off wealth firsthand." Wang Bin nodded in agreement, posing numerous questions about Feng Shui, to which Li Chengfeng patiently provided explanations. The two conversed until the early hours of the morning. The following morning, while both were still lost in slumber, Wang Bin's mother called out to them, "Xiaofeng, Binzi, rise quickly for breakfast." Although the meal was modest, it radiated warmth, featuring fresh soy milk, buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu rolls. Once the two had satisfied their appetites, Wang Bin led Li Chengfeng to the mountains and forests behind the village. In his school days, Li Chengfeng had accompanied Wang Bin to this very mountain range. The peaks here are remarkably majestic, a chain of over a dozen mountains stretching into the horizon, enveloped in lush greenery, embodying the renowned Tianmu Mountain Nature Reserve. The two companions engaged in lively conversation as they ventured into the forest. Within the woodland, the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds filled the air, and the atmosphere became refreshingly invigorating. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting ethereal beams of light across the grove, creating a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Although they had visited before, the sight of such beauty compelled them to close their eyes momentarily and extend their arms in a heartfelt embrace of nature, eliciting exclamations of wonder. The scenery here is undeniably exquisite, and the air is refreshingly pure. Such clarity is unattainable in the urban sprawl. Indeed, if Tianmu Mountain did not possess such beauty and purity of air, it would not have been designated as a natural scenic protection area. Amidst this mountainous terrain, numerous isolated graves lay scattered, often accompanied by the cawing of crows overhead. The two friends navigated through the forest, guided by the sound of crows, occasionally glancing upwards to spot nests perched upon branches, as well as wasp nests dangling from the trees. Li Qingfeng was unfamiliar with the specific nests of crows, but Wang Bin, having grown up at the mountain's base, possessed an impressive knowledge of avian nests. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern the species. They had entered the mountains in the morning and wandered for much of the day. Whenever they encountered a crow's nest, Wang Bin would climb the tree to investigate. While they discovered several crow corpses, they did not find any featherless crows. Exhausted from his climbing, Wang Bin, panting heavily, expressed his confusion. How could there possibly be featherless crows? Is it even conceivable for crows to lack feathers? Seeing Wang Bin so fatigued, Li Qingfeng felt a pang of sympathy. Taking advantage of their respite, he shared some tales about crows. Have you heard the story of the lamb kneeling to nurse and the crow feeding its parents? Wang Bin nodded, understanding that the former referred to lambs kneeling while nursing, and the latter illustrated how young crows would find food for their aged mothers when they could no longer fly. Li Qingfeng then inquired, "Do you know why old crows cannot fly? Isn't it simply due to age?" Wang Bin replied. Li Qingfeng shook his head, explaining that a crow's inability to fly is not solely attributed to age. Rather, as they grow older, they undergo molting, shedding old feathers and growing new ones. During this molting period, crows are unable to fly and rely on young crows to provide sustenance, thus giving rise to the tale of crows feeding their parents. If an old crow experiences molting without a young crow to assist, it may resort to consuming its own feathers, leaving it entirely bare and ultimately leading to its demise in the nest. This is what is referred to as a featherless crow. Such a creature, in the eyes of a Feng Shui master, represents a profound misfortune. Intrigued by Li Qingfeng's narrative, Wang Bin eagerly sought to verify the truth of his words, traversing the woods and climbing trees with renewed vigor. Li Qingfeng, standing at the base of the tree, watched with concern as Wang Bin ascended the towering branches. Wang Bin, panting heavily, clambered up a tree and wiped the sweat from his brow. He then gazed at the crow's nest before him, where a hairless crow lay motionless, resembling a desiccated corpse. Intrigued, he marveled at the existence of such a creature and promptly called down to Li Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, we have found the hairless crow. Be careful." Li replied. Wang Bin tossed the crow's remains down, and Li carefully placed the corpse into a plastic bag. Their next objective was to locate the emaciated bats. Bats prefer to roost in dark, dry places, such as tree hollows and caves, where they are commonly found. Descending from the tree, the two continued to wander through the mountains in search of the skeletal bats. After a prolonged trek, both were exhausted and breathless, having seen not even a shadow of a bat. They reached a mountaintop and leaned over the edge to gaze below, while the scenery was splendid. Their fatigue dulled their appreciation of it. Li Qingfeng plopped down onto the ground, a twinge of regret in his heart as he contemplated whether to abandon their quest. Searching for the corpses of 3 different animals was indeed a troublesome endeavor. Yet, reflecting on the misdeeds of the Shanghai gold shop, he felt an insatiable anger. The sum they had been deceived out of was no trivial amount, but rather over 800,000 could procure a 2-bedroom apartment in Qingzhou City. Wang Bin sat down beside him, jokingly lamenting, "I am utterly exhausted. This is all your fault. Wouldn't it have been more pleasant to laze in bed with my phone? Yet here I am, trudging through these desolate mountains in search of a hairless crow and a skeletal bat. Am I losing my mind?" "Haha, who told us we are good brothers?" Li replied. "With a brother like you, I truly am unfortunate." After resting for a while atop the mountain, Li Qingfeng took a couple of sips from his mineral water and surveyed the surroundings, reveling in the breathtaking view. The mountains were resplendent, the scenery enchanting. Both men were entranced, immersed in the beauty of nature. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow and sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at three peaks not far away. The three peaks were interconnected at their bases, with the flanking mountains considerably taller than the central one, which was much shorter yet rectangular in shape. Sunlight illuminated the peaks, casting beams that seemed to shimmer like jewels. From a distance, the three interconnected summits resembled a golden ingot. Inwardly astonished, Li could hardly believe that within Tiamishan lay a prime site for Feng Shui. Had they not been resting here, with the sunlight perfectly illuminating the mountains, they would never have discovered this auspicious location. After the initial shock, a smile spread across Li's face. He was utterly convinced that this was indeed a superior Feng Shui spot and could not help exclaiming, This is the child lying on gold. The child lying on gold is an exceedingly rare and superior Feng Shui configuration that governs wealth and prosperity. Burying ancestors here would undoubtedly lead to fortune. Noticing Li Qingfeng's sudden rise and his dazed gaze at the distant peaks, Wang Bin, perplexed, inquired, Chengfeng, what's wrong? Nothing much, Li replied. The scenery here is truly remarkable. Li Qingfeng casually replied, refraining from disclosing the discovery of the auspicious Feng Shui layout. Known as the Golden Child's Rest, to Wang Bin, such a treasure of Feng Shui is rare and cannot be sought after. Revealing its existence to Wang Bin could lead to unnecessary complications. After a brief respite, the two continued their search for the emaciated bats in the forest, rummaging through several tree hollows without success. Wang Bin, having grown up in Tianmu Mountain, was quite familiar with the terrain and guided Li Chifeng to a cave. The entrance was overgrown with vegetation, adorned with several pine trees, making it difficult to detect the cave's presence without careful observation. After clearing the obstructive foliage, they uncovered a stone tablet to the right of the cave entrance, inscribed with the three characters, Treasure-Spitting Cave. Judging by the stone's weathered state and the inscriptions, the tablet must be over a millennium old, prompting a sense of curiosity in Li Chengfeng, who asked, Wang Bin, why is this cave called the Treasure-Spitting Cave? This cave is the training ground for the treasure-spitting rat, Wang Bin responded, recalling tales from his grandfather. There are indeed treasure-spitting rats within. Upon hearing the term treasure-spitting rat, Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Are you referring to the auspicious beast, the treasure-spitting rat? Yes. How do you know that the treasure-spitting rat is an auspicious beast? Wang Bin expressed surprise that Li Chengfeng was aware of the treasure-spitting rat. As most people only recognize the Pishio as a bringer of wealth, seldom acknowledging the lesser-known treasure-spitting rat. This creature, also known as the mongoose rat, is an ancient divine beast, revered within the culture of Tibetan Buddhism as the oath beast of the yellow god of wealth, holding a significant status. Li Chingfeng's knowledge of the treasure-spitting rat stemmed from an ancient text he had encountered. The realization that Wang Bin was also familiar with the creature left Li Chengfeng puzzled. He had assumed his classmate was solely focused on academia. Wang Bin, standing confidently outside the cave, declared, there must be bats within this cave. As Li Chengfeng stood at the entrance, peering into the dark abyss, he momentarily perceived a white shadow darting through the cave with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. An inexplicable anxiety gripped him. Was there a monster lurking inside? Would venturing in pose a danger? Just as he contemplated whether to enter, Wang Bin strode boldly inside, urging, come on. Let's quickly find the emaciated bats so we can head home. Reluctantly, Li Chifeng followed Wang Bin into the cave, relieved to have brought a flashlight, illuminated by its beam. The two delved deeper into the cavern. Indeed, the cave was teeming with bats. The ground was littered with bat droppings. As they directed the flashlight towards the ceiling, they beheld numerous bats hanging upside down on the rocky walls. This sight startled both of them, prompting Wang Bin to shine the flashlight around and exclaim in astonishment. There are just so many bats here. How will we find the emaciated ones among them? Keep your voice down. We don't want to startle them. Li Chengfeng cautioned softly. Despite their hushed tones, their conversation resonated loudly within the confined space. The bats, hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, were startled, emitting eerie squeaks as they swiftly fled into the darkness outside. The two individuals hastily crouched down, shielding their heads to avoid being bitten by the frightened creatures. Within moments, the cave was devoid of any bats. As tranquility returned, they gradually stood up, and Wang Bin couldn't help but express his astonishment. That was terrifying. Bats carry so many germs. A single bite could be fatal. Rest assured, bats typically do not attack humans, came the reassuring reply. This was the bat sanctuary, and it was likely that some had perished within. The pair, armed with flashlights, began to search the cave. As they scoured the depths of the inky darkness, Li Chifeng felt an unsettling sensation, as though something was watching him from the shadows. Wang Bin shared this eerie feeling and shone his flashlight around. It found nothing amiss. After a brief search, they spotted a bat, roughly the size of a fist, dangling motionless from the rock wall. Li Chifeng quickly illuminated the creature, revealing its emaciated form. A mere shell of its former self, having long succumbed to death. Curiously, Wang Bin inquired, "Chifeng, is this bat still viable?" "It should be," Li Chifeng replied. "This bat appears to have grown too old to forage for food, resorting instead to consuming the droppings of other bats, ultimately leading to its starvation." He produced a plastic bag, placing the bat's cadaver alongside that of a crow, with the remains of a sick cat, a crow, and a bat now collected. They were prepared to employ the three corpses blocking wealth technique against the Shanghai gold shop. Li Chifeng weighed the bag containing the corpses, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Well, we have gathered everything we need. Let us return." Indeed, with what they sought now in hand, the two were eager to leave the cave, sensing an unsettling presence within its depths, as if something unseen was observing them. As they turned to exit, a sudden noise echoed from behind, reminiscent of something falling from the cave's ceiling. Wang Bin shivered, his voice trembling as he said, "Chifeng, did you hear that? It seems something is following us." "I did hear it, but let us not dwell on it. We must keep moving forward." Li Chifeng remained relatively composed, having experienced numerous events since reopening the Yuan Hall. Neither dared to look back, continuing their hurried advance, each step accompanied by a series of soft thuds from behind. Wang Bin, gripped by fear, whispered, "It feels like something is tracking us. What should we do?" Li Chifeng remained silent, eager to discern the source of the disturbance. He gradually slowed his pace, then abruptly turned, shining his flashlight into the darkness behind them. Nothing was there. Wang Bin quickly followed suit, illuminating the area with his flashlight, but uncovering no signs of life. "I distinctly felt something behind us. How could it suddenly vanish? Are we encountering something unclean?" Wang Bin questioned. "That seems unlikely." Li Chifeng had already opened his celestial eye. If there were any malevolent entities within the cave, he would surely perceive them. Although he did not detect any sinister presence, he was convinced that something was indeed following them. Summoning his courage, Li Chifeng bellowed into the depths of the cave. "I am Li Chifeng, a disciple of the Qian sect. I am unaware of which divine being resides in this cavern. I apologize for any disturbance caused and humbly request your understanding. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely beg your pardon and hope you will not hold it against us, two mere juniors." As soon as his voice echoed, a chattering sound emanated from within the cave. Soon, a round little head peeked out from behind a stone, its small eyes spinning curiously as they focused on the two strangers. With oversized ears, it appeared exceedingly adorable. Once assured of their safety, the little creature hopped out from behind the rock, its coat of white fur, short legs, plump body, and comical demeanor resembling that of a squirrel, complete with a long, fluffy tail. Li Chifeng shone his flashlight on the creature, his curiosity piqued. "What on earth is this? It looks like a mouse." Despite its resemblance to a mouse, it bore significant differences, particularly its much shorter snout. Wang Bin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the small animal, and declared earnestly, "This must be the legendary wealth-attracting creature, the Tabaishu." Li Chifeng remained skeptical. He could hardly believe that such a mythical creature as the Tabaishu could truly exist. The creature before them was likely just a mutated mouse. Certainly not the fabled wealth-attracting beast. As twilight approached, unwilling to squander more time, he casually remarked, "It's just an ordinary mouse. Let us hurry back." Wang Bin replied softly, contemplating that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. The Tabaishu was said to be an auspicious creature, exceedingly rare in the real world, and it was improbable that anyone would recognize it even if they encountered one. Li Chifeng produced an uneaten sausage, peeled away its casing, and tossed it before the little mouse, adopting a serious tone. "Little one, we are going home. Do not follow us any longer. Do you understand?" "Chirp, chirp." The little mouse seemed to comprehend Li Chifeng's words. After responding a couple of times, it picked up the sausage and scampered swiftly into the depths of the cave, vanishing in an instant. Once the mouse departed, the sounds behind the two men also ceased. Noticing the sky darkening, the pair hastened down the mountain, not giving the incident much thought. Upon returning to Wang Bin's home, it was already evening. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by the sound of many voices chatting inside. The modest yard was filled with an array of gifts, cigarettes, alcohol, various supplements, fruits, boxes of sausages, pure milk, and even a pig's head along with beef and lamb. Staring at the pile of items in bewilderment, Wang Bin exclaimed, "What is going on?" and hurriedly entered the main room. Li Chifeng gazed at the crates of tobacco and liquor, fully aware that these items were gifts from the villagers. Grateful for his assistance in resolving their significant troubles, he shook his head helplessly, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. In the realm of helping others with matters of life and death, one is never short of food and drink. As Wang Bin entered the modest dwelling, he was taken aback by the crowd that filled the room, some seated, others standing, and a few crouching on the floor. The middle-aged woman and the elderly man were also present, alongside a table stacked with 6 bundles of vibrant red cash. Wang Bin appeared bewildered by the unexpected gathering. Upon his return, the middle-aged woman hurriedly inquired, "My dear nephew, where is your classmate? Why hasn't he come back with you?" "He is outside," Wang Bin replied. Upon learning that Li Chifeng was indeed outside, the villagers all stepped out of the room. Since the previous day, when Li Chifeng had mastered the art of dispelling malevolent spirits, tranquility had returned to the village, and the deaths of livestock had ceased. Most importantly, no further fatalities had occurred that day, providing each villager with a sense of relief. To prevent any further mischief from the 2 foreign intruders, they had even dispatched additional guardians to watch over the 2 stone cattle. In a gesture of gratitude towards Li Chifeng, the villagers had procured numerous gifts and pooled together 60,000 yuan, intending to present these tokens of appreciation to him. The villagers present gazed at him with expressions of profound gratitude, while the elderly man extended the 60,000 yuan to him, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, had it not been for you, our village's men, women, and children might have perished entirely. You have saved us. You are our benefactor. You must accept this money." Observing the sincerity of the villagers, Li Chifeng smiled gently, taking only 200 yuan from the pile. He waved the cash in his hand and said, "Elder, 200 yuan is sufficient. Please take the rest back. This is but a small matter, and such an amount is unnecessary." Upon witnessing Li Chifeng's modest acceptance, the villagers erupted with agitation, each wearing a solemn expression, as if they were ready to confront him. Those unaware of the situation might have thought that Li Chifeng held a deep-seated grudge against them. The villagers, speaking in unison, fervently insisted, "Mr. Li, you must accept this money today. If you refuse, it would be a sign of disdain towards us. Should you decline, you shall not leave our village." Indeed, the villagers were straightforward in their intentions, and Li Chifeng understood all too well that if he did not accept the money, the villagers would not allow him to depart. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and accepted the funds. Only then did smiles return to the faces of the villagers, who left with satisfaction. Once the villagers had departed, Wang Bin looked at Li Chifeng with astonishment. Within a single day, he had earned 60,000 yuan and received gifts valued at least 20,000 or 30,000. The villagers revered him as if he were a deity, evoking a deep sense of envy in Wang Bin. It seemed the profession of a Feng Shui master was remarkably lucrative. In one day, Li Chifeng had earned what others might make in an entire year. Wang Bin, with a cheerful demeanor, draped his arm over Li Chifeng's shoulder and exclaimed, "You, my friend, are quite impressive. In less than a day, you've amassed such wealth." Li Chifeng chuckled in response, teasingly retorting, "Are you envious?" "Of course I am," Wang Bin admitted, somewhat bashfully. "Chifeng, could you teach me the art of Feng Shui? I aspire to become a Feng Shui master as well. Not only can one effortlessly accumulate wealth in this profession, but one also garners respect from others. It truly is a splendid vocation." With a smile, Li Chifeng shook his head, explaining, "Mastering the mystical arts of Qian and Feng Shui is no simple feat. It demands exceptional talent and insight, as well as knowledge of celestial stems and earthly branches, auspicious and inauspicious star positions, and the 24 directions." Li Chifeng elaborated extensively, and Wang Bin listened attentively, ultimately abandoning the notion of becoming a Feng Shui master. After all, without even a basic understanding of celestial stems, the 60 jiazi, or the 24 directions, how could he claim to be a master? It would be more akin to being a charlatan. To be a true Feng Shui master, one must also be well-versed in the principles of the 1, the 2 forms, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces. Lacking even the foundational knowledge of these esoteric arts, aspiring to be a Feng Shui master was utterly implausible. The following day, Li Chifeng returned to Qizhou City, with Wang Bin accompanying him to the Suiyuan Hall. Eager to witness the potency of the folk technique known as the 3 corpses blocking wealth. Upon arriving at Suiyuan Hall, Li Chifeng's first act was to approach the offering table, light 3 incense sticks, and bow 3 times before the image of the patriarch. He then solemnly addressed the portrait, saying, "Patriarch, rest assured, I shall ensure that those frauds pay for their deeds, avenging you in the process. This bronze incense burner will suffice for now, but I promise to procure you a pure gold set once I have earned enough." After finishing his words, he bowed 3 more times and placed the incense sticks into the burner. As he raised his gaze to the portrait, he was startled to see the patriarch nodding in acknowledgement. His heart raced. If Wang Bin had witnessed this, it would have been a disaster. Quickly turning his head, he saw Wang Bin drinking water, oblivious to the patriarch's nod, which allowed Li Chengfeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Once Wang Bin finished drinking, he eagerly inquired, "Chengfeng, everything is ready. We merely await the right moment. When will you employ the folk technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth to teach a lesson to the Shanghai gold store?" Li Chengfeng calculated the date with his fingers. Realizing that to implement the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique, he needed to select a 3-break day. Coincidentally, today was indeed a 3-break day. Tonight would be the perfect occasion to enact the technique at the Shanghai gold store. However, Wang Bin appeared perplexed and curiously asked, "Chengfeng, what is a 3-break day? Why must we perform the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique on this particular day?" The so-called 3-break day refers to a day of financial loss, bodily harm, and misfortune. It is often deemed a day of great calamity. Those whose fate is affected by a 3-break day will encounter misfortune, suffering not only financial losses but also potential injuries, which is what is meant by bodily harm. Many individuals affected by a 3-break day tend to remain at home or retreat to temples for a couple of days, consuming vegetarian meals and reciting scriptures to avert disaster and evade calamity. The reason for choosing the day of the 3 corpses to perform the financial blocking technique is that by conducting the ritual on this particular day, one can not only impede the financial fortune of the adversary, ensnaring them in misfortune and calamity, but also induce financial losses and overall decline in their luck. After hearing this, Wang Bin remained incredulous, questioning whether such a thing could truly be achieved merely through the use of the corpses of these 3 animals. Deeming it utterly absurd, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained it," Li Chengfeng replied dismissively. Engaging in discourse with Wang Bin was akin to playing music to a cow. Despite his lack of understanding, Wang Bin persisted in his curiosity, insisting that Li Chengfeng elucidate the matter further. Reluctantly, Li Chengfeng continued his explanation. Many fail to grasp how Feng Shui can influence an individual's health and wealth. The Yellow Emperor's symbol classic states, "Fish born in water do not perceive the water. Humans born in Qi do not perceive the Qi. Spirits born in earth do not perceive the earth." This phrase encapsulates the environments in which fish, humans, and spirits exist. Fish thrive in water, yet remain oblivious to it, just as humans inhabit air without noticing it, and spirits reside in the earth while remaining unaware of it. Dragons, born of water, also do not perceive the water, which exists in various forms, fresh, saline, polluted, and so forth, each harboring different species of fish. If freshwater fish are placed in saltwater, they perish. This illustrates the influence of water on fish. Water affects fish because they rely on it for their very existence. Humans, born of Qi, do not perceive Qi, which is fundamental to life. Qi manifests in numerous forms, such as malevolent Qi, declining Qi, turbid Qi, ominous Qi, tainted Qi, spiritual Qi, and wealth Qi, each place possessing its unique Qi field, demonstrating the impact of Qi on humans. Humans depend on Qi for their survival. Spirits, born of earth, do not perceive the earth, which can be categorized into auspicious, inauspicious, and various other types, with significant differences in soil quality, yellow, red, black, sandy, etc. The varying qualities of earth and their respective statuses greatly influence spirits. Earth impacts spirits because they rely on it for their existence. The 3 corpses financial blocking technique can alter an individual's financial fortune by transforming the Qi of a location, converting wealth Qi into declining and ominous Qi. Li Chengfeng articulated extensively, yet Wang Bin remained perplexed, unable to fully comprehend but grasping fragments of the explanation. Taking a sip from his cup, Li Chengfeng, as a Feng Shui master, did not wish to employ forbidden techniques to harm others, for such actions could invite divine retribution. Before implementing the 3 corpses financial blocking technique, he yearned to afford the Shanghai gold shop one final opportunity. As the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. If they were to return the money they had deceitfully acquired, he would consider the matter resolved. He resolved to visit the Shanghai gold shop once more to ascertain their stance. Since reopening the Suiwan Hall, he had earned some income and was no longer in dire straits, able to afford meals. With money in his pocket, Li Chifeng chose not to take the bus but hailed a taxi, bringing Wang Bin along to the Shanghai Gold Shop. The establishment was thriving, bustling with customers. Upon seeing the four characters of Shanghai Gold Shop, Li Chifeng felt a surge of indignation. Two individuals approached the Shanghai jewelry store, one trailing behind the other. Upon reaching the entrance, they were intercepted by two security guards. The guards, already familiar with Li Chifeng, disdainfully remarked, "What are you doing here again? Get lost immediately. We do not welcome you at Shanghai jewelry store. Leave now, or I shall break your legs. You are truly shameless, having swindled me out of so much money. Not only do you refuse me entry, but you also resort to violence." Li Chifeng replied, infuriated, unable to even enter the store. He found himself threatened verbally by the guards, leading to a heated argument. The commotion attracted the attention of the store manager, Han Lily, who strode over with an air of arrogance, her heels clicking against the polished floor. With a contemptuous gaze fixed upon Li Chifeng, she disdainfully addressed him. "I spared you last time, yet you dare to create a scene at Shanghai jewelry store? Shall I call the police to have you arrested to teach you a lesson? Now leave, and do not let me see you again." Li Chifeng was perplexed by the audacity of these fraudsters. "You deceitful scoundrels, having cheated people. How can you be so brazen? Do you have no sense of justice?" Wang Bin questioned fiercely, his anger boiling upon learning that Li Chifeng had been defrauded of 800,000. It was infuriating that the perpetrators appeared so unrepentant, even threatening to involve the police against the victims. "Is there no law? Is there no justice?" Han Lily smirked slightly, casting a scornful glance at Wang Bin. With a haughty chuckle, she declared, "I admit I am a fraudster. I did deceive your friend out of 800,000. What will you do about it? You can report me to the police or sue me in court. But do you have any evidence? Even if you do, what can it accomplish? Our boss, Deng Sihai, has influence in both the legal and illicit realms. Do you really think you can win against us?" Arrogant and domineering, Shanghai jewelry store exuded an air of invincibility, leaving the victims with no recourse but to endure their plight. Li Chifeng and Wang Bin were thoroughly incensed by Han Lily's words. Li Chifeng remained relatively composed, recognizing that Han Lily's bravado stemmed from some underlying support, while Wang Bin, in his fury, retorted, "I refuse to believe there is no place for reason. I am going to file a complaint against you at Shanghai Group. Go ahead. If you dare to cause a scene at Shanghai Group, you will suffer far worse consequences." Han Lily warned dismissively, turning her attention to the nearby security personnel. "If they dare to stir trouble here and disrupt our business, beat them mercilessly. Their demise will be on my conscience." Wang Bin, incensed, was about to charge forward but was restrained by Li Chifeng. "Binzi, a wise man does not court immediate danger. Let us depart." Wang Bin surveyed the imposing guards at the entrance and ultimately calmed down, leaving in a huff. He contemplated lodging a complaint against Shanghai jewelry store and Han Lily at the Group's headquarters, but was stopped by Li Chifeng. Han Lily's warning had been clear. Causing a disturbance at Shanghai Group's headquarters would lead to dire consequences. It was evident that she did not speak lightly. A woman could not exhibit such audacity without formidable backing. Witnessing the other party's audacity and arrogance, which surpassed their previous demeanor, Li Chifeng felt no hesitation. Allowing himself to employ the three corpses block wealth technique, ensuring that the Shanghai gold store would pay the necessary price. Upon returning to the Suyuantang, Li Chifeng commenced the preparation of the items required for this technique, binding 3 lengths of hemp rope around the necks of a sickly cat, a featherless crow, and a gaunt bat. The three corpses block wealth technique requires scan items, as the deceased cat, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat are inherently objects of great misfortune. Due to the throngs of people at the Shanghai gold store during the day, he resolved to wait until nightfall, when the crowds would dissipate, to execute the technique. That evening, Li Chifeng, accompanied by Wang Bin, arrived early at the Shanghai gold store, carrying the corpses of the 3 animals and a folding ladder, waiting outside. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the store closed, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians, save for the occasional vehicle that passed, stirring a gentle breeze that offered a modicum of relief from the oppressive summer heat. Seizing the moment of solitude, the two approached the entrance of the Shanghai gold store with the stealth of thieves, keenly surveying their surroundings. Observing the tightly shut rolling shutter, Wang Bin whispered, "Chifeng, what shall we do next?" "Lower your voice. There is still a security guard on duty inside," replied Li Chifeng. He stood at the entrance, casting his gaze downward at the cement floor, which was overlaid with tiles, rendering the prospect of digging a hole to bury the corpses unfeasible. Ideally, If he could excavate 3 pits to inter the carcasses of the sick cat, the featherless crow, and the emaciated bat, it would be relatively straightforward and less prone to discovery. Unfortunately, the concrete surface and tiled layer made such an endeavor impossible. Foreseeing this obstacle, Li Chifeng had preemptively bound the 3 animal corpses with hemp rope, preparing to suspend them behind the store's sign. The sign of the Shanghai Gold Store was modest in size, perched above the entrance, behind which lay a small terrace. Li Chifeng gazed up at the sign, resolving to scale the terrace to hang the sick cat, featherless crow, and gaunt bat behind it. Wang Bin steadied the ladder, whispering cautiously, "Be careful," acknowledging with a nod. Li Chifeng ascended the ladder, clutching the 3 animal corpses, and surveyed the layout of the terrace. In the realm of Feng Shui, there exist 4 primary wealth positions: the bright wealth position, the hidden wealth position, the life wealth position, and the annual wealth position. To obstruct the financial fortunes of Shanghai Gold Store, it was essential to identify the bright, hidden, and annual wealth positions. Li Chifeng produced a Sanha compass and, standing on the terrace, began to chant incantations while calculating the 3 wealth positions. Jia and Yi are northeast for the wealth god. Bing and Ding seek southwest. Wu and Ji reside directly north. Geng and Xin should settle in the east. Ren and Gui originally sit in the south, which reveals the true bright wealth position. Hidden wealth position, annual wealth position. With each wealth position he articulated, a corresponding radiance of golden light emanated. Although ordinary individuals without the opened heavenly eye would remain oblivious to these luminous manifestations. In a mere moment, he uncovered the 3 wealth positions, their golden glimmers shining brilliantly. Explaining the prosperous business of Shanghai Gold Store, Li Chifeng smiled faintly and proceeded to hang the corpse of a crow at the auspicious wealth position, the corpse of a bat at the hidden wealth position, and the corpse of a sick cat at the annual wealth position. As the 3 animal corpses were suspended at their designated wealth positions, the originally resplendent golden light of the wealth area was obscured by the malevolent aura emanating from the 3 cadavers. The placements of the corpses, the hairless crow, the emaciated bat, and the sick cat, corresponded with the door frames on either side, with the sick cat aligning with the gap in the middle of the door. This so-called 3 corpses blocking wealth technique specifically obstructed the incoming financial energies. Seeing that the ominous aura effectively shielded the 3 wealth energies, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Chifeng's face as he hummed softly and descended the ladder. However, as he descended the final rung, his shoes slipped, causing him to stumble. Ouch! The sound of the ladder colliding with the wall echoed through the space. The loud noise startled the security guard on duty at the gold shop, prompting an immediate reprimand. "Who else out there?" Both Li Chifeng and Wang Bin were taken aback, holding their breath as they listened to the guard's footsteps approaching the entrance. Just as they were unsure of how to proceed, a piercing cat's wail suddenly erupted from above the door. The footsteps inside the shop abruptly halted, followed by a stream of curses. "Damn feral cat. Can't you let anyone sleep?" Always yowling at the door. Only then did Li Chifeng and Wang Bin breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously, they picked up the ladder and stealthily exited Shanghai Gold Shop. They walked some distance before stopping, and Wang Bin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Chifeng, have you set up the folk technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth? Could you tell me how it was arranged?" Li Chifeng nodded and briefly recounted the events on the terrace. Wang Bin, intrigued, continued to ask, "Now that the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is in place, what will happen next at Shanghai Gold Shop?" "I am not entirely certain what will occur. This is my first time using the 3 corpses technique to harm someone," Li Chifeng replied. The two chatted as they waited for a taxi by the roadside, waiting over an hour before finally hailing a night cab. Upon returning to Suiyuan Hall, both men, exhausted and weary, collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Shanghai Gold Shop opened its doors as usual, with many employees arriving early. Shortly thereafter, Han Lily also made her entrance, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor. She arrived at the shop's entrance only to find a wild cat sprawled in the middle, with a crow perched on the right door frame and a bat on the left. Her expression shifted slightly. How could there be a crow and a bat here, along with a wild cat? Disgust flickered across her features as she shouted, "Security! How can there be a wild cat at the entrance? Quickly chase it away, along with the crow and the bat." The security guard hurriedly emerged, scrutinizing the entrance with a puzzled expression. "Manager Han, where are the crow and the bat? How can there be none? I just saw them right at the door," Han Lily exclaimed, but before she could finish her sentence, she froze in disbelief. In the brief moment she turned her head, The wild cat, crow, and bat had vanished without a trace. Strange, had she imagined it? Many employees at the store observed the stray cats lounging at the entrance in the early morning, accompanied by crows and bats perched on the door frames. However, as one approached for a closer look, the wild cats, bats, and crows would vanish without a trace. It was truly perplexing. Everyone wore expressions of confusion. Yet they did not dwell on the matter. Work awaited them, and it had no bearing on their duties. Han Lili gathered all the staff for a meeting. With the Qixi festival approaching, a surge of couples getting engaged and married was anticipated. And Shanghai Jewelry Store planned to take advantage of this opportunity to hold a promotional event. Han Lili was filled with confidence, envisioning soaring sales figures thanks to the festival, relishing the prospects of substantial commissions and bonuses, which brought her great delight. Each staff member was equally motivated, ready to capitalize on the Qixi occasion to earn a significant profit, all wearing smiles as they awaited customers. Before long, the street in front of Shanghai Jewelry Store became bustling with pedestrians, couples walking hand in hand, parents leisurely strolling with their children, elderly individuals enjoying their evening walks, and workers hurrying along. Despite the throngs outside, the store appeared exceedingly desolate, with very few customers entering. Even those who did cross the threshold would inexplicably turn around and leave. When customers did enter, no matter how ardently the employees promoted the merchandise, they would shake their heads and depart. By midday, not a single piece of jewelry had been sold. A group of beautiful saleswomen huddled together, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting, their voices tinged with mild reproach. What on earth is happening today? Half the day has passed, and I haven't sold a single pair of earrings. One lamented. Indeed, just yesterday, I had so many customers. I sold 6 bracelets, 13 pairs of rings, and 2 necklaces, raking in over 2,000 in commissions alone. Just now, I spent half an hour persuading a customer, and my voice is hoarse. Yet he still didn't buy anything. It's infuriating. From morning until noon, not a single sale had been made, and Han Lili's expression darkened. Seeing several staff members idly chatting, she scolded them sharply. Who permitted you to converse during work hours? Get back to your respective positions. Instead of contemplating ways to sell, you're simply chatting away. The store is suffering because of your distractions. Each of you will be fined 100 yuan. The employees, upon hearing of the fines, wore faces of discontent but dared not challenge Han Lili, obediently returning to their posts, awaiting the arrival of customers. As the day swiftly passed, from morning until evening, not a single piece of jewelry was sold. The once thriving Shanghai Jewelry Store, which typically boasted daily revenues in the millions, inexplicably plummeted in business. After all, this was the first time they had employed the folk magic of the 3 corpses to obstruct wealth and inflict misfortune. Li Chifeng was also curious to discover whether the 3 corpses' wealth obstruction technique truly had the power to impede one's fortune and bring about misfortune. Wang Bin was equally intrigued. He pondered whether Li Chifeng, despite his arduous journey to procure the corpses of crows and bats, had indeed enacted the 3 corpses' wealth-blocking technique as he claimed, capable of exacting a toll from the Shanghai Gold Store. The folk superstition surrounding the 3 corpses' wealth-blocking technique, whether it stemmed from the ancient beliefs of our ancestors or truly held the power to influence one's financial fortune, was now at the precipice of revelation. To ascertain the authenticity of this technique, Li Chifeng and Wang Bin frequently loitered near the Shanghai Gold Store, keenly observing any changes in its fortunes. Seated in a fried chicken establishment opposite the gold store, they ordered 2 large servings of fried chicken meals, complete with wings, drumsticks, and fries, accompanied by 2 glasses of cola. After taking a sip of his drink, Wang Bin picked up a chicken wing and remarked, Chifeng, I recall just a few days ago, the Shanghai Gold Store was bustling with customers. Why has it suddenly become so desolate today? Could it truly be the 3 corpses' wealth-blocking technique at work, obstructing their financial prosperity? Indeed, Li Chifeng nodded, gnawing on a drumstick as he replied. It seems this folk technique is no mere superstition. It genuinely appears to hinder one's wealth. Although Li Chifeng had limited knowledge of the intricacies of this folk technique, only familiar with its layout, he was now acutely aware of its formidable impact as he witnessed the plummeting business of the Shanghai Gold Store. Unbeknownst to him, the repercussions of such folk techniques could be quite severe, and being classified as a forbidden practice surely indicated a darker side. What transpired next was beyond his anticipation. He never imagined that the 3 corpses' wealth-blocking technique, deployed on this day of the 3 breaks, would wield such a formidable malevolence. As they munched on fried chicken and sipped cola, seemingly unfazed, They continued their vigil over the Shanghai Gold store. Through the glass, they could see the female sales associates, each more beautiful than the last. Once thriving, with a steady flow of customers and daily revenues soaring into the hundreds of thousands, the store was now desolate, its business in dire straits. Han Lily's eagerly anticipated Qixi Festival promotion ultimately culminated in failure, with nearly half a month's revenue barely exceeding 20,000 yuan. While poor business was one concern, the idle staff members sat listlessly, accomplishing nothing, yet felt inexplicably fatigued by the end of their shifts, their bodies aching and spirits dwindling. Odd occurrences began to unfold within the store. A newlywed employee, 2 months pregnant, found herself without customers and resorted to secretly playing on her phone at the counter. This female associate had previously been the one to promote incense burners, candle holders, and fruit trays to Li Chifeng. Due to her pregnancy, her hunger struck swiftly, prompting her to indulge in snacks her husband had bought for her, chocolate-filled cream cookies, delectably sweet and delightful. Just as she savored her treat, an unexpected caw of a crow pierced the air, leaving her perplexed. How could there possibly be a crow in the store? Turning toward the source of the sound, she was met with the sight of a crow at the entrance, staring directly at her. Oddly enough, this crow appeared to be devoid of feathers. Under her gaze, the crow tilted its small head, its dark, beady eyes locking with hers, emitting a hollow, piercing cry as it flapped its featherless wings and swiftly approached her. The female sales associate, taken aback, was utterly bewildered. What was the situation? How could a featherless crow still fly? As the crow drew closer, she instinctively shrieked and recoiled. But the bird was too swift, landing on the counter before she could react. The featherless crow perched there, its dark eyes fixated on her abdomen, incessantly squawking at her midsection. In a state of panic, she stumbled backward several steps, raising her hand to point at the counter, exclaiming in terror, "Security, hurry here. There's a featherless crow." The 4 security guards on duty, along with other staff members, hurried over to inquire about the commotion. A crow, a crow. There's a featherless crow over there. Everyone turned to follow her pointing finger, yet they saw no crow, let alone a featherless one. A bewildered female employee asked, "Xiaoqing, are you certain? Where's the crow?" "The crow is right there, right there." Her terrified gaze remained fixed on the crow on the counter, while the others remained oblivious to its presence. At that moment, the crow's dark eyes continued to lock onto her belly, emitting a shrill cry as it flapped its featherless wings and darted towards her midsection. In the midst of her horror-stricken expression, she witnessed the crow fly into her abdomen. She screamed and jumped around frantically, pounding on her stomach in a desperate attempt to expel the crow. Yet, it had vanished without a trace. The security guards and other employees looked at her in perplexity, unsure of what had transpired. Just then, crimson blood began to flow slowly down her thigh. A female employee, stunned into silence, pointed at her leg. "Xiaoqing, your leg." She hurriedly looked down to see blood streaming down her thigh, instantly pale with fear, collapsing to the ground. Nearby, one of the security guards quickly dialed for emergency services. When the paramedics arrived at the jewelry store, they rushed to the female sales associate. Urgency etched on their faces. "The patient has suffered a miscarriage and shows signs of severe blood loss. We must transport her to the hospital immediately." Seated in a nearby fast food establishment, Li Changfeng and Wang Bin observed the arrival of the ambulance, their expressions filled with confusion, unaware of the unfolding drama at Shanghai jewelry store. What is happening? Why is an ambulance here? Curiosity piqued, Wang Bin stepped outside to inquire. Learning from the gathered crowd that a female employee at Shanghai Jewelry had experienced a miscarriage and significant blood loss, he glanced towards the store entrance, where fresh blood marked the ground, and a security guard was mopping it up. The sudden miscarriage of the female employee struck Li Chengfeng as a tragic accident, without suspecting that it was the result of a financial curse. Later, it was revealed that although the sales associate's life was spared, the child, a little boy, had not survived. Han Lily was also greatly distressed, as the store's business was already struggling, and now this unfortunate incident had occurred. As the afternoon approached, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin prepared to return to Xiyuantang. They had spent the entire day in a fried chicken shop, observing the Shanghai Gold store, which had not received a single customer from dawn until dusk. This outcome brought them great satisfaction. Upon exiting the fried chicken establishment, Wang Bin could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is a remarkable folk forbidden technique. Chengfeng, could you possibly teach me? If anyone offends me in the future, I could set up a 3 corpses blocking wealth technique at their doorstep, obstructing their fortune and bringing misfortune to their entire family." No way. Just from that statement alone, it is evident that your intentions are not pure and you harbor malice. If I were to impart this forbidden technique to you, chaos would ensue. Li Chifeng and Wang Bin chatted and laughed as they made their way to the street, awaiting a taxi. At that moment, a female shop assistant emerged from the Shanghai Gold store, clad in a fitted blazer and a remarkably short skirt, exuding beauty and grace. As she stepped out of the store, a sudden screeching sound from behind startled her, causing her to turn around in shock. A palm-sized bat flapped its wings vigorously and darted toward her. The shop assistant, upon seeing the approaching bat, shrieked in terror and instinctively ran in all directions, desperately trying to evade the creature's advance. In her panic, she lost all sense of rationality and inadvertently found herself in the middle of the road. No matter how much she attempted to dodge, she could not escape the strange bat, which seemed capable of penetrating her very being. It would alight on her chest, only to suddenly appear on her back. It would come to rest on her head, only to reappear on her face. The unfolding scene was utterly terrifying for the woman. She jumped and flailed, her hands striking her head and cheeks, while terrified cries escaped her lips. Help! There's a bat. The bat is attacking. Passers-by halted in confusion, glancing at her in bewilderment, pondering whether this woman might be mentally unstable, standing in the middle of the road and disrupting traffic. Many exhibited expressions of disdain. Wearing high heels, the shop assistant stumbled about on the road, and her heel snapped, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. At that moment, a car approached. The bat, observing the woman on the ground, ceased its assault and instead flew toward the oncoming vehicle. As it collided with the car, the bat abruptly vanished. This was a city street, and the car was only moving at a speed of 30 miles per hour, not particularly fast. The driver, noticing someone in the road, instinctively slammed on the brakes. Strangely, the brand new vehicle experienced a brake failure at that moment. No matter how hard the driver pressed down, the car would not stop. They could only watch helplessly as the vehicle rolled over the woman. Oddly enough, after the front wheels passed over her legs, the rear tires came to rest firmly upon them, and at that moment, the car suddenly stalled. The tires remained firmly pressed against the woman's legs, and the driver attempted to restart the car, but the engine would not turn over, nor could the vehicle be moved. From beneath the car, the woman's anguished cries echoed, and soon, she succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. This scene was witnessed clearly by Li Chifeng, who stood not far away. He wanted to rush over to save the female shop assistant, but everything unfolded far too swiftly. The car had already crushed her legs. Li Chifeng stared in shock, his eyes filled with a hint of fear as he glanced at the sign of Shanghai Jewelry Store. Moments ago, he had seen a bat attacking the female employee before it flew into that very vehicle. Having opened his celestial eye, he was confident that his vision could not be deceived. It was only then that he realized the sudden miscarriage of the shop assistant and her inexplicable dash into the middle of the road, resulting in her legs being crushed by the car, were not mere coincidences. They were likely the consequence of the three corpses blocking wealth technique. Wang Bin was equally startled. The events had transpired so unexpectedly. Observing the injured shop assistant, he felt a pang of compassion and inquired, "What is going on? Is this woman unwell? Why would she suddenly run into the road and shout about a bat? There are no bats." It was clearly her own frantic screaming that led her to lie down in front of the car. Isn't that a death wish? Li Chifeng furrowed his brow slightly and articulated his hypothesis. All of this should be attributed to the three corpses blocking wealth technique. Surely not. Doesn't the three corpses blocking wealth only obstruct one's fortune? How could it induce madness? This is not madness. There truly was a bat attacking her. Li Chifeng explained. The day I employed the three corpses blocking wealth technique coincided with the day of the three breaks, which can not only disrupt wealth but also cause harm to one's body and fortune. What she is facing now is indeed a calamity of bodily harm. Wang Bin, his face filled with astonishment, asked, "Then what should we do? Could the people inside Shanghai Jewelry Store be in danger as well?" Li Chifeng nodded. This was a realization he had not anticipated. The folk technique of three corpses blocking wealth was surprisingly violent, capable not just of obstructing wealth, but also of endangering lives. He had merely intended to teach Shanghai Jewelry Store a lesson, never wishing to cause harm. Now, 2 female employees were hospitalized, and he could only wonder what further misfortunes might unfold. The familiar sound of an ambulance soon arrived at the scene, taking the injured shop assistant away for emergency treatment. With her legs crushed, she would now face a life confined to a wheelchair. In light of these events, Both Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin lost their desire to return home, consumed by concern for the remaining staff at the store, prompting them to head back to the fried chicken shop. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Han Lili emerged from Shanghai jewelry store. The two security guards on duty promptly shut the large door behind her. Han Lili no longer exuded her previous arrogance. Instead, she appeared deeply fatigued. As she walked a short distance from the store, she heard the sound of a cat meowing behind her, a hollow, piercing noise that seemed to resonate from the underworld, penetrating her ears and unsettling her mind. Unable to suppress a shiver, Han Lili turned around to see a gaunt stray cat crouched nearby, staring intently at her. With a face full of disdain, she exclaimed, "Get away from me. Don't follow me." The cat seemed to understand her words and suddenly vanished. Han Lili rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The cat had been right at the door just moments ago, so how could it have disappeared so abruptly? She pondered that perhaps her recent exhaustion had led to hallucinations and dismissed the incident from her mind. She turned and walked towards the car parked beside her, unaware that at the moment she opened the door, a thin wild cat leaped from beside her feet into the vehicle. Li Chengfeng had witnessed the entire scene and contemplated warning Han Lili against driving that car tonight. However, recalling her arrogant and domineering demeanor, he dismissed the thought. Even if he approached her to caution her, she would likely not appreciate it and would humiliate him in return. Ultimately, he relinquished the idea, watching as Han Lili settled into the car and drove away with a flourish. As soon as Han Lili had maneuvered the car onto the road, she was startled by the sound of meowing emanating from within. She quickly glanced in the direction of the noise, only to see the once indistinct form of a very thin cat, now perched clearly on the passenger seat. Enraged, she wondered how the wild cat had managed to get into her car, sullying the seat in the process. Oblivious to the fact that the cat had gradually appeared from obscurity. "You insolent creature, daring to invade my car. I shall smash you," she fumed, gripping the steering wheel with her left hand while raising a stainless steel thermos with her right, aiming it at the cat. The piercing sound of the cat's meow filled the car as it leaped gracefully over the incoming thermos, landing directly on the steering wheel. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Han Lili's face drained of color as she frantically swatted at the cat on the steering wheel, completely forgetting that the car was still in motion. In that moment, the vehicle lost control, careening wildly down the road, forcing pedestrians to scatter in fear, and colliding with several other cars on the way. Ultimately, Han Lili's car crashed into a bubble tea shop, wreaking havoc and injuring two customers who were in the midst of purchasing their drinks. Fortunately, as the car was not traveling at high speed, she sustained only minor scrapes and was not seriously harmed. Once she regained her composure and noticed that the wild cat had vanished, she surveyed the chaos around her and the wrecked bubble tea shop, finally realizing the gravity of her predicament. Before long, traffic police arrived at the scene. Han Lili hurriedly explained that a wild cat had jumped onto her steering wheel, causing the accident. However, no one else had witnessed the feline. The officers suspected that she might be under the influence of alcohol, but blood tests revealed she had not been drinking. They further speculated about her mental state, conducting a psychological evaluation, which confirmed her sanity. Despite her desperate insistence that a cat had leaped onto the steering wheel, no one believed her. Fortunately, as no one had suffered severe injuries, the traffic police were reluctant to pursue her culpability, agreeing to forego any penalties provided she compensated all affected parties for their losses. Han Lili felt utterly helpless, watching her savings from recent years vanish entirely, including the 800,000 she had swindled from Li Chengfeng and the 50,000 commission from her company. Once she had settled all matters, the haunting memory of the cat struck her. She recalled the scene of the cat appearing on the driver's seat and her futile attempt to strike it with the thermos. Despite believing she had hit the cat, the thermos had seemingly connected with nothing. A chill ran through her, leaving her terrified and unwilling to return to her job at the jewelry store. The headquarters had no choice but to dispatch a new store manager. Subsequently, strange occurrences plagued the Shanghai gold store, with numerous employees encountering bizarre misfortunes. On nights of the full moon, when the moonlight illuminated the store's sign, the on-duty security guards could hear the chilling cries of cats, accompanied by the caws of crows and the flutters of bats. Terrified, several guards resigned en masse. Due to the frequent incidents, the Shanghai gold store was compelled to suspend operations for rectification, a situation that eventually reached the ears of the owner, Deng Sihai. The store had faced its deserved repercussions, with many employees injured, some even severely. Li Chifeng felt a twinge of guilt, having been deceived out of 800,000 000, his fury had since dissipated. And to avoid harming innocents, he resolved to dismantle the three corpses' financial barrier. Wang Bin concurred with Li Chengfeng's sentiment. For witnessing the beautiful female employees suffer misfortune due to the barrier was disheartening. Yet, considering their previous deceitful actions and their arrogant bullying of others, such punishment seemed just. They had already paid their dues, and Han Lily had also lost everything. Thus, dismantling the three corpses' financial barrier was indeed warranted. That night, taking advantage of the stillness, Li Chengfeng, equipped with a folding ladder, returned to the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store with Wang Bin, with no guards on duty. They leaned the ladder against the wall, and Li Chengfeng climbed onto the terrace. Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, followed suit to observe how the three corpses' financial barrier was set up. Upon seeing the corpse of a sick cat, a hairless crow, and a withered bat hanging behind the sign, he chuckled. I thought setting up the three corpses' financial barrier would be challenging. It seems it's as simple as hanging their bodies above the door. Indeed, it was as straightforward as he imagined. However, Li Chengfeng refrained from divulging that these corpses were not merely to be hung. They needed to be positioned in specific auspicious locations, for any misplacement would render the barrier ineffective. Wang Bin then turned to Li Chengfeng and inquired, Chengfeng, how do we dismantle the three corpses' financial barrier? Simply remove the corpses and burn them with vermilion powder. They approached the hanging corpses, but as soon as their hands brushed against the hemp rope, the bound bodies suddenly stirred and emitted eerie sounds. Meow, caw, squeak. Both men were startled and instinctively recoiled several steps, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the bound corpses. Wang Bin's complexion turned pale, and he exclaimed in disbelief, what the hell? Is it possible for a long-dead body to move? The sick cat's corpse thrashed its limbs in a futile attempt to escape the constricting hemp rope, and each time its claws brushed the rope, it emitted a glow. Along with the glowing rope, the cat's corpse let forth a tortured cry, its shriveled mouth opening and closing in a most sinister manner. Its hollow, sunken eyes slowly rotated within their sockets, casting a vengeful gaze upon Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. The lifeless body of the crow, flapping its featherless wings, struggled to break free from the bonds of hemp rope, letting out a series of harsh caws. Its sharp beak was directed at Li Chengfeng, incessantly opening and closing. In stark contrast, the bat's corpse hung silently, motionless, while its small eyes fixated intently on Wang Bin and Li Chengfeng. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the stifling summer night, sending shivers down the spines of both men. Encountering such a bizarre scene for the first time, Wang Bin felt his scalp tingle, his body bristling with goosebumps, his face pale as parchment, as he tremulously inquired, Chengfeng, what in the world is happening? How have these animal corpses come to life? Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed deeply. He now comprehended why the three corpses block wealth technique was classified as a folk taboo. Its categorization as a forbidden practice indicated its terrifying potential, capable not only of obstructing fortune but also of transmuting into malevolent entities. The remains of the sickly cat, the crow, and the emaciated bat, nurtured by the triad of wealth, had transformed into sinister beings. If they were to escape, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the world. A plan to destroy the three corpses was imperative. As Li Chengfeng contemplated his next move, the suspended bodies abruptly ceased their swaying. Then, from the cadaver of the cat, the bat, and the crow, ethereal forms emerged, gracefully descending onto the terrace. Upon landing, these spectral entities unleashed piercing cries directed at Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Meow, caw, squeak. Although Wang Bin had not awakened his third eye, he beheld the unfolding scene and, upon hearing their cries, was rooted to the spot in terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chengfeng urgently shouted to Wang Bin, Binzi, run. Snapping out of his stupor, Wang Bin frantically asked, run where? Where else? Just jump down. Without a moment to spare, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin leapt from the nearly 3-meter-high terrace, landing with a thud that elicited simultaneous gasps of pain as they felt the ache in their calves. Behind them, the shrill cries of the cat echoed, its spirit standing on the terrace, glaring at the two men with fury. A sense of dread washed over them as they scrambled to their feet, abandoning the ladder and sprinting away in a frenzy. Meanwhile, a sinister wind howled behind them, accompanied by the sounds of the cat, crow, and bat. As Wang Bin glanced back, he saw a crow and a bat soaring in the air, closely pursued by the sickly cat. Overwhelmed by fright, Wang Bin let out a terrified scream and ran for his life. Oh my God, this is absolutely terrifying. Help! Li Chengfeng dared not pause. marveling at how swiftly Wang Bin was running, and hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up. He could hardly fathom the horror of the folk taboo three corpses block wealth. The spirits of the sick cat, the bat, and the crow were relentlessly pursuing them. Hearing their agonizing cries behind him, both men instinctively quickened their pace each time they cast a glance back at the vengeful spirits in pursuit. On a tranquil night, two young individuals sprinted down the road as if possessed by madness, one of them incessantly shouting, "Help! There's a ghost! My goodness, I'm terrified!" Many slumbering residents were abruptly awakened by the unexpected clamor. Those with irritable tempers flung open their windows, only to witness two fools racing through the streets at such an ungodly hour, and they scolded, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you running amok in the dead of night? There's a ghost! Help! There's a ghost!" The previously irate residents, still grumbling, suddenly recognized the abnormality of the two individuals' actions upon hearing the word ghost. In a daze, they seemed to glimpse three peculiar figures pursuing the young men. Fearful, they hurriedly shut their windows, murmuring reassurances to themselves, "It's just an illusion. I haven't seen anything. Sleep, sleep. It's all just a dream." Li Qingfeng was at a loss for words. After running for so long, he was nearly exhausted, yet he could still manage to shout, indicating he was genuinely frightened. After an indeterminate amount of time, both of them were panting heavily, unable to continue. Their pace slowed until they finally collapsed onto the ground. Wang Bin gasped, "Damn it. I can't run anymore. Let them just eat me. I can't run either. If I die, so be it." As Li Qingfeng spoke, he turned to glance behind him. Oddly, the sickly cat, the raven, and the bat had vanished, and the piercing cries had also ceased. Wang Bin followed suit and turned around, his face clouded with confusion. Where have those filthy creatures gone? He lay back down, eyes closed, muttering, "I must be dreaming. Everything I just saw must have been a figment of my imagination." Li Qingfeng exhaled in relief, and after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the reason. The creatures had not pursued them because the sick cat's corpse, the hairless raven, and the emaciated bat were bound by hemp ropes, preventing their souls from straying too far from their bodies. When a soul distances itself too far, it dissipates and returns to its corporeal form. After a lengthy respite, the two regained their composure. Suddenly, Wang Bin, resembling a resurrected corpse, sat up and earnestly asked, "Qingfeng, am I dreaming? This can't be real, right?" "Indeed. We are dreaming. You even wet your pants in the dream." Li Qingfeng caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and glanced at Wang Bin's trousers, which were thoroughly soaked, and he couldn't help but laugh. Wang Bin, realizing his pants were damp, looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Damn it, how did I wet myself? When did that happen? I'm completely unaware." After chuckling for a moment, Li Qingfeng's expression turned serious as he pondered how to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth spell. If the corpses of the three animals were not destroyed promptly, the consequences could be dire. The sign of the Shanghai gold shop blocked the sunlight, preventing it from reaching the corpses, thus allowing them to transform into malevolent spirits. To break the three corpses blocking wealth spell, the sign must be removed at noon, allowing the corpses to bask in sunlight before incinerating them with fire mixed with vermilion powder. Only then could the spell be dispelled. Li Qingfeng sighed heavily, expressing his frustration. "Let us go home. This is all your fault. You made me wet my pants, and you must buy me a new pair to compensate for my loss." "All right, I will buy you 2 pairs. Wang Bin chattered behind him, to which Li Qingfeng responded with a smile, though his heart was laden with sorrow. The corpses of the sick cat, the crow, and the bat, transformed into malevolent spirits, plagued his mind with unbearable headaches. He never anticipated that these once pitiful creatures would metamorphose into ominous beings. He silently vowed that regardless of the circumstances or the injustices he faced in the future, he would never again resort to the use of folk-forbidden techniques. For now, he realized how terrifying these practices truly were, completely beyond human control. Upon returning to the Suiyuan Hall, Li Qingfeng tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace. Thoughts of the injured female staff members filled him with guilt. He regretted his impulsiveness and recognized that employing folk techniques to harm others was ultimately self-destructive. Observing Wang Bin soundly asleep, Li Qingfeng rose from his bed and approached the portrait of the ancestral master. He offered 3 sticks of incense and, with a heavy heart, posed a question. "Ancestral master, have I erred?" He gazed intently at the portrait, hoping for a sign of divine intervention. Soon, the ancestral master in the portrait smiled, stroked his beard, and dismissively replied, "You have not erred. You are upholding justice and acting in accordance with the heavens. If you had not taken action, even more people would have fallen victim to deceit. What you have done is commendable. Remember, as a disciple of the Qian school, you must always uphold justice, punish the wicked, and promote good to avoid divine retribution. Hearing these words, Li Qingfeng felt a considerable weight lift from his heart, and he smiled in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, ancestral master. Do not thank me. Your troubles are far from over, came the ancestral master's voice from the portrait. Li Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly at the ominous remark, and he looked at the portrait with pleading eyes, cautiously inquiring, Ancestral master, what troubles lie ahead? Could you perhaps give me a hint so I may prepare? The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. All matters in this world are predetermined. Where there is misfortune, there lies fortune, and where there is fortune, misfortune lurks. If it is fortune, it is not misfortune. If it is misfortune, it cannot be evaded. Little rascal, accept your fate. The ancestral master returned to his usual demeanor after delivering this cryptic message. No matter how Li Qingfeng pleaded or what methods he employed, the ancestral master in the portrait showed no further reaction. Discontented with the ancestral master's behavior, Li Qingfeng glared at the portrait, exclaiming, Old trickster. Why speak only half the truth? It would have been better to remain silent than to leave me in such anxiety. Just as he finished his remark, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead, prompting him to clutch his head and look upward, finding nothing amiss. Confounded, he wondered why he had suddenly received a blow to his forehead. Feeling quite displeased, he inadvertently uttered a curse, only to receive a sharp slap, causing Li Qingfeng to grimace in pain. The figure of the ancestral master in the portrait appeared furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide, as half of his body seemed to emerge from the painting. With a face full of wrath, he proclaimed, You little rascal, how dare you insult me, even I, an immortal? Do you believe I shall take you away right now? Startled by the sight of the ancestral master attempting to emerge from the portrait, Li Qingfeng plopped down onto the ground, overwhelmed by fear. The ancestral master's actions were indeed terrifying. He was actually trying to step out of the painting. Hastily, Li Qingfeng apologized. Master, I understand my mistake. There is no need for you to come out. I am timid, so please do not frighten me. As the ancestral master had already protruded halfway from the portrait, he suddenly retreated back into it. You little rascal, should you show me disrespect again, I shall take you away without hesitation. Rest assured, master, I shall never dare again, Li Qingfeng replied. Upon uttering these words, the ancestral master returned to his usual serene demeanor, stroking his beard with a tranquil expression, adorned in colorful celestial garments, standing before a quaint thatched cottage, gazing at the picturesque landscape depicted in the painting. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, who had been asleep, was roused by Li Qingfeng's voice. With a disgruntled tone, he inquired, Qingfeng, what time is it? Why are you still awake, and who are you talking to outside? I am watching a movie. The secrets of the portrait must remain undisclosed to Wang Bin. As Li Qingfeng observed the ancestral master in the painting, a myriad of questions suddenly emerged in his mind. How could the ancestral master reside within this painting? Did it conceal some profound secret? Was his grandfather aware of this mystery? The artwork, titled Guapu's Hidden Mountain, boasted a history of several millennia, yet it appeared as pristine as if newly created, devoid of any signs of age. Li Qingfeng shook his head in resignation. Ever since he had pledged allegiance to the ancestral master and joined the Qian sect, he had encountered numerous bewildering occurrences. Such thoughts were truly tiresome and induced a headache. Thus, he concluded that sleep would be far more pleasant. The following morning, Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin did not rise until after 10 o'clock. They ventured to the noodle shop across the street, savoring 2 bowls of Hunan-style lamb noodles. After satisfying their appetites, Wang Bin took a tissue to wipe his mouth and, with a serious expression, declared, Qingfeng, my mother just called to say there is something at home, and I need to return. I can no longer accompany you. Farewell. As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, he took the initiative to pay the bill and walked out without looking back. Li Qingfeng was left in a state of bewilderment, recalling how he had been so frightened the previous night that he had wet himself, understanding the reason for Wang Bin's departure. Wait, I still have something to say? Without turning back, Wang Bin's voice, tinged with grievance, replied, I don't want to hear anything from you. It was too terrifying. I will never play with you again. I now realize you are not a normal person. I will pretend I have no classmate like you. Do not come looking for me again. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. It was evident from Wang Bin's tone that the events of the previous night had truly frightened him. For an ordinary person, experiencing such events for the first time elicits a myriad of emotions, While a select few may find it exhilarating, the majority are engulfed by fear and trepidation. Li Chengfeng exited the noodle shop and caught up with Wang Bin, placing a hand on his shoulder with a grin. Look at you, all timid and scared. You're supposed to be a man. What is there to fear from a few little creatures? Get lost. Those aren't just little creatures. I was so frightened, I nearly wet myself, and you're still laughing. Wang Bin retorted, his voice tinged with distress. I want to go home and find my mother. I will never play with you again. The events of the previous night had left a profound shadow in Wang Bin's heart. The mere sight of a cat on the street or a bird flying overhead would inexplicably ignite a sense of dread within him. Li Chengfeng sighed and adopted a serious demeanor. Binzi, there is something I must tell you. Those three filthy beings have set their sights on us. If we do not eliminate them, no matter where you run, they will find you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin slowly halted. Turning to face Li Chengfeng with a look of dismay, regretting his curiosity that had led him to Qizhou. He had been eager to witness the power of the folk technique known as three corpses blocking wealth, but now he bore the consequences. Speaking in a tone laced with reproach. Chengfeng, I'm not brave. Please don't deceive me. How could I deceive you? If we don't eradicate those three filthy beings, they will undoubtedly continue to haunt you. Even your uncle and aunt will suffer misfortune as well. Li Chengfeng asserted with grave seriousness. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, recognizing that Li Chengfeng was not jesting. He had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by the three corpses blocking wealth technique, as the Shanghai gold shop had been forced to close. And the female employees had faced calamity after calamity. He understood the terrifying nature of folk techniques and knew that being entangled with the three filthy beings was a perilous predicament, one he could not bring home to his parents. The only solution lay in dismantling the three corpses blocking wealth technique and incinerating the remains of the three filthy beings. Wang Bin sighed, a hint of reproach in his voice. Alas, knowing you is the most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to me. Do not worry. As long as I am here, I assure you that you will be safe, Li Chengfeng said with a reassuring smile, patting Wang Bin's shoulder confidently. It was imperative to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth technique and burn the remains of those three creatures. If they were not incinerated and freed from their bindings, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles, beginning with him and Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng returned to the Suiyuan Hall, gathered some cinnabar, and handed a bundle of hemp rope to Wang Bin, preparing to head to the Shanghai gold shop. Wang Bin weighed the hemp rope in his hands and curiously inquired, Chengfeng, why bring so much hemp rope? To securely bind the remains of those three filthy beings, lest they escape, Li Chengfeng replied. However, Wang Bin felt a twinge of anxiety. This was merely ordinary hemp rope. It could likely be torn apart with a bit of force. Binding those three filthy beings with such rope seemed like a foolish endeavor. Frustrated, Wang Bin tossed the hemp rope to the ground and proposed an alternative, riding the wind. The jute rope lacks sturdiness. Let us acquire some nylon rope instead, as it is considerably more resilient, Li Chengfeng remarked, shaking his head with a grave expression. Do not underestimate these jute ropes. They are far superior when it comes to dealing with unsightly matters. Why is that? Wang Bin inquired, perplexed. Unable to fathom how a jute rope, which could easily snap, could be more effective than nylon. Li Chengfeng chuckled softly and began to narrate the tale of jute ropes. Indeed, jute ropes may not possess the strength of nylon, yet they hold extraordinary significance in the annals of Chinese history. Many are aware that in the event of a villager's passing, jute ropes are employed to bind the deceased's feet. A practice known as the tripping rope, intended to prevent the dead from rising. This custom persists in several regions, including Shandong, Hunan, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Hebei. It is well known that whether in ancient or modern times, when an elder in the family dies, the descendants don mourning attire, vigilantly keeping watch over the body and accompanying it to the grave with ceremonial rites. The term donning mourning in ancient times referred to the wearing of jute garments, which have become exceedingly rare. Nowadays, jute ropes are often used as substitutes, typically tied around the waist. As for the practice of spilling soup, various regions may refer to it differently. In the rich tapestry of Chinese history, jute ropes are steeped in numerous legends and practical applications. In the realm of Feng Shui, jute ropes are deemed inauspicious, and one must refrain from placing them haphazardly within the home. Li Chengfeng earnestly cautioned, remember, under no circumstances should jute ropes be carelessly placed in the home, particularly beneath the bed. Why is that? What consequences might ensue? Wang Bin asked, intrigued. Li Chengfeng explained that the presence of jute ropes in the household is considered ill-omened, potentially jeopardizing the health of the elderly inhabitants. He shared a wealth of knowledge with Wang Bin, who listened intently, reflecting on the fact that indeed, when an elder from the village passed away, jute ropes were invariably used to bind their feet. Whether for the coffin-lifting ropes or those securing the coffin, all were made of jute, following the traditions handed down by their ancestors. As the two men sat in the taxi, one speaking while the other listened, even the taxi driver paid close attention. Exclaiming in admiration, "Young man, I must say, you possess quite a depth of understanding for someone so young. I learned it from the older generation." Li Qingfeng replied politely with a smile. These customs are part of a heritage that spans millennia in China, yet many regions have forsaken them, with numerous large cities adopting Western funeral practices. As society evolves and Western culture permeates, it remains uncertain whether the ancient Chinese funeral customs will endure. Chinese funeral culture is imbued with profound respect for the deceased, in stark contrast to the relatively simple Western practices, which often lack the intricate rituals of their Eastern counterparts. Before long, the taxi halted near the Shanghai Gold Store, and Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin disembarked. Wang Bin, clutching the jute rope, staggered toward the store, only to be halted by Li Qingfeng's voice from behind. "Wait, what is it?" Wang Bin turned, gazing at Li Qingfeng with a puzzled expression. "Have you not noticed the throng gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store?" Wang Bin had indeed seen it earlier, but had given it little thought. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. There were no fewer than 20 individuals congregated at the store's entrance, including Han Lili and several female staff members. Vice President Hu Yinsong of the Qizhou Mysticism Association was also present, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be around 60 years old. Adorned in traditional Tang attire, with a pair of cloth shoes on his feet, his back was slightly hunched, and his hands were clasped behind him. The manner of his dress indicated that this elder held a significant status. This venerable figure was none other than Hu Tianjin, the president of the Qingzhou Mysticism Association and the uncle of Hu Yinsong. Li Qingfeng also spotted Deng Sihai, the chairman of Shanghai Group, a well-known entrepreneur in Qizhou City whom he had often seen on television. The myriad of bizarre occurrences at the Shanghai Gold Store had already drawn the attention of the higher-ups at Shanghai Group. Upon learning of the series of unfortunate incidents involving the staff, leading to a dramatic decline in business, Deng Sihai was taken aback, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Consequently, he summoned Hu Tianjin, the Feng Shui consultant of Shanghai Group and president of the Qingzhou Mysticism Association, to investigate the matter. Hu Tianjin commenced his inquiry by taking a stroll around the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store, his gaze fixed on the ground. Yet he discovered no anomalies. While he was preoccupied with his examination, he suddenly heard the sound of a cat meowing from above. He quickly lifted his head to glance at the entrance, where the persistent cries of the cat echoed hollowly, an unsettling sound that gripped him with unease. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he inquired of those nearby whether they could hear the cat's cries. They all shook their heads in response. Only he could perceive the sound, leading Hu Tianjin to deduce that the issue likely resided above the entrance. Hu Yinsong approached Hu Tianjin, bending slightly in deference, and respectfully asked, "Uncle, what is the situation with the Shanghai Gold Store? Have you discerned the problem?" Hu Tianjin nodded thoughtfully and turned to Deng Sihai, his demeanor serious. "Mr. Deng, might you find someone to ascend to the terrace and check if there is indeed a cat up there?" "Of course," Deng Sihai replied softly, instructing a nearby bodyguard to climb up to the terrace. Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin stood a short distance away, observing the unfolding events at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store. The bodyguard ascended the ladder towards the terrace. Li Qingfeng's heart sank. He feared that the clandestine folk art of the three corpses blocking wealth might soon be exposed. Recalling the troubles foretold by his ancestor the previous night, he realized this was indeed the calamity that had been alluded to. If these individuals were to discover who had employed this folk art to obstruct wealth at the Shanghai Gold Store, leading to its closure and the staff suffering misfortunes, the perpetrator would surely meet a grim fate. Both Hu Tianjin and Deng Sihai were significant figures, ordinary individuals one could not easily provoke. As these thoughts raced through Li Qingfeng's mind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He truly found himself in deep trouble. If they were to capture him, he feared he would meet a gruesome end. Unbeknownst to Li Qingfeng, another formidable trouble was already upon him, as Sato Kenichi had arrived in Qingzhou. His gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of Sato Kenji, a fierce expression of malice etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Wang Bin remained oblivious to Li Qingfeng's change in demeanor, his attention solely fixated on the bodyguard scaling the terrace. The bodyguard ascended to the terrace and beheld the lifeless forms of a sickly cat a crow, and a bat, all bound with hemp rope. Their remains had desiccated into mummies, presenting an eerie sight. The small eyes of the three corpses were wide open, all gazing in the direction of the bodyguard, as if fixated upon him. A shiver ran down his spine, leaving him profoundly unsettled. And he spoke tremulously to the individuals below. "Chairman, there is a cat up here, along with a crow and a bat. They're all deceased and tied to the iron frame behind the sign. It is exceedingly strange. I feel as though they are alive, staring directly at me." Tianzhong, upon hearing this, surmised that the bizarre state of the Shanghai gold store was undoubtedly linked to the corpses hanging on the door. Without having witnessed the three bodies firsthand, he could not discern the nature of the sorcery at play, and turned to Deng Sihai beside him, saying, "Mr. Deng, could you dismantle this sign? I wish to ascertain the situation above." "Certainly." Deng Sihai commanded three other bodyguards to ascend the terrace and promptly shattered the illuminated sign, the glass cascading to the ground in a shower of shards. Before long, the ground before the entrance was strewn with glittering glass fragments, reflecting the sunlight. When the sign of the Shanghai gold store lay completely in ruins, the bound forms of the sickly cat, the crow, and the bat were fully revealed before the onlookers. Those present were struck with astonishment. Although they could not fully grasp the implications of the corpses suspended at the entrance, a chill enveloped them, emanating an unsettling aura. Many privately speculated whether the recent occurrences at the Shanghai gold store bore any relation to the remains of these three animals. When Han Lily caught sight of the sick cat's body, an expression of profound terror washed over her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She recalled that fateful night when a wild cat had leapt onto her steering wheel, its color and size an exact match to that of the cat now hanging on the door. She pointed a trembling finger at the corpse, her voice quaking. "It was this very cat that jumped onto my steering wheel." The other shop attendants standing nearby wore similar expressions of fear. They too pointed at the crow and bat hanging from the door, their voices quivering as they exclaimed, that hairless crow is the one that burrowed into my stomach. And that bat, I have seen it before." Upon hearing this, Tianzhong furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The corpses hanging on the door seemed to have transcended to a spectral existence. Deng Sihai's face bore a hint of shock as he turned to Tianzhong. "Chairman who? What on earth is happening?" "I cannot say," Tianzhong replied casually, stepping forward to scrutinize the bodies hanging from the door, muttering to himself, "A hairless crow. A withered bat. This cat appears to have succumbed to illness. These are all ominous entities. To display them upon the door must be a form of malevolent sorcery." Though he recognized it as a form of dark magic, he was unaware of its specific nature, as there existed a myriad of folk sorceries, witchcraft, and esoteric arts, making it entirely plausible that he would not be familiar with them. Tianzhong gazed at the lifeless body of the sick cat, his face etched with confusion. "What on earth is this situation? I have never encountered such a thing before." He sighed, reflecting on his decades of life as a venerable elder of the Xianyuan sect and the president of the Qingzhou Xianshu Association, a position that had afforded him considerable knowledge and experience. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed by the nature of this arrangement. Hu Yansong, glancing at the bodies above, asked with an expression of bewilderment, "Uncle, what does it signify to hang the corpses of three animals at the door?" Tianjing shook his head in exasperation and replied gravely, "Take a few photographs and send them to your third uncle. I believe he may have insight into this matter." "Understood." Hu Yansong promptly retrieved his phone and captured several images of the animal carcasses suspended at the entrance, subsequently sending them to his uncle, Hu Tiangang. Recently returned from Kunlun Mountain to the capital, Hu Tiangang heard the notification sound from his phone and opened it to discover the photos sent by his nephew, leaving him quite astonished. He immediately dialed a call to inquire about the situation. Hu Yansong succinctly recounted the events, and upon hearing the details, Hu Tiangong's expression turned serious. "Hand the phone to your second uncle." "All right." Hu Yansong quickly passed the phone to Hu Tianzhong, who then heard the voice of his younger brother, Hu Tiangang. "Second brother, please calculate the position and determine whether the corpses of those three animals are hung at the three major wealth positions." "Understood." Hu Tianzhong retrieved the three-element compass and began his calculations in front of the Shanghai gold store. Feng Shui compasses are generally classified into three types: the three-element compass, the three-combination compass, and the three-element three-combination compass. While Li Qingfeng utilized the three-combination compass, Hu Tianzhong employed the three-element compass. After approximately 20 minutes of calculation, Hu Tianzhong finally identified the three wealth positions, his face registering shock. The locations of the three animal carcasses were precisely at the positions of the visible wealth, hidden wealth, and annual wealth. He quickly dialed his brother to share this revelation. Meanwhile, Hu Tiangang, anxiously waiting at the table for the call, pondered how his second brother's skills had seemingly diminished. Finding the three wealth positions took far too long. He felt a mix of disappointment and concern, thinking that had it not been for the Hu family's profound background, his brother might not even have been admitted to the Qian Association, let alone hold the presidency of the Qingzhou Qian Association. After a prolonged wait, the phone finally rang and he hastily answered. Upon learning that the three animal carcasses were indeed positioned at the three wealth points, Hu Tiangong's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he articulated, "Second brother, if I am not mistaken, this is likely the folk forbidden technique known as three corpses blocking wealth." "What? Are you saying this is the long-lost folk forbidden technique? Three corpses blocking wealth?" Indeed, Hu Tianzheng was utterly astounded. He had once perused an ancient tome titled Collection of Forbidden Techniques from the Tang Dynasty, which catalogued numerous names of folk forbidden techniques, albeit lacking the methods of their arrangements. Many ancient folk forbidden techniques had long since been lost, and merely having the name of a forbidden technique preserved was quite remarkable. To witness the long-lost folk forbidden technique, three corpses blocking wealth, with his own eyes was a source of profound astonishment. In this world, it is astonishing to discover individuals who master ancient folk sorcery, audacious enough to wield it for malevolent purposes. Simultaneously, one cannot help but wonder what sort of person would dare to perform the three-corpse blocking wealth technique at the entrance of the Shanghai gold store. Hu Tiangang, clutching his phone, wore a furious expression and spoke with stern authority. "Second brother, remove the corpses of the three animals and burn them with peachwood or vermilion fire. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to escape. Do you understand?" "Understood." Hu Tianzheng replied verbally, yet inwardly mused, "These three corpses have already turned into mummies. How could they possibly escape? What is the need for vermilion or peachwood fire? It would be less troublesome to simply set fire to them." If Hu Tiangang were to learn of Hu Tianzheng's thoughts, he would surely be enraged. He continued, "Moreover, we must identify the scoundrel who employs the three-corpse technique to harm others. Our Huaxia mystical arts community cannot tolerate such scum." "All right, I comprehend," Hu Tianzheng replied perfunctorily, then hung up the phone. At that moment, Deng Sihai approached, his tone laced with anger. "President Hu, what is going on here?" Hu Tianzheng took a deep breath and recounted the incident concerning the folk sorcery, then asked with a serious demeanor, "Mr. Deng, may I inquire if you have offended any formidable individuals?" "President Hu, I am not at liberty to disclose that information," Deng Sihai replied, sinking into contemplation. He had many enemies, and numerous individuals wished to bring down the Shanghai group and see him perish. Such matters were not for him to share. Yet, he secretly vowed to uncover this individual and exact a brutal revenge. How audacious to invoke folk sorcery within his domain. Noticing the flicker of murderous intent on Deng Sihai's face, Hu Tianzheng realized he had broached a sensitive subject and hastily shifted the conversation. "Mr. Deng, could you please have your bodyguards remove the three animal corpses and incinerate them?" "Of course," Deng Sihai responded casually, instructing the bodyguards still on the terrace to dispose of the three animal corpses. All attention was focused on the corpses, and no one noticed that a large dark cloud was slowly obscuring the sun. Standing a short distance away, Li Chifeng suddenly observed a shadow moving on the ground. Glancing up, he saw half the sun was shrouded by clouds, and a chill of foreboding washed over him. Meanwhile, a bodyguard had already detached the carcass of the sick cat and tossed it onto the terrace, preparing to untie the rope binding the crow's corpse. As the bodyguard's hand brushed against the rope, the cloud overhead had completely concealed the sun, and the crow's corpse unexpectedly stirred, emitting a series of coughs. Startled, the bodyguard stumbled back several steps, landing on the terrace, right beside the sick cat's corpse. In his terrified gaze towards the crow and bat, the sick cat's body suddenly rose in a mechanical manner. The bodyguard was rendered speechless, his lips trembling in disbelief at the sight of a dead cat's corpse, now transformed into a mummy, moving before him. The ailing cat did not attack the bodyguard. Rather, it directed its cries towards the bat and the crow, as if attempting to communicate with them. The corpses of the bat and the crow remained bound by hemp ropes, rendering them immobile. Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yinsong, Deng Sihai, and others were left dumbfounded by this bizarre spectacle. Although Hu Tianzheng was the president of the Mystical Arts Association, he had never witnessed such an occurrence and was at a loss for how to proceed. Han Lily and the timid female staff members, terrified, turned and fled. vowing never to return to this place. Deng Sihai, regaining his composure, inquired with a serious expression, President Hu, how can the corpses of the crow and bat still exhibit movement? It must be that they have transformed into spirits. Hu Tianzhong replied, equally perplexed. Despite his position as the president of the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association, he was merely a figurehead, possessing only superficial knowledge of esoteric arts. When faced with such a situation, he found himself utterly helpless. True masters of skill and ability either belonged to the National Secret Organization, Longmen 8 Bureau, and the Dragon Guard, or lived in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. The members of the Mystical Arts Association were merely a collection of fame seekers. Amidst the plaintive cries of the deceased cat, the souls of the bat and the crow emerged from their lifeless forms, descending into the body of the ailing cat. This extraordinary scene did not escape the notice of Li Chengfeng, who stood nearby, his expression one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "The three souls have merged. This is a predicament." As the souls of the crow and bat entered the cat's body, the cadaver emitted a cry directed towards Li Chengfeng before leaping off the terrace and disappearing into the adjacent sewer. Wang Bin, his voice trembling with terror, exclaimed, That dead cat has escaped." Li Chengfeng was rendered speechless. These individuals were utterly inept, and with the cat's body having fled, no words could rectify the situation. The only recourse now was to devise a means to subdue the cat's corpse, lest it transform into a malevolent entity that would wreak havoc upon the world. Reflecting on the cat's leap from the terrace and its cry directed at him, Li Chengfeng was acutely aware that the cat's corpse would undoubtedly seek him out. The souls of the crow and bat had fully integrated into the body of the ailing cat, resulting in a singular entity, one corpse, three souls. The cat had now irrevocably transformed into a demonic being, and the prospect of subduing it seemed insurmountably challenging. Left unchecked, the cat's cultivation could lead to calamity within a century, and the thought of capturing it again was akin to scaling a mountain. As a mere geomancer, Li Chengfeng possessed little martial prowess and was unversed in the arcane arts necessary to vanquish evil spirits, making the task of subduing the cat's corpse exceedingly difficult. Wang Bin turned to Li Chengfeng, his voice laced with concern as he asked, "Chengfeng, do you think that the dead cat will seek vengeance upon us?" "Yes. It will undoubtedly come for us," Li Chengfeng nodded. Fully aware that the first order of business for the escaped cat's corpse would be to exact revenge on those who orchestrated its demise, Wang Bin shivered involuntarily and asked, with a hint of fear, "What shall we do?" "Let me ponder," Li Chengfeng replied thoughtfully. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, contemplating strategies to confront the cadaver of a cat, which could appear at any moment. He understood the gravity of the situation and knew he could not afford to be complacent. He must prepare in advance. With his eyes slightly closed, he pondered for a considerable time, various methods flickering through his mind, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes nodding. Eventually, he sighed, uncertain whether his chosen method would prove effective. "Rest assured, I have devised a way to deal with the cat's corpse." "What method have you come up with? Could you enlighten me?" "The art of Qian. "The art of Qian? You are proficient in Qian?" Wang Bin's curiosity was instantly piqued. He had often watched films featuring adept practitioners of Qian, who could not only soar through the skies and traverse the earth, but also summon winds and rains, move mountains and fill seas, and arrange troops and summon spirits. It was truly astonishing. As a descendant of the Qian school, Li Chengfeng was indeed well-versed in certain aspects of Qian, such as troop arrangement and spirit summoning. However, the more advanced techniques like moving mountains, filling seas, soaring through the skies, and wielding the forces of nature were beyond his current capabilities. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, there have indeed been figures capable of such feats, like the mother of Pear Mountain, Zhuge Liang, and Gaguzi. At this moment, Wang Bin had entirely forgotten his fear. He was eager to witness how Li Chengfeng would employ Qian to tackle the cat's cadaver. Li Chengfeng stood a short distance away, gazing at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Shop, unable to suppress a sigh. It was all due to these people. Had they not come, the dead cat would surely have escaped. The individuals gathered at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Shop looked up, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they beheld the corpses of the bat and the crow. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, Deng Sihai, and others were still unable to believe their eyes. How could a cat that had turned into a mummified corpse possibly run away? Such an inexplicable and bizarre occurrence would be difficult to explain. Even experts from the biological realm would likely be at a loss to elucidate the phenomenon. Deng Sihai, recovering from his shock, asked with a face full of confusion, "President Hu, how could that dead cat still run?" Can you explain what is happening here? The onlookers, eager with anticipation, fixed their gazes on Hu Tianzhong, hoping to hear his interpretation of the event from a metaphysical perspective. The corpses of these three animals must have undergone spiritual transformation. What is spiritual transformation? Isn't it what we commonly refer to as zombie resurrection? A bespectacled man inquired curiously. Hu Tianzhong shook his head, realizing that explaining metaphysics to these individuals was akin to playing the lute to a cow. He had no desire to elaborate. To explain would not only be a waste of breath but also a waste of time. Spiritual transformation is by no means the same as zombie resurrection. The latter lacks a soul and consciousness, while spiritual transformation possesses both. The distinction is vast. Seeing that his uncle was reluctant to provide an explanation, Hu Yinsong hurriedly stepped forward, adopting the demeanor of a master, and gravely proclaimed, "Everyone, in fact, we have all misjudged the situation. That cat is not dead, it merely pretended to be." As the bodyguard untied the rope binding the cat, it instinctively darted away. A perfectly ordinary occurrence devoid of any mystical implications. Hu Tianzhong cast an approving glance at Hu Yinsong, silently commending his nephew's cleverness. As the latter maintained a serious facade while deftly misleading the crowd, promptly echoing, "Indeed, that cat was merely playing dead, much like the bat and the crow," with no connection to any supernatural forces. When the bodyguard approached to untie the rope, the supposedly lifeless bat and crow were startled, hence their flapping wings. The onlookers, feeling rather disheartened, recognized that Hu Yinsong and Hu Tianzhong were merely placating them, and ceased further inquiries. Their explanation, albeit somewhat plausible, did not inspire confidence. Deng Sihai turned his gaze toward the crow and bat carcasses hanging by the door, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he chose not to press further. At that moment, he had discerned the true nature of Hu Tianzhong and Hu Yinsong. He had initially believed them to be masters of their craft and had even invested a considerable sum to enlist Hu Tianzhong as a Feng Shui consultant for the Shanghai group, only to realize he was nothing more than a charlatan. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Hu Tianzhong breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the matter had been resolved. Approaching Deng Sihai with a smile, he said, "Mr. Deng, please have someone remove and incinerate the bat and crow carcasses. The Shanghai gold store can reopen thereafter." "Very well." Deng Sihai replied curtly, disinterested in further conversation. He instructed the bodyguard still on the terrace to dispose of the carcasses, then handed Hu Tianzhong a check for 2 million. Without a backward glance, he turned and walked toward the car parked at the curb, holding the check. Hu Tianzhong's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing the amount. Earning 2 million for such a brief outing felt astonishingly easy. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Deng Sihai's retreating figure, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Deng. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. My nephew and I are always at your service." Deng Sihai merely grunted in response before entering the car and casually uttering, "Drive." As the patrons at the Shanghai gold store departed one after another, the bodyguard proceeded to remove and incinerate the crow and bat carcasses. Li Chifeng and Wang Bin returned to the Sui Yuan Hall. Although the three-corpse blocking wealth technique had been disrupted, the corpse of the dead cat had escaped, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. They were left to ponder the possibility of that cat reappearing at any moment, entwining itself with them, bringing misfortune, calamity, and the specter of bloodshed, ultimately leading to a state of torment or a tragic demise in the streets. Wang Bin unlocked the door to the Sui Yuan Hall. While Li Chifeng, standing beside him, noticed 3 luxury vehicles parked nearby, one of which seemed particularly familiar, just as he was contemplating whose it might be. The door swung open, and Yu Mingyao emerged from the car. Upon spotting Li Chifeng, Yu Mingyao was greeted by a sweet smile, her delicate hand waving gently as she spoke in a soft tone. "Mr. Li, hello. Long time no see. What brings you here again?" Li Chifeng furrowed his brow slightly, his icy voice responding, "What do you want?" The once smiling Yu Mingyao now wore an expression of discomfort, a flicker of irritation sparking within her. This despicable man truly lacks discernment. When a stunning beauty greeted him with a smile, he responded with such cold indifference. "I curse him to remain forever single. A lifelong bachelor." Wang Bin, upon catching sight of Yu Mingyao, was instantly captivated, rendered speechless by her beauty and grace. "How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend." Observing Wang Bin's infatuation, Li Chifeng shook his head in exasperation, delivering a light tap to the top of his head. "Can't you show a bit of ambition? It's not as if you've never seen a woman before." "She is just a girl, after all." "Haha, she is indeed stunning." Wang Bin, unabashed, kept his gaze fixed on Yu Mingyao. Li Qingfeng could only shake his head in resignation, confirming the age-old truth of a man's nature. Yi Mingyao, incensed, gritted her teeth, casting a resentful glare at Li Qingfeng. This man was utterly insufferable, referring to her as merely a girl when she was still an untouched flower. At that moment, the door of a car behind them swung open, and a man stumbled out, his eyes vacant and his face drawn, pale and emaciated, exuding an aura of utter desolation. Li Qingfeng was taken aback upon seeing him. Was this a man or a ghost? If he were indeed human, how could he have deteriorated to such a state? As the man caught sight of Li Qingfeng, tears streamed down his face, and he could not contain his sorrowful wails. Li Qingfeng stared at him, puzzled. As the man appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who he was. Two bodyguards emerged from the vehicle, supporting the swaying man as he approached Li Qingfeng. The man fell to his knees before him, bowing his forehead to the ground. After 3 heavy knocks, he sobbed, "Mr. Li, I beg you, please spare me." "What the hell? Who are you? Are you a man or a woman?" The individual looked like a man, yet his voice was distinctly feminine. Li Qingfeng jumped back in alarm, taking 2 steps away. Was this person unwell? He scrutinized the kneeling man with disdain, suspecting he might be a failed transgender individual. The man on the ground wiped away his tears, his voice tinged with grievance. "Mr. Li, I am Yi Wuming." "Yi Wuming? You are Yi Wuming?" "Yes." Yi Wuming nodded vigorously. Li Qingfeng stared in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. How could he have changed so drastically in just over a month? He had once been a robust man, yet now his voice had transformed into that of a woman. Li Qingfeng recalled how Yi Wuming had once been imposing and arrogant. Arriving at Sui Yuan Hall with several bodyguards, commanding them to wreak havoc. Now, he appeared frail and unsteady, requiring the support of 2 bodyguards to walk. Witnessing Yi Wuming's current state brought Li Qingfeng great joy. The saying that good and evil beget their respective consequences held true. As Li Qingfeng reveled in his satisfaction, he suddenly realized that Yi Wuming's transformation was likely a result of his own actions. A month prior, he had fallen victim to a folk curse known as the Shrinking Yang Incantation. Now, over a month has elapsed, and this ordeal had almost faded from his memory. It was only upon observing Yi Wuming's current state that he was reminded of the incantation cast upon him, and to his astonishment, Yi Wuming had sought him out. Li Qingfeng once again witnessed the terrifying power of folk sorcery, his heart filled with profound shock. He realized a crucial truth: such incantations must not be wielded recklessly. The Shrinking Yang Incantation does not merely strip a man of his masculinity, it also diminishes his masculine essence, creating a disharmony between his yin and yang, rendering him an androgynous figure. Yi Wuming prostrated himself on the ground, striking his forehead thrice, wiping away tears as he pleaded with a voice tinged with desperation. "Mr. Li, I acknowledge my past transgressions. I should never have permitted my bodyguard to vandalize the Sui Yuan Hall. I implore you, spare me. I swear I shall never dare to repeat my mistakes. I yearn to be a normal man. If you would only lift this curse from me, I would serve you faithfully henceforth, obeying your every command. Please, Mr. Li, I beg you to release me from this torment. This Shrinking Yang Incantation is unbearable." Despite being a man, his voice resonated with a feminine quality, sending shivers down Li Qingfeng's spine. As Yi Wuming continued to plead, he incessantly bowed before the ground, beseeching Li Qingfeng to revoke the curse. Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze toward Yi Mingyao, understanding that she must have disclosed everything to Yi Wuming. Otherwise, he would not have come to this place. Seeing the troubled expression on Li Qingfeng's face, Yi Mingyao, filled with regret, said, "Mr. Li, I apologize. This matter was not revealed by me. It was my aunt who informed him." Yi Mingyao had not anticipated that she would inadvertently reveal to Yi Wushuang the reason for Yi Wuming's transformation into a eunuch, attributing it to the Shrinking Yang Incantation cast by Li Qingfeng. However, Yi Wushuang was incredulous, dismissing the notion that such an incantation could transform a man into a eunuch as utter nonsense. Despite her skepticism, Yi Wushuang rushed to the hospital, eager to ascertain the truth of Yi Mingyao's claims, and subsequently conveyed the details of the Shrinking Yang Incantation to Yi Wuming. Initially, Yi Wuming was incredulous, doubting that such a curse could turn a healthy man into a eunuch. Yet, as time passed, he noticed increasingly alarming changes in his body, even his voice adopting a feminine tone, which plunged him into a state of panic. Desperate for clarity, Yi Wuming sought out Yi Mingyao, pleading for the truth. Reluctantly, she recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning the truth, Yi Wuming was engulfed by disbelief and shock. How could a folk curse, the Shrinking Yang Incantation, possess such extraordinary, bewildering power to alter a man's very essence? Initially, he harbored intense hatred for Li Chengfeng, vowing vengeance, yet as his physical transformation progressed, fear and terror consumed him. His animosity toward Li Chengfeng dissipated entirely. All he desired was to revert to his former self and reclaim his identity as a normal man. Under the heartfelt pleas of Yu Wuming, Yu Mingyao led him to Sui Yuan Hall, seeking the forgiveness of Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng sighed, gazing at the prostrate Yu Wuming, his heart laden with myriad emotions. The terrifying nature of forbidden techniques in folklore is truly beyond imagination. Within just over a month, Yu Wuming had been tormented by the shrinking yang curse to the point where he resembled neither man nor ghost. What had he endured during this time? For more than a month, Yu Wuming had experienced a fate worse than death, subjected to frequent examinations that failed to reveal the nature of his affliction. The doctors informed him that his peculiar malady was unique in the world, with no other cases having been discovered thus far. The sole treatment available was the administration of male hormones. Day after day, Yu Wuming received injections of male hormones and consumed numerous medications intended to bolster his masculinity. Despite taking countless pills, there was no improvement. His condition only worsened, and his voice transformed into that of a woman. This was an unbearable reality for Yu Wuming. As others cast him sidelong glances, turning him into an object of ridicule, a curious child even asked his mother if that uncle had learned the sunflower scripture, which had rendered him androgynous. Yu Wuming felt an overwhelming sense of despair, his mind and body suffering under dual assaults, leading to increasing anxiety and countless thoughts of ending it all. Medical experts from both domestic and foreign realms convened to discuss his condition a dozen times, yet were utterly at a loss. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Had he known the shrinking yang curse was so dreadful, his inherently kind nature would have prevented him from carelessly placing such a curse upon another. Wang Bin, standing nearby, was taken aback by Yu Wuming's appearance, filled with confusion as he pondered the events between Yu Wuming and Li Chengfeng. Yet, he could surmise that the transformation of the man before him was somehow linked to Li Chengfeng. It dawned upon Wang Bin that this old classmate was truly formidable. First, he had utilized forbidden techniques to shutter the Sheng hygiene store, and then, through unknown means, reduced a normal man to a state of ambiguity in gender. Such mysterious and supernatural abilities were indeed astonishing, and he found himself inexplicably filled with admiration for Li Chengfeng. Yu Wuming continued to kneel on the ground, pleading desperately, occasionally casting hopeful glances at Yu Mingyao, wishing she might intercede on his behalf. However, Yu Mingyao's expression remained icy, unwilling to spare him a second glance, unable to forgive him for the events of that fateful day. Had it not been for a twist of fate, Li Chengfeng's curse had robbed Yu Wuming of his manhood. And that day, not only would she have suffered at his hands, but the entire Yu family might have faced ruin. Out of consideration for their shared lineage, she refrained from holding him accountable and chose not to disclose the incident to Yi Guchen. Had her father learned of that day, he would have undoubtedly exacted vengeance upon him. Bringing him to seek Li Chengfeng's aid was the utmost mercy she could extend. Li Chengfeng studied Yu Wuming, observing his countenance, a pallid face with a blue beard, gaunt cheeks, a narrow forehead, and prominent cheekbones, all contributing to an appearance of cunning and malice. The art of facial features records that a person with a pale face and greenish beard should not be engaged with, for they possess sunken cheeks and a hunched back, a narrow forehead indicative of a narrow-minded heart, and protruding cheekbones that suggest a ruthless and vindictive nature. Observing his countenance reveals that even if the spell of diminished manhood were to be lifted, he would not rest until he exacted revenge. Li Chengfeng harbored no desire to employ forbidden techniques to harm others. Should Yu Wuming perish, he too would face divine retribution. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to assist in lifting the spell. Should Yi dare to return for vengeance after the curse was lifted, he would ensure his suffering was profound. With a subtle smirk, Li Chengfeng addressed Yu Wuming, stating, "I can indeed lift the spell afflicting you, but it shall not be done without compensation." I understand. Yu Wuming exclaimed, his initial sorrow transformed into joy. A smile graced his once mournful visage as he grasped Li Chengfeng's intent. He sought monetary recompense. Although a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding an excessive demand, the terrifying nature of the curse made him determined to pay any price, even if it meant exhausting his fortune. "Mr. Li, whatever sum you require to lift this curse, I shall provide." Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng extended 2 fingers, fixated upon them. Yu Wuming, who had initially feared an exorbitant request, suddenly smiled, declaring, 2 million it is. I will transfer the funds immediately. Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. His intention had merely been to request 2,000, yet here was his counterpart proposing 2 million. Was it possible that in the realm of the affluent, 2 million was akin to 2,000? Observing Yi Wuming's carefree demeanor, he felt that perhaps 2 million was insufficient. Regret crept in. Had he known, he would have asked for 200 million. However, a lingering unease remained. If he were to lift Yi Wuming's curse, retaliation could bring about unnecessary complications. Thus, a warning was imperative. Yi Wuming, let me state this clearly. I can lift your curse, but I can also place a curse upon you at any moment. Before Li Qingfeng could finish, Yi Wuming interjected, I understand. Mr. Li, rest assured, I would never dare to retaliate against you. From this day forth, I shall serve you faithfully, like an obedient beast. Li Qingfeng shook his head, recognizing the malevolence in Yi Wuming's features. To keep such a person close was to invite future treachery. With disdain, he replied, No, I have no need for a servant of your ilk. Upon returning to the Suyuantang, Li Qingfeng retrieved a wooden tray, thickly layered with soil and topped with a straw effigy, which bore a coffin nail between its legs. Yi Wuming, upon seeing the effigy, was struck with disbelief, his muscles twitching involuntarily. Could this effigy be the cause of his current predicament? It was utterly inconceivable. Under the curious gazes of Yi Mengyao, Wang Bin, Yi Wuming, and 2 bodyguards, Li Qingfeng positioned his hands in a specific gesture and began to chant incantations directed at the straw figure. Heavenly incantations, earthly incantations. Summon the divine soldiers from all directions to dispel the curse. White incantations, nocturnal incantations, the wandering spirits of day and night come to break the spell. Divine incantations. Ghostly incantations, the 5 ghosts of Yama arrived to lift the curse. As Li Qingfeng recited these incantations, Wang Bin and Yi Wuming felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. The utterance of such spells induced a wave of discomfort in their minds. Upon completing the incantations with fervor, Li Qingfeng shifted his hand gestures and grasped the coffin nail, then shouted forcefully, break. With that, he pulled the coffin nail from the straw effigy, and at the moment it was removed, the scarecrow suddenly ignited, instantly transforming into a pile of ashes. This miraculous spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence, as if witnessing a magic trick, utterly perplexed by the self-ignition of the scarecrow. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingfeng turned to Yi Wuming and declared, The curse I placed upon you has now been lifted. Rest for a few days, and you shall fully recover. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yi Wuming replied, still somewhat skeptical. The notion that he could regain his health without medication or injections, merely by the removal of a coffin nail from the scarecrow, seemed implausible to him. Feeling somewhat deceived by Li Qingfeng, his expression soured. Though he dared not voice his displeasure, the 2 bodyguards nearby, upon hearing Yi Wuming's words, displayed expressions of shock, incredulity evident in their voices as they exclaimed, Brother Yi. Your voice. What about my voice? Yi Wuming replied, only to be elated to discover that his voice had reverted to that of a man. As Li Qingfeng lifted the curse from him, he returned to normal. However, the prolonged torment of the shrinking curse had left him physically weak, necessitating a period of recuperation for complete restoration. With joy etched on his face, Yi Wuming eagerly touched below, feeling the return of his once reduced manhood. And he wept tears of elation, finally able to reclaim his identity as a normal man. Yet, as the joy subsided and memories of the past month's agony flooded back, he involuntarily shivered, consumed by fear, lacking even the courage to harbor resentment towards Li Qingfeng. He was genuinely terrified. Yi Wuming was a perceptive individual, and he recognized that while Li Qingfeng currently operated a modest establishment, his capabilities hinted at a future of immeasurable achievements and connections. Gazing deeply at Li Qingfeng, having witnessed his enigmatic prowess, Yi Wuming understood all too well that one could only befriend such a person, never oppose him. The thought of having such an adversary was daunting. One could perish without understanding how, potentially endangering their family and lineage. Contemplating this, Yi Wuming regarded Li Qingfeng with the utmost reverence and spoke in a conciliatory tone, Mr. Li, I, Yi Wuming, am willing to serve you devotedly, without a trace of insincerity. Enough, you may leave, Li Qingfeng replied coldly, not even sparing Yi Wuming a glance as he issued an unequivocal dismissal. Yi Wuming felt awkward. Had he been an ordinary man, he would not have let such an affront go unchallenged. Yet, having personally experienced the terrifying effects of the shrinking curse, he dared not entertain thoughts of revenge. Mr. Li, Even if you were to grant me tenfold courage, I would still not dare to seek revenge upon you. Henceforth, should you require anything, feel free to command me. I, Yi Wuming, shall not refuse anything within my capabilities. Li Chengfeng remained unresponsive, maintaining an expression of icy indifference. Indeed, he felt he could not afford to cross this formidable individual. Noticing Li Chengfeng's silence, Yi Wuming felt a twinge of disappointment. With a sigh, he prepared to take his leave, but as he reached the threshold, a sudden realization halted his steps. He turned back to continue speaking. Mr. Li, there is one more matter I must convey. My cousin Yi Wugong, along with a certain individual from the island nation, has arrived in Qizhou City. This islander is exceptionally skilled, reportedly one of the top 10 Inyang Feng Shui masters of the 9th Chrysanthemum School, named Sato Kenichi. His purpose for coming to Qizhou City is to uncover the identity of the person who relocated the acacia tree from the Yi family's ancestral grave. Mr. Li, you must exercise utmost caution. Yi Wuming surmised that it was indeed Li Chengfeng who had moved the acacia tree from the ancestral grave. Li Chengfeng's gaze, filled with complexity, scrutinized Yi Wuming, perplexed by his words. Though he felt compelled to respond to this well-meaning warning, he could not afford to be overly cordial. I understand, he replied. The mention of a top-tier Inyang Feng Shui master elicited a contemptuous smile from Li Chengfeng. He had already deduced that Sato Kenichi was likely the person responsible for planting the acacia tree at the Yi family grave. Li Chengfeng had never harbored any fondness for individuals from the island nation, particularly not one among the elite Inyang masters. He recalled that the practitioners of the Earth Fiend's technique in Wang Bin's village were also 2 islanders, who presumably belonged to the same prestigious echelon. With a cold snort, Li Chengfeng thought, it would be better if Sato Kenichi did not come. However, should he dare to provoke trouble, he would certainly experience the potency of folk sorcery. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a particular folk technique, the burial of the living, sending off the deceased in a macabre manner. Though Li Chengfeng had no desire to employ such dark arts to harm anyone, he regarded islanders with utter disdain, viewing them as less than human. Yi Wuming, with a tone of ingratiation, remarked, Mr. Li, should there be any further developments, I shall inform you. I take my leave now. Li Chengfeng nodded slightly, feeling his irritation towards Yi Wuming dissipate somewhat. Yi Wuming, heartened by Li Chengfeng's acknowledgement, turned away with a beaming smile and, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, departed from Sui Yuan Hall. As soon as they entered the vehicle, one of the bodyguards, visibly displeased, spoke up. Bro, that little brat is too arrogant. Should I gather some brothers to deal with him? Dare you? If you entertain such thoughts again, I shall be the one to put you out of commission first. From now on, when you encounter Mr. Li, show him the respect he deserves. He is not someone we can afford to provoke, understand? Do not be deceived by his current status as an inconspicuous Feng Shui master. It won't be long before he becomes someone we cannot aspire to reach. As Yi Wuming uttered these words, a profound respect filled his heart. He could envision the illustrious future that awaited Li Chengfeng. To be by his side would surely elevate his own fortunes as well. Li Chengfeng's prowess continued to astonish Yu Mengyao in her eyes. He had become a deity-like figure, her gaze filled with admiration and affection. Though he was not conventionally handsome, the unique aura he exuded captivated her profoundly. When I first encountered Li Chengfeng, I was overwhelmed with distaste and disdain, perceiving him as nothing more than a charlatan. Yet now, I have utterly succumbed to being his little admirer. After Yi Wuming departed, Yi Mengyao gently parted her ruby lips and spoke in a voice as soft as water. Mr. Li, my father is hosting a banquet at Wanghai Pavilion tonight and would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you're available. Let's discuss it later. I have matters to attend to now. Li Chengfeng replied, not even sparing a glance at Yi Mengyao, which left her feeling quite dejected. Wang Bin, who had been standing by, observed Yi Mengyao's demeanor and discerned her affections for Li Chengfeng. With a helpless sigh, he realized that he had no chance. Alas, Li Chengfeng remained oblivious to her sentiments, failing to recognize the earnest feelings of a beautiful woman before him. Standing at the doorway, Li Chengfeng cast a glance at Wang Bin and instructed, Binzi, bring me my Sanha compass. Oh, the cat's corpse could appear at any moment, necessitating preemptive preparations. He intended to set up a protective formation of the 12 divine generals, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, at the entrance of the Sui Yuan Hall. With a serious expression, Li Chengfeng held the Sanha compass, occasionally glancing at it, and then toward the right side of the entrance, calculating the positions of the 6 Ding deities. His fingers danced as he performed intricate gestures, reciting incantations. 6 Ding represent the Yin, 6 Jia represent the Yang. There are 6 Yin deities and 6 Yang deities. each of the 12 divine generals fulfilling their roles to protect me. The Ding deities. The Ding Mao position is governed by General Sima Qing. The Ding Wei position by General Shi Tong. The Ding Yu position by General Zhang Wengong. The Ding Hai position by General Zhang Wentong. The Ding Chou position by General Zhao Ziren. And the Ding Si position by General Cui Shiqing, each guardian of their respective directions. Return to your positions, O divine beings. As Li Chifeng held the Sana compass. Each time he pronounced the deity's position and named the corresponding general, his hand gestures shifted accordingly, pointing towards the designated location. With each accurate identification, a fleeting azure light flashed, revealing a formidable general clad in azure armor, wielding divine weaponry, appearing momentarily within the light. When Li Chifeng identified the positions of the 6 Ding deities and commanded the divine beings to return, the 6 Ding generals manifested alongside the azure light, lingering for approximately 3 seconds before vanishing from sight. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao, who had yet to awaken their celestial vision, could not perceive this remarkable scene. Yi Mengyao silently observed Li Chifeng from the side, her eyes brimming with curiosity, eager to discern his activities, yet hesitant to interrupt. Wang Bin, on the other hand, wore a puzzled expression, witnessing Li Chifeng's erratic gestures and mutterings, perceiving him as nothing more than a madman. He wondered if this was truly the esoteric art of Qian Duanjia that Li had spoken of. How casual it appeared. Did simply pointing and gesturing qualify as such an intricate skill? Unbeknownst to Wang Bin, each location Li Chifeng indicated corresponded to the positions of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia 12 divine generals. In this modern era, the number of individuals proficient in the 8 doors of Duanjia, 9 palaces numerology, and plum blossom divination has dwindled considerably. Li Chifeng remained entirely oblivious to Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao's presence as he proceeded to seek out the positions of the 6 Jia deities, still holding the Sana compass. He occasionally glanced at the Sana compass and then towards the left of the doorway, his hand gestures constantly shifting, while he recited incantations softly. The 6 Jia represent Yang, and the 6 Ding represent Yin, 6 divine beings of Yang and 6 divine beings of Yin, the 12 deities each fulfilling their roles to protect me. The 6 Jia positions include the deity Wang Wenqing of the Jiazi position, the deity Zhan Zijiang of the Jiashan position, the deity Hu Wenchang of the Jiawu position, the deity Wei Yuqing of the Jiaqin's position, the deity Ming Feiqing of the Jiayin position, and the deity Ming Wenzhang of the Jiayin position. With the 6 Yang deities guarding the 6 directions. Return to your positions, deities. Li Chifeng commanded, firmly grasping the Sana compass. Each time he invoked a divine position and named a deity, his hand gestures would shift accordingly, pointing towards the designated divine position. With each correct invocation, a flash of golden light would illuminate the space, revealing a majestic deity adorned in golden armor, wielding a divine weapon, who would vanish as swiftly as the light itself. Upon identifying the 6 Jia deities, Li Chifeng bellowed, "Return to your positions, deities." The 6 Jia deities materialized amidst the golden light, taking their places for approximately 3 seconds before they disappeared. Once he had successfully arranged the protective formation of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang deities, Li Chifeng felt his legs weaken, his body devoid of strength, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. He collapsed onto the ground, then reclined backward, losing consciousness. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao were taken aback. The previously vigorous Li Chifeng had been fervently chanting incantations, gesturing here and there, yet suddenly he had fainted. Wang Bin rushed forward, a look of concern etched on his face, kneeling beside Li Chifeng and gently patting his face, anxiously exclaiming, "Chifeng, what is wrong? Wake up. Speak to me. You mustn't he die?" Yi Mengyao quickly knelt down to assess Li Chifeng's condition, noticing his pale visage and faint breathing. Worry etched across her face as she asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, what happened? You were fine just a moment ago. Why did you suddenly faint?" "I don't know. Should we hurry and take Mr. Li to the hospital?" "Yes." Yi Mengyao took the initiative to transport Li Chifeng to the hospital, personally covering the medical expenses. She tirelessly attended to him, akin to a devoted wife caring for her husband, consulting experts, seeking doctors, and calling for nurses, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Wang Bin, observing the bustling Yi Mengyao, felt a surge of envy. He could hardly fathom why such a beautiful and virtuous woman, a wealthy heiress, failed to capture Li Chifeng's heart. If it were him, he would undoubtedly fall head over heels for her. When Li Chifeng opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, with Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao by his side. The doctor had examined him thoroughly, declaring his health to be excellent with no discernible ailments. After much contemplation, the doctor attributed Li Qingfeng's fainting spell to excessive fatigue and insufficient vitality. As Li Qifeng regained consciousness, Yi Mingyao's anxious heart found solace, and a smile replaced her earlier worry as she quietly watched over him. Wang Bin, equally relieved, grinned and teased. "Ha, you really scared me just now. I thought you were about to kick the bucket." "Shut up. If you kick the bucket, I wouldn't follow suit." Li Qifeng shot a glare at Wang Bin and replied with irritation. As he lay on the hospital bed, he took a deep breath, recalling the events that had transpired. After setting up the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, and the 12 Divine Generals Protective Formation, he had felt his vital energy drained by a mysterious force, causing him to faint instantly, akin to a deflated balloon. Wang Bin, equally perplexed, could not comprehend the reason behind his sudden collapse and voiced his confusion. Li Qingfeng had not anticipated that the formation would deplete so much of his vital energy. The excessive consumption of this energy was the cause of his fainting spell. He pondered what could have siphoned off his vital energy. Fortunately, being young, the loss was not severely damaging to his health, and he would recover in a few days. Taking a deep breath, he sat up in bed and inquired, "What time is it?" "It's already past 6, nightfall is approaching." "Are you hungry?" "I can get you something to eat," replied Yu Mingyao, who had been standing nearby. Li Qifeng swiftly turned to look outside. The sun had set, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon. His appetite vanished as a sense of dread gripped him. If night fell and that cat corpse came looking for him, it would spell trouble. "Binzi, we must hurry back to the Sui Yuan Hall. We won't have time once it gets dark." "Right? How could I have forgotten about that?" Wang Bin suddenly realized the urgency. Once night fell, the cat corpse would emerge, and without the binding of the rope, its ferocity was unimaginable. Time was of the essence. Wang Bin assisted Li Qifeng as they made their way out of the ward. Yi Mingyao, witnessing their haste, asked with confusion, "Mr. Li, you've just arrived at the hospital. Why are you leaving? Don't you need to rest?" "I have urgent matters to attend to and must return before nightfall," Li Qingfeng replied, casting a brief glance at Yi Mingyao before continuing his exit. The Sui Yuan Hall housed his protective formation, which would prevent the cat corpse from entering, unlike the hospital, where they would be left with no option but to await their demise if it came calling. Seeing his evident anxiety, Yu Mingyao offered to drive them back. Li Qingfeng wished to decline, not wanting to involve her in this predicament. However, Wang Bin, showing no shame, eagerly accepted the offer. Li Qingfeng shot him an exasperated look but eventually acquiesced and entered Yi Mingyao's luxurious car. During the drive back, Wang Bin chattered incessantly, bombarding her with questions. Yi Mingyao, displaying her distaste, managed to keep her composure, smiling as she engaged with Wang Bin, likely out of consideration for Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng remained silent in the car, occasionally glancing out the window. The sun had fully descended, darkness enveloping the surroundings as streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the shops lining the roads. In a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a cat emerge from a sewer. He hastily rolled down the window to confirm whether it was indeed the dead cat. However, upon looking in that direction, he found nothing. Its presence had vanished, leaving him with a foreboding sense of dread. "Miss Yi, could you please drive a bit faster?" Yu Mingyao softly acknowledged, then increased the car's speed, albeit only slightly faster than before. As they were on city streets with a maximum speed limit of 30 miles per hour, combined with the omnipresent traffic lights and congestion, it was nearly impossible to accelerate significantly. Wang Bin, noticing Li Qingfeng's anxious expression, sensed something was amiss and casually inquired, "Qingfeng, did you see that thing?" "It seems so, but I can't be certain," Li Qingfeng replied. Wang Bin hurriedly turned to look out the window. Initially, he saw nothing unusual. However, as they passed a landscaped area adorned with verdant flowers, a small patch suddenly began to quiver. He widened his eyes, fixated on the trembling blooms, when suddenly, a cat leapt out from the foliage. Startled, Wang Bin let out a shout and sprang from his seat, bumping his head against the roof of the car. He quickly raised his hand to rub his head, grimacing in pain, and upon regaining his composure, he realized it was merely a rather plump orange cat. Li Qingfeng chided him, "Don't be so jumpy. You'll give someone a heart attack." "Haha, it seems I was mistaken." Yu Mingyao, who was driving, observed the two men through the rearview mirror, sensing their peculiar behavior, and casually asked, "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, what is going on?" "Nothing," Li Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze back outside, his brow furrowing instantly. There, perched on the curb across the street, was a cat, emaciated and frail, with eyes as dark as ink. Devoid of any vitality, fixated on the passing vehicles. Passers-by glanced at the cat with pity, murmuring about its thinness and misfortune, oblivious to the creature's eerie presence. Li Chunfeng's heart raced. This was indeed the very cat he had seen lifeless. At that moment, the eyes of the living cat and the one that had perished met. The deceased cat, upon spotting Li Chunfeng in the vehicle, opened its gaunt mouth and emitted a piercing cry. Suddenly, from its belly, a bat and a crow burst forth, swiftly flying in Li Chunfeng's direction. As he watched the approaching bat and crow, a chill ran down his spine, yet he felt utterly powerless. Just as the bat and crow were about to reach him, a tall SUV unexpectedly accelerated from the left, colliding with the flying creatures. When the windshield of the SUV struck the crow and bat, no sound was emitted. They vanished in an instant, while the SUV suddenly lost control, careening wildly down the street, crashing into several cars before finally slamming into a tree, coming to a halt. The car's hood had crumpled, the airbags deployed, and shards of glass lay scattered everywhere. The driver remained slumped in his seat, motionless, his condition uncertain, though he bore only minor abrasions. Shortly thereafter, a bat and a crow emerged from the driver's body, perching atop him and emitting sounds of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the cat's corpse, which had been sitting by the roadside, began to call out, seemingly summoning the bat and crow. Upon hearing the sound of a cat's meow, the crow and the bat responded with their own cries, hastily flapping their wings towards the cat's corpse before diving into its belly. The lifeless feline emitted a sound of satisfaction, glanced at Li Chunfeng, and then slipped into the adjacent sewer, vanishing from sight. Li Chunfeng witnessed this entire scene with clarity, a corpse housing three souls, the bat and the crow's essences now residing within the cat's body, transforming it into an ominous entity. Confusion stirred within him. What could have prompted the cat's corpse to depart so suddenly? Yet, he felt a sense of relief. For had the bat and crow landed on Yi Mingyao's vehicle, it would undoubtedly have been her car that collided with the tree. The sudden car accident startled Yi Mingyao, causing her to hastily slam on the brakes, inhaling deeply before exclaiming nervously, "That was terrifying. I almost got hit." Wang Bin, gazing at the SUV that had crashed into the tree, recalled the incident when Han Lili had driven into a bubble tea shop. Noting the striking resemblance to the current situation, with a trembling voice, he inquired, "Chunfeng, could it be?" Before he could finish, Li Chunfeng interrupted, insisting that Yi Mingyao must remain oblivious to such matters. The fewer who knew, the better. After all, these three foul entities had been conjured by Li Chunfeng using a folk technique known as the three corpses to obstruct fortune. The trio observed the SUV wedged against the tree, each contemplating the likely injuries sustained by the driver. At that moment, two patrolling auxiliary officers happened to pass by. Noticing the crashed vehicle, they rushed over to investigate, but upon reaching the front of the car and glimpsing the driver in the seat, they were immediately struck with horror, exclaiming and retreating in shock, uttering traditional expressions of disbelief. Good heavens! Li Chunfeng, puzzled by the officers' reactions, wondered what could be amiss. The SUV had been traveling at most 40 miles per hour, and given its robust build, even a collision with a tree should result in only minor injuries for the driver. Death seemed implausible. Noticing the officer's distressed expressions, Li Chunfeng exited the vehicle and approached the SUV, with Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao trailing behind, eager to discern the situation. As they reached the front of the vehicle, the officers urgently cautioned, "Please, we advise you not to approach." Li Chunfeng reassured them, "It's fine, I merely wish to take a look." The officers, seeing their determination, allowed them to proceed, perhaps anticipating a frightful experience. Upon peering into the SUV, Li Chunfeng beheld the driver, a man in his 50s, motionless in the driver's seat, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue. His exposed arm had turned a mottled hue, his mouth agape and eyes wide, pressed tightly against the seat, presenting a sight most terrifying. The driver was, astonishingly, deceased. How could this be? Yi Mingyao, being more timid, let out a shriek at the horrifying sight, bursting into tears and fleeing back to the car. Wang Bin, equally startled, stumbled backward several steps, unable to bear the sight. Only Li Chunfeng retained his composure, saying nothing as he silently turned and returned to Yi Mingyao's vehicle. Having already deduced the cause of the driver's demise, Wang Bin closely followed, curiosity etched across his face as they re-entered the car. Why did the driver succumb to death, and in such a terrifying manner? His body was an ashen hue, his mouth agape, and eyes wide open. Surely, Those who perish in a vehicular accident do not meet their end in this fashion. He did not die due to the collision. Rather, he was struck by a malevolent entity, resulting in his demise. Upon hearing the term malevolent entity, Wang Bin's mind immediately conjured images of sickly cats, hairless crows, and emaciated bats. He recalled that Li Chengfeng had once mentioned that these three ominous creatures had evolved from mere harbingers of misfortune into true malevolent beings. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how a collision with such a malevolent entity could lead to death. Yi Mingyao, her face awash with curiosity, voiced her doubts. Li Chengfeng shook his head, intending to elucidate the matter to Yi Mingyao and Wang Bin when the police and an ambulance arrived at the scene of the accident, beginning to disperse the onlookers and investigate the cause of the incident. Yi Mingyao was also called out of the vehicle by the police to recount the events leading to the accident. The previously chaotic scene transformed into an orderly affair upon the arrival of the police, with traffic gradually returning to normal. The ambulance parked beside the SUV, and nurses and doctors swiftly alighted from the vehicle. Two doctors, bearing a stretcher, hurried toward the SUV, prepared to attend to the injured. Upon reaching the SUV, the medical personnel were struck dumb with shock, their terrified gazes fixated on the driver inside. As seasoned practitioners, accustomed to encountering corpses in the hospital and having witnessed various bizarre forms of death, they had never before encountered a body so eerily cyanotic. With a gaping mouth and wide-open eyes, a slightly older doctor, around 40 years of age, glanced at the corpse and, without conducting a thorough examination, instructed the nearby nurse. The victim shows no signs of life. Call the funeral home to retrieve the body, contact the family promptly, and arrange for cremation. Understood, the nurse replied, her curiosity piqued. Director Zhang, why does this corpse appear blue, and why is it staring with its mouth open? Director Zhang, adjusting his glasses with a grave expression, replied, if I am not mistaken, the driver was already deceased prior to the SUV colliding with the tree. He must have encountered some unclean entity, causing his spirit to leave his body and his vital energy to dissipate instantaneously. Unclean entity? What kind of unclean entity? The nurse's face reflected astonishment. Realizing he had misspoken, Director Zhang quickly slapped his own face and revised his statement. I was merely rambling. Do not take it seriously. He simply died from the impact with the tree. This Director Zhang, known as Zhang Beidu, is the head of surgery in the emergency department of Qingzhou Hospital. Yet his true identity is that of a member of the mysterious Chinese organization, Longmen 8 Bureau, and a disciple of the San Yuan sect. Upon first seeing the driver, he discerned that the death was not due to natural causes. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding what the driver had collided with that could result in such an extraordinary death, so gruesome in nature. Observing the flurry of activity from the police and nurses, Li Chengfeng, seated in the vehicle, experienced a tumult of emotions. The SUV's driver should not have perished. It was the encounter with the malevolent entity that severed his soul, dispersing his vital energy and leading to this inexplicable demise. Should an ominous entity collide with a living person, it would only herald misfortune and ill luck. Should a malevolent force strike, the consequences could be dire, ranging from the loss of one's spirit to an untimely death. Reflecting on the tragic demise of the off-road vehicle driver, a twinge of guilt stirred within. Though he did not directly cause the death, it was indeed a consequence of his actions. Having precipitated such calamity, one might wonder if divine retribution would follow. After a lengthy interrogation by the traffic police, Yi Mingyao was finally deemed unrelated to the traffic accident and allowed to depart. Upon returning to her vehicle, the officers urged her to leave promptly to avoid obstructing traffic. Gripping the steering wheel, she sighed in bewilderment, exclaiming, how peculiar. How could that off-road vehicle lose control? Its performance should have been impeccable. Neither Li Chengfeng nor Wang Bin responded. They remained silent in the car, their gazes fixed outside, perhaps apprehensive of encountering the deceased feline. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and the lifeless cat did not materialize. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yi Mingyao delivered Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin back to Suiyuan Hall. Li Chengfeng exited the vehicle without uttering a word of thanks, while Wang Bin, unabashed, invited Yi Mingyao to join him for a drink inside the establishment. Ignoring Wang Bin, her attention remained on Li Chengfeng as she implored, Mr. Li, when might you be free? My father wishes to invite you for dinner. Not a chance. Li Chengfeng replied curtly without turning back, then strode into Suiyuan Hall. He had no desire to involve himself with matters concerning the Yi family and was acutely aware that such a dinner would not be a pleasant affair. Watching the indifferent Li Chengfeng enter the hall, Yi Mingyao sighed, then drove away, her heart brimming with indignation. After spending the day caring for him at the hospital, his cold demeanor bewildered her. She couldn't fathom why she was drawn to him. He was neither handsome nor wealthy, lacking in status, connections, or a prestigious lineage. All he had was an ability to read fortunes and a penchant for employing sinister arts. Should her father discover her feelings for Li Chengfeng, it would surely provoke his ire. In a fit of anger, Yi Mingyao shouted, "Li Chengfeng, you scoundrel! I never wish to see you again." Upon returning to Suiyuan Hall, Li Chengfeng approached the altar, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times while holding the sticks to his forehead before placing them in the incense burner. "May the ancestral master bless me with safety and eradicate that caddis corpse." The figure of the ancestral master blinked and then turned its head away, as if suggesting that he must resolve his own troubles. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng felt a pang of anxiety and hastily added, "Ancestral master, if the 12 divine generals cannot suppress that caddis corpse, you must not turn a blind eye. If I perish, who will offer you incense in the future?" The ancestral master remained unresponsive, leaving Li Chengfeng to seek solace in the belief that, in times of crisis, divine intervention would not forsake him. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, visibly anxious, peered outside before hurriedly closing the door, bolting it securely, and propping it shut with 2 stools, then turned to ask, "Chengfeng, do you think that dead cat will return tonight?" "It likely will," Li Chengfeng replied. "Should that lifeless feline dare to approach, it shall certainly find no return." At the entrance, the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang, along with the 12 divine generals, form a protective array, while the ancestral master presides behind, leaving naught to fear. As night deepens, the number of passers-by dwindles, and a chilling breeze occasionally sweeps across the street, sending plastic bags tumbling along the asphalt. Wang Bin glanced at the time, already past 10 o'clock, and, stretching lazily, murmured, "Chengfeng, I feel rather drowsy. I shall retire for the night. You should also rest early." With that, he stepped towards the inner room. Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply, preparing to follow suit, when suddenly, a cat's cry echoed from outside the door of the Surintang. Mew mew. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force thrust the door open, snapping the latch with a resounding crack, and the bench that had concealed the door toppled to the sides. The door, propelled by inertia, collided with the wall, producing a loud bang. The abrupt noise startled Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, causing them to shudder and swiftly turn to look behind. There, crouched in the doorway, was the emaciated corpse of a cat, positioned squarely in the middle of the entrance. Its pitch-black eyes fixated on Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin within the room. The cat's body remained outside, unwilling to enter, continuously emitting a harsh cry imbued with boundless fury. Upon sighting the carcass perched at the threshold, all sense of drowsiness vanished from Wang Bin. His legs felt weak, and in a trembling voice, he asked, "Chengfeng, what shall we do?" "Fear not," Li Chengfeng reassured him, though beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he muttered incantations. 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, 12 divine generals, heed my command, protect my essence, array rise. As Li Chengfeng intoned the final 2 words, he continued to shift his hand gestures, directing his focus towards the heart of the protective array of 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, and the 12 divine generals. A stream of vital energy surged forth from his fingers, striking the center of the formation, which instantaneously activated, revealing a Tai Chi circle that radiated with golden and azure light. Seeing the grand array successfully unleashed, Li Chengfeng hastened forward, stepping into the luminous Tai Chi circle, the very eye of the protective formation. Once within, he altered his hand gestures once more and bellowed, 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, 12 divine generals. Return to your positions. As his voice echoed, the 6 Ding positions on his right shimmered with azure light, and 6 figures clad in azure armor emerged simultaneously, guarding Li Chengfeng's right flank. On his left, the 6 Jia positions glowed with golden brilliance, summoning 6 figures in golden armor to protect his left side. The 12 divine generals, each occupying the 6 Ding and 6 Jia positions, formed a complete Tai Chi circle, shielding Li Chengfeng at its center, rendering him impervious to malevolent spirits and demonic entities, manifesting divine might to subdue evil. This was indeed the elusive Duanjia formation of the Qian school. The protective array of 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, and the 12 divine generals, whose profound mysteries defy description. standing within the Tai Chi circle. Li Chengfeng turned his gaze to the right, glancing at the 6 Ding divine generals, then shifted to the left to regard the 6 Jia divine generals. Each divine general wields a sacred weapon and bears a solemn expression, yet all remain with their eyes closed, resembling immobile sculptures. As Li Chengfeng casts a glance at the divine generals flanking him, he is inwardly astonished. The art of the Qian school and its Duanjia formation truly lives up to its reputation, capable of summoning divine generals for protection and vanquishing evil spirits. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 12 divine generals manifesting before him, though merely fragments of divine consciousness rather than their true forms, possess formidable power, sufficient to deal with a mere cat corpse. Were the true forms of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia to be summoned, the little feline could be torn asunder in an instant, its soul scattered to the winds. Standing within the Tai Chi circle, Li Chengfeng turned his gaze towards the cat corpse outside the door, letting out a cold snort before initiating the grand formation. At that moment, the cat corpse, which had been crouched outside, suddenly exerted its hind legs, emitting a piercing, anguished wail, and leaped towards Li Chengfeng, who stood within the Sui Yuan Hall. Just as the cat corpse was about to breach the threshold, with half of its body already over the doorframe, Li Chengfeng altered his hand gestures and shouted, causing a brilliant azure light to flash at the Ding'ai position. The divine general Zhang went on materialized in an instant, forcefully repelling the cat corpse back outside. The cat corpse, flung to the ground, rose up, shaking its desiccated head and emitting an enraged cry, preparing to charge at the formation once more, its hind legs coiled with tension. To slay a chicken, one need not employ a bull's knife. Li Chengfeng had set up the protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, 12 divine generals, wielding overwhelming force against a mere feline. Positioned within the Tai Chi circle, Li Chengfeng deftly shifted his hand gestures towards the Jiaxu divine position, reciting incantations. Divine General of Jiaxu, heed my command, open the formation. As his words echoed, a flash of golden light emanated from the Jiaxu position, and the divine general Zhan Zijiang vanished in an instant, creating an opening in the formation just as the cat corpse lunged forward, slipping through the breach into the protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang. Once the cat corpse had entered the grand formation, Li Chengfeng swiftly altered his hand gestures again, reciting, Divine General of Jiaxu, heed my command. Close the formation. Concurrently, another burst of golden light appeared, and the divine General Zhan Zijiang re-emerged at the formation's position, sealing the breach he had just created. With the cat corpse within the formation, Li Chengfeng shifted his hand gestures once more, intoning 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, 12 divine generals. Heed my command. Open your divine eyes. Unleash your sacred weapons. Slay the demon and vanquish evil. Protect my true form. As his command resonated, he pointed towards the cat corpse with a decisive hand gesture. Simultaneously, the 12 divine generals, who had been motionless with eyes closed like statues, suddenly opened their eyes, all fixating intently on the cat corpse that had entered the formation. The cat corpse, now realizing the peril it faced, attempted to flee the formation. But it was too late. Every exit was guarded by a divine general. In a fit of rage, it lunged at one of the generals. With eyes wide with fury, the 12 divine generals began to swing their sacred weapons. Each time they directed their weapons at the cat corpse, beams of azure or golden light shot forth, striking the wretched creature. The divine generals, standing resolutely at their respective positions, relentlessly wielded their sacred arms, filling the air with flickering azure light and blinding golden brilliance, assailing the cat corpse as it sought refuge. No matter how the cat's corpse attempted to evade, it ultimately could not escape the strikes of the golden or azure light. In an instant, its body became riddled with wounds. When struck by the azure or golden rays, anguished cries erupted from the cat's corpse. The repeatedly injured feline specter was thoroughly incensed, shaking its desiccated belly with vigor. Suddenly, an ominous crow and a bat burst forth from its abdomen, swiftly darting towards Li Chengfeng, only to be intercepted by 2 divine generals. A beam of azure light and a flash of golden light simultaneously targeted the crow and bat. The 2 creatures hastily evaded, but after narrowly escaping several assaults, they were ultimately hit by the azure and golden rays, their ethereal forms wounded, and they returned to the cat's corpse with anguished cries. The cat's corpse, continuously struck by the azure and golden lights, suffered significant damage to its soul, its 2 sunken eyes glaring defiantly at the 12 divine generals while it howled incessantly. Although the cat's corpse was a harbinger of calamity before the 12 divine generals, it was as feeble as a mere chicken or dog, utterly defenseless. At that moment, standing nearby, Wang Bin stared blankly at Li Chengfeng and the leaping cat's corpse at the door. Being an ordinary person, unacquainted with the mystical arts, he could not perceive the 12 divine generals within the formation. To him, Li Chengfeng appeared foolish, flailing his arms and muttering while the cat bounded at the doorway. Unable to escape the circle, occasionally issuing furious cries at the empty air beside it. To an ordinary observer, the antics of the man and the cat were decidedly bizarre. With curiosity etched on his face, Wang Bin approached Li Chengfeng, eager to discern his actions. As he drew near, he felt as though his body had passed through an invisible barrier, instinctively closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself frozen in astonishment. Though he had not awakened his third eye, upon entering the grand formation, he could perceive all that transpired within it. Before him lay a vast expanse of white. The scenery of the Sui Yuan Hall had vanished, and Li Chengfeng stood within a Tai Chi circle. Directly in front of him, 12 armored divine generals wielded their divine weapons, unleashing torrents of azure and golden light toward the dodging cat's corpse. At that moment, Wang Bin comprehended why the cat was leaping at the doorway and why Li Chengfeng was gesturing and mumbling. His heart filled with profound astonishment. Could this be the wondrous art of Qian Duanjia that Li Chengfeng had spoken of? It was truly remarkable. As Wang Bin watched in awe, the cat's corpse was struck by the 12 divine generals, its spirit shattered, dissipating into 3 streams of black smoke that vanished within the Qian Duanjia formation. Observing the smoke's disappearance, Li Chengfeng sighed and stepped out of the formation, causing the 12 divine generals to vanish in an instant. The scenery before the two returned to that of Sui Yuan Hall, and the cat had long since disappeared. In the brief span of 5 minutes, Wang Bin traversed the realms of illusion and reality, his excitement simmering within him. Chengfeng, is this truly Qian Duanjia? It's incredible! Can you teach me? Perhaps another time. I am utterly exhausted and wish to sleep. Qian Duanjia is not something that can be easily mastered. If it were, wouldn't everyone possess such skills? The art of Duanjia would not have faded into obscurity. Having exhausted his vital energy while manipulating the enigmatic Qian Duanjia formation, Li Chengfeng felt utterly fatigued. Yearning for a restorative slumber, he staggered to his bed and collapsed into a deep sleep. When he finally awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon the following day. As he emerged from his slumber, he overheard a conversation between Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao outside. Wang Bin animatedly recounted the events of the previous night, but Yi Mingyao remained skeptical, insisting that such phenomena as Qian Duanjia could only exist on television and could hardly be real. Noticing her disbelief, Wang Bin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Miss Yi, how can you not believe me? I saw 12 armored celestial beings right before my eyes." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow at Wang Bin's indiscretion, questioning how he could share such tales with others. He hastily threw on a pair of shorts and a shirt, then strode into the living room, glaring at Wang Bin. "Binzi, have you watched too many movies? Are you here spinning cinematic tales for Miss Yi?" Upon seeing Li Chengfeng, Yi Mingyao cast a disapproving glance at Wang Bin, dismissing his implausible narrative with a scoff. Wang Bin attempted to assert the truth of his account, but Yi Mingyao had already turned her attention to Li Chengfeng. With a charming smile, she greeted him before articulating her purpose. "Mr. Li, my father is hosting a banquet at Wang Hai Pavilion and would like to invite you to dinner." This marked the 3rd time Yi Mingyao had brought up the invitation. And sensing her persistence, Li Chengfeng directly inquired, "What is your father's purpose in inviting me to dinner?" "My father wishes to invite you to be the Feng Shui consultant for Jiuding Group, and he also wants to introduce you to a significant figure," she explained. Many large corporations, whose owners believe in the principles of Feng Shui, often engage consultants to arrange prosperous Feng Shui layouts and resolve related issues. The position of a Feng Shui consultant is relatively relaxed, requiring no office attendance, and offers a remarkably generous salary. Li Chengfeng observed Yi Mingyao, a smile gracing his lips. "Has Jiuding Group encountered some troubles?" Yi Mingyao nodded, confirming that the group was indeed facing difficulties, with performance plummeting and stocks experiencing consecutive steep declines. Having just woken up and feeling the pangs of hunger after skipping both breakfast and lunch, Li Chengfeng considered the banquet an opportunity to enjoy a meal. Moreover, given that Wang Hai Pavilion is renowned as one of Qingzhou's most prestigious hotels, reputed for hosting influential figures, it was a rare chance indeed. As for whether to accept the role of Feng Shui consultant for Jiuding Group, he decided to defer that decision until after he had dined and assessed the potential offer from Yi Guqing. Li Qingfeng was solely focused on relishing a meal at Wang Hai Pavilion, unaware that the dining experience would indeed be far from delightful. Upon his agreement to attend the banquet, Yi Mingyao's striking visage lit up with a sweet smile, and she quickly called Yi Guqing to inform him. Also snapping a photo of Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin to send along. "Mr. Li, please." Yi Mingyao drove her car with Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin. Swiftly arriving at Wang Haigu. Nestled atop Yunlong Mountain, Wang Haigu offers a breathtaking panorama where one can witness the ebb and flow of the tides. The dawn breaking in the east, and the rolling waves of the sea, adorned with fishing boats. The scenery is picturesque, resembling an earthly paradise. Upon reaching Wang Haigu, Yi Mingyao parked her vehicle at the entrance, where a diligent security guard promptly approached the car, awaiting the occupant's descent before maneuvering it to the rear parking area. As Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin alighted, they beheld the traditional Chinese architecture of Wang Haigu, flanked by 8 charming hostesses clad in exquisite hanfu, each one a vision of beauty. On either side of the entrance stood 4 robust men in Han Dynasty guard attire, their curved sabers at their waists, exuding an imposing presence. If one were to disregard the modern vehicle and focus solely on the majestic entrance, the graceful hostesses, and the formidable guards, one might easily be transported back to the grandeur of the Han Dynasty. Following Yi Mingyao, Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin approached the entrance, where 2 staff members approached to verify their identities. Yi Mingyao's identity was readily confirmed. However, the staff's brows furrowed slightly upon observing the attire of Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin, their disbelief palpable. How could individuals dressed so simply dare to enter Wang Haigu? They quickly averted their gaze, consulting a tablet for the guests' details. When their photographs appeared on the screen, confirming their status as invited guests, the staff's astonishment was evident. The invitation had come from the owner of Wang Haigu, and they were to access the exclusive Emperor's Pavilion, not open to the public, prompting an immediate shift to a demeanor of respect. Realizing that a special banquet was to be held today at the Emperor's Pavilion, attended by distinguished guests, they wasted no time in gesturing for the gentlemen to proceed inside. Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin continued onward, their brows slightly furrowed. Dining at Wang Haigu proved to be quite the endeavor, as expected from the most enigmatic hotel in Qizhou. Upon reaching the lovely hostesses, they simultaneously bent their knees in a gesture of servitude, exclaiming in unison, "Wishing you prosperity and welcome." Though dressed modestly, neither man was underestimated, having passed the invitation verification. Entering Wang Haigu was an achievement reserved for the extraordinary. Stepping into Wang Haigu, they were greeted by an abundance of flora and fauna, artificial hills, and tranquil ponds, the air fragrant with blossoms, and water flowing melodiously from the rock formations, truly a slice of paradise. The interiors were adorned with traditional Chinese architecture, featuring green bricks and red tiles, exuding an ancient charm, with exquisite wooden carvings adorning the structures, each pavilion grand and imposing. Surveying their surroundings, Wang Bin could not restrain his admiration. The scenery here is simply magnificent. How splendid it would be to dwell here every day. Do not indulge in fantasies. Li Qingfeng mused inwardly, for an ordinary person may only dream of visiting such a place. Even the grandeur of a royal palace's 6 courtyards could hardly rival this. Within Wang Haigu, there are 9 distinct pavilions and courtyards, each possessing its own unique name. Apart from the Wang Hai Pavilion and the Emperor Pavilion, which are not open to the public, the remaining 7 pavilions accommodate guests according to their status and identity, arranging dining and lodging that correspond to their rank. A welcoming attendant leads the way, with Yi Mingyao, Li Qingfeng, and Wang Bin closely following. Curiosity etched on his face, Wang Bin inquired, "Miss Yi, how much does a meal here cost?" "It's difficult to say. It depends on which pavilion you dine in. The most economical option is the Zhuangyuan Pavilion, where a night stay costs 1.8 million. The most expensive is the Empress Pavilion, costing 7.8 million for a night." Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open as they poked at their ears with their pinky fingers, unsure if they had misheard. The minimum cost of 1.8 million was astounding. An ordinary person would not earn that amount in a lifetime. Wang Bin pressed on, "Is the Wang Hai Pavilion owned by your family?" "No." Yi Mingyao shook her head. Wang Bin continued, "Which pavilion did your father reserve?" "In light of my father's status, he could only book the Zhuangyuan Pavilion at most. But today is different because a significant figure is present. We can go to the Emperor Pavilion." Li Qingfeng suddenly recalled that Yi Mingyao had mentioned earlier that Yi Guqing would introduce a notable person to him, realizing that this meal seemed to be a ruse. The host of the banquet was not Yi Guqing, but rather this remarkable individual, Who could this person be to host guests in the Emperor Pavilion? Under the guidance of the beautiful attendant, Yi Mengyao, Li Chifeng, and Wang Bin proceeded towards the Emperor Pavilion step by step. The summit of Yunlong Mountain is uneven, with the northern side elevated and the southern side inclined at a 30-degree angle. The Wanghai Pavilion Hotel is situated on this slope, with the 9 pavilions arranged from bottom to top, Zhuangyuan Pavilion at the base and Huahai Pavilion at the pinnacle, with the Emperor Pavilion located just beneath the latter. As Li Chengfeng ascended, he observed the names of the pavilions below. Each pavilion is named after members of the ancient royal family, ranked from lower to higher: Zhuangyuan Pavilion, Fuma Pavilion, Princess Pavilion, Concubine Pavilion, Prince Pavilion, Crown Prince Pavilion, Empress Pavilion, Emperor Pavilion, and Wanghai Pavilion. Seeing these names, Li Chengfeng felt a sense of intrigue. Why were the pavilions named after royal members? He pondered while continuing forward. Before long, he arrived at the Emperor Pavilion, and as he gazed upon it, he could not help but exclaim that it truly embodied imperial grandeur, exuding an aura of sovereign authority. The Emperor Pavilion stood as the most magnificent of the 9 pavilions, a 3-story structure that resembled the crown of an ancient emperor. The more Li Chengfeng stared at the Emperor Pavilion, the more he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing deeper. The architectural style of the Emperor Pavilion, in Feng Shui terms, is referred to as the Emperor's coronation. Suddenly, he felt that the layout of the pavilions was far from simple. Turning his gaze towards the lower pavilions, he noted that from the Zhuangyuan Pavilion at the bottom to the Empress Pavilion, all 7 pavilions were oriented southward, while the Emperor Pavilion faced north, contrasting sharply with the others. Although he did not have a sonic compass, Li Chengfeng could surmise that the positioning of these 9 pavilions was aligned with celestial stars above and earthly positions below. The essence of the great masterful Feng Shui lies in the harmonious convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the resonance of the atmospheric energy. One cannot help but recall the ancient practice where the sovereign sits facing south, while the ministers face north. Li Chengfeng could not restrain his thoughts, exclaiming, "As the ministers pay their respects and the emperor is crowned, the sovereign presides over the court, unifying the realm. What a magnificent imperial arrangement!" It must be acknowledged that the Feng Shui practitioner responsible for this layout possesses remarkable skill. Their intention behind establishing the emperor's throne here is either to ensure that future generations ascend to power or to sow chaos within the realm, disrupting the fate of the Huaxian nation. Regrettably, this grand Feng Shui arrangement, despite being designed for the emperor, has been compromised as the majestic Wanghai Pavilion looms above it. Gazing upon the pinnacle of the Wanghai Pavilion, a subtle smile graced Li Chengfeng's lips. Although this structure is known as the Wanghai Pavilion, it must have once been called the Taiwan Pavilion. The creator of the Feng Shui arrangement is indeed impressive, but the one who disrupts it wields even greater prowess. A single Taiwan Pavilion has the power to alter the Feng Shui energy of this location. No matter how formidable the emperor may be, he shall always remain a son in the presence of the Taiwan. To the ordinary observer, the Wanghai Pavilion appears merely as a splendid hotel nestled amidst picturesque mountains and waters. Yet only those well-versed in the esoteric arts of Feng Shui can discern the intricacies of its layout. It is evident that neither common Feng Shui practitioners nor charlatans could recognize the true nature of this arrangement. The presence of superior Feng Shui arrangements is exceedingly rare, and the opportunity to witness a grand masterful Feng Shui layout is indeed a privilege for Li Chengfeng. He now comprehends why the Emperor's Pavilion is not open to the public. Hidden within are secrets of Feng Shui. He muses that the Wanghai Pavilion conceals an untold tale of a contest of Feng Shui, shrouded in obscurity. Curiosity piqued, he wonders who the 2 Feng Shui masters engaged in this duel may be. As Li Chengfeng stands transfixed at the entrance of the Emperor's Pavilion, Yi Mengyao turns to him and says, "Mr. Li, please come inside." Wang Bin, equally intrigued, inquires, "Chengfeng, what captivates you so?" "Nothing much," Li Chengfeng replies with a slight smile, turning and stepping into the Emperor's Pavilion. Upon entering, he is once again astonished by the exquisite furnishings and decor within. The banquet hall on the first floor of the Emperor's Pavilion is adorned with an array of elegant furniture crafted from precious Wang Wali and rosewood, each piece intricately carved and steeped in a sense of antiquity. The air is imbued with the distinctive aroma of rosewood. Each item of furniture is worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, indicating the lavishness of the pavilion's owner, with the total value easily amounting to several billion. Li Chengfeng surveyed the banquet hall, his brow furrowing slightly. The modest space already accommodates over 20 individuals, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. As he scrutinizes the guests, familiar faces come into view, including Yi Guqing and Deng Sihai, the chairman of the Shanghai Group, Hu Tianzhong, president of the Qingzhou Qian Arts Association, and Hu Yinsong, the vice president, are also present. Among them are several elderly gentlemen. Clad in green robes or Taoist garments, their appearances marked by flowing white hair or streaks of azure beard, each exuding an air of mastery and elegance. Additionally, an elderly monk in robes sits cross-legged, meditating, accompanied by a young novice. The monk radiates a profound aura of wisdom and enlightenment. The remaining individuals, though unfamiliar to Li Qingfeng, were evidently not of ordinary stature, discernible through their demeanor and aura. Upon the arrival of Yi Mingyao and Li Qingfeng at the entrance, they instantaneously captivated the attention of many, initially drawn by Yi Mingyao's exquisite beauty, prompting silent admiration for the enchanting lady. However, when these onlookers beheld Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin, expressions of disdain and contempt surfaced, reminiscent of the dismay one experiences upon inadvertently stepping into a pile of excrement on the street. Both men donned oversized shorts and casual flip-flops, their attire, including undergarments, scarcely amounting to a mere 100 yuan. It was entirely understandable that they would be looked down upon by the upper echelons of society. Some individuals wore puzzled expressions, pondering how these two could possibly gain entry into the prestigious Wang Hai Pavilion, a place not meant for just anyone. A burly middle-aged man, with a face adorned with excess flesh, fixed a menacing glare upon Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin, addressing them in a low, gravelly tone. "Who are you? What brings you here? Is this a place for the likes of you?" Li Qingfeng frowned slightly, casting an irritated glance towards Yi Guqing, feeling quite displeased. The old scoundrel had promised a meal, yet upon entering, they were met with scorn. This dining experience was proving rather unpalatable. Yi Guqing had not anticipated that Li Qingfeng would arrive dressed in such a casual manner, oversized shorts, flip-flops, and a simple white t-shirt emblazoned with the words "I am a poor farmer." It was absurd to appear so disheveled at the Wang Hai Pavilion. Wang Bin's appearance was even more outrageous, sporting a pair of flip-flops, a scruffy beard, and a face that had not seen cleansing in ages, with a yellowish crust at the corner of his left eye. His clothing was equally neglected, the colors faded from lack of care. This was indeed the Wang Hai Pavilion. Could they not have dressed more appropriately? Had Yi Guqing known of Li Qingfeng's attire beforehand, he would have vehemently opposed his attendance. What a disgrace it was. Even the elderly gentleman leisurely playing chess in the park appeared more presentable. Feeling embarrassed, Yi Guqing hastily approached the burly gentleman, offering a somewhat apologetic explanation. "Boss Wang, this gentleman is my invited Feng Shui master, Li Qingfeng. Master Li, this is his assistant." Yi Guqing faltered, uncertain of Wang Bin's name, and left his introduction incomplete. As soon as Yi Guqing's words left his lips, a hush fell over the banquet hall, followed by astonished gazes fixed upon Li Qingfeng, who did not seem to embody the image of a Feng Shui master. Laughter erupted, filling the space with mirth. "Ha! Boss Yi, he is a Feng Shui master? Are you attempting to make me laugh to death, or perhaps to usurp our Huang family's assets?" Huang Yufei, the burly man, bellowed with laughter, clutching his sides in amusement. Amidst the ridicule, Yi Guqing felt utterly humiliated, wishing to vanish into the earth, consumed by regret. Had he foreseen such mockery, he would never have invited Li Qingfeng. Yi Mingyao, observing the attire of the two men, felt equally embarrassed. In her haste to reach the Wang Hai Pavilion, she had neglected to remind Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin to don more suitable clothing and to freshen up. Witnessing Li Qingfeng's humiliation weighed heavily on her conscience. Though she remained indifferent towards Wang Bin's predicament, faced with the jeers of the crowd, Wang Bin let out a cold snort, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "Let them laugh. I shall remain proud before the heavens." Internally, he scoffed at the foolishness of those who dared to mock his brother, oblivious to his remarkable prowess. Were they aware of his brother's formidable abilities, their laughter would undoubtedly cease. Contemplating his brother's enigmatic talents filled him with immense pride. Having such a companion and classmate was a source of lifelong bragging rights. Amidst the raucous laughter, Li Qingfeng's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of anger or indignation, with a slight smirk gracing his lips, radiating an air of arrogance. At that moment, Hu Yinsong recognized Li Qingfeng, recalling the humiliation he had endured a month prior at the Yi family villa, where he had been ridiculed by Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao before being expelled from the Yi household. Confusion washed over him. Was there something wrong with Yi Guqing and Yi Mingyao for summoning him again and referring to him as a master of Feng Shui? Was he not merely a charlatan? As the laughter subsided, an elderly man clad in a simple blue robe stepped forward. "Lu Yixue, a renowned master of the Ma'i fortune-telling art in Qizhou City. Approaching Li Qingfeng, he spoke with a tone of arrogance. I have traversed the world for over 60 years, and it was only at the age of 52 that I earned the respect of my peers and was honored with the title of master. You, at a mere 20-something years of age, dare to proclaim yourself a Feng Shui master? How utterly laughable. In the realms of Feng Shui, martial arts, and fortune-telling, those worthy of being called master are exceedingly rare. Typically, fortune-tellers and Ma'i practitioners are addressed as sir, while only those with genuine skill and prowess earn the esteemed title of master. Beyond that lie the titles of guru and celestial master, reserved for those who possess divine insight and seldom mingle with the mundane. It was outrageous for such a young individual to even be called sir, let alone be elevated to master by Yi Guqing. The audacity of Li Qingfeng to accept such a title irked the seasoned masters present, as it was inconceivable for a mere junior to be placed on an equal footing with them. At that moment, Yi Guqing realized his misstep in addressing Li Qingfeng as a Feng Shui master, intending merely to elevate his status. Unaware that it would incite the displeasure of the elder masters, he hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, his face flushed with embarrassment. Master Liu, I misspoke earlier. Li Qingfeng, Mr. Li, is not a Feng Shui master, but merely possesses a rudimentary understanding of Feng Shui techniques. Upon hearing this, Liu Yishui's demeanor softened considerably. Aware of Yi Guqing's stature and unwilling to offend him, especially in the presence of wealthy patrons who were their benefactors, he smiled and adopted a tone of concern. Yi boss, do ensure you keep your eyes sharp in the future. Not everyone can be deemed a master. Should your company seek a Feng Shui consultant, do not hesitate to approach me. I can provide introductions to true luminaries in the field. Liu Yishui had long heard of the Jioding Group's interest in hiring a Feng Shui consultant, seizing the opportunity to promote himself. Thank you for the reminder, Master Liu. Yi Guqing replied, nodding politely. Originally, one thought the matter had reached its conclusion. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Qingfeng took a couple of steps forward, lifted his chin, and boldly declared, Boss, he was not mistaken. I am indeed a Feng Shui master. In the realm of Feng Shui and divination, aside from my grandfather, none dare claim superiority over me. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's expression changed instantly. This rascal certainly knew how to stir trouble. Liu Yishui had already chosen not to hold grievances against him, yet here he was, once again provoking contention. The reason behind Li Qingfeng's audacious remarks stemmed from his dissatisfaction. He had been led to believe that Yi Guqing was hosting a banquet, only to discover upon arriving at Wanghai Pavilion that the host was not Yi Guqing at all. As for why Yi Guqing had summoned him, Li Qingfeng remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Now, having been ridiculed before even tasting the meal, he was determined to cause some trouble for Yi Guqing. Just as Liu Yishui was about to turn and leave, he overheard such arrogant words from behind, causing his previously softened expression to darken instantly. Slowly, he turned around, his furious gaze fixated on Li Qingfeng. You insolent youth, do you even comprehend the caliber of individuals present? How dare you utter such boasts? Hu Yinzheng, Hu Yinsong, and several other elders also exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly as they regarded Li Qingfeng, pondering how this young man could speak so grandly despite his youth. Even the old monk who had been meditating with closed eyes began to slowly open them, turning to observe the brash young man, thinking to himself that yet another boastful soul had arrived, one who could surpass even the seasoned veterans. Huang Yufei and the business moguls surrounding him appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, eager to see how these esteemed masters of the Feng Shui and divination community would deal with the audacity of Li Qingfeng. As the vice president of the Qinzhou Qian Technique Association, Hu Yinsong stepped forward at this juncture, exuding an aura of mastery. His authoritative gaze bore down on Li Qingfeng as he spoke with a commanding tone. I am Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Qinzhou Qian Technique Association. This is the master of Ma'i divination from Qizhou. This individual hails from Heilongjiang as a renowned Qian. This Taoist comes from the Jingyi sect of Longhu Mountain, and this venerable monk is a disciple of Zen. Hu Yinsong introduced each master present, and with each introduction, pride illuminated their faces. Once he completed the introductions, his attention shifted to Hu Tianzhong, continuing respectfully, this is Master Hu Tianzhong, the president of the Qinzhou Qian Technique Association, a distinguished figure representing the true lineage of Qian technique, holding a position of great esteem within the community. In this gathering, regardless of seniority, status, or capability, who among you does not surpass him? What are you, to dare proclaim yourself a master in our presence? The other masters wore expressions of smug satisfaction. They were prominent figures within the Qian technique sphere, and with Hu Yinsong's enumeration of their titles. It was anticipated that this young man would be so intimidated as to kneel and apologize. Unfortunately for them, their expectations were dashed. Upon hearing Hu Yinsong's introduction of these distinguished individuals, Li Qingfeng revealed no sign of fear. Instead, a smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. Li Qingfeng paid little heed to the identities or statuses of those around him. In his eyes, they were merely a group of pretentious old fools. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Bin, who had been standing by, interjected disdainfully. If we are to discuss seniority and position, you might surpass my brother. However, when it comes to skill, none of you can match his prowess. Wang Bin spoke with pride, seemingly oblivious to Hu Tianzheng and Deng Sihai, and continued. Let me tell you, my brother is extraordinary. He can summon 12 deities using the ancient art of Qian Duanjia, and with the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique. He can bring an entire shop to a standstill. Do you possess such abilities? Li Qingfeng's head spun in disbelief as he stared at Wang Bin. This fool truly dared to say anything. Had he not noticed that the hidden owner of Shanghai Gold Shop was seated right there? This was a serious predicament. If Deng Sihai discovered that the practitioner of the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique at Shanghai Gold Shop was none other than himself, he would undoubtedly face a furious retaliation. Li Qingfeng was so infuriated by Wang Bin's words that he felt an urge to strangle him on the spot. Given the circumstances, all he could do was take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Hu Tianzheng suddenly stood up, his astonished gaze fixed on Li Qingfeng. He recalled the folk technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Shop and wondered if the person behind it was indeed him. How could that be? He appeared to be freshly graduated from university, far too young to comprehend such ancient practices. It was widely known that this technique had long been lost to time. He mused that the practitioner at Shanghai Gold Shop could not possibly be Li Qingfeng. There must be someone else backing him. Deng Sihai, who had remained silent until now, also raised his head to scrutinize Li Qingfeng. In recent days, he had dispatched numerous individuals to investigate who had employed the folk technique at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Shop, but to no avail. He never anticipated that the culprit would present himself voluntarily, and as a youth, no less. The audacity to conjure mischief atop his head was intolerable. He silently vowed to make him suffer, to ensure he met a gruesome end. Though Deng Sihai harbored murderous intent, a smile adorned his face as he fixed his gaze on Li Qingfeng, devoid of any visible anger, exuding an unsettling warmth. When Li Qingfeng met Deng Sihai's eyes, he sensed a concealed malice beneath the cordial facade, a classic case of a smile hiding a dagger, which sent a chill down his spine. This man was deeply cunning. His emotions expertly masked, such individuals were the most terrifying. Deng Sihai's features, a pair of slanted eyes, a hawkish nose, and thin lips, betrayed a ruthless disposition. One who would seek vengeance for even the slightest grievance. He would undoubtedly not let this matter rest, and once they departed from Longhai Pavilion, he would pursue revenge against Li Qingfeng. In Qingzhou City, Deng Sihai held significant power. Not even 10 Li Qingfengs would stand a chance against him, especially with Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yinsong by his side. Li Qingfeng cast a helpless glance at Wang Bin, lamenting the existence of such a foolish classmate. One who spoke without engaging his brain, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He felt an overwhelming urge to kick him to silence. At this moment, Wang Bin remained oblivious to the troubles his words would soon bring upon Li Qingfeng. He continued to boastfully recount the tale of how Li Qingfeng had summoned 12 divine generals using the art of Qian Duanjia to confront the cat corpse. Though his account was rooted in truth, who would believe it? To the onlookers, it was merely a jest. The notion of invoking 12 deities for assistance was a narrative fit for the silver screen, wholly implausible in reality, for no one possessed such capabilities. The crowd laughed heartily, exhaustion creeping into their amusement, while Yu Guqing's face darkened with anger, his eyes glowering at Wang Bin. You may not feel embarrassed, but I certainly do, he coldly remarked. Mr. Li, please take your assistant and leave. Mengyao, see them out. Yu Mengyao shot Wang Bin a disparaging glance before turning to Li Qingfeng, her tone tinged with regret. Mr. Li, allow me to invite you to dine elsewhere. No need. Li Qingfeng, unwilling to remain a target of ridicule, delivered a swift kick to Wang Bin's rear and barked a single word filled with ire. Leave. Wang Bin, still eager to elaborate, watched in confusion as Li Qingfeng strode towards the exit of the Imperial Pavilion. Why are you leaving? We haven't even eaten yet. He called out, but with no response. He hastily followed. As Li Qingfeng crossed the threshold of the Imperial Pavilion, he encountered 6 individuals approaching, led by an elderly gentleman. A A sudden jolt of recognition surged through Li Chifeng as he beheld the elder's visage, prompting him to steal a lingering glance. The elder's round head, prominent eyes, and bushy brows bespoke wisdom. His forehead was broad and full, and his ears were closely set against his head, embodying a countenance of authority. In physiognomy, there exists a saying, a full forehead signifies a life of officialdom, while a balanced lower face holds power. This elder, with his noble features, undoubtedly bore the mark of an extraordinary individual, likely the significant figure Yi Guqing had alluded to. Accompanying the elder was a woman, seemingly in her 20s. Possessing striking beauty that rivaled Yi Mengyao's, her countenance adorned with an air of innate arrogance. Inside the banquet hall, those who had been mocking Li Chifeng were abruptly silenced upon the elder's unexpected appearance. Their expressions shifted from derision to reverence. As they hurried to the entrance to welcome him, Li Chifeng, still lingering at the doorway, was pushed aside by Huang Yufei, who bowed respectfully and said, "We welcome you." "General Chu." "Greetings, General Chu." As Li Chifeng stumbled from the shove, he was steadied by a hand, accompanied by a kind voice. "Young man, are you all right?" To his astonishment, it was General Chu himself who had caught him, causing a rush of surprise within Li Chifeng. He quickly responded, "Thank you, General. I'm fine." "No need for thanks. It was merely a reflex," Chu Yunhong replied with a gentle smile, exuding an approachable demeanor devoid of any airs of authority, which endeared him to Li Chifeng immensely. As the crowd observed Li Chifeng and Chu Yunhong standing together, discontent was evident on every face. They had waited for over half a day, yet none had approached the esteemed General Chu. Just as he arrived, Li Chifeng seized the opportunity to engage the general in conversation, provoking ire among the onlookers. Huang Yufei, filled with indignation, contemplated pushing Li Chifeng aside once more, raising his hand while shouting angrily, "Get lost! Who do you think you are to speak to, General Chu? Depart at once." Just as his hand was about to make contact, a commanding voice resonated nearby. "Stop!" It was Chu Yunhong, whose calm yet authoritative demeanor commanded respect. His steady gaze fixed upon Huang Yufei as he spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried the weight of military authority. "Make another move, and I shall have you thrown out." Huang Yufei, accustomed to his own arrogance and ready to confront anyone who displeased him, suddenly realized that this venerable elder was no ordinary man. His expression shifted, and he quickly apologized before retreating to the sidelines. It was then that Chu Yunhong began to scrutinize Li Chifeng. Noticing his casual attire, a pair of shorts and flip-flops, he wondered how someone dressed so informally could gain entry to the Wanghai Pavilion and casually inquired, "Young man, what is your profession?" "I." Li Chifeng was about to clarify his identity when he was interrupted by Hu Yensong, whose tone dripped with sarcasm. "General Chu, this is Mr. Li, a master of Feng Shui, brought here by Mr. Yi Guqing." The emphasis on master was particularly pronounced. Laughter erupted among the crowd, filled with mockery and disdain. A Feng Shui master. Chu Yunhong's expression revealed a flicker of surprise. A young Feng Shui master was indeed a novelty for him. And he asked with curiosity, "Young man, are you truly a master of Feng Shui?" Li Chifeng, initially inclined to be modest, felt the weight of the crowd's ridicule and, with a grim expression, boldly declared, "Indeed, I am a Feng Shui master. In all of Qingzhou City, whether it be Feng Shui, Qi Min Dunjia, or Meihua Yishu, I dare say that no one would dispute my claim to be the foremost authority." Arrogance, dominance, and unwavering confidence flashed across Li Chifeng's countenance. The attendees were momentarily taken aback. This young man exhibited no humility and truly believed himself to be a master, daring to speak thus before General Chu. Did he wish for his own downfall? With cold smiles, the gathered individuals anticipated the spectacle, eager to witness Li Chifeng's humiliation, to see him provoke Chu Yunhong's wrath and subsequently face the consequences. Yi Guqing, upon hearing Li Chifeng's audacious proclamation, felt a surge of anxiety. Did he not understand his own limitations? To proclaim himself a master of Feng Shui in front of General Chu was reckless, should he fail to resolve the general's issues. The general's fury would surely not spare him, and he would be caught in the crossfire. Regret washed over him for having brought Li Chifeng along. But it was too late. Resolving to distance himself from Li Chifeng to avoid being implicated, Yi Guqing stepped forward, his demeanor serious, and addressed Chu Yunhong with utmost gravity. "General Chu, this Li Chifeng is nothing but a charlatan, a fraud." "A fraud?" Chu Yunhong's expression was one of confusion. Had not Yi Guqing brought him here? Why then? Was he suddenly labeled a deceiver? What sort of play was this? Moments ago, he had observed an unwavering confidence etched upon Li Chifeng's visage. How could one so self-assured possibly be a fraud? Yi Guqing continued, General Chu, I too have misjudged character, mistaking a fraud for a master, and thus brought him to Wang Hai Pavilion. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused to you, esteemed general. I have now severed all ties with him, and any actions you deem fit towards this deceiver are entirely beyond my concern. Chu Yuhong nodded, comprehending the underlying reasons. Yet his gaze towards Yi Guqing bore a hint of disdain. Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes blazing with anger as he fixed a glare upon Yi Guqing. This old scoundrel was truly shameless. He had anticipated an unsatisfactory meal, yet it had turned out to be not only distasteful, but also full of thorns. Li Chifeng had not imagined Yi Guqing to be such a person. Fearing repercussions, he had the audacity to disassociate himself from Li. With a cold snort, he chose not to cast another glance in his direction. Wang Bin's furious gaze bore into Yi Guqing. It was he who had extended the invitation, and yet now, having failed to enjoy the meal, he uttered such shameless and disgraceful words. It was profoundly disheartening. This was a man devoid of sentiment, selfish and self-serving. Yi Mingyao regarded Yi Guqing with disappointment. Li Chengfeng was their family savior. How could her father utter such words? This was ingratitude, a betrayal of kindness. How could her own father behave in such a manner? Such disappointment. She could hardly fathom how to face Li Chengfeng, who must surely harbor resentment towards her father. The onlookers regarded Yi Guqing with a tinge of contempt, eager to discern how Chu Yunhong would address Li Chengfeng. With a stern expression, Chu Yunhong directed his gaze at Li Chengfeng, inquiring, Young man, he claims you are a fraud. Do you wish to offer an explanation? A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the sky, nor does an insignificant ant fathom the great expanse of mountains and rivers. Li Chengfeng succinctly replied, providing not only a reasonable explanation but also a subtle mockery of Yi Guqing's narrow worldview, likening him to a mere frog and ant. Yi Guqing was no fool. He perceived the derision hidden within Li Chengfeng's words, and his countenance darkened slightly, though he remained silent. Chu Yunhong, smiling, nodded in approval, expressing, What a fine observation. The vast sky allows birds to soar, and the great mountains and rivers can be traversed on horseback. Regardless of whether you are a Feng Shui master, I shall cover today's meal. Thank you, but I find myself lacking the appetite to dine with these individuals. I bid you farewell. At this juncture, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. This young man was exceedingly arrogant. Who did he think he was? The attendees were either renowned entrepreneurs from Qingzhou City or esteemed masters from the realm of mysticism. For an ordinary person to share a meal with them was a rare privilege, worth a fortune. Yet here he was, brazenly stating that he had no appetite to dine with such prominent figures. What audacity granted him the courage to speak thus? Each person wore a displeased expression, yet none dared to confront Li Chengfeng. Chu Yuhong was momentarily taken aback. This young man possessed a certain audacity, boldly confronting nearly half the influential figures of Qingzhou City. It was evident that he either harbored genuine prowess or was merely an impetuous youth. Li Chengfeng turned to leave, only to be intercepted by a woman standing beside Chu Yunhong. With a displeased expression, she declared, My father has invited you to dinner. That is a gesture of respect. Even if you decline, you must remain here. Li Chengfeng nearly collided with the woman, their bodies mere inches apart, and he was enveloped by an alluring fragrance, reminiscent of milk and blossoms, intoxicating in its sweetness. Chu Yunhong shot her a glare, his voice tinged with irritation as he admonished, Qingyan, do not be disrespectful. The woman was none other than Chu Qingyan, the daughter of Chu Yunhong, headstrong and willful, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations, unfazed by the world, much like a resplendent rose adorned with thorns. With a look of defiance, Chu Qingyan widened her almond-shaped eyes, glaring at Li Chengfeng. At that moment, Chu Yunhong, donning a serious expression, addressed Li Chengfeng, Young man, will you honor me with your presence or not? Reluctantly, Li Chengfeng acquiesced, Very well, since that is the case. It would be disrespectful not to comply. I shall dine before departing. Chu Yunhong nodded and turned to the assembled guests, offering an apologetic smile as he said, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. General Chu, you flatter us. It is our privilege to await your arrival, the attendees replied courteously. After a round of mutual flattery, they took their seats. At this juncture, Chu Yunhong revealed his purpose for visiting Qingzhou City. He sought a renowned Feng Shui master to resolve the troubles he faced. Unfortunately, his search for this individual had been fruitless. Lacking the specific master, He resorted to gathering various Feng Shui experts and practitioners of the esoteric arts in the hopes of encountering a capable individual to alleviate his predicament, to attract those with exceptional abilities. Chu Yuhong proposed an enticing offer. Anyone who could assist him would not only be gifted the prestigious Wanhai Pavilion, but also entrusted with a national project valued at billions. The entrepreneurs and esteemed families of Qishou, upon hearing of this, were electrified. Each aspired to claim the Wanhai Pavilion and secure a lucrative national-level project. These magnates began scouring for renowned Feng Shui masters and adept practitioners, willing to pay handsomely to enlist them as consultants for their enterprises. They brought these masters to Wanhai Pavilion, hoping that their expertise could aid General Chu in resolving his issues. Success would not only yield the Wanhai Pavilion and a monumental project, but also establish a connection with the Chu family, a tremendous incentive for every clan and business, as such an achievement could elevate their status significantly. Yi Guqing, too, recognized this opportunity. However, having only recently recovered, he found it too late to act when he learned of the situation. The famed Feng Shui masters of Qizhou had already been secured by other families or enterprises with generous offers. It was too late to summon a master from another city. Ultimately, he thought of Li Chengfeng, yet he held little hope, considering the latter's youth, approaching the situation with a mere sense of trial. Li Chengfeng has just come to understand that Yi Guqing's invitation to dine with him and his intention to recruit him as the Feng Shui consultant for the Juding Group is not a trivial matter. Yi Guqing aims to secure the Wanhai Pavilion and undertake a project worth billions. Should Li Chengfeng become the Feng Shui consultant for Juding Group? Even if he assists Chu Yunhong in resolving his troubles and gains possession of the Wanhai Pavilion, along with the colossal project, the accolades would ultimately belong to Yi Guqing, leaving Li Chengfeng with merely a modest bonus. Realizing this, Li Chengfeng cast a sidelong glance at Yi Guqing and let out a cold snort. This cunning old fox nearly exploited him. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yensong, and the esteemed masters and business leaders present, upon hearing this, rubbed their hands together in anticipation, eager to be the one to help Chu Yunhong overcome his predicament. Assisting him not only promised fame, but also the potential for immense profit. An opportunity for both reputation and wealth. Everyone leaned in with keen interest, eager to discern the nature of Chu Yunhong's troubles. Unfortunately, Chu Yunhong remained reticent, instead instructing his bodyguard to present a piece of red paper inscribed with the character, stick, then began to speak slowly. Esteemed guests, those of you seated here are renowned masters of the metaphysical arts in Qingzhou City, well-versed in divination, fortune-telling, and other esoteric techniques. I wish to dispense with superfluous words. This character has been penned by my own hand. Masters proficient in the art of character interpretation may deduce the nature of my troubles from it. For those less familiar with this art, feel free to employ your own skills to ascertain the predicament I face. Should anyone succeed in unraveling this mystery, we shall proceed to the next matter. Hu Tianzhong, Louis Shui, and the master's adept in character interpretation inhaled deeply. Chu Yunhong's refusal to disclose his troubles directly and instead challenge them to divine the answer was a true test of their abilities. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly. The old general was indeed intriguing, yet his gaze remained fixed on the character on the red paper. Character interpretation, also known as 11ing-zi, is an ancient divination method, primarily relying on the strokes, structure, form, and meaning of a character to infer one's fortune or misfortune. As Li Chengfeng scrutinized the character inscribed on the red paper, his initial amusement waned, gradually replaced by a furrowed brow. In less than a minute, through the character written by Chu Yunhong, Li Chengfeng discerned the nature of the trouble he faced. With a sigh, he recognized that the old general's predicament was no ordinary matter, but rather a significant issue concerning national affairs, intricately linked to the island nation. At this moment, Hu Tianzhong, Louis Shui, and the masters skilled in character interpretation focused intently on the character, beginning to deconstruct it to uncover its deeper significance. Hu Yensong even retrieved a fountain pen, diligently writing the character on paper, earnestly engaged in its analysis. In contemporary society, the practice of character interpretation has become exceedingly rare. As the myriad interpretations can lead to significant discrepancies, different individuals writing the same character often yield vastly different meanings, heightening the risk of misinterpretation. In contemporary times, the most prevalent methods of divination include the 64 hexagrams, the 9 palaces destiny charts, the Mahai physiognomy, and the plum blossom divination, among others. Each of these methods possesses a fundamental framework for deduction, rendering them relatively convenient to employ. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao's curious gazes were fixed upon the esteemed masters present. Those who were unable to decipher characters also exhibited their unique talents. Some produced bamboo slips and coins, approaching Chu Yuhong to request his assistance in shaking the bamboo tube and casting the coins. Chu Yuhong displayed no airs of superiority, cooperating willingly, while his daughter, Chu Qingyan, exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction yet refrained from speaking, quietly observing the performances of the masters. Li Qingfeng, too, was intrigued and wished to witness how these masters conducted their divinations, his gaze lingering on the elderly monk and the diviner. The old monk, with his eyes gently closed, appeared to be in deep meditation, while the diviner, Zhang Yichu, entered a room alone, subsequently closing the door behind him, exuding an air of mystery. Li Qingfeng yearned to comprehend how the Zen lineage and the diviner foretold fortunes and misfortunes for others, yet felt it inappropriate to inquire further, thus he silently watched. He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the Buddhist sect forbids Zen disciples from casually predicting fortunes and misfortunes, as Buddhism emphasizes acceptance of all circumstances as they unfold. Whether fortune or misfortune arises, one must face and accept it with equanimity. Only through enduring hardships can one attain true realization. Consequently, Buddhist disciples seldom engage in fortune-telling or physiognomy. In contemporary society, the divination methods that prevail are primarily Taoist in nature, with few having witnessed Buddhist disciples engaging in such practices. Although Buddhist disciples do not assist others in fortune-telling or divining, it does not imply that the Buddhist tradition lacks methods for predicting fortunes and misfortunes. It is said that Buddhism possesses a remarkable ability known as the 3 insights and 6 abilities, which allows Zen disciples who reach a certain level of cultivation to perceive the past and future lives of individuals. The 3 insights refer to the insight of fate, which comprehends one's own and others' life and death across past lives, the divine eye, which perceives one's own and others' future life and death, and the insight of exhaustion, which understands the present suffering and possesses the wisdom to eliminate all afflictions. The 6 abilities encompass the ability of fate, which allows one to observe the past and present lives of all beings, the divine eye ability, which can perceive the myriad mysteries of the world, the exhaustion ability, which can resolve all troubles and attain understanding, the divine ear ability, which facilitates communication with all beings and hears the voices of heaven and earth, the heart-reading ability, which knows the thoughts of all sentient beings, and the divine foot ability, which enables effortless movement across realms, unhindered by any obstacles. Since Li Qingfeng was not a disciple of the Buddhist sect, he was not well versed in the methods of Zen cultivation and was uncertain whether the 3 insights and 6 abilities indeed allowed one to perceive the past and future lives of individuals. However, one thing was certain: those who attain the profound Buddhist abilities of the 3 insights and 6 abilities are likely to be few in number. It remains unknown to what level Master Li Fan, the elder monk before him, has cultivated. Many believe that the Buddhist 3 insights and 6 abilities far surpass the divination techniques of Taoism in their profundity. In truth, the Taoist method of grand deduction surpasses the Buddhist techniques of the 3 insights and 6 abilities by a considerable margin. It not only enables the interpretation of 5 millennia of Chinese history, but also forecasts natural calamities and human misfortunes. Exemplary works, such as the Tue Bei Tu, created by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, and the Xiaobingge, penned by Lu Bowen, serve as prime illustrations of this. Regrettably, in contemporary society, few possess mastery over the profound art of Qi Min De Chong, leading many esoteric techniques to fade into obscurity throughout history. Li Qingfeng sighed softly, turning his attention to the door behind him, straining to listen as the voices of 2 individuals engaged in conversation drifted from within the room. Ordinary people would perceive only one voice, yet Li Qingfeng, having opened his celestial eye, could see and hear what others could not. He understood that this was the practice of a diviner seeking counsel from the celestial beings. The term seeking the celestial refers to a form of communication between the diviner and the deities they venerate. During such inquiries, the diviner typically seeks a tranquil and secluded environment to summon the deity for guidance. Intrigued by the dialogue emanating from the room, Li Qingfeng pondered which celestial being Zhang Yichun, the diviner from the northeast, was honoring. As he listened intently, the voices abruptly ceased. The celestial being revered by Zhang Yichun, having sensed that someone could hear their discourse, opted for a different means of communication. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yichun emerged from the room, his countenance somewhat troubled. His celestial patron had informed him that someone was eavesdropping, yet he was unaware of the identity of this individual. The deity had also cautioned him against provoking this person, who was believed to be backed by a true celestial being, which contributed to Zhang Yinchuan's discontent. Who could this individual be, possessing such extraordinary connections to a genuine deity? Zhang Yinchuan clearly sensed that his celestial patron harbored a fear of this person. Li Chifeng felt a surge of excitement. Today had broadened his horizons as he witnessed the divination process firsthand. As for Master Lu Fan, he remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Li Chifeng uncertain whether he employed the Buddhist techniques of great supernatural powers. It must be noted that, aside from Hu Yensong, the other masters present demonstrated considerable abilities, each employing their unique methods to discern the tribulations faced by Chu Yunhong. Only Hu Yensong relied on his cleverness to deduce the situation. Approximately 20 minutes later, all present ceased their activities. At that moment, Chu Yunhong revealed a smile, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the masters, and he curiously inquired, "Esteemed masters, could you please document your findings for my perusal?" There were 8 masters in attendance, and publicly disclosing their conclusions would expose them to the risk of their insights being overheard. Aware of this, Chu Yunhong had thoughtfully prepared paper and writing instruments in advance, requesting the masters to inscribe their results. Li Chifeng, however, lacked paper and pen, as the others regarded him as a charlatan. Unfazed, he cast occasional glances at Chu Qinyan and Yi Mengyao, comparing the two women. It must be said that both were strikingly beautiful, truly a challenge to distinguish between them. Before long, the esteemed masters had completed their predictions, and the bodyguard collected the papers to present them to Chu Yunhong. Observing the characters inscribed on the pages, Chu Yunhong nodded in satisfaction. All 8 sheets detailed significant national affairs, and each master's predictions aligned perfectly. The purpose of his visit was indeed tied to a matter of national importance. With this outcome, Chu Yunhong felt a deep sense of relief and remarked approvingly, "You are indeed renowned masters of Qingzhou City. Your calculations are all in harmony." Just as he was about to pose his next question, Lu Yishui stood up, a smug expression adorning his face as he directed his gaze at Li Chifeng. "Young man, do you not claim to be a master of Feng Shui? If so, why not attempt to deduce what we have written on our papers?" Li Chifeng was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yishui had a knack for stirring trouble. The onlookers wore expressions of gleeful anticipation, eager to witness whether this self-proclaimed master was a charlatan or indeed possessed genuine talent. Only Yi Guqing kept his head lowered, feeling a sense of embarrassment, thinking that Li Chifeng was about to make a fool of himself. With a smile, Chu Yunhong addressed Lu Yishui, his tone gentle. "Master Lu, why must you put a young novice in such a predicament? How could he possibly know what you have inscribed?" Upon hearing Chu Yunhong speak, Lu Yishui hesitated to press further, his enthusiasm dampened. Just as he was about to take his seat, a confident voice resonated through the banquet hall. "If I am not mistaken, the characters on your papers pertain to 4 significant national matters." The speaker was none other than Li Chifeng, who had initially intended to merely enjoy a meal. However, faced with deliberate provocation, he refused to be humiliated. Chu Yunhong was taken aback, then glanced at the papers, and looked back at Li Chifeng, astonished that he had indeed spoken the truth. Having observed the flicker of confidence on his face earlier, Chu Yunhong sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Just as Lu Yishui was about to sit down, he suddenly sprang up again, glaring at Li Chifeng with fury. How could this fraud possibly know what is written on the papers? He must have secretly peered at them. Otherwise, how could he have known? "You are truly shameless, daring to spy on our predictions." Li Chifeng, with an air of disdain, confidently replied, "It is something even a fool could surmise. For a powerful figure like General Chu, there is hardly a problem he cannot resolve, none at all. The only conceivable dilemma would be an exceptionally challenging national matter. If I am not mistaken, this issue pertains to the islanders." A look of shock crossed Chu Yunhong's face. Li Chifeng was correct. The current predicament was indeed instigated by the islanders. He was left bewildered, pondering how this young man had come to such a conclusion. Meanwhile, the other masters, including Liao Fan, Zhang Yinchu, Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yensong, and Lu Yishui, bore expressions of mockery. They anticipated that this young man was about to embarrass himself, even if he could deduce that Chu Yunhong was troubled by national affairs. How could he possibly ascertain that it was related to the islanders? It may also stem from other nations or various circumstances. However, why must it specifically involve an island nation? Lu Yishui laughed heartily, laced with derision in his tone. "Truly, he is a master of Feng Shui, surpassing us in wisdom. With our multitude, We can merely deduce that General Chu is troubled by national affairs, yet you can ascertain that this matter is instigated by the islanders. I humbly bow to your prowess. You are indeed the true master. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Li Chengfeng remained composed, aware that their merriment would soon turn to embarrassment. Chu Yinhong, curious, inquired, "Young man, can you reveal how you discerned this matter's connection to the islanders?" Upon hearing General Chu speak, the assembly quieted, eager to hear Li Chengfeng's explanation. Gazing at the character for stick inscribed on the red paper, Li Chengfeng solemnly replied, "I derived my conclusion from this very character." "Oh, could you elaborate on your deduction?" With a smile, Li Chengfeng elucidated his method of deconstructing the character. First, he divided it into two components, resulting in Wood and Kuan. The character Kuan features the sun above and the character for compare below. If we separate compare, it transforms into two daggers. This Kuan resembles an islander, concealing two daggers at his back. Viewed as a whole, the character depicts an islander harboring two knives, poised to stab China in the back. From this partial character, Li Chengfeng inferred the connection between this incident and the islanders. Hu Tianzhong, along with other masters, pondered thoughtfully, recognizing the merit in Li Chengfeng's reasoning, feeling a twinge of regret for not having considered such a perspective earlier. Despite acknowledging the validity of Li Chengfeng's insights, Louis Shui wore an expression of defiance, indignantly declaring, "You are merely fabricating tales." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Yunhong, who, with an air of authority, stated, "I can unequivocally inform you all that the troubles I currently face are indeed related to the islanders." The audience was left in shock, particularly Yi Guqing, who had never anticipated that Li Chengfeng would be correct. Chu Yunhong proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the matter, which originated in Haiqing. The attendees listened intently as he recounted the events. Haiqing, the financial epicenter of China, is traversed by a river known as the Huangbu River, which serves as the dragon vein of the city, a naturally formed water dragon vein, referred to in Feng Shui as 9 turns of water. The existence of this water dragon vein has facilitated Haiqing's rapid economic development, establishing it as one of China's most vital economic cities and transforming it into an international metropolis. However, 2 years prior, a company from the island nation, in collaboration with a certain Western country, legally acquired a plot of land adjacent to the Huangbu River through a bidding process. On this land, they erected a skyscraper named the Haiqing Economic Center, standing nearly 500 meters tall. Upon completion, this edifice was destined to become the tallest building in China. While the investment from the islanders in constructing a skyscraper in China could ostensibly be seen as beneficial, regrettably, their intentions were far from benevolent. The architects have designed this building in the shape of a steel blade, piercing directly into the banks of the Huangbu River, thereby creating a malevolent energy aimed at severing the river's vital flow. It is said that the mastermind behind this design is none other than the renowned Feng Shui master Masao Sato from the prestigious Jiuju school, who has 2 sons, Kenichi Sato and Kenji Sato, both esteemed Feng Shui practitioners in their own right. This edifice is on the verge of completion, and once the malevolent energy manifests, it will disrupt the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River, thereby impacting the economy of the entire Haiqing and, by extension, all of Huaxia. A flicker of indignation crossed Li Chengfeng's face. The practitioners of the Jiuju school truly exhibit a nefarious intent in their efforts to sever the water dragon vein and disturb the harmonious flow of the Huangbu River. The Feng Shui configuration of the Huangbu River is a naturally formed, grand system. Within the realm of Feng Shui, there exists a distinction between mountain dragons and water dragons, where mountains represent the former and rivers the latter. The mountain dragon governs status and wealth, while the water dragon presides over affluence. For instance, the capital city, positioned at the convergence of the mountain dragon, radiates an aura of authority, making it the political heart of Huaxia, a gathering place for dignitaries. Conversely, Haiqing, situated at the exhalation point of the Yangtze's water dragon, exudes a wealth-laden atmosphere, establishing itself as the economic nucleus of Huaxia, a hub for merchants and enterprises. Upon closer examination, one can discern that certain regions yield prosperous merchants while others produce bureaucrats. For example, Shandong, Shaanxi, and Hebei are known for their officials, while Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Fujian are replete with affluent individuals. The manner of speech in Haiqing carries a certain air of prosperity, while that of the capital is imbued with authority, illustrating the profound influence of Feng Shui on individuals. It is often said that the land nurtures its people. As a Feng Shui master, Li Chifeng is acutely aware that should the dragon vein of the Huangbu River be severed by this malevolent force, not only would the economy of Haiqing suffer, but the entire economic landscape of Huaxiao would be jeopardized. Historical texts in Feng Shui record that if a water dragon is disrupted, it can lead to catastrophic floods. Similarly, if a land dragon is severed, it may result in devastating earthquakes. It must be said that the actions of the Jiu school's practitioners are indeed insidious, employing such vile methods to undermine the Feng Shui of Huaxia and disturb its national fortune. The masters present were incensed, regarding the actions of the Jiu practitioners with disdain. Those versed in the esoteric arts have heard whispers of the Jiu school's attempts to disrupt the Feng Shui of Huaxia. Zhi Yuhong sighed deeply, a glint of fury flashing across his countenance, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards the Jiu practitioners. With a stern expression, he declared, for centuries, the people of the island nation have harbored ill intentions towards Huaxia, perpetrating numerous unspeakable acts upon our land, particularly the Feng Shui masters of the Jiu school, who have persistently sought to disrupt our national fortune. The Huahai Pavilion beneath our feet was constructed 30 years ago by the practitioners of the Jiu school, who aimed to establish a Feng Shui configuration to bring misfortune upon Huaxia. Fortunately, at that time, a master of Feng Shui effortlessly dismantled their scheme. Chu Yinhong, lost in thought, reminisced about many past events, particularly the Feng Shui master who had disrupted the energy of this place. His current journey was to seek him out and request his return to resolve the ominous qi known as the heavenly severance. Regrettably, he had not been able to locate him. Where could that esteemed elder have gone? With a gentle gaze sweeping across the faces of those present, Chu Yinhong, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "Masters, whoever can discern the Feng Shui arrangement here shall receive the Huahai Pavilion as a gift. Whoever can dispel the heavenly severance shall be entrusted with a monumental project worth billions." Chu Yinhong was acutely aware that if these masters could not even unravel the Feng Shui configuration of this location, how could they hope to mitigate the heavenly severance in Haiqing? The attendees, upon hearing this, were ignited with excitement. This was precisely what they desired and the very purpose of their visit. They hurriedly exited the Emperor's pavilion, compasses in hand, to scrutinize the Feng Shui arrangement. The allure of acquiring the Huanghai Pavilion was indeed immense. Huang Yufei, standing beside Lu Yishui, anxiously inquired, "Master Lu, what can you discern about the Feng Shui layout of the Huanghai Pavilion? Have you figured it out?" Deng Sihai, equally anxious, fixated his gaze on Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yensong, determined not to allow anyone else to seize the opportunity. Whoever unraveled the Feng Shui configuration first would claim the Huanghai Pavilion and have a chance at the billion-dollar project. "Master Hu, please do not disappoint me. Whether or not we can obtain the Huanghai Pavilion and the lucrative project rests upon your insight." The masters, well-versed in Feng Shui, occasionally lifted their gazes to the sky, then lowered them to their compasses, while also surveying the terrain, each displaying a countenance of utmost seriousness. Those less knowledgeable in Feng Shui could only stand by and observe. The few masters holding compasses became increasingly anxious as they examined the layout. The more they scrutinized, the more perplexed they grew. Despite exhausting their knowledge and skills, they found themselves unable to decipher the Feng Shui configuration. Approximately half an hour later, the masters returned to the Emperor's pavilion, dejected and resigned to abandon their quest. Chu Yinhong, seeing them return, eagerly asked, "Masters, has anyone discerned the Feng Shui arrangement here?" They all shook their heads, their faces reflecting disappointment, indicating that the Huanghai Pavilion was beyond their reach. The wealthy merchants who had hired them were visibly furious, yet powerless to change the outcome. Chu Yinhong turned to Hu Tianzheng, placing his last hope in him, and urgently asked, "President Hu, have you managed to unravel the Feng Shui layout?" Hu Tianzheng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "The Feng Shui arrangement here is exceedingly profound. I am unable to identify its nature. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a rare and exceptional configuration of the great vehicle Feng Shui." Zhi Yuhong nodded, feeling a sense of disillusionment. If these so-called masters could not decipher the Feng Shui layout here, there was little hope for them to resolve the heavenly severance in Haiqing. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, seated nearby, remained silent and uninvolved in the matter. He was quite hungry and preoccupied with thoughts of when the meal would commence, refraining from engaging with anyone. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that it was nearly 6 o'clock. Why had dinner not yet been served? Just then, Hu Yensong spoke up in a highly provocative tone. "Young man, do you not claim to be a master of Feng Shui? If you truly possess such expertise, Please elucidate the Feng Shui arrangement of this place. Lu Yixue, standing nearby, wore a sneer, his tone dripping with provocation. Indeed. You assert that you are a Feng Shui master, don't you? You seem quite impressive, able to discern that this matter involves the islanders with just a single character. If you possess such ability, enlighten us about the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether these individuals were unwell. He had not provoked them, yet they seemed intent on targeting him. He truly wished to disregard them and hastened back to Sui Yuan Hall after his meal. Yet they persistently obstructed his path. A playful smile appeared on Li Chengfeng's face. If I were to disclose the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion, what would you offer me in return? You provide me with nothing, so why should I share this knowledge with you? If you can articulate it, we shall honor you as our master. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng reached an agreement with Lu Yixue and Hu Yansong. If he could unveil the Feng Shui arrangement, the two would acknowledge him as their teacher. If he failed, they would determine his fate. Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng with eager anticipation, wondering whether this young man would bring forth a surprise. Before even stepping into the Imperial Pavilion, Li Chengfeng had discerned the Feng Shui layout of the area. Since they sought to challenge him, he would indulge them, casting a slight smile at Chu Yunhong before speaking. The Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion is known as the ministers come to pay homage. The emperor is crowned, the son of heaven holds court, unifying the realm, the emperor's domain. Upon hearing these words, Yi Mingyao and Wang Bin simultaneously turned to look at Li Chengfeng. They had heard him utter this phrase at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion, but at the time, they had not paid it heed nor comprehended its meaning, thinking he was merely rambling. Now, upon hearing it again, they were taken aback, suddenly grasping the significance of his statement. He was indeed articulating the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion. Yi Mingyao's eyes, filled with disbelief, fixated on Li Chengfeng. Realizing he had long since perceived the pavilion's Feng Shui arrangement, a bittersweet smile crossed her lips as she sighed, glancing at her father, Yi Guqing, wondering if he would soon regret his skepticism. Chu Yunhong, however, held little hope for Li Chengfeng. Many masters of the esoteric arts had failed to unravel the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion. How could a mere youth decipher it? This was no ordinary arrangement, but rather an exceedingly rare and grand Feng Shui scheme. He sighed, thinking that this surprise was unlikely to materialize, when suddenly a voice reached his ears, and the disappointment on his face transformed into shock. His gaze, filled with incredulity, locked onto Li Chengfeng, and he steadied himself against the coffee table. Rising to his feet in disbelief, his voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Young brother, could you please repeat what you just said?" Certainly, Li Chengfeng nodded, reiterating his previous statement, this time articulating each word with clarity and precision. Chu Yunhong followed closely, softly echoing each syllable. He was all too familiar with this phrase. It was one he could never forget in this lifetime. Chu Yunhong still vividly recalls the words spoken by the Feng Shui master 30 years ago. Standing before the emperor's pavilion, echoing precisely what Li Chengfeng had just articulated. With a tone laced with curiosity, Chu Yunhong inquired, "Young brother, how did you come to know this phrase?" "Certainly, it is discerned from the Feng Shui arrangement of the Wanhai Pavilion," replied Li Chengfeng, his face radiating confidence. Observing the self-assured demeanor of Li Chengfeng, Chu Yunhong experienced a moment of revelation. The aura surrounding him bore a striking resemblance to that of the Feng Shui master from years past, both exuding an air of indomitable confidence. Coincidentally, the aforementioned master also bore the surname Li, as does Li Chengfeng. At this moment, Chu Yunhong had yet to notice this intriguing detail. The appellation Chu Yunhong had bestowed upon Li Chengfeng had evolved from young lad to young brother, a transformation that elicited envy from those present. To be addressed as brother by the esteemed General Chu is indeed a profound honor. The onlookers could glean from Chu Yunhong's reaction that Li Chengfeng had once again spoken correctly. Envy and jealousy filled the faces of the crowd, as this young man had eclipsed their prominence and even claimed the Wanhai Pavilion. They had arrived well prepared, yet ultimately left empty-handed, while Li Chengfeng, with no ulterior motives, had merely sought a meal and emerged as the evening's greatest victor. Numerous business magnates were now fixated on Li Chengfeng, calculating their next moves in silence. Hu Yansong and Lu Yixue wore expressions of deep discontent. They could scarcely believe that Li Chengfeng had accurately described the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion. Recalling their previous agreement, should he unveil the pavilion's Feng Shui, they would be compelled to take him as their master. Both held esteemed positions within the metaphysical community of Qinzhou. Hu Yinsong was not only the vice president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, but also a scion of the distinguished Hu family. Louis Shui, likewise, was a member of the association, renowned for his expertise in the Ma'i fortune-telling art. The thought of taking a young man as their mentor would surely tarnish their reputations in Qingzhou, rendering them the subject of ridicule among their peers. The two men were caught in a tumultuous dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Yi Guqing felt a profound sense of regret. Never having anticipated that the person he had dismissed as a fraud, lacking any semblance of a master, would turn out to be the true Feng Shui expert. Had he not distanced himself from Li Chengfeng, the Wanghai Pavilion would have rightfully belonged to him, along with the opportunity to secure that billion-dollar project. With this realization, Yi Guqing could no longer suppress his indignation. He rose abruptly, his tone grave as he addressed Chu Yuhong. "General Chu, this Mr. Li is my guest, and you ought to grant me the Wanghai Pavilion." Chu Yuhong merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, and instead turned to Li Chengfeng, his voice laden with implications. "Young brother, I am not well acquainted with this Mr. Yi." As he uttered these words, Li Chengfeng cast a glance at Yi Mengyao, who sat nearby, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her father, Yi Guqing. Seeing Li Chengfeng's sudden disavowal, Yi Guqing was filled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Li Chengfeng, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for me, you would have never gained entry to the Wanghai Pavilion, let alone acquired it. Even if you refuse to grant me the pavilion, you must at least concede half of it to me." Li Chengfeng could not help but chuckle. "Yi Guqing. Oh, Yi Guqing, your obsession with wealth is quite alarming," he remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Mr. Yi, may I inquire what favor you believe you owe me? Were it not for my intervention, would your eyes still behold the world? Would you be standing here conversing with me?" Yi Guqing was rendered speechless. If there were indeed a debt of gratitude, it was Li Chengfeng who had bestowed a second chance upon the Yi family. The onlookers regarded Yi Guqing with disdain moments ago. He had been eager to distance himself from Li Chengfeng, denouncing him as a fraud and urging him to leave. Now, witnessing Li Chengfeng reveal the Feng Shui layout of Wanghai Pavilion and earn the admiration of General Chu, he sought to mend ties, even attempting to claim half of the pavilion for himself. How shameless and brazen he was. Deng Sihai, who had previously regarded Li Chengfeng with a hint of malice, now observed him with a glimmer of admiration. He produced an exquisite business card and approached Li Chengfeng with a smile. "Master Li, you truly are an accomplished young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deng Sihai, chairman of Shahai Group. Here is my card." The merchants, who had looked down upon Li Chengfeng moments before, now scrambled to present their business cards, eager to introduce their families and enterprises. Huang Yufei rushed to the forefront, handing a card to Li Chengfeng and repeatedly apologizing. "Master Li, please forgive any offense I may have caused earlier. My family is in the steel business. We would like to invite you to be our Feng Shui consultant. The fee is entirely at your discretion." The other business leaders all sought to befriend Li Chengfeng, while Yi Guqing stood awkwardly to the side, realizing he had squandered a golden opportunity. Yi Mengyao, standing nearby, felt a mix of joy and disappointment, her emotions tumultuous. The atmosphere became chaotic as those ignored previously looked on with envy at Li Chengfeng. He felt quite helpless. Just moments ago, these businessmen had dismissed him, and now he was regarded as a coveted figure. Chu Yunhong observed the disarray without intervening. Instead, he smiled and sipped from his teacup. He recognized that although Li Chengfeng possessed genuine skills, he lacked connections, and this was a perfect opportunity for him to cultivate relationships. After the meal, everyone gradually departed, requesting Li Chengfeng's contact information before leaving. He did not refuse, providing them with the address of Suiyuan Hall. These individuals were potential future clients, and despite the earlier unpleasantness, he chose not to hold grudges. In a sense, Li Chengfeng had risen to prominence. As long as he gained their acknowledgement, he would establish his foothold in Qingzhou City. Once everyone had left, Yi Mengyao lingered beside Li Chengfeng, reluctant to part ways, her delicate eyes gazing at him with a look of distress. "Mr. Li, I am sorry about my father." Before she could finish, Li Chengfeng interrupted her with an icy tone. "Miss Yi, you should return now. General Chu and I have matters to discuss." Without casting a glance at Yi Mengyao, he followed Chu Yuhong to the second floor of the Emperor's Pavilion. The second floor boasts an even more grandiose decor, primarily featuring exquisite furniture crafted from rosewood and sandalwood, each piece bearing a hefty price tag. Standing before the window on the second floor, one gazes out upon the boundless ocean as a refreshing sea breeze, imbued with the essence of the sea, sweeps in, creating an intoxicating sensation. Li Qingfeng still finds it hard to believe that the Wanghai Pavilion will soon be his, allowing him to indulge in this feeling at any time. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Chu Yunhong spoke. "Young brother, do you possess a method to resolve the heavenly saber's malevolence?" "I cannot say for certain until I have assessed the other party's feng shui layout," Li Qingfeng replied, turning around with a serious expression. Without having seen the opponent's feng shui arrangement, he dared not speak too confidently. Chu Yunhong smiled, clearly satisfied with Li Qingfeng's response. He appreciated the young man's restraint and maturity, recognizing him as someone capable of handling significant matters. He then remarked, "Young brother, make sure to rest early. We shall set off for Haiqing tomorrow." Indeed, Li Qingfeng nodded, surprised that their departure for Haiqing was imminent, indicating the urgency of the situation. He felt a twinge of confusion. The renowned Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Jiuju school sought to disrupt the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Huangbu River. And the nation's mysterious organization, the Longmin 8 Bureau, alongside the Dragon Guardian, would undoubtedly not remain idle. If even the Longmin 8 Bureau and the Dragon Guardian were helpless against the Heavenly Saber, it underscored the complexity of this issue. The fact that General Chu himself had come to Qingzhou City to seek someone was intriguing. Why was it necessary for him to come in person? Though his mind was filled with questions, he refrained from asking excessively. To Li Qingfeng, this was merely a business transaction. He would inquire when appropriate and remain silent on matters best left unspoken. The following morning, Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin boarded General Chu's private aircraft, heading towards Haiqing. The distance from Qingzhou City to Haiqing was not great, approximately an hour and a half later. The plane landed at the Donglan International Airport in Haiqing. 3 military licensed vehicles awaited them at the airport. Following behind Chu Yunhong, Li Qingfeng disembarked from the plane and promptly entered the automobile, which took them to the Sigiriya Hotel, located by the Huangbu River. The Sigiriya Hotel, the first 5-star establishment in Haiqing, is situated along the banks of the Huangbu River and comprises 2 buildings, the Bujiang Building and the Xian Building. Chu Yunhong had pre-booked 2 luxurious suites in the Bujiang Building. As Li Qingfeng stepped out of the car, his gaze was immediately drawn to Haiqing's iconic structure, the Northern Pearl, and upon turning, he beheld the former tallest building in China, the Jingguang Tower. Next to the Jingguang Tower, another skyscraper had risen. Constructed jointly by the island nation and a Western country, the Haiqing Economic Center. Li Qingfeng was instantly captivated by this towering edifice, which loomed like a military blade, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth. The entire structure was adorned with azure-tempered glass from top to bottom. Its design starkly contrasted with that of ordinary buildings. The sides of the tower were not flat, but rather smooth and sharp-edged, resembling a gleaming sword. Under the sun's rays, the glass emitted a blinding reflection, appearing from a distance like a blade radiating cold light. Above the rooftop lies a rectangular void, its shape reminiscent of a national flag. At noon, standing beneath the edifice and gazing through this rectangle at the sun, one might experience an optical illusion, perceiving the sun not as high in the sky, but rather ensconced within the rectangular aperture atop the building. This void reflects the sun, resembling a flag of solar brilliance. Such is the remarkable skill of the esteemed Yinyang Feng Shui master, who has ingeniously erected a sun banner in the heart of China's economic hub, utilizing the absence as the flag's body and the sun in the sky as its emblem. As dawn breaks and dusk descends, when the sun aligns parallel to the structure, viewing it through the rooftop void also reveals a solar flag. Observing the entire building, its angular edges resemble military blades, while the central void reflects the sun, manifesting a Feng Shui configuration known as double blades supporting the sun, or alternatively, military blades cradling the sun. Turning to the nearby Huangbu River. Each morning as the sun ascends, the shadow of this knife-like structure appears as a descending blade, poised to strike the river. This phenomenon epitomizes the so-called celestial severance. Li Qingfeng inhaled sharply, compelled to acknowledge the exceptional prowess of the Yinyang Feng Shui master. To the untrained eye, this building may seem grand and imposing. However, to a Feng Shui practitioner, it embodies a disruption of the harmonious Feng Shui of China. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Chu Yunhong observed Li Qingfeng standing transfixed. Gazing at the towering structure nearing its completion, he smiled gently, inquiring with a kind tone, "My young friend, have you discerned something profound?" "Indeed." Li Qingfeng replied politely with a nod, casually remarking, "Borrowing the malevolent energy of heaven, severing the 9 curves of the dragon water." The blade's calamity arises to afflict all directions. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Yunhong. This is not the place for discussion. Let us ascend to a more suitable location. Chu Yunhong was somewhat taken aback by Li Qingfeng's perceptiveness. Astonished that he had unraveled the building's Feng Shui layout in less than a minute since alighting from the car. Internally, he marveled at the young man's extraordinary insight, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Only then did Li Qingfeng notice that the bustling surroundings were indeed ill-suited for conversation, and he followed Chu Yunhong to the luxurious suite they had reserved. Throughout the journey from Qingzhou City to Haiqing, Chu Qingyan had remained by her father's side, maintaining an air of superiority, casting not a glance at Li Qingfeng or Wang Bin, nor engaging them in conversation. For a young lady hailing from a prestigious family, individuals like Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin were unworthy of her attention. Wang Bin, too, spoke little, his pride having suffered a significant blow. As they traversed the opulent hotel, Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin attracted curious glances from onlookers, their attire of flip-flops, shorts, and shabby shirts starkly contrasting with the city's extravagance. Wang Bin, following closely beside Li Qingfeng, remarked in a tone tinged with regret, "What a disgrace. Had I known we were coming to Haiqing, I would have returned home to change into my best clothes." Li Qingfeng mirrored his embarrassment, having rushed without the opportunity to don more presentable attire. At this moment, Chu Yunhong realized this and, with an apologetic smile, said, "My young friend, I regret my oversight in not preparing two fitting outfits for you. I shall have Qian take you shopping shortly." Just as Li Qingfeng was about to decline, Chu Qingyan, standing nearby, disdainfully interjected, "Who wants to go? I refuse to take these two country bumpkins to buy clothes. It would be utterly embarrassing. You must go. It's an order." Chu Yunhong, embodying the demeanor of a soldier, was resolute in his command. Though Chu Qingyan wore an expression of disdain, she ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. They soon arrived at the luxurious suite that had been reserved in advance. Standing by the window, the splendid view of the Huangbu River unfolded before them. With the renowned scenic spot of Wegu across the river, towering buildings stood in profusion, portraying a scene of prosperity. As Li Qingfeng admired the beautiful landscape, he was suddenly addressed by Chu Yunhong from behind. "My young friend, have you perhaps discerned the Feng Shui layout of Huangbu River?" Li Qingfeng, standing by the window, did not respond but remained wholly absorbed in observing the Huangbu River. He occasionally turned to glance at the nearby Northern Pearl and then at the ancient Heidi Bridge, also known as the Black Iron Ferry Bridge, across the river, as well as the lake below, Songjiang. The Black Iron Ferry Bridge, with a history of over a century, stands as a landmark of Haiqing and a favored spot for tourists and influencers alike. In the realm of Feng Shui, water dragon veins are categorized into sentimental waters and insentimental waters, aptly stated as embracing sentiment and reversing sentiment. Sentimental waters encompass inner embracing waters, outer embracing waters, and the 9 curves of incoming water. Should the 9 curves present as inner embracing waters, it signifies a grand Feng Shui configuration. In sentimental waters include reverse bow waters, straight waters, and direct waters, with the reverse bow waters being the most ruthless in Feng Shui. Huangbu River exemplifies the inner embracing waters among the 9 curves of incoming water, encircling the entire Dongpu district and Chenjiazui, a phenomenon referred to in Feng Shui as the jade belt around the waist. The configuration of the 9 curves and the jade belt around the waist has given rise to a naturally harmonious grand Feng Shui dragon vein, establishing the economic center of China, with Chenjiazui being the economic hub of Haiqing. Turning his gaze to the Songjiang River beneath the Black Iron Ferry Bridge, Li Qingfeng noted that its upstream was the Shuzhou River, resembling a dragon traversing the entirety of Haiqing. The waters of the river ultimately flowed into Huangbu River, creating the confluence of twin dragons. Regrettably, the waters of Songjiang, upon merging with Huangbu River, linger for too short a duration, swiftly moving downstream, preventing the dragon energy of Songjiang from permeating into Chenjiazui. Reflecting on this, Li Qingfeng then looked towards the Northern Pearl, a uniquely shaped circular structure that puzzled many who failed to comprehend why the state invested heavily in constructing such a building that appeared monstrous. However, unbeknownst to them, the Northern Pearl concealed a significant Feng Shui layout. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the location of the Northern Pearl precisely aligns with the confluence of Songjiang River into Huangbu River, forming a straight line. This is known as the Golden Pearl drawing the dragon. The dragon delights in the pearl, thus, This alignment would attract the dragon energy of Songjiang into Chenjiazui. As the two water dragons of Huangbu River and Songjiang River pass by the Northern Pearl, they are drawn in by the Golden Pearl, creating the enchanting tableau of twin dragons playing with the pearl. Li Chengfeng turned his gaze towards the Jingguang Tower. Resembling a magnificent pagoda, nestled beside the Huangbu River, serving as a guardian to preserve the river's vital energy. More importantly, whenever the sea swells with high tide, the waters of Huangbu River flow backward, a phenomenon known in geomancy as the water dragon turning back. Indeed, one may be taken aback by the intricate Feng Shui arrangements throughout the entire coastal city, for even a day of observation would scarcely suffice to grasp their entirety. These astonishing Feng Shui designs have contributed to the creation of this auspicious land. As Li Chengfeng discerned the Feng Shui layout along the Huangbu River, he was quietly astonished. Realizing the mastery of the geomancer who orchestrated such arrangements, the identity of this esteemed practitioner piqued his curiosity, and he yearned to meet him in person to express his admiration. While lost in thought, Li Chengfeng suddenly perceived the sound of a dragon's roar. He swiftly raised his head in the direction of the sound, witnessing the turbulent waters of the Lake Songjiang, from which a divine dragon emerged, soaring northward towards the Pearl of the North. In swift succession, a colossal dragon burst forth from the Huangbu River, heading directly towards the same destination. The two great dragons circled the Pearl of the North, soaring gracefully, before veering towards the Jingguang Tower, weaving through the towering edifices until they vanished from sight. The unexpected appearance of these dragons startled Li Chengfeng, yet he understood well that he had not been deceived. These dragons were manifestations of the water dragon's energy, also referred to as the essence and spiritual body of Feng Shui. Superior and profound Feng Shui arrangements, imbibing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spirit of the earth, can indeed transform into the spiritual bodies of Feng Shui. Chu Yinhong sat on the sofa, refraining from interrupting Li Chengfeng, instead observing the passage of time. After approximately 5 minutes, he slowly turned around and confidently declared, "General Chu, the Feng Shui here is truly remarkable. The arrangement of Huangbu River's Feng Shui is far more profound than that of Wanghai Pavilion. There are countless Feng Shui layouts here, and even a full day's exploration would scarcely reveal them all." Hearing this, Chu Yinhong nodded, presuming that Li Chengfeng had failed to grasp the intricacies of the Feng Shui layout and thought that his assertion of needing a day was merely an excuse. Recognizing that it was natural for someone of his youth to lack comprehension, the subtlety of this Feng Shui arrangement was indeed not discernible to just anyone. Although a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart, at that moment, Li Chengfeng continued, "General, if I am not mistaken, the Feng Shui layout here must be characterized by meandering waters, a jade belt encircling the waist, dual dragons converging, golden pearls guiding the dragons, a pagoda safeguarding the river, dual dragons playing with pearls, and the return of the water dragon, forming a gathering of wealth." Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's detailed analysis, Chu Yunhong stood in astonishment, his mouth agape and eyes wide, unable to fathom the truth of it all. The impact of this revelation surpassed even that experienced at Wanghai Pavilion. He had accurately identified the layout once again. It was truly unimaginable that someone so young could possess such vast knowledge. Chu Yunhong's incredulous gaze fell upon Li Chengfeng, who, clad in mere slippers, oversized shorts, and a shabby shirt emblazoned with the words "I am a poor farmer," projected an initial impression of a mere commoner. Who could have imagined that a seemingly unremarkable individual would turn out to be a master of Feng Shui? As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances, for the depth of the sea cannot be measured in mere pints. Thankfully, initial impressions did not lead to a grave misjudgment. Otherwise, the brilliance of a genius in the art of Qian Feng Shui would have been overlooked. At that moment, Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng with the reverence reserved for a national treasure, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed by a profound sense of excitement. The legacy of Qian Feng Shui would indeed be carried forward, ensuring the continuation of this ancient art within the realm of Chinese culture. Due to various historical factors, many of the invaluable traditions passed down by our ancestors have sadly faded into obscurity. Qian mysticism has been unjustly labeled as feudal superstition, and even traditional Chinese medicine has not escaped this fate, with many profound medical practices now lost to time. It is truly heart-wrenching. Chu Yunhong hastily rose to his feet, grasping Li Chengfeng's hand with a tone imbued with affection. "Young brother, please have a seat." Li Chengfeng, taken aback by Chu Yunhong's fervent demeanor, pondered the old general's unusual behavior and inquired, "General, what is the matter?" "Nothing, nothing at all. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement." The intricate Feng Shui arrangement of the Huangbu River had ignited a fire within Li Chengfeng's heart. The naturally flowing curves of the river, paired with the man-made Feng Shui formations along its banks, had transformed what was once a despised muddy crossing into a veritable treasure of geomancy. Yet, the malicious intent of foreign aggressors was evident. They had constructed a military tower on this auspicious land, aiming to sever the dragon vein of Huangbu River with their so-called heavenly blade and thus disrupt the feng shui of this locale, threatening the fortunes of our great nation. Such sinister intentions are truly deserving of condemnation. With only 3 days remaining until the tower's completion, once the structure reaches its apex, the disastrous heavenly blade will take form, striking directly at Huangbu River. Should the dragon vein be severed, it would unleash calamities far beyond mere economic repercussions. The edifice is already erected. Dismantling it is no longer an option, and alternative solutions must be sought. The Dragon Gate 8 Bureau, the Dragon Guardian Society, along with the metaphysical associations in Haicheng, and various practitioners of Feng Shui and masters of I Ching, are all brainstorming ways to mitigate the effects of the heavenly blade, proposing numerous strategies. However, resolving the threat posed by the heavenly blade is no simple task, as there are countless factors to consider, and many proposed methods are unsuitable. At this juncture, the foremost priority is to devise a means to counteract the impending calamity and safeguard the water dragon vein of Huangbu River. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity, this naturally occurring. Magnificent Feng Shui dragon vein must be protected at all costs, and the nefarious schemes of the Qijio elite must not come to fruition. The destruction of our nation's dragon vein is simply unacceptable. With a gentle smile, Chu Yuhong regarded Li Chengfeng with increasing admiration and fondness, his voice softening as he inquired, "Young brother, since you have discerned the Feng Shui of Huangbu River and the military tower, you must realize their malicious intent. Have you conceived of a way to counteract the heavenly blade?" "General, rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow these foreign marauders to destroy our Chinese dragon vein," Li Chengfeng declared, his face radiating an air of unyielding confidence. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Yunhong's countenance. For reasons unknown, he felt an unwavering faith in the young man before him. Ever since he learned of the Qijio elite's construction of a military tower in Haicheng, intending to sever the dragon vein of Huangbu River with their heavenly blade, Chu Yuhong had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. Tonight, I can finally indulge in a restful slumber, for tomorrow heralds an important meeting. Yet, within Li Chengfeng's heart lingers a question. He gazes at the somewhat weary Chu Yunhong but hesitates to inquire. However, Chu Yunhong perceives the curiosity etched upon Li Chengfeng's face and, with a gentle smile, addresses him, "Young brother, do you have something you wish to ask me?" Encouraged by the old general's directness, Li Chengfeng nods and voices his inner query. "General, do you know who set up the Feng Shui arrangement by the Huangbu River?" Chu Yuhong falls silent for a moment, lost in reflection of bygone days. Soon, admiration graces his features as he nods in affirmation, saying, "Indeed. He was a close friend of my father. He is a legend. Once, he fought against the celestial stars and lost an eye, and he battled the Earth's dragon energy, resulting in a limp." Li Chengfeng, astounded, contemplates the extraordinary nature of this individual who dared to confront the cosmos and the very essence of the Earth, an endeavor many Feng Shui masters would deem unthinkable. He exclaims in disbelief, "General, who is this person? What is his name? Could you introduce me? I wish to become his disciple." "He is called Li Tianqing. My purpose in traveling to Qingzhou City was to seek him out, but alas, I could not find him." With a start, Li Chengfeng nearly slips from the sofa upon hearing that familiar name. He never anticipated that the revered figure he admired, the master of Feng Shui by the Huangbu River, would be his own grandfather. Realization dawns upon him as he recalls that his grandfather, Li Tianqing, indeed lost an eye and walks with a limp. Why had he not thought of this sooner? He had even wished to meet him and seek his guidance. The truth struck him. To see him, he need only return home, and as for becoming a disciple, he need not, for all his skills were imparted by the very man himself. Noticing Li Chengfeng's sudden cough, Chu Yunhong expresses concern. "Young brother, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "No, it's nothing. Just a slight irritation in my throat." Relieved, Chu Yunhong reassures him, "Rest assured. When I find him, I will take you to meet him myself, and I shall personally request him to accept you as his disciple." "Thank you, General." Li Qingfeng refrains from disclosing that Li Tianqing is indeed his grandfather, as he has long since retired and wishes to avoid disturbance. He remains astonished, realizing the remarkable past of his grandfather, who has never spoken of such deeds. Whenever time permitted, his grandfather would teach him the intricacies of Qian Duanjia, Feng Shui, and folk esoteric practices, never burdening him with trivialities. This, perhaps, is what is meant by a hero does not boast of past glories. It is due to his grandfather's stringent expectations and earnest instruction that Li Qingfeng has attained such profound mastery in Feng Shui. Reflecting on how long it has been since he last saw his grandfather, who lives a solitary life in a seaside cottage, he is unexpectedly filled with longing, his eyes welling with emotion. Upon returning to Qingzhou City, he resolves to bring his grandfather to Wanghai Pavilion to enjoy a life of comfort. With a genuine desire to learn more about his grandfather's youth, he feigns curiosity and asks, "The venerable general, could you share with me the tales of Li Tianqing's youth?" Chu Yunhong nodded, and at that moment, Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin entered, with a distinct red handprint visible on Wang Bin's face. Their arrival did not disturb Chu Yunhong. He appeared contemplative as he began to recount the past of Li Tianqing. Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin listened with eager curiosity. After a considerable pause, Chu Yunhong slowly began to speak. He was indeed a remarkable figure, a prodigy of geomancy, and most of what I know, I learned from my father. To understand Li Tianqing's story, one must first delve into the era of the War of Resistance. During this tumultuous period, the forces of the island nation sought to expedite their dominion over China by stealing 238 stones from its lands to construct a tower known as the Tower of Eight Corners and One Universe. These stones were sourced from various provinces, including Taishan stone from Shandong, Lushan stone from Jiangxi, Huangshan stone from Anhui, Songzhan stone from Hunan, and stones from the Great Wall in the capital. Additionally, they pilfered 123 stones from Goryeo. They surreptitiously transported these stones back to their homeland and utilized them as the foundation for the tower, which they named the Tower of Eight Corners and One Universe, also referred to as the Soul-Subduing Tower. In their hubris, they believed that this edifice would bind China and facilitate their swifter conquest. The Tower of Eight Corners and One Universe stands approximately 37 meters tall, its faade inscribed with the four characters, meaning the unification of all directions, a testament to their ambition to dominate the entire world. Each of the four cardinal points of the tower is adorned with grotesque reliefs, each etched with inscriptions: Heavenly Grandson Descends, Divine Martial Expedition, National Harmony, and Eternal Lineage, revealing the nefarious intentions of these marauders. Upon the completion of the Tower of Eight Corners and One Universe, China found itself in a dire state during the War of Resistance. The number of traitors surged, and many provinces fell under the occupation of the island nation's forces, resulting in a significant loss of territory. The news of their theft of China's precious stones and the construction of this malevolent tower quickly reached domestic ears, capturing the attention of numerous prominent figures. With a pensive expression, Chu Yunhong continued, "At that time, my father was a regiment commander. One day, an elderly beggar accompanied by a young one arrived at the regiment's headquarters. The elderly beggar was blind. Li Qingfeng, lost in thought, surmised that the blind beggar was likely the esteemed Li Jinshan, while the young beggar was presumably his grandfather, Li Tianqing. Li Qingfeng, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin sat quietly nearby, listening intently. After arriving at the regiment's headquarters, the elderly beggar and the young beggar sought out Chu Yunhong's father, Chu Zhandong. The young beggar, brimming with confidence, proclaimed that he had observed the celestial signs and discovered a blood-red demon star emerging in the east, entwined with the imperial star of Ziwei, portending a bloodbath for the east. He insisted that this demon star must be eradicated, lest it bring endless calamities. The method to vanquish this demon star, he claimed, was to destroy an evil tower in the east. At that time, Chu Zhandong was skeptical and instructed a guard to provide them with some food before sending them away. However, the elderly beggar and the young beggar chose not to depart, remaining outside the military camp in anticipation. The warrior drove them away, yet the old beggar wore a smile, proclaiming that the time was not yet ripe. But when it arrived, their commander would personally come to ask for his assistance. Approximately 3 days later, Chu Zhandong received a mysterious mission, ordered by his superiors to lead a group to secretly cross to the island nation and, at all costs, destroy the Eight Directions Tower. It was then that Chu Zhandong recalled the two beggars who had been waiting outside the military camp. He hurried out and discovered that they were still there. He promptly invited them into the command center, only to learn their true identities. Both were geomancers. The old beggar was named Li Jinshan, and the younger one was Li Qiancheng. They had come specifically to dismantle the 8 Directions Tower. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng's eyes glistened with moisture, astonished to find that his grandfather and great-grandfather had such a legendary tale, sacrificing their homes for the greater good of the nation, secretly crossing to the island to dismantle the 8 Directions geomantic layout. As Chu Yunhong recounted this, his resolute visage was marked by sorrowful indignation, tears brimming in his eyes as he continued. The old beggar entrusted a jade pendant to his father, known as the Qing Tianling, instructing him to take it to the Tianqing temple and request the Taoist priest to descend the mountain for assistance. Upon seeing the Qing Tianling, nearly 100 Taoist priests at Tianqing temple descended to join Li Jinshan and Li Tiancheng in their covert mission to dismantle the 8 Directions Tower's geomantic configuration. Before heading to the island, Li Jinshan handed the Qing Tianling to Chu Zhandong, advising him that the disappearance of the blood-red star in the eastern night sky would signify their success in dismantling the 8 Directions geomantic layout. Should that star persist after 6 months, he was to present the Qing Tianling at any Taoist temple to summon a priest to continue the endeavor. Chu Zhandong nodded vigorously, saluting those Taoist priests who risked their lives to protect their homeland. In the ensuing days, each night, Chu Zhandong would sit outside, gazing at the eastern night sky, fixated on the blood-red star. Sometimes, he would rise in the middle of the night to look in that direction. Often for the entire night. His heart was filled with anxiety and concern for the safety of those priests. After more than 2 months, he looked up at the night sky and was overjoyed to discover that the red star had vanished, replaced by the Ziwei Emperor star. He knew that the priests had succeeded. They had indeed dismantled the 8 Directions geomantic layout. He quickly relayed this good news to his superiors. In the following days, Chu Zhandong eagerly awaited the triumphant return of the priests. However, 6 months later, he saw Li Tiancheng return to the military camp, carrying the ashes of Li Jinshan. Accompanied by 2 young Taoist priests, their heads bowed in despair. Of nearly 100, only 3 had returned. Chu Zhandong was overcome with tears as he handed the Qing Tianling to Li Tiancheng. With the dismantling of the 8 Directions Tower, the situation for the Chinese forces shifted dramatically, and those traitors seemed to awaken, as many began to revolt and pledge their allegiance. Li Qinfeng firmly believed in the words of Chu Yunhong, for the Qing Tianling was still in his possession. The journey of his grandfather, great-grandfather, and nearly 100 Taoist priests to dismantle the 8 Directions Tower had only yielded 3 survivors, hinting at the fierce and tragic confrontation of the mystical arts they had faced. The confrontation between the Huaxia Taoist sect and the Onmyoji of the island, along with the esteemed Feng Shui masters of the 9 chrysanthemums, was indeed a harrowing spectacle, beyond imagination. Upon my return to Qizhou City, I must implore my grandfather to recount how they dismantled the 8 Kai and 1 Universe Tower. Wang Bin was convinced of its authenticity, yet Chu Qingyan remained skeptical, observing the tearful Chu Yunhong with a playful smile. "Father, you truly are amusing. You tell a story and end up in tears. This is no mere tale. These are veritable truths, though they remain unchronicled in history." Chu Yunhong replied, tears streaming down his face, his voice quivering. Subsequently, Li Qiancheng and the 2 young Taoists established the Longmen 8 bureaus and the Dragon Guardian, with the latter dedicated to protecting the dragon veins of Huaxia, while the former undertook various esoteric missions. 15 years ago, Li Qiancheng abruptly vanished without a trace. However, I recently discovered that he has been living in seclusion in Qizhou City, yet despite my efforts, I have been unable to locate him. A look of astonishment crossed Li Qingfeng's face, realizing that the Longmen 8 bureaus and the Dragon Guardian were indeed founded by his grandfather and those 2 young Taoists, who must be the disciples of the San Yuan sect. Witnessing his father's tears, Chu Qingyan came to the realization that her father was not jesting. He was likely recounting a hidden chapter of history. Many stories remain absent from history textbooks, as they involve insignificant figures whose deeds are seldom recorded. Those who pen history typically focus on the exploits of prominent individuals. As Chu Yunhong was about to continue his narrative, a knock interrupted. "Come in." A middle-aged man clad in military attire entered the room, approached Chu Yunhong, saluted, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Hu Tiangang, at your service, General Chu." Chu Yunhong nodded, and then addressed Chu Qingyan. "Qingyan, take these 2 young brothers to procure 2 fitting outfits. I have matters to discuss with Tiangang." Although Chu Qingyan was somewhat reluctant, she nonetheless led Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin out of the room. Li Qingfeng, being perceptive, closed the door behind him. He pondered curiously why Hu Tiangang bore such a striking resemblance to Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yinsong, yet thought little of it as he followed Chu Qingyan downstairs, intending to visit the nearby East Square to purchase 2 suitable garments. After exiting the room, Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin trailed behind Chu Qingyan to the elevator. Preparing to descend, Wang Bin appeared quite intimidated by Chu Qingyan, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, unwilling to get too close. In contrast, Li Qingfeng approached Chu Qingyan, awaiting the elevator's arrival. As he observed the red arrow on the left side of the elevator descending, a woman's furious voice suddenly pierced the air. "Peasant, keep your distance." Li Qingfeng was taken aback, quickly retreating 2 steps, a puzzled expression on his face as he glanced at Chu Qingyan. "Miss Chu, I haven't even touched you. Why are you so aggressive?" The disdainful look in Chu Qingyan's eyes was laced with contempt and revulsion as she replied in an imperious tone. "Peasant, keep your distance from me. Maintain at least a 2-meter gap. Your proximity sullies my dignity." How audacious of this woman! To be so close to her is akin to defiling her essence. A mere accidental brush against her could be construed as attempted assault. This is sheer insult. Li Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's thought, he retorted, "Miss Chu, do not elevate yourself too high. A woman of your ilk. Should you strip and pursue me for 3 blocks, I would consider merely gazing at you an act of lewdness." Startled, Wang Bin gasped, taken aback by Li Qingfeng's audacity in addressing Chu Qingyan in such a manner. This could end badly, as Chu Qingyan stepped into the elevator. Such flagrant words echoed behind her. She widened her eyes, fixated on the man before her. This was the first time in her life she had encountered someone daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. "Peasant, repeat what you just said. Have the courage to say it again." As the elevator doors began to close, Chu Qingyan suddenly rushed forward, yanking Li Qingfeng inside. The doors sensed the intrusion and reopened. Wang Bin, witnessing this, hesitated to enter and took a few steps back. Soon, the doors closed again, and he sighed, bringing his fingers together at his forehead. Then touching his left and right chest, and with a face full of piety, he murmured, "Amitabha, may the Buddha protect my classmates and brothers from that woman's wrath. Amen. Hallelujah. May they be safeguarded." Meanwhile, the elevator descended from the 26th floor, containing only Li Qingfeng and Chu Qingyan. A fierce and cruel expression crossed Chu Qingyan's exquisite face as she cracked her delicate knuckles. "Peasant, repeat your previous words, or I shall make you regret ever speaking them." How could someone so beautiful be so coarse in speech? Li Qingfeng curled his lip in disdain, letting out a soft, derisive huff, casting a condescending, slightly mocking gaze upon Chu Qingyan, who stood at barely 1.6 meters, just shy of his shoulder. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Little lady, your bravado is amusing. Let me tell you, back in my school days, I was on the sports team and trained in martial arts. I could break bricks with one hand and shatter stones with my chest." He raised a hand, mimicking a downward strike, flexing his sturdy chest, exuding an air of superiority as he continued to fix his scornful gaze on Chu Qingyan. "With someone like you, I could easily subdue you with one hand. If it weren't for the reputation of General Chu, we might see who truly prevails." Li Qingfeng waved his fist, large as a sandbag, before Chu Qingyan, brimming with arrogance. If he could not handle a mere woman, what was the point of his height of 1.78 meters? Expecting to intimidate her, he was surprised to find her beaming, 2 deep dimples appearing on her face as she playfully replied, "Oh dear, I am so frightened." Though she verbally expressed fear, her demeanor betrayed none. Her smiling visage abruptly transformed into one of fierce intensity. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Li Qingfeng's face, followed by a thunderous declaration, "Dare to threaten me, and I shall make you regret it." Unprepared, Li Qingfeng found himself marked by the sudden attack, his anger surging as he bellowed, "You vile woman, do not overstep your bounds, or I shall not be so courteous." "How dare you call me a vile woman?" Chu Qingyan retorted, her words laced with the essence of traditional culture. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a punch directed at Li Qingfeng's right eye. Despite his attempts to evade, the speed of her strike proved too swift. Infuriated by the blow, Li Qingfeng, in a fit of rage, disregarded her identity and retaliated, swinging his hand toward her face. A man ought to be able to handle a mere woman, lest he be the subject of ridicule. Just as his palm was about to connect with Chu Qingyan's face, she deftly leaned back, evading the strike. Li Qingfeng was taken aback, having missed his target entirely. With a cold snort, "Chu Qingyan," her expression fierce, declared. You dare to strike back? I shall make you pay dearly for that. As she spoke, another punch flew toward Li Chengfeng's other eye. Although he had braced himself, he could not avoid the impact, which landed solidly on his brow, eliciting a pained exclamation from him. The onslaught continued, with punches raining down upon him and occasional kicks landing as well. Standing at 178 meters tall, Li Chengfeng found himself utterly powerless against Chu Qingyan, who struck with relentless ferocity. Miss Chu, please stop. I yield. It was then that Li Chengfeng realized this woman was no ordinary individual. She was the daughter of General Chu, and as the offspring of a military leader. She was far from commonplace. Despite her femininity, Chu Qingyan was a martial arts expert, having attained a high level of internal strength. How could Li Chengfeng ever hope to compete with her? Soon, the elevator reached the ground floor, its doors opening slowly. With a stride full of poise, Chu Qingyan exited the elevator, turning back with a smile that masked her fierce intent. I know my limits. Do not feign death. Come out quickly. Li Chengfeng emerged, his face unmarred save for some redness around his eyes, and he feigned pain, bending over with a hand on his knee, limping as he cast a pitiful glance at Chu Qingyan. How can this woman strike with such force? He lamented internally. Chu Qingyan was taken aback. Surprised at Li Chengfeng's vulnerability, she had not exerted much force, nor had she targeted his legs. Why then did he limp? Moments later, Wang Bin appeared from another elevator, his expression brightening upon seeing Li Chengfeng. Relieved that he had not been mortally wounded, he hurried over, concern etched on his face. Chengfeng, are you all right? Upon seeing Wang Bin, Li Chengfeng adopted a pained expression, squeezing his eyes shut to force out a couple of tears, and with a voice laced with grievance, he replied, Binzi, I was struck by a woman. Alas, it is entirely my fault. I neglected to remind you to steer clear of her. She possesses remarkable strength, capable of knocking me over with a single kick. Wang Bin suddenly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, we should keep our distance from Miss Chu. Upon hearing the term woman, Chu Qingyan was momentarily tempted to retaliate, but seeing Li Chengfeng's woeful expression, she ultimately refrained. After all, he was brought in by her father. In a cold tone, Chu Qingyan addressed them, You incompetent fools, hurry along. I shall take you to purchase clothing. Li Chengfeng was genuinely intimidated. He had initially thought he could easily manage this woman, only to discover he was the one being managed. Fortunately, he was adept at feigning misery, otherwise, she might have truly beaten him to a pulp. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin followed closely behind Chu Qingyan, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters. Soon, they arrived at Dongda Plaza, a vast complex that combined leisure, entertainment, dining, and shopping, boasting numerous brand-name boutiques. Li Chengfeng still limped noticeably, with Wang Bin supporting him as they trailed Chu Qingyan from afar. After browsing for a while in Dongda Plaza, Chu Qingyan halted outside a branded clothing store, then impatiently called out to the two, All right, let us buy here. Quickly go inside and choose your clothes. Once we're done, we shall return. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin did not dare to linger, hastily advancing toward the store. Upon reaching the entrance, they startled a saleswoman engrossed in her phone, who regarded them with a wary gaze and inquired, What do you want? We wish to purchase a couple of outfits. The other sales staff gathered around, eyeing them suspiciously. The garments in their store were all high-end brands, and given the pair's attire, they hardly seemed like affluent customers suited for such a lavish shopping venue. Wang Bin felt embarrassed under their scrutiny, while Chu Qingyan wore a smile, eager to witness their discomfort. To her disappointment, however, Li Chengfeng maintained an air of calmness. Chu Qingyan addressed the saleswomen, saying, Allow them to choose their clothes. I shall cover the expenses. The sales staff, upon observing Chu Qingyan's attire and demeanor, quickly recognized her as a wealthy young lady, thus relaxing their vigilance and permitting the two to enter the store. Upon stepping inside and viewing the price tags, they comprehended the reality of city life. Even the least expensive garments were priced at $19.99, and that was after a discount. Though Li Chengfeng was not financially strained at the moment, he hesitated to spend such a hefty sum on clothing from his own pocket. Fortunately, Chu Qingyan was willing to pay. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin swiftly selected their outfits, and after trying them on, found them to fit impeccably. Each chose 2 sets, with the total cost hovering around 3,000 yuan per outfit, summing up to over 20,000 yuan. As the saying goes, a person is suited to their attire, a horse to its saddle, and a dog to its bell. This adage rang true. Once they donned their new clothes, they transformed from rustic to dapper gentlemen. Both wore satisfied smiles as they turned to the standing Chu Qingyan. "Miss Chu, could you kindly settle the bill?" Chu Qingyan gazed at the transformed duo, her eyes betraying a sense of displeasure. This was not the sight she had anticipated. Their attire no longer resembled that of rustic bumpkins. The cashier, adorned with a professional smile, politely announced, "Miss, your total comes to 27,800 yuan. Wait." Chu Qingyan had no intention of settling the bill. Instead, she approached Li Chifeng and Wang Bin, circling them with growing annoyance. The garments they had chosen fit rather well, much to her chagrin. With an expression of disdain, she turned to a nearby shop assistant and casually inquired, "Do you sell bodysuits and stretchy pants?" "Indeed, but the materials for bodysuits and stretchy pants are quite unique, and thus rather expensive. Price is not an issue. Bring me several options for them to try on," Chu Qingyan replied with an air of composure. For money was merely a number to her. Her family never lacked for it. Wang Bin, perplexed, could not fathom her intentions, while Li Chengfeng sighed. Having already surmised her motives, this woman truly had a knack for orchestrating trouble. Before long, two shop assistants approached, bearing an assortment of bodysuits and stretchy pants. Upon seeing the garments, Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback, as they were either vibrantly colorful or starkly monochrome. Chu Qingyan seized two vividly patterned bodysuits and tossed them at Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, commanding, "Go, try these on." Li Chengfeng, holding the flamboyant bodysuit, felt utterly speechless. This woman was exceptionally skilled at humiliation. With a tone of discontent, he remarked, "Miss Chu, you are being rather excessive." "I am indeed excessive. What of it?" she retorted, her gaze fixed threateningly on his legs. "Why are your legs not limping?" Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Bin quickly urged Li Chengfeng, "Chengfeng, we cannot contend with her. Let it go. A wise man avoids immediate losses. We should just try them on." Li Chengfeng, resigned to the reality of her formidable nature, reluctantly retreated to the fitting room to change. After a considerable interval, the two emerged, clad in their new attire. The female staff, witnessing their vibrant and snug outfits, could not suppress their laughter, particularly as Wang Bin's belly was accentuated. Chu Qingyan, thoroughly satisfied, declared, "Excellent. Bring them 2 more sets." Of course, the shop assistant, unable to contain her mirth, began wrapping up additional clothing. The cashier, still smiling, chimed in, "Miss, your discounted total is 129,000 yuan. All right, I will pay by card." As the laughter of the shop assistants echoed in their ears, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin felt a deep sense of humiliation, wishing they could vanish into thin air. This woman was truly adept at belittling others. They longed to reclaim their oversized shorts and shabby shirts, yet Chu Qingyan insisted they return in the bodysuits and stretchy pants. Li Chengfeng silently vowed, "Just wait, you insufferable woman. I will settle this score with you eventually. This is more embarrassing than donning oversized shorts and a tacky shirt." Drawing countless mocking and peculiar glances from passers-by, as if they were gazing at two bizarre creatures, many individuals surreptitiously took out their phones to capture the spectacle. Soon, they returned to the Siglira Grand Hotel, where Hu Tiangang had already departed, leaving only Chu Yunhong. Upon seeing the outlandish attire worn by the two, Chu Yunhong's face was a portrait of shock and disbelief, vividly colored in skin-tight garments, resembling the quintessential non-mainstream killmat. Chu Yunhong suppressed a laugh, while Chu Qingyan, with an expression of disdain, remarked, "Dad, they chose these clothes themselves. I truly cannot fathom how they could possibly like such attire. I feel utterly embarrassed walking alongside them." Young people often gravitate towards such styles, and it is quite normal. Chu Yunhong, with a hint of embarrassment, defended Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Infuriated, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin felt deeply wronged by the woman's audacity. With a somewhat awkward tone, Chu Yunhong said, "Qingyan, I'm feeling a bit tired. Please assist me back to rest." "Oh." Chu Qingyan, adopting a demure demeanor, hurried to his side, supporting him as they made their way outside. The moment the door closed behind them, the corridor echoed with the hearty laughter of an elderly man. "Ah, these young folks today are truly incomprehensible." Listening to the laughter from beyond the door, Wang Bin was incensed, promptly removing his clothing and tossing it onto the bed, grumbling, "That insufferable woman is such a bully. We're done with this. Let us head back. What is there to be upset about? This outfit is worth several thousand. We can simply return and exchange it for something else." Li Chengfeng smiled, reasoning that there was no point in being angry now that they had already embarrassed themselves. "Let us just go to that clothing store and swap it for something that fits." Wang Bin's face brightened with a smile. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Let us go do it. Stealthily, Li Chifeng and Wang Bin returned to the clothing store, where the female attendants could not help but laugh again at their return. The garments they wore were non-returnable, but those unworn could be exchanged for items of equivalent value. Once clad in fitted attire, their demeanor transformed instantly. As they exited Dondao Plaza, Wang Bin, still disgruntled, exclaimed, "Chifeng, that insufferable woman dared to humiliate us. We cannot let this slide. Do you have any clever ideas to get back at her?" "Let us just put it aside for now," Li Chifeng replied, turning his gaze towards the Haiqing Economic Center, where the military knife building was on the verge of completion. Once finished, it would trigger the formation of the Tian's Hansha, posing a direct threat to the Huangbu River's water vein. Upon discovering that the Feng Shui arrangements on both sides of the Huangbu River were orchestrated by his grandfather, Li Tianqing, he silently vowed to protect the river's Feng Shui dragon vein, as it was the fruit of his grandfather's labor. The following morning, with only 2 days remaining until the Haiqing Economic Center's completion, Chu Yinhong was set to attend an important meeting focused on devising methods to neutralize the Tian's Hansha and thwart the nefarious schemes of the renowned Yinyang Feng Shui master. Jiuju. The meeting was presided over by Hu Tiangang, the vice captain of the Dragon Guard's Kunlun team, whose primary responsibility is to safeguard the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain. Due to the looming threat to the Huangbu River's dragon vein, he was specially recalled from Kunlun Mountain by higher authorities. The objective is to devise a strategy to dissolve the heavenly severance evil and protect the Huangbu River's dragon vein, while contending with the formidable Yinyang geomancers of the Jiuju sect. The main person in charge of this incident is Chu Yunhong. Attending the meeting were prominent figures such as Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Mystic Arts Association, the renowned geomancer Tian Guofeng, the master of East Studies Lu Ziming, Zhang Wumu representing the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain, and Qin Feihu representing the Maoshan sect, along with several esteemed masters of the mystical arts. Due to his admiration for Li Chengfeng, Chu Yinhong also wished for him to participate in this meeting, both to broaden his horizons and to hear his insights after the discussions concluded. Li Chengfeng did not decline, as he too was eager to discover how the Dragon Guard and the Masters of Mysticism would resolve the heavenly severance evil and safeguard the Huangbu River's dragon vein. Given the uniqueness of this meeting, Li Chengfeng was initially not qualified to attend. However, to facilitate his entry, Chu Yuhong arranged for him to accompany as a security personnel. The venue was selected to be the conference hall of the Sigri La Hotel, where many key participants, accompanied by their assistants and apprentices, arrived in succession. At 10 o'clock a.m., the meeting officially commenced with fewer than 10 attendees, all of whom hold esteemed positions within the realm of mysticism. Chu Yinhong occupied the central position, flanked by Hu Tiangang and another member of the Dragon Guard, Yang Wei. Li Chengfeng stood nearby with a water kettle, tasked with serving tea to the masters. Once all attendees were present, the meeting began formally. A staff member dimmed the lights and activated the projector, casting images of the military knife building, the Huangbu River, and the olive grove of Qinjiazui onto a white screen, drawing the collective gaze of the participants. At this moment, Hu Tiangang, with a grave expression, expressed his gratitude to the masters for attending the meeting and contributing their insights to protect the dragon vein of Huangbu River. With only 2 days left until the military knife building's completion, the heavenly severance evil would soon form, directly striking the dragon vein of Huangbu River. Our foremost task now is to devise means to safeguard the water dragon vein and prevent its destruction. Masters, if you have any valuable suggestions, please feel free to share. The masters in attendance began to whisper among themselves, deliberating various ideas. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Mystic Arts Association, solemnly presented his thoughts. The proposal from the association was to construct a statue of Ho-I in the People's Square, aimed at shooting towards the sun above the military knife building to counteract the impending heavenly severance evil. Other masters subsequently shared their ideas as well. While Li Chengfeng attentively listened, holding his water kettle, Zhang Wumu, representing the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain, suggested employing a Bagua break evil mirror to neutralize the heavenly severance evil, reflecting the malevolent force directed at the Huangbu River back towards the military knife building. Qin Feihu, the representative of the Maoshan sect, proposed retrieving a stone from Mount Tai to place by the Huangbu River, thereby dissipating the heavenly severance evil aimed at the river. The esteemed Feng Shui master, Tian Guofeng, expressed his thoughts on constructing a grand edifice adjacent to the military knife building. envisioning its design to resemble the shapes of the Qian sword, the Vajra shield, and the Konglong hammer, employing the heavenly severing evil to counteract the same. Other masters also shared their insights, and Hu Tiangang nodded along, recognizing that many of their propositions aligned closely with the strategies discussed internally among the Dragon Guardians. Li Chunfeng, clutching a water flask, stood to the side. After the masters concluded their deliberations, he sighed, unable to suppress a shake of his head. He perceived these so-called masters as mere pretenders. While their methods might suffice for resolving ordinary malevolent energies, tackling the heavenly severing evil seemed far-fetched. Little did he anticipate that this subtle sigh and gesture would incite the displeasure of Sima Hong. This slight action caught the attention of Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Mystical Arts Association, who immediately wore a scowl and confronted Li Qingfeng. "What do you mean by shaking your head and sighing there?" Li Qingfeng hastily clarified. I have an itch in my neck." He sought to avoid trouble and glanced at Chu Yuhong, who appeared to be silently reassuring him not to be afraid. Sima Hong, however, remained unsatisfied with Li Qingfeng's explanation. With a stern expression, he pressed on. "If your neck itches, is shaking your head sufficient? Why do you sigh, especially after we have all shared our strategies? What does that imply?" Li Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He never anticipated that a mere sigh and shake of the head could lead to such an ordeal, nor did he foresee Sima Hong's aggressive persistence over a trivial matter. Chu Yunhong, smiling, interjected, "Master Sima," he merely sighed, "why should we quibble with the junior? Let us return to discussing ways to resolve the heavenly severing evil." Though Sima Hong was known for his pettiness, he dared not disregard Chu Yunhong's authority. He inhaled deeply and, casting an irritated glance at Li Qingfeng, commanded, "Come here and pour me a glass of water." A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Qingfeng's face, yet he dutifully approached Sima Hong, prepared to serve him. As he poured the water, his eyes caught a glimpse of Sima Hong's neck, revealing a chrysanthemum-shaped tattoo, 9 petals, to be precise. The tattoo, not overly large, was partially obscured by long hair, making it difficult to notice unless one was fortunate enough to catch it. Li Qingfeng dismissed the tattoo as inconsequential and filled Sima Hong's cup before retreating to the periphery. Resuming his attentiveness to the masters as they continued to deliberate on methods to counter the heavenly severing evil. Due to differing opinions, the masters soon erupted into a heated dispute. Some advocated for the use of the Bagua break-evil mirror, while others supported the employment of Taishan stones. Yet, Sima Hong remained steadfast in his insistence on erecting a statue of Hui. Feng Shui Master Tian Guofeng and I Ching Master Lu Ziming, on the other hand, called for immediate construction of a skyscraper to combat the heavenly severing evil. Initially, these masters had engaged in harmonious exchanges, complementing one another. But once the discussion shifted to which method to employ, divisions swiftly emerged. The atmosphere became charged with tension as they turned on each other, each demanding the adoption of their own approach. The scene was utterly chaotic, filled with incessant bickering and vitriolic insults. These individuals bore no resemblance to esteemed masters, resembling nothing more than avaricious commoners. Whoever's method was adopted and succeeded in mitigating the ominous heavenly slaughter, thereby safeguarding the dragon vein of the Huangbu River, would achieve a monumental feat, elevating their status and position significantly. Most crucially, the one who could unravel the heavenly slaughter and protect the dragon vein would be awarded a project valued at billions. Chu Yunhong furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling a deep disappointment, he discerned that these so-called masters were motivated solely by fame and profit. Hu Tiangang found himself at a loss, unable to make a decisive choice, as any method proposed would inevitably offend others. He cast a helpless glance towards Chu Yunhong. Li Qingfeng, holding a kettle, stood nearby, his expression laced with derision as he observed these masters. A phrase suddenly came to mind. In this world, all are bustling for profit. In this realm, all are driven by gain. These masters were no exception. In this era, every individual appeared fixated on profit and wealth. If a nation, from top to bottom, is solely preoccupied with material gain, its future indeed appears bleak. Had he known this, he would not have attended the meeting. It held no meaning. As he watched the still quarreling masters, Li Qingfeng could not help but shake his head, instinctively letting out a sigh. Upon realizing the inopportune nature of his gesture, it was already too late. The masters, who had been embroiled in heated debate, suddenly ceased their arguments, all eyes turning towards Li Qingfeng. Their faces, already flushed from the quarrel, bore anger that had found no outlet. Li Qingfeng's sigh struck a nerve, inciting their ire. Sima Hong slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Little brat, is your neck itching again? What do you mean by sighing here? If you don't clarify today, don't even think of leaving on your feet. The other masters shared his displeasure, fixated on Li Chengfeng, eager to hear his explanation while seizing the opportunity to rest their voices before resuming their disputes. Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply, turning to look at Chu Yunhong, whose expression appeared somewhat grim and displeased. This reaction was entirely understandable. Who would find joy in such a predicament? Instead of uniting to collectively resolve the heavenly slaughter, these masters pursued fame and fortune. A subtle smile played on Li Chengfeng's lips, disregarding Chu Yunhong's thoughts. An air of imperious confidence and arrogance re-emerged on his face. Since you demand an explanation, allow me to elucidate. My sigh stemmed from the realization that your methods are utterly incapable of dispelling the heavenly slaughter. The Bagua-breaking evil mirror and the Taishan stone can indeed ward off malevolent energies. One often observes mirrors hung on doors, walls, and windows, or stones placed at entrances and crossroads, inscribed with Taishan stone guards. These items may alleviate common malevolence, yet they are entirely insufficient to counteract the heavenly slaughter. Furthermore, Feng Shui Master Tian Guofeng and I Ching Master Lu Ziming proposed a method that suggests confronting the heavenly slaughter with more heavenly slaughter, advocating for the construction of a taller building beside the military knife tower. Certainly, this method is indeed feasible, but alas, it is within the sacred land of Huaxia. Should a structure resembling the Xianbing sword, the Konglong hammer, or the Vajra shield be erected, it would clash malevolently with the military blade tower. The malevolent energy resulting from the confrontation of these two edifices would engender a detrimental feng shui aura, adversely affecting all surrounding buildings, enterprises, and the common populace. This approach would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Even if one were to construct a grand edifice to counteract the malevolence of the military blade tower, it is imperative to abandon the use of the Tianzhan malevolence. Instead, one must adopt a strategy of yielding to overcome rigidity. The words spoken by Li Chengfeng offended all the masters present. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, their anger was palpable as they glared at him. Li Chengfeng's outright dismissal of their painstakingly devised methods was the utmost affront, an obstruction to their financial pursuits, inciting immediate ire. Sima Hong cast a furious glance at Li Chengfeng, exclaiming in a rage, "You insignificant wretch! Who do you think you are to declare our methods ineffective? Do you have any notion of our identities?" Hu Tiangang, equally displeased, could hardly contain his disdain, incredulous that a mere bodyguard, likely ignorant of the mystical arts, would dare disrupt the decorum of their meeting, berating him sternly. "Who allowed you to speak? Get out." The other masters joined in the condemnation of Li Chengfeng, a brash youth daring to assert that their methods could not dispel the Tianzhan malevolence, which was a direct challenge to their authority. Observing the escalating chaos, Chu Yunhong's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated Li Chengfeng, who seemed utterly unperturbed by these masters of the esoteric arts. Chu Yunhong chose not to intervene, sipping from his cup and allowing events to unfold. Master Lu Ziming, a scholar of the occult, inquired with evident irritation. "You assert that our methods cannot dispel the Tianzhan malevolence. Then enlighten us on how to achieve such a feat, the Qi Min technique, bestowing armor upon the dragon." Li Chengfeng retorted casually. The masters present were left bewildered, having never heard of the Qi Min technique of bestowing armor upon the dragon in their many years of renown. Perceiving his words as mere fabrications, upon hearing the phrase bestowing armor upon the dragon, Hu Tiangang's face revealed astonishment, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Li Chengfeng. How could he possibly be aware of this long-lost Qi Min protective technique? Hu Tiangang had previously encountered an ancient tome in the nation's secret repository, which detailed the method of bestowing armor upon the dragon. Many ancient emperors had engaged Qi Min practitioners to armor the dragon veins of their ancestors' burial sites, thus fortifying the royal lineage and ensuring the dynasty's longevity. Hu Tiangang found it implausible that the young Li Chengfeng could possess knowledge of such an esoteric art. In his eyes, Li Chengfeng's knowledge must have stemmed from films or novels. Reflecting on the previous day when Li Chengfeng had been in the company of Chu Qingyan only intensified his ire, prompting him to scold angrily, "You insolent child! Cease your outrageous claims and do not disturb our meeting. Leave at once." Other masters, their faces contorted with rage, berated him vehemently. "Get lost! What nonsense is this? Strutting before us without a clue about your own shortcomings." Despite the vitriol hurled at him, Li Chengfeng displayed not a hint of anger. Instead, A smile graced his face as he turned to General Chu Yunhong. Old General Chu, I bid you farewell. Chu Yunhong, with a conflicted gaze fixed upon Li Chifeng, felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have brought him to this meeting. After all, youth, obscurity, and an absence of a significant background often breed exclusion. It was hardly surprising. Experiencing some degree of marginalization and suppression on the path to growth could, in fact, be beneficial. As he watched Li Chifeng exit the conference room, Chu Yunhong recalled an old adage, do not advise the unworthy, and do not enter the crowd without means. Once outside the conference hall, Li Chifeng maintained his smile, though disappointment lingered in his heart. With such masters present, the fate of the Huangbu River's Feng Shui dragon vein appeared precarious. Now he could only hope that these masters' methods might work miracles to safeguard the dragon vein and counteract the heavenly severance kill. Upon returning to his lodgings, he found Wang Bin absent, presumably out enjoying himself. Approaching the window, Li Chifeng gazed upon the Huangbu River and the nearby northern pearl creations of his grandfather, the fruits of his labor, and it pained him to think of their potential destruction. Contemplating those masters who sought fame and fortune, he let out a cold snort. A bunch of old fools. I shall see how you intend to dispel the heavenly severance kill. Remembering Hu Tiangang, who had driven him away, Li Chifeng scoffed disdainfully. Dragon guardians? What of it? In my eyes, they're utterly inconsequential. As he vented his frustrations, a sudden laughter erupted from behind him. I heard nothing. Please, continue your tirade. Startled, Li Chifeng turned to find Chu Yunhong entering the room with a smile. Old General, the meeting has not yet concluded. Why have you returned? Now that you are back, what reason do I have to remain there? To witness those masters bicker? A wry smile crossed Chu Yunhong's face as he spoke. Soon after you left, the masters fell into yet another dispute, more vehement than before, teetering on the brink of physical confrontation. The situation was spiraling out of control. Chu Yunhong understood that continuing the meeting was futile. Slamming his palm onto the table, silence enveloped the room. All methods shall be employed. Whoever can resolve the heavenly severance kill will claim the billion-dollar project. With that, Chu Yunhong swiftly exited, hastening to follow Li Chifeng back to the room. Li Chifeng smiled. While the old general's approach was commendable, it was unlikely to foster unity among the masters. Allowing them the freedom to express themselves could also prove advantageous. Chu Yunhong's trust in Li Chifeng far surpassed that of the masters, for in him, he glimpsed the potential of a remarkable individual. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Yunhong, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Young brother, you mentioned the Qian technique, dragon-armored shield. Can it truly dispel the heavenly severance kill? Li Chifeng understood that this was indeed the purpose of the old general's return. He nodded in affirmation and confidently replied, Indeed. If even the dragon armor cannot dispel the heavenly slaughter, then there is no means to combat it in this world. Observing the imperious confidence etched upon Li Chifeng's visage, Chu Yunhong smiled and subsequently inquired about the method for fabricating the dragon armor, asking what materials were required. Li Chifeng, without reservation, casually responded. The technique for crafting the dragon armor necessitates the invocation of the 5 emperors' deities. Along with 50,000 ancient coins of the 5 emperors, they must be genuine antiquities, not modern replicas. Very well, I shall have preparations made at once. Chu Yunhong replied with a smile before turning and exiting the room to arrange for the ancient coins and the deities. Left behind, Li Chifeng felt utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Chu Yunhong would so readily choose to believe his words, despite their seemingly casual nature. It defied all logic. Reflecting upon the way Chu Yunhong gazed at him and the tone of his voice, he suddenly realized that the general might have already deduced his true identity. Otherwise, such unwavering trust and kindness towards him would be unfathomable. The following morning, with just one day remaining before the completion of the military knife tower, Hu Tiangang and the other masters were scattered like loose sand, each preoccupied with arranging their own strategies for countering the calamity. After dining, Li Chifeng and Wang Bin took a leisurely stroll along the banks of the Huangbu River, savoring the enchanting night scenery. As they passed a certain embankment, they beheld a large stone standing about 3 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, inscribed with the words Taishan Stone Dauntless. This was presumably the Taishan stone that Qin Feihu had procured, perfectly aligned with the blade of the military knife tower. Gazing into the Huangbu River, they spotted a vessel moored upon the water's surface, its bow adorned with a mirror approximately 2 meters in diameter. The mirror's center protruded outward considerably, framed with sharp corners and engraved with the cardinal directions of the 8 trigrams. painted in vivid red cinnabar. This must be the 8 trigrams calamity-breaking mirror referred to by Zhang Wumu, also directed at the blade of the military knife tower. On the opposite riverbank stood a sculpture approximately 5 meters high, depicting the figure of Yi shooting the sun. The statue, bent at the waist and kneeling, exuded strength as it drew the bowstring aimed at the twin blades supporting the sun. This should be the Yi statue mentioned by Sima Hong. Intrigued, Li Chengfeng pondered why the statue, originally intended for placement in the square, had been relocated to the riverbank. The arrangements of the folk organizations and supernatural sects had been completed, yet he remained uncertain of the method the Dragon Guardians would employ to neutralize the heavenly slaughter. Since the conclusion of yesterday's meeting, he had not seen Qian gang, who likely felt disheartened by the fragmentation of their collective efforts. As he had hoped to unite all forces against the calamity, only to find them each fighting their own battles. Li Chifeng and Wang Bin walked side by side, occasionally passing foreign visitors, blacks and whites alike, reflecting on the multitude of foreigners present in the bustling metropolis. Curiously, Wang Bin asked, "Chifeng, it's just a building. Why all this fuss? You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. So perhaps it's best not to ask," Li Chifeng replied, not out of reluctance to enlighten Wang Bin, but rather to preserve the mystery, as his gaze fixated upon an elderly man clad in traditional island attire. Dressed in black with white chrysanthemums, specifically 9-petaled ones, adorning the back and sleeves, Li Chifeng was struck by a sudden realization. Just yesterday, while accompanying Chu Yuhong to a meeting and pouring water for Sima Hong, he had noticed a tattoo of the same 9-petaled chrysanthemum on the man's neck. Was this merely a coincidence? The old man stood by the banks of the Huangbu River, accompanied by a middle-aged man and a young man, the latter cradling a box swathed in black cloth, similarly embellished with white chrysanthemums. Upon seeing the old man, Li Chifeng instinctively slowed his pace, his heart racing at the thought of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage. This marked his first encounter with a master of Yin-Yang Feng Shui from this esteemed lineage. And judging by the elder's attire, his status within the 9 chrysanthemum circle was undoubtedly significant. Li Chifeng halted, then guided Wang Bin towards the riverbank, feigning an interest in the scenery while eavesdropping on their conversation. Occasionally, he glanced at the trio, unaware that the elderly man before him was none other than Sato Masao, the architect of the military knife building. Beside him stood his eldest son, Sato Kenichi, while the young man, Takahashi Masaneo, held the box containing the ashes of Sato Kenji. Sato Kenichi's face was a mosaic of grief and fury, tears brimming in his eyes. "Father, it is all my fault. I failed to care for my brother. Kenji. How did he die?" Takahashi Masaneo, equally tearful, recounted the tragic events in detail. "Kenji and I discovered a prime Feng Shui site in Qingzhou, known as double oxen plowing." Although Li Chengfeng could not comprehend their conversation due to the language barrier, he distinctly understood the phrase double oxen plowing, which sent a jolt of alarm through him as he urgently pulled Wang Bin away. Unbeknownst to Sato Masao, his vengeful adversary had just been in close proximity, eavesdropping on their discourse. Lost in his grief, Sato Masao remained oblivious to the quiet departure of Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. He caressed the urn with a voice laced with lethal intent. "Have you found the murderer yet? I will see him dead. I shall personally end his life." "Not yet. Upon my return to Qishou, I will ensure that this man is found and his body torn asunder in vengeance for my brother," Sato Kenichi declared with fierce determination. These past days had been consumed by arranging Sato Kenji's funeral, leaving him little time to pursue the killer amid his sorrow. Sato Masao sighed deeply, the anguish of losing a son weighing heavily upon him. He turned his gaze towards the Huangbu River, his eyes glinting with murderous resolve. "My dear son, once I sever the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River, I shall take you home and lay you to rest beneath the beautiful cherry blossoms." Li Chengfeng hurriedly led Wang Bin away, glancing back intermittently. Wang Bin, puzzled, inquired, "Chengfeng, what is it?" Li Chengfeng casually replied, "If I am not mistaken, those 3 islanders are Feng Shui masters from the 9 chrysanthemum lineage, the very ones who disrupted the Feng Shui of your village." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin pondered thoughtfully. He had initially overlooked them, merely casting a casual glance. Now, as he recollected the young man with the box, he realized it was indeed the same islander who had come to their village to purchase the stone ox. Initially, it was he who guided them to the village chief's residence, and to their surprise, they encountered him there. With a face full of rage, he exclaimed, "Damn it. It really is that scoundrel. How dare he disrupt the feng shui of our village? Just wait until I deal with him." Wang Bin insisted on returning to confront Takahashi Masaneo, Yet Li Chengfeng pulled him back to the Sigeria Hotel, acutely aware that the old man was exceedingly dangerous. Should Wang Bin proceed, he might very well be the one to perish. The following morning, 3 days had swiftly elapsed, and today marked the topping out ceremony of the military knife tower. Before the sun had risen, Sato Masao, Sato Kenichi, and a dozen top-tier Feng Shui masters from the 9 Chrysanthemum sect stood atop the military knife tower, gazing down at the Huangbu River. This day was of paramount significance to them, as they were to witness the severing of the river's dragon vein by the heavenly severance. One of the esteemed Feng Shui masters stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Sato Masao, and voiced his concerns. Lord Sato, the Feng Shui masters from Huaxia have set up the 8 trigrams breaking evil mirrors and the Taishan shielding stones by the riverbank. Will the heavenly severance be mitigated? Tanaka-kun, your worries are unfounded. No matter the arrangement, it is but a feeble effort against the heavenly severance, Sato Masao replied with unwavering confidence. He then turned his gaze eastward, where the night sky was already beginning to brighten, heralding the sun's imminent rise. His cold voice uttered 2 words, topping out. Before long, the air was filled with the crackling sound of firecrackers. In Huaxia, the topping out of a building is a momentous occasion, necessitating the selection of an auspicious time and date, along with the setting off of firecrackers, a tradition upheld for centuries. Li Chengfeng, roused from his slumber by the sudden din of firecrackers, grumbled in annoyance. Are they out of their minds, setting off firecrackers at such an early hour? Without further thought, he turned over and resumed his sleep. Before dawn, masters of the mystical arts, including Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, Sima Hong, Zhang Wumu, and Qin Feihu, gathered together. They stood on a boat in the Huangbu River, observing the military knife tower not far away. Rest assured, with my Taishan shielding stone in place, even the mightiest heavenly severance cannot harm the dragon vein of Huangbu River, Qin Feihu declared confidently. Master Qin, cease your boasting. To counter the heavenly severance, we shall rely on my 8 trigrams breaking evil mirror, retorted another master. As the arguments between the masters escalated, Chu Yunhong furrowed his brow in exasperation. Amidst their quarrels, a sudden crackle of firecrackers erupted from the distant sky, turning towards the source of the sound. They beheld the dazzling light emitted by the firecrackers igniting atop the military knife tower, flashing brilliantly. Enough of the bickering. The military knife tower has been topped out, Hu Tiangang exclaimed impatiently. Instantly, silence enveloped the boat as they all turned their gaze towards the tower, uncertain of what would unfold next. As time progressed, the sun rose gradually, and when its rays illuminated the building, the shadow of the military knife tower appeared remarkably elongated, casting a long shadow that fell directly upon the Huangbu River. To the untrained eye, it seemed merely the shadow of a building resting upon the river. For those who have opened their celestial eyes, the scene before them unfolds quite differently. Hu Tiangang, having activated his celestial vision, gazes upwards to witness the ominous energy coalescing in the sky, taking the form of a military blade, poised to strike down upon Huangbu River. A surge of alarm courses through Hu Tiangang's heart as he realizes that the blade, forged from malevolent forces, is about to descend upon Huangbu River. At that moment, the Taishan demon-repelling stone suddenly emanates a blinding golden radiance, effectively repelling the sinister blade back into the ether. The masters who have awakened their celestial vision stare in astonishment at the Taishan stone. Among these masters, aside from the likes of Maoshan's Qin Feihu and Long Hushan's Zhang Wumu, who have also activated their celestial sight, the others remain oblivious to this breathtaking spectacle. Had they possessed innate yin-yang eyes, they too would have witnessed the clash between the blade of malevolence and the Taishan stone. Upon seeing the Taishan stone thwart the impending doom, Qin Feihu is overcome with exhilaration, exclaiming in triumph, "Behold, the Taishan stone has successfully repelled the blade of doom." What a farcical notion of a celestial blade when faced with the might of the Taishan demon-repelling stone. Both Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang breathe a sigh of relief, astounded that the blade of doom was so easily countered. However, their joy is short-lived. Within a mere minute, as the sun ascends, the blade of malevolence grows larger and heavier, once again lunging toward the Taishan stone. The Taishan stone bursts forth with a brilliant golden light, attempting to shield against the celestial blade. Yet, when the two forces collide, the golden radiance is dissipated by the malevolent energy, and the blade strikes the Taishan stone with devastating force, shattering it into fragments. Chi Yunhong stands in disbelief, gazing at the remnants of the once mighty Taishan stone. The previously jubilant Qian Feihu now wears a grim expression, fixated on the ominous blade in the sky, lamenting, "What formidable malevolence this is." The masters who have not opened their celestial eyes grow increasingly anxious, eagerly questioning Qian Feihu and Hu Tiangang about the unfolding events. What transpired? How did the Taishan stone shatter so suddenly? Yet, Qian Feihu and Hu Tiangang are too preoccupied to respond, shoving them aside as they fixate on the imminent threat. At that juncture, Zhang Wumu steps forward, a look of disdain etched upon his face. What strength is this? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the Bagua demon-breaking mirror. As he speaks, the long shadow of the military blade descends upon the Bagua demon-breaking mirror. Simultaneously, the blade of malevolence plunges from the heavens, aimed directly at the mirror. This blade, forged from the essence of calamity, measures approximately 100 meters in length and 5 meters in width, hurtling downwards towards the Bagua demon-breaking mirror. Hu Tiangang, Qian Feihu, and Zhang Wumu, now with bated breath, focus intently on the mirror, observing as the Bagua symbols carved into its frame emanate a vermilion glow, revealing a spectral image of the Bagua. The central convex surface of the mirror begins to reflect the military blade, and as the blade of calamity strikes the mirror's surface, an intense white light erupts from the collision. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing numerous cracks appearing on the smooth, lustrous surface of the Bagua breaks evil mirror. The fissures gradually widened, and within mere seconds, the mirror shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. While the frame was splintered by the force of the ominous energy, Zhang Wumu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the Bagua breaks evil mirror could not withstand even a single strike from the heavenly severing evil. How could this be possible? Chu Yunhong's expression darkened, yet he felt utterly powerless. The esteemed masters surrounding them were equally astonished, although they could not perceive the malevolent energy. They understood that the destruction of the mirror was a direct result of the collision with the heavenly severing evil. The Taishan block evil stone and the Bagua breaks evil mirror had proven utterly ineffective against the heavenly severing evil, leaving only the statue of Hui shooting the sun remaining. All eyes turned towards the sculpture. Sima Hong, visibly anxious, had witnessed the Taishan block evil stone and the Bagua breaks evil mirror crumble under the assault of the heavenly severing evil and dared not utter further bravado. The military blade, forged from the concentrated malevolence, reappeared in the air, swiftly descending towards the statue of Hui. In a moment of desperation, the statue's bow and arrows emitted a brilliant beam of pure white light, aimed at the approaching heavenly severing evil. However, before the light could reach its target, it was obliterated by the overwhelming malevolent force, vanishing without a trace. The military blade struck the statue directly, reducing it to mere fragments. Sima Hong's face turned pale as he gazed at the shattered remnants on the shore, trembling as he uttered, "This heavenly severing evil is truly tyrannical." The Taishan block evil stone, the Bagua breaks evil mirror, the statue of Hui shooting the sun, none could withstand its might. What shall we do? The heavenly severing evil is about to descend upon the Huangbu River. If the river's dragon vein is severed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Every face reflected a sense of helplessness as they looked towards the distant military blade tower, unsure of how to proceed. At the top of the tower, Sato Masao observed with satisfaction as the Feng Shui formations laid by the Huaxia masters were effortlessly dismantled by the heavenly severing evil, a proud smile gracing his features. The other members of the Juju elite were in shock. Tanaka Jiro stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Sato Masao, his face filled with admiration as he proclaimed, "Esteemed Master Sato, the heavenly severing evil is indeed formidable. The Taishan block evil stone, the Bagua breaks evil mirror, the statue of Hui shooting the sun, before the heavenly severing evil. They are but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly powerless. Master Sato, your prowess is unmatched. You truly are the finest Inyang Feng Shui master of the great island nation." The other elite Inyang Feng Shui masters showered Sato Masao with flattery and praise. A smug smile spread across Sato Masao's face, yet it vanished as he chanced upon an urn on the shelf. His expression turned fierce as he looked down at the Huangbu River, his voice laced with anger. "Huaxiao Feng Shui masters, I shall see what means you possess to counter my heavenly severing evil. I will make you witness the severing of the Huangbu River's Feng Shui dragon vein." As Sato Masao spoke, the military blade, coalesced from the sinister energy, reappeared above the Huangbu River, descending ominously. The others aboard the vessel could not perceive the impending doom, their anxiety mounting. However, Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, who could see the malevolent energy, shared an equal level of distress, turning to Hu Tiangang. Tiangang, what shall we do? We must fight back. Hu Tiangang uttered merely 2 words, and with a flick of his wrist, a purple talisman materialized in his hand. Measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length and 7 to 8 centimeters in width, adorned with the Tiansha Huasha symbol. Zhang Wumu from Longhu Mountain and Qin Feihu from Maoshan. Upon witnessing the purple talisman in Hu Tiangang's grasp, were taken aback. It was indeed impressive for a member of the Dragon Guardian to command such a potent artifact. Within the realm of Xiamen Taoism, the most commonly encountered talismans are classified by 5 colors: red, yellow, black, white, and blue, each bearing distinct purposes. The black talisman, invoking the power of the underworld deities, is primarily employed to summon spectral soldiers and minor spirits. The white talisman similarly draws upon the same power for communication with the deceased and inquiries into ghostly matters. The yellow talisman, harnessing celestial forces, is utilized for dispelling evil and subduing malevolent spirits. The blue talisman calls upon the strength of spiritual entities for divine possession, while the red talisman is sought for protection, peace, and the granting of wishes. Gold, silver, purple, and blue talismans are exceedingly rare in reality, as only those with advanced cultivation can master such high-level incantations. Amidst the astonished gazes of Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, Hu Tiangang exerted a gentle force with his legs and leaped atop the cabin, executing the Beidu Tiangang step. While forming a spell with his hands and chanting fervently, purple energy ascends to the heavens, Tiansha hegemony, by the decree of the Grand Supreme Lord. His incantation flowed rapidly, rendering it nearly inaudible to those nearby. Yet as he recited, the talisman in his hand shimmered with a vibrant purple light. Upon completing the chant, the purple talisman was released, soaring like lightning toward the Tiansha, which coalesced into a military blade, descending with a cataclysmic force directly onto the talisman. At the moment of collision, a thunderous roar erupted in the air, as the purple talisman erupted into a conflagration, instantaneously dispersing the military blade formed by the Tiansha. Zhang Wumu and Qin Feihu were left in utter astonishment, gazing at Hu Tiangang standing atop the cabin. Incredible! He has indeed shattered the Tiansha with his own cultivation. It is clear that those who join the Dragon Guardian are not to be trifled with, Qin Feihu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Well done, my young brother. I wish you further success. As he spoke, Qin Feihu slightly bent his legs and leaped to the cabin's apex. Zhang Wumu, with a faint smile, declared, I too shall join the fray. He then sprang upward, prepared to confront the Tiansha with his own abilities. Both Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, hailing from the Taoist lineage and possessing considerable cultivation, positioned themselves beside Hu Tiangang, their gazes fixed upon the military blade tower. They understood all too well that as long as the tower remained intact, the Tiansha would reform. Concurrently, the Tiansha energy, previously dispersed by the Huasha talisman, began to coalesce anew in the air, materializing into a colossal military blade. This latest incarnation of the malevolent blade was significantly larger than before. Measuring several hundred meters in length and dozens in width, its silver-white energy exuding a fierce force capable of cleaving rivers and mountains. The trio gazed skyward, their hearts filled with trepidation, and Qin Feihu remarked in astonishment, the Tiansha energy, it seems to be growing ever stronger. Gazing at the celestial blade of destruction in the sky, Hu Tiangang furrowed his brow. He had just summoned a purple talisman of heavenly power, depleting 2/3 of his vital energy, leaving him physically exhausted and his legs trembling. As he beheld the reformed celestial blade of destruction, a flicker of despair arose within him. Drawing a deep breath, Hu Tiangang, alongside Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, simultaneously invoked their talismans to combat the descending blade. Yellow, blue, and purple talismans soared into the air, meeting the military blade with a fierce descent. Upon collision, the 3 differently colored talismans transformed into 3 blazing flames. Regrettably, this time they failed to disperse the military blade forged from the celestial destruction. The flames were swiftly scattered by the malevolent aura, leaving Hu Tiangang spitting blood and half-kneeling at the top of the cabin, while Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu collapsed, unconscious, dragged away by others into the cabin. Their combined efforts could not withstand the celestial blade of destruction. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hu Tiangang was engulfed in despair, helplessly watching as the military blade, having dispersed the flames, struck down upon the Yellow Cloth River. The river's dragon energy instantly dissipated, creating a violent tremor. The once calm surface of the Yellow Cloth River erupted into tumultuous waves, causing the small boat to sway uncontrollably, and several individuals lost their footing, tumbling onto the deck. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, thick clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, and torrential rain pouring down. Shortly thereafter, Qian heard a distant anguished dragon's roar and quickly turned towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, a divine dragon emerged from the mouth of Lake Song, while another colossal dragon soared from the Yellow Cloth River. The two dragons, manifestations of the river's Feng Shui energy, spiraled through the air, their sorrowful roars piercing the atmosphere. Blood streaming from their backs, Qian was momentarily stunned by the sight. Fully aware that these divine dragons were the very essence of the Yellow Cloth River and Lake Song's Feng Shui energy. Should the celestial blade of destruction slay them, the entire dragon vein of the Yellow Cloth River would be irrevocably severed. As he watched the malevolent aura condense into the military blade once more. Poised to strike the Yellow Cloth River, Qian retrieved a purple talisman, hoping to shield against the celestial blade of destruction, but found it beyond his power to activate. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended again upon the Yellow Cloth River. Upon impact, both divine dragons let out piercing cries, sustaining new wounds, their crimson blood dripping into the river. The masters, though unable to perceive the dragons due to their unawakened third eyes, were astonished to discover that the raindrops landing on the boat were stained a deep crimson. Sima Hong, visibly shocked, inquired, "Brother Hu, why is this rain red?" "This is no rain, it is dragon blood," Qian replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. As a dragon guardian, failing to protect the dragon veins of Huaxiao was an agonizing burden. At the pinnacle of the military blade tower, Sato Masaru observed the bleeding divine dragons and burst into delighted laughter. "Oh, two four-cornered insects, I wonder how much longer you can endure." The renowned Feng Shui master of the nine-petal heavenly eye, having witnessed two divine dragons, was profoundly astonished. The Yellow Cloth River and the Lake Pine River, both significant Feng Shui dragon veins, had astonishingly manifested spiritual bodies. It became evident why Haiqing could stand as the economic heart of Huaxiao, a city of global renown. These two dragon veins played an indispensable role. Should these veins be severed by the heavenly saber's malevolence, the resplendence of Haiqing would inevitably fade into oblivion. This was precisely the outcome they desired. The ascendance of Huaxiao posed a palpable threat to the island nation. Within the opulent suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, Li Chengfeng was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of firecrackers. As he turned in bed, striving to reclaim his rest, he was suddenly jolted awake by the rumbling thunder outside, punctuated by the mournful cries of dragons. His eyes flew open. What was that sound? Clad only in his undergarments, he leapt from his bed and approached the window. The sky was ablaze with lightning, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a tempest raged as rain poured down in torrents. Though it was morning, it felt like the depths of night. To his astonishment, the raindrops that struck the window were crimson. A chill ran through Li Chengfeng. Blood rain had fallen, a dire omen. He hurriedly glanced towards the nearby Yellow Cloth River, where he beheld two divine dragons writhing upon the water's surface, emitting anguished roars. Deep gashes marred their backs, from which blood flowed incessantly. In that moment, recalling the earlier sound of firecrackers, Li Chengfeng comprehended the gravity of the situation. The military knife tower had reached completion, and the heavenly saber's malevolence had taken form. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction where the Taishan protective stone was placed, only to find it shattered into countless fragments. A small boat remained anchored in the Huangpu River, yet the Bagua mirror aboard had vanished, and the statue of Ho Yi shooting the sun on the opposite bank lay in ruins. It was a disaster. Those pretentious masters had utterly failed to avert the heavenly saber's wrath. Watching the injured divine dragons, Li Chengfeng felt an overwhelming sorrow. Should these dragons be destroyed by the heavenly saber, the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Yellow Cloth River would be irrevocably annihilated, plunging Haiqing into a calamity of torrential waters. At that moment, the two divine dragons let out heart-wrenching howls before plummeting into the Yellow Cloth River. The dragon energy of the river dissipated instantaneously, and the rain intensified, cascading down like a waterfall, interspersed with drops of crimson. Li Chengfeng sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Those self-serving masters were utterly inept. Had the dragon guardians also proven ineffective? If they could not neutralize the Heavenly Saber's threat, what purpose did the Dragon Guardians serve? At that juncture, sleep was a distant memory for Li Changfeng as he awaited the return of Chu Yunhong in the living room. Before long, the masters and Chu Yunhong arrived at the Sigri-La Hotel. Seated in the living room, Li Changfeng overheard a heated argument in the hallway. The first voice he recognized was that of Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Mystical Arts Association. General Chu, how can you place your trust in a mere boy? Fresh with youth? His claims of peculiar techniques to armor the dragon are nothing but sheer nonsense. In all my years, I have never encountered such a practice. As a general, do not allow yourself to be deceived by a youth. Under the provocation of Sima Hong, the other masters resolutely opposed allowing Li Changfeng to intervene in the matters concerning the Huangbu River's dragon vein. With an impassioned tone, they asserted, "Old General, we still have ample time to consider alternative methods. We must not permit a mere inexperienced youth to meddle in this affair." Chu Yunhong furrowed his brow in confusion. And when he suggested that Li Changfeng employ Qian techniques to test the dragon's armor, Sima Hong was the first to voice dissent, with the other masters following suit in their disruption. Fuming with anger, Chu Yunhong declared with an air of authority, "I am the one responsible for this matter. I shall decide whose methods to employ, and you possess neither the qualifications nor the right to interfere with my decision." Upon hearing this, Sima Hong displayed an unyielding demeanor. Showing no fear of Chu Yunhong, and arrogantly retorted, "This is a matter for the people of Haiqing alone. Your words hold no sway here. We will continue to devise solutions to counter the Tianzhan Sha, and no one shall intervene." His last statement was delivered with considerable volume, seemingly directed at Li Changfeng. Chu Yunhong, rendered speechless, retorted, "Haiqing belongs to Huaxia, not to your Haiqing esoteric society." After uttering this, he disregarded Sima Hong and the other masters, pushing open the door to enter the room where Li Changfeng was situated. Behind him, a disgruntled voice called out, "Chuyun, let me remind you not to abuse your authority. We shall resolve our own matters in Haiqing, and you are not permitted to interfere." Upon entering, Li Changfeng promptly rose to greet Chu Yunhong, who, still seething with anger, expressed his frustration. "I truly do not comprehend why Sima Hong forbids you from participating in this matter. If I am not mistaken, I suspect he harbors ulterior motives." With a serious expression, Chu Yunhong inquired for clarification. Observing Chu Yunhong's puzzled demeanor, Li Changfeng recounted the incident during the meeting when he had poured water for Sima Hong and noticed a chrysanthemum tattoo on his neck. At that moment, he had thought little of it, deeming body art commonplace. However, when by the Huangbu River, he encountered an elderly man clad in islander attire, adorned with a 9-petal chrysanthemum on his clothing. It suddenly dawned on him that the tattoo on Sima Hong's neck bore an uncanny resemblance to the flower on the old man's garment, arousing his suspicions regarding Sima Hong's true identity. Listening intently to Li Changfeng's account, Chu Yunhong was incredulous. Sima Hong was a native of Haiqing. How could he possibly be associated with the nefarious 9 chrysanthemum sect of Inyang Feng Shui practitioners? Li Changfeng continued with a serious demeanor, "Old General, during the meeting that day, I merely shook my head and sighed, a trivial incident in itself. Yet, Sima Hong seized upon it, rendering the meeting impossible to conduct normally. The masters argued incessantly, as if they were sworn enemies. This is far from normal. Clearly, someone is instigating discord among them, striving to prevent the unity of Huaxiao's Feng Shui masters in resolving the Tianzhan Sha." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhong fell into contemplation, carefully recalling the events of that day's meeting. It was indeed Sima Hong who first instigated the discord. There seemed to be something amiss with Sima Hong. He cast a glance of approval towards Li Changfeng, noting his keen observations. If Sima Hong truly was a master of Inyang Feng Shui from the esteemed Juju lineage, then that lineage was indeed formidable, having infiltrated the Haiqing Qian Shu Association, even placing one of their own as the president. Chu Yunhong inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing in grave seriousness. "I shall instruct the Longmen 8 Bureau to apprehend Sima Hong and uncover the true nature of this old rascal." Li Changfeng, startled by this sudden turn of events, hastily interjected, "General, these are merely my personal speculations, and I lack the evidence to prove that Sima Hong is indeed a master of the Jiuju lineage. Would it not be unwise to seize him without proof?" With a scoff, Chu Yunhong asserted in a commanding tone, "I've long harbored disdain for that old rascal. He dared to retort against me earlier. Whether he's a master of the Jiuju lineage or not, we shall first apprehend him and teach him a lesson. Rest assured." The Longmen 8 Bureau operates with utmost efficiency. Reflecting on Sima Hong's earlier taunts outside, Chu Yunhong's displeasure deepened, tinged with a hint of personal vendetta. A barely perceptible smile graced Li Chengfeng's lips. He had heard Sima Hong's warning that anyone meddling in the matters of Huang Bujiang would face his wrath. It was clear to him that this was a warning directed at him, discouraging the use of Qian techniques to counteract the lethal Tianjiansha. Sensing that Sima Hong sought confrontation, it was prudent to strike first. Chu Yunhong, perceptive to Li Chengfeng's subtle thoughts, smirked slightly. This young man was quite cunning. Sima Hong had merely threatened him, yet Li Chengfeng had already exposed the other's vulnerabilities. With fewer concerns weighing upon him, Chu Yunhong could confidently proceed to dispel the Tianjiansha. He promptly made a phone call, instructing the Longmen 8 Bureau to conduct a covert capture of Sima Hong. Little did Sima Hong anticipate that he would fall into the hands of a young man, and that very evening, the Longmen 8 Bureau executed a secret operation against him. The most pressing matter now was to neutralize the Tianjiansha. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunhong casually inquired, "Young brother, I have arranged the 5 Emperor's divine positions and 50,000 5 Emperor's coins. When shall we employ Qian techniques to fortify the dragon against the Tianjiansha?" To perform the Qian technique for dragon fortification, it was essential to choose a day of the 5 Emperor's procession. Li Chengfeng calculated the timing and fortuitously. Tomorrow marked the day of the 5 Emperor's procession. At dawn tomorrow, before the sun rises, I shall fortify the dragon. Excellent. Chu Yunhong nodded, harboring a small sense of anticipation. Eager to witness the intricacies of the Qian technique for dragon fortification, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, still somewhat apprehensive, fully aware that this matter was intertwined with the Jiuju lineage. If those esteemed practitioners of Yin-Yang Feng Shui were to discover who had dismantled their malevolent scheme, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking the demise of the one responsible. General, the matter of my employing the dragon armor to dispel the heavenly slaughter is not to be disclosed to anyone. Chu Yunhong, aware of Li Chengfeng's concerns, casually remarked, "Wouldn't that be too much of a burden for you? This is a significant achievement, not to mention the billion-dollar project at stake. Do you not desire it?" Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, pondering that while he might feign disinterest, the truth was he dared not covet it. He maintained an air of detachment, professing, "Wealth and fame are but ephemeral. As a Feng Shui master, safeguarding the dragon veins of Huaxia is my greatest honor." "Well said. I am proud to have such a young man like you representing Huaxia," exclaimed Chu Yunhong with fervor. Despite Li Chengfeng's outward indifference, his heart ached at the loss of the billion-dollar project. Completing the project would have netted at least several billion. The thought was painful. To preserve his life, he had to relinquish it, for he had no desire to be hunted by those formidable Feng Shui masters, who were capable of anything. Some matters are inescapable, and Li Chengfeng would eventually confront those eminent practitioners, journeying to distant islands to disrupt their dragon vein Feng Shui, engaging in a life-and-death contest, ultimately shattering their national fortune. This might very well be Li Chengfeng's destiny. Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng with a complex expression, unable to restrain himself from asking a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Young brother, could you enlighten me on your relationship with Li Tianqing?" The sudden inquiry startled Li Chengfeng, who blinked in surprise. He had anticipated Chu Yunhong's suspicions regarding his identity, since the question was posed so directly. He chose not to continue concealing the truth. "General, to be candid, Li Tianqing is my grandfather." Chu Yunhong paused momentarily. Having already suspected a connection between Li Chengfeng and Li Tianqing, he had long wished to inquire, but had never found the opportunity. A young man in his 20s, exhibiting such exceptional mastery of Qian Feng Shui, surely had a distinguished mentor guiding him, and that mentor could only be Li Tianqing. Only he could cultivate such an extraordinary talent in Feng Shui. Despite his prior suspicions, the revelation stirred profound excitement within him, as if he had encountered an old friend. Tears welled in Chu Yunhong's eyes as he grasped Li Chengfeng's hand, asking with fervor, "Young brother, how is your grandfather's health?" Now that the truth was out, and seeing Chu Yunhong still refer to him as young brother, Li Chengfeng felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly responded, "General, you may call me Chengfeng from now on. I truly cannot accept the title of young brother. Ha ha, I have called you that for so long, it has become a habit. It is merely a title." Of no consequence, Chu Yunhong chuckled before inquiring further, "Young brother, please tell me, how is your grandfather's health?" "My grandfather is in excellent health." Chu Yunhong's genuine emotion revealed the depth of his bond with Li Tianqing, indicating a friendship that transcended mere acquaintance. Chu Yunhong's smile radiated brilliance. Although he had not located Li Tianqing, fate had serendipitously led him to his grandson. Holding Li Qingfeng's hand, he found himself increasingly fond of the young man and casually inquired, "Young brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Initially, Li Qingfeng nodded, only to subsequently shake his head, which evoked memories of his ex-girlfriend. He had devoted 3 years of university life to her, yet had received nothing in return. Only witnessing her frolic with a wealthy heir on the lawn. He still recalled her dismissive words, "You, poor wretch, are unworthy of me. Let us part ways." Observing Li Qingfeng's conflicting gestures, Chu Yunhong, somewhat impatient, pressed on, "Are you saying yes or no?" "No." "Ah, splendid," Chu Yunhong exclaimed joyfully, while Li Qingfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At over 20, he had yet to have a girlfriend, and here was this elder celebrating his single status. "Young brother, what do you think of my daughter Qingyan?" Li Qingfeng's eyes widened in realization of Chu Yunhong's intentions, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. This was a woman with a notorious propensity for violence, and he knew all too well that he could not hold his own against her. He hastily replied, "Old general, I am merely an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly be worthy of Miss Chu? Please, do not jest." Inwardly, he pondered the precarious state of Huangbu River's dragon vein, wondering how this old fellow could still be preoccupied with selecting a son-in-law. Despite Li Qingfeng's clear rejection of Chu Qingyan, Chu Yunhong remained undeterred, his smile unwavering. "What do you mean you are unworthy? You are more than sufficient for that troublesome girl. She is 32 this year and has never had a boyfriend. She's still a maiden, and I worry for her." Li Qingfeng was taken aback once more. He had not anticipated that Chu Qingyan was already 32 and still unmarried. Given her striking beauty and privileged background, he presumed she would have countless suitors among the wealthy and powerful. Little did he know, in the capital, Chu Qingyan was regarded as a formidable enchantress, with no one daring to pursue her, let alone marry her. Men who had attempted to court her had been left battered and bruised, lamenting their misfortune. Among the elite circles, a saying circulated, "Better to marry an old sow than to wed Chu Qingyan." Faced with such a violent woman, no matter her beauty, Li Qingfeng felt compelled to decline once more. "Old general, I am only 22. I fear I am not a suitable match for Miss Chu." Chu Yunhong huffed indignantly, displeased that Li Qingfeng seemed to reject his daughter based on her age. "What is unsuitable about it? Although my Qingyan is a bit older, she appears even younger than you." Li Qingfeng was at a loss for words, caught between the irked Chu Yunhong and his own desire to refuse gracefully. Chu Yunhong, now visibly upset, felt that his earnest attempt to introduce his daughter had been met with disdain, a blow to his pride. What had begun as a pleasant encounter had escalated into a standoff, one eager to offer his daughter, the other adamantly refusing. As Chu Yunhong's anger seemed imminent, the door was unexpectedly pushed open, and Chu Qingyan cheerfully entered the room, followed closely by Wang Bin, who wore a look of grievance while carrying several bags. With a bounce in her step, Chu Qingyan entered the room like a youthful girl, defying her true age of 32 and still unmarried. It is often said that there are many unmarried women in the capital, and this assertion holds true. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless young woman was, in fact, a martial arts expert with a propensity for violence? Upon entering, she made a delightfully cute expression and beamed at Chu Yunhong, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm back." Seeing his daughter return, Chu Yunhong's face lit up with a radiant smile as he hastily said, "Qingyan, come here quickly. I want to introduce you to a young man." "Uft, what young man?" Chu Qingyan's handsome face displayed a look of confusion as she touched Chu Yunhong's forehead, then her own. "Dad, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm not," Chu Yunhong replied with a serious demeanor. "Qingyan, what do you think of this young man? I'd like to introduce him to you as your boyfriend." When Chu Qingyan grasped her father's intention, her previously adorable demeanor transformed. Her eyes widened in disdain as she retorted, "Dad, are you out of your mind? You want me to date this bumpkin?" Such language. Chu Yunhong felt utterly helpless against his daughter's outburst. Chu Qingyan unleashed a torrent of profanities directed at Li Qingfeng, nearly exhausting every vulgar term from the dictionary. Li Qingfeng stood there, bewildered. Anyone who dared to marry her would surely face a living nightmare. Chu Yunhong felt embarrassed, realizing that his daughter's reaction was far more intense than he anticipated. It seemed that any hope of bringing the two together was futile, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "Forget it. Let us act as if I never said anything." He quickly pulled Chu Qingyan away from Li Qingfeng's room. Once they departed, Wang Bin stared at Li Qingfeng and remarked in an exaggerated tone, "Qingfeng, I dare you to bet me. Anyone who marries this woman will have their ancestral grave desecrated. Li Chifeng took a deep breath, thankful that Chu Qian had only used her words and not her fists. He harbored no interest in her whatsoever and felt his legs weaken at the mere sight of her, terrified at the prospect of sharing a bed with such a woman. Outside, the rain continued to fall as Li Chifeng, deep in thought, approached the window to gaze outside, worried about the situation. The water dragon energy of the Huangbu River was already affected by ominous forces. If the dragon vein of the Huangbu River was not protected soon, and the two spiritual dragons transformed by the winds and water were slain by the military blades formed from the malevolent energy, the repercussions would not only impact Haicheng's economy but could also lead to a catastrophic flood. The consequences were truly unimaginable. Li Chifeng longed to use his esoteric arts to shield the dragon vein of the Huangbu River immediately, but regrettably, he would have to wait until the day of the 5 emperors. Li Chifeng stood by the window for an extended period. Yet he did not witness the return of the 2 divine dragons. They must have sustained considerable injuries. A tempest raged for an entire day and night, inundating many roads in Haicheng, rendering automobiles immobile and inconveniencing the populace. This was indeed a harbinger of a catastrophic deluge. On the following morning, the fierce winds and torrential rain gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the eastern horizon lightened, heralding the sun's emergence. The sunlight was poised to illuminate the sword tower, while the celestial blade was slowly coalescing in the air, taking on a form reminiscent of a sword. A medium-sized pleasure boat was anchored in the Huangbu River, facing the blade of the sword tower, clad in the ceremonial garb of a spiritual officer, complete with a matching cap and boots. This marked Li Chifeng's inaugural donning of such attire. Invoking the 5 emperors was no trivial matter and demanded utmost seriousness. The spiritual officer's robes were the official attire of the heavenly official, categorized into various types, each representing a distinct identity within the Bureau of Celestial Observations. Standing on the deck, Li Chifeng gazed at the sword tower in the distance, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and disdain. Today, he intended to demonstrate to the esteemed Feng Shui masters of the Jiujuan school who the true progenitor of the Feng Shui realm was. 5 offering tables adorned the deck, each holding a shrine dedicated to a deity. From left to right, the shrines of the Yellow Emperor, Xuanqiu, Emperor Ku, Tang Yao, and Yu Shun. In front of each table rested a bronze prosperity basin, totaling 5, each containing 10,000 coins of the 5 emperors, Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongjing Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. In order to retrieve the 5 emperors' shrines from the temple, Chu Yunhong had amassed 50,000 ancient copper coins, employing considerable manpower and resources. The vessel was not heavily populated. Apart from Li Chifeng, Chu Yunhong, and Wang Bin, there were also Hu Tiangang and Yang Wei from the Dragon Guardian Corps. To Li Chifeng's surprise, Chu Qingyan had also arrived, busily taking selfies with her phone aboard the boat. Observing Li Chifeng standing at the bow of the deck, Hu Tiangang could not suppress a smirk of disdain, laced with a hint of mockery, as he remarked, "Old General, do you truly place your faith in him? A mere fledgling. Can he truly summon the ancient 5 emperors to don armor for the dragon and dispel the heavenly blade?" Hu Tiangang did not believe that Li Chifeng could master the long-lost art of Qi Min to cloak the dragon, viewing him as little more than a charlatan, capable only of deceiving someone as muddled as Chu Yunhong. Although Hu Tiangang had encountered records of the Qi Min art in the nation's secret repository, they consisted only of brief passages, lacking detailed instructions for the ritual. Historically, Qi Min has been the most enigmatic of schools, with its techniques being nothing short of otherworldly. Regrettably, many of its practices have been lost to time. The exorcism techniques that remain today predominantly draw from the methods of the Qianmen school. Chu Yunhong smiled slightly. Had it been in the past, he would not have held much faith in Li Chifeng. However, knowing that his grandfather was Li Tianqing, he had great confidence in this young man and asserted, "I believe he can dispel the heavenly blade." Witnessing Chu Yunhong's admiration for Li Chifeng, Hu Tiangang felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. Chuxinhong's adoring gaze was fixed upon Li Chifeng. Then he glanced at the nearby Chu Qingyan, contemplating how splendid a pair they made, handsome and beautiful, a match made in heaven. He resolved to continue his efforts to bring them together when time permitted. Li Chifeng took a deep breath. It was his first time inviting the 5 emperors to don the dragon's armor, and he was uncertain of his success, hoping only for their divine protection. Under the watchful eyes of Chuxinhong, Hu Tiangang, Wang Bin, and Yang Wei, Li Chifeng presented 9 sticks of incense to each of the 5 great emperors, then approached the altar to perform the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. The emperor, as the true dragon's son, held the highest respect, necessitating 9 offerings of incense. While capturing selfies, Chu Qingyan inadvertently spotted Li Chunfeng and, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "What a farce, how embarrassing." In her eyes, his actions were comical, prompting her to activate her phone's video function to capture the spectacle. After completing his reverent ritual, Li Chunfeng began to weave intricate hand seals, his eyes gently closed, his feet shifting rhythmically. He alternated between invoking the celestial bodies and summoning the earth spirits, simultaneously reciting the incantations of the 5 emperors. As time passed, he leaped and danced, his hand seals transforming ceaselessly, his voice resonating with the divine chants of the 5 emperors. Yet, as 30 minutes slipped by, the surroundings remained tranquil, devoid of any sign of the emperor's descent. Observing Li Chunfeng's antics, Chu Qingyan approached Chuxinhong with evident disdain, exclaiming, "Father, do you see this? He is a lunatic. You would rather have me killed than consider him as my suitor." Chuxinhong's face betrayed his embarrassment. He offered a few words of consolation to Chu Qingyan, but his impatience was palpable. What was this fool doing? Half an hour had passed, and he was still dancing and singing at the bow of the boat. With no sign of any miraculous event, Hu Tiangang wore a mocking expression, understanding well that summoning the ancient 5 emperors was no simple feat. If Li Chunfeng could summon even the lesser 5 emperors, it would be impressive, yet aspiring to call upon the ancient ones was sheer folly. "This is nothing but a charlatan," he remarked derisively. "Old general, let us not indulge him further. No amount of his antics will summon the 5 emperors to don the dragon's armor. We should focus on how to dispel the heavenly calamity." Chuxinhong remained silent. Disappointment etched on his visage. As the sun began to rise, Li Chunfeng's promised miraculous technique showed no signs of response. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps it was all mere rhetoric. He sighed, feeling a blend of disappointment and reluctance to surrender, for this was his only chance. With a helpless gaze fixed upon Li Chunfeng, he pondered, "Can you truly deliver?" Wang Bin, anxious and unable to provide assistance, shared in the mounting tension. While Chu Qingyan expressed her contempt, Hu Tiangang mocked, Chuxinhong displayed disappointment, and Wang Bin wore an anxious countenance. On the tranquil surface of the water, a sudden gust of wind arose, and in an instant, 5 towering tornadoes, each approximately 10 meters high, materialized seemingly out of thin air, swirling and lifting droplets of water. Halting before the bow of the ship, although Chu Yunhong had witnessed fierce storms before, he was momentarily awestruck by the scene unfolding before him, only to be filled with exhilaration as he realized that Li Chunfeng had succeeded. Wang Bin's face radiated pride. "My brother is truly remarkable, able to summon tornadoes." Chu Qingyan was taken aback, for this bizarre occurrence was a first for her. What manner of sorcery was this? How could 5 tornadoes appear out of nowhere? To most, they merely appeared as 5 tornadoes, but to Hu Tiangang, who had opened the celestial eye, a different scene unfolded, accompanied by another kind of sound. Suspended within the swirling tornadoes were 5 imposing phantoms, the ancient 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor, Xuanqiu, Emperor Ku, Tang Yao, and Yu Shun. The 5 emperors bore solemn expressions, their statuesque forms radiating authority as their furious gazes fixed upon Li Chunfeng. One of the emperors thundered, "Impudent sorcerer, how dare you disrupt the procession of the 5 emperors? What punishment do you deserve?" Hearing this, Hu Tiangang was so frightened that he sank to the ground. Beside him, Yang Wei, perplexed, inquired, "Captain, what is wrong?" "No, do not speak," Hu Tiangang exclaimed, his countenance a mask of shock. He could scarcely believe that Li Chunfeng had indeed summoned the ancient 5 emperors. Who was this young man? So extraordinarily powerful? He had truly mastered the long-lost art of the Qian, employing it to don the dragonskin armor. How could this be possible? Li Chunfeng, with his eyes still closed, chanted the divine incantation of the 5 emperors, continuously altering his hand gestures. Suddenly startled by a voice from above, he shivered and quickly looked up, his heart racing in astonishment. Goodness, the ancient 5 emperors have truly arrived. To his surprise, the 5 emperors had come so swiftly that he was compelled to kneel upon the ground, performing the ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows before the emperors standing upon the tornadoes, offering 9 sticks of incense at each altar. The protocols for beseeching the 5 emperors to dispel malevolent forces were numerous. Any misstep could provoke their displeasure. Li Chunfeng did not dare to be careless, meticulously observing each step with utmost caution. While many practitioners of the esoteric arts sought the 5 emperors for exorcism, most would only dare to summon the Lesser Five Emperors. The so-called Lesser Five Emperors referred to the five Qing dynasty emperors, Xuanzhi, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing, and those who could summon them were exceedingly rare. After once again presenting 9 sticks of incense to each of the sacred emperors, Li Chengfeng took 3 steps back and knelt on the deck. His expression, one of profound reverence. Disciple of Qian, Li Chengfeng, humbly greets the 5 sacred emperors. I did not intend to disturb your sacred procession, and I beseech your forgiveness. The 5 ancient sacred emperors, upon observing Li Chengfeng's adherence to protocol and noting his attire resembling that of a spiritual official, softened their initially furious expressions. One of the sacred emperors spoke in a grave tone. To obstruct the procession of the sacred emperors is indeed a capital offense, yet, considering your understanding of the principles of yin and yang, your knowledge of divine regulations, and your status as a celestial official, we shall spare your life, for now. Another sacred emperor, with a serious demeanor, inquired, state your purpose for impeding the sacred emperor's procession, and speak truthfully. Li Chengfeng, not daring to delay, knelt upon the ground and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. The marauding island thieves sought to disrupt our great Huaxia, aiming to destroy our dragon vein with the ominous energy of the heavens and sever our Feng Shui, divine dragon. I beseech the 5 holy emperors to don armor for the dragon and protect Huaxia. Upon witnessing Li Chengfeng kneeling on the deck, addressing the 5 tornadoes, Chu Qingyan's face betrayed disdain and mockery. This lunatic truly excels at conjuring the supernatural. She then turned to Chu Yunhong, her expression grave. Father, this is nothing but a madman. I suggest we send him to the psychiatric hospital in Haiqing. Be silent. Though Chu Yunhong could not perceive the 5 emperors, only seeing the 5 whirlwinds, he surmised that the legendary 5 had indeed arrived. Chu Qingyan, feeling quite wronged, stepped back 2 paces, inadvertently finding herself beside Hu Tiangang, and spoke with a hint of irritation. Hu Tiangang, do you not think he is insane, bowing and kneeling to thin air? He is not insane. He is conversing with the ancient 5 emperors. Do not speak, lest you disturb them. Chu Qingyan remained unconvinced, her disdainful gaze fixed upon Hu Tiangang, thinking him yet another lunatic. Among those present, only Hu Tiangang, having opened his heavenly eye, could perceive the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, his heart was overwhelmed with shock, and his gaze towards Li Chengfeng transformed from mockery and contempt to one of reverence and admiration. After Li Chengfeng concluded his account, the ancient 5 emperors appeared visibly enraged. How dare they attempt to destroy our Huaxia dragon vein, sever our divine dragon? Truly audacious. As the holy emperor spoke, the sun had risen, casting the long shadow of a military blade once more upon the Huangbu River. The military blade, formed from the concentrated ominous energy, materialized above the Huangbu River, stretching hundreds of meters long and several dozen meters wide, magnified many times compared to the previous day. The ominous energy blade descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the Huangbu River, sending shockwaves through the waters. Simultaneously, from both Hashang River and Huangbu River, 2 divine dragons surged forth, emitting anguished roars as they twisted in the air. Their backs were riddled with wounds, bloodied and mangled, with crimson blood dripping from their injuries into the Huangbu River. The dragon energy was affected, causing the sky to darken with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling, and torrential rain pouring down in an instant. The 5 holy emperors, hovering above the tornadoes, looked upon the 2 divine dragons, battered and bleeding, their hearts seethed with fury. How dare they harm our Huaxia divine dragon? Li Chengfeng, witnessing the plight of the 2 dragons, felt a deep sorrow, bowing his head multiple times in supplication. Disciple Li Chengfeng humbly requests the 5 emperors to bestow upon me divine powers, to armor the dragon and protect our Huaxia dragon vein. Granted. The 5 holy emperors responded in unison. With a wave of their grand sleeves, 5 distinct colors of imperial dragon energy descended into the treasury, causing the 5 emperor coins within to radiate with 5 different hues of light. He hurriedly bowed in gratitude, and the 5 holy emperors regarded the prostrate Li Chengfeng with nods of acknowledgement before vanishing without a trace. The 5 holy emperors arrived on the winds and departed with the breezes. Li Chengfeng hastily rose from the ground, gazing at the 2 divine dragons not far away, who were rolling and tumbling, occasionally emitting piercing roars. Not daring to delay even for a moment, he shouted towards the 2 majestic dragons, great dragon lords, could you please come over here? Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's call, the dragons, enduring their pain, swiftly approached and circled around the boat. Hu Tiangang was taken aback by this scene, utterly astonished that these two dragons were actually responding to the boy's command. Chu Qingyan, feeling exasperated, thought to herself that this was indeed a lunatic. Regardless of her father's approval, she would ensure he was sent to a mental health facility once they reached shore. Above the Huangpu River, a military blade formed from the sinister energy descended from the heavens, striking down towards the Huangpu River once more. Simultaneously, Li Chengfeng formed hand seals with both hands, continuously changing them while reciting incantations. Heavenly azure, earthly spirit, ancient imperial sects, eternal clarity, imperial edicts of the 5 emperors. Armor the dragons, rise. As the word rise fell from his lips, Li Chengfeng executed the 5 emperors technique, pointing towards the 5 wealth pots before him. The 5 emperors' coins, infused with imperial energy, appeared to gain life, soaring out of the wealth pots. They flew towards the 2 dragons in the sky, adhering to their bodies. In a matter of moments, the dragons were enveloped by the 5 emperors' coins. The wounds on the dragons' bodies, healed by the restorative power of the imperial energy, vanished instantaneously. Then, with a flash of golden light, the 5 emperors' coins on the dragons radiated a resplendent multicolored glow, merging together to form golden armor that enveloped the 2 dragons. At the same time, the military blade, composed of sinister energy, struck down heavily upon the Huangpu River, yet this time, the dragons did not emit any pained roars. As the blade struck the river, a sudden radiance of multicolored light erupted from the river's surface, causing the military blade, formed from sinister energy, to be shattered instantly. Utilizing the 5 emperors' dragon energy to counter the heavenly blade of destruction and protect the dragon vein of Huangpu River, Li Chengfeng succeeded. Observing the dispersal of the heavenly blade, a smile graced his lips. After circling the small boat for a while, the 2 dragons landed at the bow, nodding their heads thrice in gratitude for his protective efforts. Li Chengfeng smiled gently and replied, "Great dragon lords, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty to assist you." The dragons nodded once more and then looked up towards the sky, where the military blade of sinister energy reformed. Both dragons emitted furious roars, soaring into the air to confront the blade. With the protection of the 5 emperors' energy, the 2 colossal dragons appeared as if endowed with divine support, effortlessly dispersing the sinister energy. Hu Tiangang was left speechless, having witnessed the entire spectacle with clarity. His astonishment lingered long after. Chu Qingyan and Chu Yunhong also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes as they fixed their gaze on the empty wealth pots. Although they could not see the dragons, they could see the copper coins. Just moments ago, the coins in the wealth pots had inexplicably flown into the air, forming the shape of a dragon, and then, after emitting a dazzling multicolored light, 50,000 copper coins vanished without a trace. Where had those coins gone? How could they have disappeared into thin air? Li Chengfeng's enigmatic and unfathomable abilities profoundly astonished the onlookers. After approximately 2 minutes, Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin gradually regained their composure. Their minds were filled with the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed, the sudden emergence of 5 tornadoes and the copper coins that vanished into the sky. The entire occurrence was incredibly magical and bizarre, leaving them utterly bewildered. How could he have achieved such a feat? Was it mere sleight of hand? Chu Qingyan, holding the treasure basin, pondered for an extended period, theorizing that there might be a mechanism within the basin that propelled the 5 imperial coins outward. However, after extensive scrutiny, she was unable to discern any such mechanism. The most astonished among them was Hu Tiangang, who had personally witnessed the miraculous event. Despite being a member of the Dragon Guardian and having encountered numerous extraordinary phenomena on Kunlun Mountain, this was the first time he had witnessed someone commanding the divine dragon through the edicts of the 5 emperors. Although they had successfully safeguarded the Feng Shui dragon vein of Huangpu River, the threat posed by the military knife building had not been entirely alleviated. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the military knife building in the distance, determined to completely neutralize the Tianzhan Sha by erecting another skyscraper. As the sun rises in the east, the shadow of the military knife building threatens the Huangpu River, severing its Feng Shui dragon vein. Conversely, as the sun sets in the west, the shadow casts upon the Qinjiazui economic center, disrupting the flow of water dragon energy. Consequently, the water dragon energy drawn to Qinjiazui by the northern pearl would be scattered by the Tiansha energy, directly impacting the economy of Qinjiazui and its surrounding populace. This exemplifies the insidious nature of the double knife holding the sun Feng Shui scheme. one strike against Huangbu River and another against Qinjiazui. The malice of the Jiujuan elite Yin-Yang Feng Shui master is truly treacherous. The renowned Feng Shui masters of Huaxia had long recognized this. And the so-called national-level billion-dollar project was aimed at constructing a skyscraper in Haiqing to utterly dismantle the Tianzhan Sha of the military knife building. Upon returning to the Sijuria Hotel, Chu Yinhong found Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming waiting outside his room, both holding folders in hand. Upon seeing him return, they hurriedly approached with respectful expressions. "Old General, you have finally returned. Where have you been so early in the morning? We have completed the designs for the skyscraper and would like your opinion on which design to select." Having successfully mitigated the threat to Huangbu River's Feng Shui, Chu Yunhong's spirits were elevated, and he nodded with a smile at the two men. "All right, please come in." Upon entering the room, the two eagerly opened their folders, laying out the blueprints before Chu Yunhong for his review. Although he was not well versed in Feng Shui, he glanced at the designs briefly before passing the blueprints to Hu Tiangang. Hu Tiangang took the blueprints and examined them meticulously. There were three primary designs: the Zunibing sword, the Konglong mace, and the Jingang shield, each employing methods to counter the Tianzhan Sha. Each design was remarkably flawless. The Zunibing sword boasted a sharp edge. The Konglong mace was versatile for both offense and defense, and the Jingang shield was impervious. Gazing at the three architectural designs before him, Hu Tiangang silently praised their brilliance, knowing that any of these designs, once constructed, would effectively counter the Tianzhan Sha of the military knife building. As Hu Tiangang stood in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating which design scheme to adopt, Li Chengfeng, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. "None of these three designs are viable. They are all fundamentally flawed." Li Chengfeng expressed his exasperation, recalling that just days before, he had cautioned them in a meeting that employing a method to counteract the Tianzhan Sha would be utterly ineffective. Yet, these two old men obstinately persisted with the misguided approach of using Sha to combat Sha. Were this on foreign soil, particularly in a nation like Japan, Li Chengfeng would have readily acquiesced. However, this was the heart of China, its economic center, and such a foolish method was inexcusable. Li Chengfeng's remarks undoubtedly provoked the ire of Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming, who rose in indignation, glaring at him with fury. "Who do you think you are to declare our meticulously chosen Feng Shui design as inadequate?" Lu Ziming turned to Hu Tiangang, adopting a commanding tone. "Who? Expel him from here. I do not wish to see him, nor do I want to hear his voice." At this, Li Chengfeng merely smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he gazed at Hu Tiangang, eager to see how he would respond. In days past, Hu Tiangang would have unhesitatingly cast Li Chengfeng out. But having witnessed his extraordinary skills so potent that even two divine dragons heeded his commands, who would dare to show him disrespect now? Chu Yunhong also exhibited a trace of displeasure. To him, Li Chengfeng was not just a national treasure, but also his future son-in-law. The audacity of Lu Ziming to suggest expelling his daughter's fiancé infuriated him. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Hu Tiangang abruptly stood up and bellowed. "You impertinent fool! How dare you speak to Mr. Li in such a manner? Apologize to him at once." Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were taken aback, bewildered by Hu Tianggang's unexpected fury, and asked in confusion, "Who? Are you referring to us or him as the impertinent fool?" "Naturally, I am referring to you." Lu Ziming was left utterly flabbergasted. Had Hu Tiangang lost his senses? He recalled that it was who had expelled Li Chengfeng from the meeting room just days prior. How could he now defend him? Anger washed over his face. "Hu Tiangang, have you lost your mind? I instructed you to throw him out. Why are you shouting at me?" "Shouting at you is a mere understatement. Consider yourself fortunate that I have not struck you," Hu Tiangang retorted fiercely. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, not expecting Hu Tiangang to defend him so ardently. Reflecting on the incident from days ago when he had been expelled from the meeting room, he realized how drastically circumstances had shifted. As the tension escalated, Chu Yunhong cast a disapproving glance at Lu Ziming, admonishing him, "Enough of this quarrel." With Chu's intervention, the two men reluctantly ceased their bickering. Hu Tiangang, however, left them with a final, resolute statement. "Mr. Li shall henceforth be my idol. Anyone who dares to show him disrespect shall be deemed disrespectful to me, Hu Tiangang. Anyone who disrespects Mr. Li should not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Hu Tiangang, are you out of your mind? We have been friends for over a decade. Not only do you refuse to support me, but you also choose to defend an outsider and confront me over it. What sort of absurdity is this? It drives me to madness." Lu Ziming was filled with anger. What on earth had transpired in just 2 or 3 days that Hu Tiangang had transformed into Li Chengfeng's sycophant? Had Lu Ziming witnessed the scene from this morning, he too might have succumbed to the role of Li Chengfeng's admirer. Qi Yunhong cast a satisfied glance at Hu Tiangang and then fixed a gentle gaze on Li Chengfeng. Speaking in a kind tone, "Young brother, could you enlighten us as to why these 3 Feng Shui designs are inadvisable?" Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were both bewildered and turned to Qi Yunhong, puzzled by the situation. Even the esteemed General Chu spoke to Li Chengfeng with such courtesy, adopting a seemingly obsequious demeanor. What exactly had occurred? It was truly unfathomable that 2 individuals of stature and standing would exhibit such reverence towards a young man devoid of status, background, or connections. Had the sun risen from the west today? Tian Guofeng was equally perplexed, mentally exclaiming his confusion. The sensation of being admired was undeniably exhilarating, and Li Chengfeng felt a sense of elation as he proceeded to articulate the drawbacks and implications of countering the Tianzhan Sha with itself. A few days ago, I mentioned in that meeting that opposing Tianzhan Sha with Tianzhan Sha would create a detrimental Feng Shui energy field radiating in all directions. The auspicious water dragon energy from the northern pearl leading to Qinjiazui would be adversely affected, bringing calamity to the surrounding businesses. The local populace would suffer as well, facing ailments or, in the worst cases, even death. Upon hearing this, the esteemed master of Yixue, Lu Ziming, responded with incredulity and a tone laced with sarcasm. "Nonsense. What do you mean by detrimental energy radiating in all directions? I have never even heard of such a concept." However, Tian Guofeng, a seasoned master of Feng Shui, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. The collision of 2 formidable Tian Sha energies would undoubtedly disperse into the surrounding area, exactly as Li Chengfeng had described. Realization struck him, and he regarded Li Chengfeng with astonishment. He then pulled Lu Ziming aside, adopting a serious demeanor. "Lu, he makes a compelling argument. If one were to counter Tianzhan Sha with Tianzhan Sha, it would indeed generate a harmful energy field radiating outward." His use of the phrase detrimental energy radiating in all directions is an understatement. It should be termed detrimental energy, severing in all directions. Once this energy field takes form, the nearby populace will be affected. Li Chengfeng cast an approving glance at Tian Guofeng, recognizing that this old fellow possessed some discernment. A few casual pointers had enabled him to grasp the gravity of the situation and to perceive the intricacies of detrimental energy, severing in all directions. With Tian Guofeng's insight, Lu Ziming began to comprehend the underlying issues but still wore a defiant expression. He fixed an unimpressed gaze on Li Chengfeng and retorted, "You claim our designs are flawed. Then what alternatives do you propose? If you can design a more perfect Feng Shui structure, I shall kneel and address you as my grandfather." Tian Guofeng had already discerned that this young man, Li Chengfeng, was no ordinary individual. He now understood why Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong held him in such high regard. The astute Tian Guofeng took a step back, refraining from further interjection. Lu Ziming possesses a rather obstinate character, with somewhat limited perceptiveness and an inability to read subtle social cues. He speaks his mind without restraint, often disregarding trivialities. Li Chengfeng, wearing a smile, shook his head with a sense of resignation, recognizing the old man's fiery disposition. Since Lu wished to acknowledge him as a grandfather, he decided to oblige. "Very well. I shall demonstrate to you what constitutes the pinnacle of Feng Shui architectural design." Contrary to expectations that Li Chengfeng would retreat in the face of difficulty, he surprisingly accepted the challenge. Lu Ziming let out a scoff, doubting that a mere youth, inexperienced and naive, could conceive a superior Feng Shui design than their own. He nonchalantly stated, "I will grant you 7 days. If you can produce a design that surpasses ours, I shall kneel and call you grandfather." Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, exuding an air of unshakable confidence, and boldly replied, "No need for 7 days. I shall present it to you now." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming could not contain his laughter, astonished by the audacity of the young man who claimed he could draft a Feng Shui design on the spot. "If you fail to deliver, you shall kneel and call me grandfather," he declared. "Agreed." Li Chengfeng maintained his smile, neither pleased nor angered, and nodded in affirmation. Chu Yunhong observed the unwavering confidence on Li Chengfeng's face and then turned to Lu Ziming, a hint of pity in his eyes. He thought to himself that engaging in a battle of wits with this young man would not end well for Lu. He had no inkling of the young man's remarkable abilities, and he would soon be regretting his challenge. Hu Tiangang was filled with anticipation. sensing that Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly astonish them once again, so he mentally prepared himself. Lacking paper and a pencil, Wang Bin hurriedly dashed out, returning after more than half an hour with the necessary supplies. Breathless, Wang Bin placed the paper and pencil before Li Chengfeng. Grasping the pencil, Li Chengfeng began to sketch and write on the paper. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang watched in eager silence, fearful of disrupting his creative flow. Tian Guofeng also felt a flicker of curiosity, eager to uncover the talents that warranted such respect from Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming regarded Li Chengfeng with a mocking expression, convinced that he could not possibly produce a comprehensive architectural feng shui design within such a short time frame. Time passed swiftly, and in a mere 20 minutes, Li Chengfeng completed his final stroke, a smile gracing his lips as he lifted his gaze and announced, "Done." Hearing those words, everyone rushed to examine the paper, revealing a design of a conical skyscraper with a spiraling ascent, complete with annotations indicating the angles of inclination and spiral. At the base was inscribed the characters for Qinglong position. Chu Yunhong scrutinized the sketch and displayed a look of disdain, questioning the aesthetic of such an unsightly structure. If a building like this were erected in Haiqing, it would surely invite ridicule, he thought, hastily shaking his head to dismiss the design. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he had hoped Li Chengfeng would unveil a more impressive feng shui design that would compel Lu Ziming to kneel and acknowledge him as grandfather. It now seemed that it might be Li Chengfeng who would end up kneeling. Chu Qingyan also joined the fray, and upon seeing the bizarre designs on the sketch, she mockingly exclaimed, "What on earth is this? It looks utterly unappealing." Hu Tiangang, initially shaking his head in regret as he beheld the design, thought to himself that Mr. Li was destined to fail. However, upon a second glance, despite having prepared himself, he was left utterly astonished. Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng, at first displaying disdain towards Li Chengfeng's design, believed it to be exceedingly unattractive. Yet, as they observed the marked positions of the azure dragon and the angles of the leaning building, their expressions of contempt gradually faded away, replaced by a growing sense of awe and admiration, their hearts racing with excitement. Though Lu Ziming was not a professional feng shui master, being an expert in I Ching, he understood that feng shui is derived from this ancient wisdom. Thus, mastering I Ching would naturally elevate one's feng shui skills. The two men gazed at the unsightly building on the sketch for a considerable time, silently marveling at the brilliance and profundity of the feng shui design. Just as Chu Yunhong anticipated that Li Chengfeng would kneel and call Lu Ziming grandfather, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Ziming suddenly knelt before Li Chengfeng, bowing his head twice and exclaiming with fervor, "Grandfather, I humbly acknowledge my defeat. Your feng shui design is truly remarkable, and I, Lu Ziming, am thoroughly convinced." Li Chengfeng was taken aback. This elder's straightforwardness was quite startling, and he hurried over to assist him in standing up. "Old Lu, I was merely joking. How can you take it so seriously? Please get up. You might shorten my lifespan." Yet, Lu Ziming remained resolute, kneeling with a serious demeanor as he declared loudly, "Grandfather, if you do not acknowledge me as your grandson, I shall remain here." Li Chengfeng was left speechless. This elder was not only straightforward but also exceptionally stubborn, unwilling to retract his words. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from making such a wager. This was a renowned master of traditional culture in the field of I Ching, kneeling before a young man and calling him grandfather. If this were to spread, it would surely astound his peers. Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin were all filled with confusion, utterly perplexed by the situation. Why would Lu Ziming willingly concede and praise the design when it was undeniably unattractive, resembling a child's haphazard doodle? Chu Yunhong, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Old Lu, this building is clearly drawn poorly. What is so profound about it?" "Be quiet. What do you know? Do not say my grandfather's work is ugly," Lu Ziming retorted angrily. The onlookers were at a loss for words. Lu Ziming's transformation was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Li Chengfeng, and now he was fiercely defending him, instantly becoming his ardent supporter. This man must be out of his mind, Chu Yunhong thought, bewildered by Lu Ziming's rapid shift in attitude towards Li Chengfeng. Tian Guofeng gazed at Li Chengfeng with astonishment. How could this young man, in just half an hour, create such an intricate feng shui architectural design? It was truly remarkable. Though the architectural blueprint may appear rather unappealing, it conceals profound principles of feng shui that compelled the esteemed master Lu Ziming to humbly yield and kneel before Li Chengfeng, addressing him as grandfather. With a flicker of disdain, Chu Yunhong cast an irritated glance at Lu Ziming before turning his inquisitive gaze towards Tian Guofeng, inquiring with palpable curiosity. Old Tian, what is the true nature of this matter? Taking a deep breath to steady his astonished demeanor, Tian Guofeng began to elucidate. While this design may seem unsightly, it is, in fact, the optimal Feng Shui configuration to counteract the lethal heavenly blade energy. The structure, resembling a spiraling dragon, ascends in an oval form, giving the illusion of rotation, with a distinct elevated segment at its pinnacle. Many may question the purpose of this protruding feature, yet if we envision the building as a coiling celestial dragon, this apex represents the dragon's head. The peculiar and unconventional shape of the edifice may bewilder the average observer, who might wonder why such an odd design was chosen and why the entire structure appears to twist and lean. However, those well-versed in Feng Shui can immediately discern the hidden nuances. This is indeed the most exquisite design to mitigate the heavenly blade's influence. Located in the auspicious green dragon position, the building is strategically placed to the southeast of the sword building, effectively shielding it from the morning sun, which would otherwise illuminate the sword building. Consequently, the Feng Shui configuration of double swords supporting the sun is rendered ineffective, leaving only the swords without sunlight to support them. As the morning rays fail to reach the sword building, the destructive heavenly blade cannot manifest, thus preserving the integrity of the Huangpu River's energy flow. Although the malevolent energy directed towards the Huangpu River has been neutralized as the sun sets in the west, its rays will inevitably strike the sword building once more, reviving the threat towards Lujiazui. It is at this juncture that Li Chengfeng's design of the tornado building plays a pivotal role. The spiraling ascent of the structure, akin to a divine dragon soaring into the heavens, generates a protective energy field that intercepts the lethal heavenly blade aimed at Lujiazui. This vortex, birthed from the celestial dragon's ascent, disintegrates the malevolent energy coalescing into a blade, casting it far beyond the clouds and preventing any adverse influence upon Lujiazui. Li Chengfeng's architectural vision not only successfully dismantles the double swords supporting the sun configuration, but also safeguards the economic vitality of Lujiazui and its surrounding populace. This is precisely why Lu Ziming conceded with humility, acknowledging the brilliance of this Feng Shui design. After absorbing Tian Guofeng's explanation, Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin appeared somewhat perplexed, yet grasped the essence that the building's design effectively dismantles the double swords supporting the sun arrangement. With a resigned sigh, Chu Yunhong conceded that while the building might be aesthetically displeasing, its ability to neutralize the Feng Shui dilemma rendered all other considerations trivial. Following a brief discussion, they all unanimously agreed to adopt Li Chengfeng's Feng Shui design, given that it was merely a rudimentary sketch. Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming would need to refine and elaborate on the design further. Lu Ziming gazed at Li Chengfeng with a serious expression and spoke respectfully, "Grandfather, this building is your design. You should name it." Li Chengfeng, feeling quite embarrassed, replied disdainfully, "Old Lu, could you please refrain from calling me grandfather?" Lu Ziming, unwavering in his stance, asserted, "No, I, Lu Ziming, am willing to accept my losses. From now on, you shall be my grandfather, and I shall be your grandson." His earnestness was unmistakable. Li Chengfeng, rendered speechless, found himself at a loss regarding how to handle this elderly man, silently hoping not to cross paths with him again. Tian Guofeng regarded Li Chengfeng with deep respect. "Young master, please bestow a name upon this building." At that moment, Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang also encouraged Li Chengfeng to name the edifice. Li Chengfeng, not one to evade the request, furrowed his brow slightly and pondered for a moment. "Let this building be named Haiqing Loyalty Mansion. What do you think?" Haiqing Loyalty Mansion. The crowd nodded in unison, voicing their agreement. "Very well. It shall be called Haiqing Loyalty Mansion." Thus, through collective deliberation, the design and name of the building were finalized. 3 months after the completion of the sword building, construction of Haiqing Loyalty Mansion commenced, enduring nearly a decade of trials and tribulations before it was finally inaugurated. Upon its completion, it ascended to the status of the tallest building in China, towering over 630 meters with a total investment nearing 15 billion. Today, the 3 skyscrapers that grace Haiqing are playfully referred to by the citizens of China as the 3 divine artifacts of Haiqing: the pagoda, the sword, and the tornado. Few are aware that this architectural marvel is the result of a fierce contest of skill between a renowned Feng Shui master and a top-tier Yinyang Feng Shui practitioner. Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming discarded the initial design drawings into the trash and clutched a rough sketch hastily drawn by Li Chengfeng as if it were a priceless treasure. They intended to refine this sketch into a detailed design, both eager to possess it. Ultimately, Lu Ziming prevailed in the tussle. Before departing, Tian Guofeng cast a respectful gaze toward Li Chengfeng and, in a tone filled with heartfelt gratitude, said, "Young master, today you have imparted upon me invaluable lessons. I wish to express my profound appreciation." As he spoke, he bowed deeply before Li Chengfeng and continued, "Your design not only salvaged Haiqing, but also saved countless lives. I extend my sincerest thanks once more." He bowed again, his admiration for Li Chengfeng genuine. Despite his youth, Li Chengfeng's mastery of Feng Shui was unparalleled. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Chengfeng hurriedly assisted Tian Guofeng to his feet and, with an air of righteousness, declared, "Old Tian, you flatter me. As a citizen of China, it is only right to safeguard the nation's dragon vein and serve our country." This statement earned Li Chengfeng renewed respect from both Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming, who marveled at his patriotic sentiments at such a young age. Truly remarkable. With reverence for Li Chengfeng, the two elderly men departed from the West Giri Hotel. Following the earlier events, Chu Yuhong regarded Li Chengfeng with even greater admiration, recognizing the young man's exceptional talent and contemplating how wonderful it would be if he were to become his son-in-law. He turned his gaze to Chu Qingyan beside him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. This insufferable girl, utterly lacking in sense. How could she overlook such an exceptional man before her, dismissing him as a mere rustic? It was truly alarming. To miss out on such a remarkable son-in-law. Finding another would prove exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunhong, the look in Chu Qingyan's eyes directed at Li Chengfeng had shifted from disdain and contempt to one brimming with curiosity. When a woman harbors curiosity towards a man, it is often a precursor to affection. While Chu Yunhong was lost in thought, contemplating how to make Chu Qingyan develop feelings for Li Chengfeng, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Upon answering, an apologetic voice emerged from the other end. "Old General, I regret to inform you that Sima Hong has escaped." "What? Sima Hong has fled?" As Li Chengfeng was about to depart, he caught wind of this alarming news and promptly halted, turning to face Chu Yunhong. Chu Yunhong, gripping his phone, spoke with palpable anger into the receiver. "What is your department doing? How could you allow Sima Hong to escape?" The voice on the other end sighed before continuing, "We underestimated the situation. Sima Hong is far from an ordinary person. He possesses remarkable skills and arcane abilities." A heavy sigh resonated from the phone before the voice elaborated. "The 4 men I dispatched to apprehend Sima Hong have all perished. Their deaths were exceedingly bizarre. One bore a smile, another wore a mask of terror, one was drenched in tears, and the last exhibited the most peculiar fate. He had extracted his own heart." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhong's aged face displayed a look of shock. For members of the Longmen 8 Bureau had perished under such strange circumstances. Who exactly was Sima Hong? After ending the call, he furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Each member of the Longmen 8 Bureau was extraordinary, whether they were martial arts masters, sorcerers, or individuals with unique abilities. The loss of 4 such invaluable assets was a significant blow to the nation. Noticing Chu Yunhong's troubled demeanor, Li Chengfeng inquired with a puzzled expression, "Old General, what happened? How did Sima Hong manage to escape?" Chu Yunhong succinctly recounted the details of the call. Both Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin, upon hearing this, were filled with shock and confusion. How had those 4 members of the Longmen 8 Bureau met their demise? Why were their deaths so bizarre? Li Chengfeng, his brows furrowing slightly, pondered the method Sima Hong had employed to eliminate the 4. Clearly, Sima Hong was not an ordinary adversary. Sima Hong's escape posed a significant threat to Li Chengfeng. If he truly was a top-tier Yinyang Feng Shui master, it would be impossible to conceal Li Chengfeng's use of Qian magic to safeguard the Longpu River's dragon vein. Li Chengfeng understood all too well that should this matter come to light, he would be relentlessly pursued by elite Yinyang Feng Shui masters. What could be done now? With Sima Hong having already fled, capturing him again would not be an easy task. Chu Yunhong's worried gaze shifted to Li Chengfeng as he resolutely stated, "Rest assured, my young brother, I shall certainly dispatch someone to ensure your protection. The adept geomancer, skilled in arcane arts, harms not through mere geography, but rather through sinister sorcery. Attempting to safeguard a target of such a practitioner through conventional means is, I must say, exceedingly arduous." Li Chengfeng feigned an air of indifference, scoffing lightly as he spoke. "Old General, There is no need for you to assign anyone to protect me. A mere mortal cannot shield me. I am eager to confront the esteemed geomancers of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage and witness their capabilities firsthand. Complaining serves no purpose, nor does fear. The escape of Sima Hong cannot be attributed to the Longmen 8th Bureau, as they too have sacrificed 4 of their members. The blame lies solely with Sima Hong's cunning nature. Since evasion is futile, one must face it with composure. Li Chifeng silently vowed that should the geomancers of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage dare approach, they would experience the formidable prowess of both esoteric arts and folk prohibitions. Chu Yunhong regarded Li Chifeng with admiration. This young man possessed both courage and determination, embodying true valor. Chu Qingyan observed Li Chifeng, this rustic fellow, and found him surprisingly brave. As Li Chifeng pondered how to contend with the pursuit of the 9 chrysanthemum geomancers, atop the military knife tower, Sato Masao was furiously roaring. After years of meticulous planning to sever the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River, he was on the brink of success when the ominous celestial energy was unexpectedly dispersed by 2 divine dragons. How could 2 dragons defy such malevolent forces? Even more perplexing was the phenomenon that when the celestial energy coalesced into a military blade and struck the Huangbu River, it emitted a radiant quintessence that instantly shattered the blade. What could possibly explain this? The Taishan warding stone and the Bagua dispelling mirror were powerless against the heavenly cleaving energy, which disintegrated upon impact, just when victory seemed assured. And the water dragon vein of the Huangpu River was about to be severed. Why did the heavenly cleaving energy lose its efficacy after a single night? In a fit of rage, Sato Masao hurled a priceless antique vase to the ground, bellowing in frustration. What treachery have those cunning Huaxia geomancers enacted upon the Huangbu River? I demand an investigation at once. I need to understand what transpired. His fury stemmed from another crucial reason. The military knife tower was a joint venture between the island nation and a certain Western country. If the military knife tower failed to sever the Huangbu River's dragon vein and did not yield the anticipated results, how could he, as the person accountable for this endeavor, justify it to the investors? How would he explain it to that Western nation? The consequences of failure were unbearable. He could face severe punishment. Even the demand for ritual self-disembowelment. The other members of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage were equally despondent. They had arrived at the military knife tower with high hopes, yearning to witness the severing of the Huangbu River's dragon vein and the slaying of the 2 divine dragons. To their astonishment, the heavenly cleaving energy could no longer affect the water dragon vein, a reality they found intolerable. After investing nearly 10 billion, the military knife tower had been painstakingly constructed, only to prove incapable of severing the dragon vein of the Huangbu River. A deep-seated frustration grew within them. Stepping forward, Tanaka Jiro bowed solemnly to Sato Masao and spoke in a grave tone. Sato Masao, rest assured, we shall investigate immediately. We will undoubtedly uncover the nefarious deeds of those despicable Chinese Feng Shui masters along the Huangbu River. Get out. As Sato Masao's furious gaze fell upon him, Tanaka Jiro was taken aback, and the other esteemed Inyang Feng Shui masters dared not linger, hastily exiting the room. Once everyone had been expelled, Sato Masao murmured to himself in a somber tone, those Chinese Feng Shui masters are utterly vile and shameless. What methods have they employed to neutralize the heavenly slaughter evil? Just as confusion clouded Sato Masao's face, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a figure strode in. Without raising his head, he bellowed, "Get out! Do you not comprehend my words?" The newcomer showed no intention of departing. Instead, he walked straight to Sato Masao's desk, fixating a mocking gaze upon him without uttering a word. Sato Masao, still looking down, felt a surge of anger. Who was this audacious individual that dared to ignore his commands? As he raised his head, he casually retorted, "Get out." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, recognition dawned upon him, and his words caught in his throat. His astonished gaze turned to the man before him, and he queried with a perplexed tone, "My lord, Shinkyu. What brings you here?" The individual referred to as Shinkyu, whose true name was Shinkyu Santaro, appeared to be in his 50s, standing below 1.7 meters tall, with an ailing demeanor. However, a glint of ferocity and anger shone in his eyes. He was, in fact, the unmasked Sima Hong. A flicker of fear crossed Sato Masao's eyes as he hastily rose and moved to the side, bowing deeply to Shinkyu Santaro, addressing him with utmost respect, "My lord Shinkyu. I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense, unaware of your esteemed presence." Stealing a glance at Shinkyu Santaro, Sato Masao, noted his pallid complexion and apparent frailty. Shinkyu Santaro, leaning heavily on the desk, expressed his displeasure with a feeble voice. Fool, hurry and fetch a doctor. Do you not see the injuries I bear? It was only then that Sato Masao noticed the grievous wound on Shinkyu Santaro's arm, where flesh had been torn away, exposing the stark whiteness of bone, with blood staining his entire arm. In astonishment, he inquired, My lord, how did you sustain such an injury? Clawed by someone. Enough with the trivialities. Summon a doctor at once. The sheer audacity of an individual capable of rending flesh from Shinkyu Santaro's arm with mere fingers was terrifying. Sato Masao, not daring to delay, promptly dialed a call for his personal physician to come to the office. Then, with a gaze full of respect, turned to Shinkyu Santaro, his face etched with confusion, and asked, My lord, what transpired? Who would dare to lay hands on you? My identity has been compromised. Last night, exceptionally formidable individuals sought to capture me, and I inadvertently sustained injuries in the process. Were it not for my deliberate display of vulnerability, causing them to underestimate me, you might not be seeing me here today. Shinmu Santaro inhaled deeply, a piercing pain radiating from his arm. The memories of the previous night still haunted him. The strength of those 4 individuals was truly terrifying. Had it not been for the ancestral techniques of the Shinmu family, he would have had no chance of escape. Among the 4, 2 practiced the eagle claw technique. Their martial prowess commendable. One of them employed a particularly bizarre method of attack. He brought his index and middle fingers together, placing them on his temples, and fixed his gaze on Shinmu Santaro, rendering him immobile. More astonishingly, with just a flick of his eyes and a slight toss of his head, Shinmu was sent flying into the wall. This manner of assault was unlike anything he had encountered in his years. It resembled the legendary powers spoken of in tales. The Longmen 8 Bureau truly lived up to its reputation as a mysterious organization within China, harboring such extraordinary individuals. Sato Masao, filled with confusion, inquired, Lord Shinmu, how did they uncover your identity? Who are these 4 individuals? Shinmu Santaro shook his head in resignation. He too was perplexed as to how his identity had been exposed. He was eager to uncover who had seen through his disguise. As for the 4 who had pursued him, he had already surmised that they were members of the enigmatic Longmen 8 Bureau. Soon, 5 doctors arrived at the office to tend to Shinmu Santaro's wounds. As they dressed his injuries, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he knew it, he coughed up blood onto one of the doctors. Shinmu Santaro had not only sustained exterior injuries but also suffered significant internal damage, a testament to the formidable strength of his assailants. Regrettably, they had met their demise. Seeing Shinmu Santaro spitting blood, Sato Masao, filled with concern, urgently suggested, Lord Shinmu, I must take you to the hospital. No need. Shinmu Santaro replied with a shake of his head, his eyes half closed as he reclined on the sofa. With a faint voice, he inquired, Was the water vein of the Huangbu River severed? As long as the dragon vein of Huangbu River is cut, my injuries will be worth it. Sato Masao hesitated, unsure of how to respond. If Shinmu Santaro were to learn that their meticulously orchestrated plan, which had taken over a decade and nearly 100 billion to realize, had failed, he would undoubtedly be unable to accept it. Noticing Sato Masao's silence, Shinmu Santaro opened his eyes and, with a hint of irritation in his tone, pressed him, Sato, answer me, was the water vein of Huangbu River severed by the Tian's Hansha? Under the pressure of Shinmu Santaro's inquiry, Sato Masao reluctantly confessed, Lord Shinmu, I regret to inform you that our plan has failed. What? You say our plan has failed? This is impossible, utterly inconceivable. Shinmu Santaro was agitated. He had spent over a decade in Haiqing to execute this plan, and its failure was beyond his capacity to bear. He abruptly pushed aside the doctor who was tending to his wounds and moved to the window, gazing towards the Huangbu River. In the air, the ominous energy of the Tian Sha manifested as a military blade, dissipated by 2 divine dragons. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Baka, Li Chunfeng, you detestable Huaxia man, it must be you. It must be you who employed the arcane arts to shield the dragon's armor over Huangbu River. Baka, I shall personally see to your demise. As Sato Masao listened to Shinmu Santaro's furious tirade, he inquired with perplexity, Lord Shinmu, who is this Li Chunfeng you speak of? And what is this dragon's armor technique? The dragon's armor is a method employed by Huaxia's geomancers to protect the dragon veins, and Li Chunfeng is likely a young practitioner of this art. Shinmu Santaro recounted the events of recent days. Upon learning that a young Huaxia Feng Shui master had dispelled the heavenly severing malevolence, Sato Masao too was consumed by rage. Baka, Li Chunfeng, daring to thwart our grand nation's plans. I shall ensure you find no rest in death." At that moment, as Shimu Santaro and Sato Masao seethed with anger, contemplating how to eliminate Li Chengfeng, the latter was seated in a military vehicle alongside Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a military base. Exiting the vehicle, they were greeted by two officers who saluted Chu Yunhong with precision, saying, "Welcome, General Chu, to conduct your inspection. Spare me the formalities." Chu Yunhong replied sternly, "Where are the 4 fallen soldiers? Take me to see them at once." The two officers, Qian Mo in his 30s and Tang Wen in his 40s, both members of the Longmen 8 Bureau, glanced at Li Chengfeng with curiosity. "Old General, who might this young man be?" "He is my security detail." Chu Yunhong hastily fabricated an excuse, as protocol forbade Li Chengfeng from entering the military base. Under the guidance of Qian Mo and Tang Wen, they soon entered a spacious room furnished with 4 beds, each draped with a white cloth concealing a corpse. "These are the 4 who were dispatched to apprehend Sima Hong last night." Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, Qian Mo, and Tang Wen entered the room, first removing their hats and rendering a standard military salute to the 4 bodies. Observing their solemnity, Li Chengfeng quickly raised his hand and attempted to mimic the salute. Though his execution was far from precise, Qian Mo and Tang Wen exchanged subtle glances, slightly furrowing their brows. Was he not General Chu's security detail? How could he not even perform a proper salute? Yet, out of respect for Chu Yunhong, they refrained from questioning further, understanding that there must be a reason for his presence. The group approached the first corpse, and Qian Mo took a deep breath before lifting the white cloth, revealing a body with an unsettling expression. Tang Wen beside him sighed, gazing at the lifeless form, tears welling in his eyes, struggling to contain his sorrow. "Old General, this brother's name was Zhang Tong. He was a martial arts master, his eagle claw technique formidable enough to shatter bricks with ease. It is a tragedy he fell in battle at the tender age of 26. Chu Yunhong too sighed deeply, his heart heavy with grief, and then inquired, "How did they meet their end? Have you uncovered the details?" "We suspect they fell victim to an illusionary technique. We found a powder in their nostrils, and upon testing, our technical department determined it possesses hallucinogenic properties," Qian Mo responded. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang nodded in agreement with the findings of the technical department. Observing the strangely contorted corpse, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, recalling something his grandfather had once mentioned, and said with a serious expression, "This is not right. If they were merely ensnared by an illusion, it would not necessarily lead to death, let alone such a peculiar demise." At the same moment, Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang cast their gazes toward Li Chengfeng, while Qian Mo and Tang Wen also appeared intrigued. His assertion seemed quite reasonable. Even if they had fallen victim to an illusion, death was not a guaranteed outcome. Most likely, they would simply be entrapped within the illusion. Qian Mo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "If being ensnared by an illusion does not guarantee death, then how did they die?" "They must have succumbed to the malevolent death spell of the Shu family from the island nation," Li Chengfeng elucidated. The death spell is a form of sorcery, first recorded in Huaxia as the death incantation, and is considered a forbidden practice among the folk traditions of the region. During the Tang dynasty, it was brought back to the island nation by the sorcerer Shu Chuan, who was renowned for his magical prowess. He further refined the death incantation, amalgamating sorcery, illusion, and hypnosis to create the death spell. Those afflicted by it would meet with bizarre and untimely ends, and the death spell became a closely guarded secret of the Shu family. Tang Wen, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "How do you know all this?" "I read about it in a book." Li Chengfeng did not disclose the entire truth. His knowledge of the death spell stemmed from his grandfather's warnings about the formidable Shu family, cautioning that one must exercise utmost caution when encountering them. As Li Chengfeng continued to probe, his grandfather's eyes welled with tears, a sorrowful expression crossing his face, as he lamented, "Their deaths were horrendous, truly horrific." Some wept. Others laughed, some bore twisted visages, and others even gouged out their own hearts. At that moment, Li Chengfeng was left wondering how his grandfather had come to know of the Shu family and their death spell. It was only after learning from Chu Yunhong that his grandfather had once ventured to the island nation to dismantle the Feng Shui of the 8 Directions Tower that he recalled his grandfather's past words. Now, in light of the 4 individuals' bizarre deaths, they mirrored exactly what his grandfather had described. Thus, Li Chengfeng surmised that they had indeed fallen prey to the Shu family's death spell, and that Sima Hong was likely one of their kin. It dawned on him that the pain his grandfather harbored about those memories was the reason for his reluctance to speak further. His grandfather, along with the Grand Master and nearly 100 Taoist priests from Tianqing Temple, must have battled the Feng Shui family during their endeavor to dismantle the Eight Directions Tower, with many of the priests perishing at their hands. Li Qingfeng was consumed by a desire to know what his grandfather, the Grand Master, and the 100 priests had encountered during that ill-fated expedition to the island nation. Ultimately, only his grandfather and 2 young priests returned to Huaxia. In that moment, as Li Qingfeng contemplated his grandfather's anguish, he wished fervently to spare him from revisiting those painful memories. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and Tang Wen exchanged subtle smiles, albeit faint, yet tinged with a sense of mockery. How absurd it was that he would dare to recount such tales gleaned from books. It was indeed laughable. Yet due to Chu Yunhong's presence, they refrained from expressing their disdain overtly. The remaining 3 corpses were a sight that Chu Yunhong wished to avoid. Witnessing the tragic demise of his subordinates only filled him with sorrow. With a countenance marked by fury, he declared, "No matter what, we must ensure that Sima Hong meets his end." "Indeed," replied Qin Mo and Tang Wen in unison, as Qin Mo covered the body with a white cloth once more. A sudden chill swept through the room, causing the cloth draped over Zhang Tong's corpse to be whisked away. The group was startled, the windows were shut, and the door was closed. Where could this gust have come from? Li Qingfeng, taken aback, turned his gaze toward Zhang Tong's body. As the cloth was completely blown off, he realized that a piece of flesh was still attached to his fingernail. There were no visible wounds on Zhang Tong's corpse. Whose flesh could this possibly be? He mused that if this flesh belonged to Sima Hong, it would be fortuitous. Though Qin Mo and Tang, when hailed from the Longmen 8 Bureau, they were not practitioners of the mystical arts and had never opened their heavenly eyes. However, Li Qingfeng and Hu Tiangang had, granting them the ability to perceive what others could not. Following the eerie gust, they both beheld 4 phantoms materializing beside the corpses, who then performed a precise military salute toward Chu Yunhong and the others before vanishing into thin air. Noticing the peculiar expression on Hu Tianggang's face, Chu Yunhong, puzzled, inquired, "What transpired?" "Just now, those 4 brothers returned and saluted us," Hu Tiangang replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Although Qin Mo and Tang Wen could not see, they listened intently, their belief unwavering. They solemnly raised their hands and returned the salute to the 4 corpses. Qin Mo and Tang Wen approached to cover Zhang Tong with the white cloth again when Li Qingfeng hurried over, curiosity etched on his face. "Brothers, whose flesh is this on his hand?" It was then that Qin Mo noticed the small piece of flesh clinging to Zhang Tong's fingernail. Overcome with guilt for not having removed it during the body's examination, he responded, "This flesh likely belongs to Sima Hong." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Brother Zhang Tong practiced eagle claw technique. This flesh must have been torn from Sima Hong. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. Had he not inquired, he would have missed this crucial piece of evidence. Indeed, it was Sima Hong's flesh. He produced a tissue and carefully removed the flesh from the fingernail, which measured approximately 1 centimeter wide and 3 centimeters long. Gazing at the flesh, Li Qingfeng spoke with grave seriousness. "With this, it should suffice." Contemplating the arcane art of shedding skin, he resolved that Sima Hong would pay dearly. After meticulously wrapping Sima Hong's flesh, Li Qingfeng addressed the 4 corpses with solemnity. "Brothers, although I do not know you, I shall avenge your grievances. Sima Hong must perish." Qin Mo and Tang Wen exchanged glances filled with mockery, wondering what this audacious young man was attempting. Had he not been brought by Chu Yunhong, they would have wanted to strike him for his pretentiousness. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang wore expressions of confusion, wondering what scheme Li Qingfeng was concocting to eliminate Sima Hong. Qin Mo, curious, inquired, "General, who exactly is he? He seems quite formidable." "He is my son-in-law. Is it not acceptable for him to be impressive?" Chu Yunhong casually replied. Qin Mo and Tang Wen were taken aback, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded Li Qingfeng. This young man was not merely impressive, he was truly remarkable. Bold enough to pursue Chu Qinyan. As Li Qingfeng approached Chu Yunhong, he noticed Qin Mo and Tang Wen observing him with peculiar expressions. He touched his face and wiped the corners of his eyes, wondering if there was something amiss. Chu Yunhong, observing the tissue in Li Qingfeng's hand, inquired with confusion. "Little brother, what do you intend to do with that?" The moment Qin Mo and Tang Wen heard Chu Yunhong address Li Qingfeng as little brother, they were utterly befuddled. What was happening? Why was Chu Yunhong speaking to his son-in-law so casually? Their understanding of familial hierarchy was clearly muddled. Li Chengfeng unfurled the tissue, revealing a small piece of flesh, and declared solemnly, "I intend to use this piece of flesh to avenge these four brothers by eliminating Sima Hong." As members of the Longmen 8 Bureau, Qin Mo and Tang Wen had encountered many extraordinary individuals and masters of the mysterious arts. However, they had never before heard of someone as formidable as Li Chifeng employing merely a piece of detached human flesh to bring about another's demise. They struggled to suppress their laughter, yet their expressions bore a hint of derision, thinking that General Chu's son-in-law must be somewhat unhinged. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang, however, remained perplexed. Having witnessed Li Chengfeng's prowess, they understood he was not one to make idle claims, drawn in by the confidence radiating from his countenance. Hu Tiangang, intrigued, asked, "Mr. Li, is it not a bit absurd to think that this mere piece of flesh could be used to kill Sima Hong?" Qin Mo and Tang Wen again displayed their puzzlement. Why was Hu Tiangang addressing him as Mr. Li? At over 40, Hu Tiangang was a key member of the Hulong Guard, dedicated to safeguarding the dragon veins of Kunlun Mountain, possessing profound mastery of esoteric arts. It was astonishing that such a formidable figure would refer to a mere youth as Mr. They understood well that Hu Tiangang would not casually address a junior in such a manner. Pondering the young man's true significance that commanded such respect from both Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong, with unwavering confidence, Li Chifeng asserted, "It is not absurd at all. If this piece of flesh was indeed torn from Sima Hong, I can make him suffer a fate worse than death. What method do you possess to ensure that with just this piece of flesh?" Qin Mo and Tang Wen questioned, their faces a canvas of skepticism, initially reluctant to elaborate. Li Chifeng recognized that the ensuing events would require their assistance, thus he began to explain. "Have you ever heard of the art of shedding skin?" Upon hearing the term peeling technique, Hu Tiangong's astonished gaze fixed upon Li Chifeng. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he possess the long-lost esoteric art of dragon armor, but he also wielded the arcane and forgotten peeling technique. As a member of the nation's clandestine organization, the Dragon Guard, Hu Tiangang frequently frequented the Secret Collection Museum, which housed numerous ancient texts documenting various lost folk sorceries, malevolent arts, and witchcraft. He had previously encountered references to the peeling technique in the compilation of the 10 Great Malevolent Arts of Huaxia, which merely cataloged the names and origins of these dark arts, omitting their methods. The peeling technique first emerged during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, when sorcerers, in pursuit of a flawless beauty's skin for crafting soul-consoling drums and soul-binding lanterns, devised the gruesome practice of peeling living flesh. Its methods were horrifically cruel, thus earning its place among the 10 great malevolent arts of Huaxia. Due to its extreme brutality, it was classified as a forbidden folk art, and fortunately, it had been lost by the Tang dynasty. How could Li Chengfeng possibly know of this long-forgotten malevolent art? Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Chu Yunhong were all visibly perplexed. Despite their years, it was the first time they had heard of the peeling technique. With an expression of curiosity, Chu Yunhong inquired, "Young brother, you mean to say that this peeling technique can truly bring about Sima Hong's demise, rendering him worse than dead?" Li Chengfeng nodded, a look of regret crossing his face as he replied, "To employ the peeling technique against Sima Hong, several additional components are required." Qin Mo and Tang Wen, filled with curiosity, pressed for details. "What else is needed?" "We also require Sima Hong's birth date and time, a snake corresponding to his birth details, as well as arsenic wine, arsenic powder, and a brush with cinnabar ink." Upon hearing that Sima Hong's birth date and a matching snake were necessary, Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang all sighed in disbelief. Acquiring these two items seemed utterly impossible. Qin Mo shook his head, stating, "Even if we were to employ certain means and connections to uncover Sima Hong's true identity and birth details, finding a snake that corresponds to his birth information is simply unfeasible." Tang Wen added with a hint of sarcasm, "Snakes do not speak, and no one records the birth dates of snakes. How could you possibly ascertain which snake corresponds to Sima Hong's birth details?" Disappointment shadowed the faces of Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong. They had initially believed that Li Chengfeng's claims about the peeling technique could indeed bring about Sima Hong's end. But it now appeared that he was merely boasting. The idea of locating a snake that matched Sima Hong's birth details was sheer folly. However, Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, fixing his gaze confidently on Qin Mo and Tang Wen. "Brothers, as long as you can uncover Sima Hong's birth details, I assure you I can find a snake that corresponds to them. Do not inflate your claims. Even if we discover Sima Hong's birth details, finding a corresponding snake is impossible." Both Qin Mo and Tang Wen expressed skepticism. Hu Tiangang glanced at the toilet paper in Li Chengfeng's hand, which contained a piece of flesh belonging to Sima Hong. In that instant, he comprehended that this piece of flesh was likely the key to locating the snake. Noticing the skepticism of the two, Li Chengfeng felt a sense of helplessness. Without Sima Hong's birth date, employing the shedding technique would render him worse than dead. It was utterly impossible. Without obtaining Sima Hong's birth date, all efforts would be in vain. Just as Li Chengfeng prepared to abandon the piece of human flesh and discard it, Chu Yinhong, with a grave expression, spoke up. "Qinemo, Tangwan, heed my command." The two promptly stood at attention, responding in unison, "Yes, General." With a serious demeanor, they added, "Please issue the combat orders. I command you to uncover Sima Hong's true identity and find his birthday within 3 days, by any means necessary." "Understood." Qinemo and Tangwan replied simultaneously. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, appreciating the cleverness of General Chu. He felt a small surge of emotion, realizing that the task bestowed upon Qinemo and Tang Wen was for his benefit. Li Chengfeng turned to the two brothers with earnestness, saying, "Brothers, Sima Hong may be a member of the Shenmu family. You should focus your investigation on the members of the Shenmu family and their immigration records. You ought to be able to uncover his birth date." "How do you know Sima Hong belongs to the Shenmu family?" "I deduced it," Li Chengfeng replied confidently. Qinemo and Tang Wen exchanged glances of disdain, thinking that this young man was audacious in his conjectures. After arranging everything, Chu Yunhong, with a solemn expression, declared, "All right, let us return." As Chu Yunhong and Li Chengfeng departed from the military base and made their way back to the Zhejiala Hotel, Hu Tiangang could no longer contain his curiosity and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Li, who exactly are you? How do you possess such long-lost techniques?" Chu Yunhong also regarded Li Chengfeng with intrigue, eager to understand how Li Tianqing had nurtured him to be so exceptional. Initially reluctant to answer, Li Chengfeng, seeing Hu Tiangang's profound respect, chose not to dismiss his inquiry and casually replied, "Because I am a disciple of the Qian sect, and the techniques of the Qian have been passed down through generations." "Qian?" Hu Tiangang pondered, as he did not possess extensive knowledge about it. The Qian sect is a highly mysterious faction, seldom mentioned in the secular world. Although both Qian and Shuimen belong to the Taoist tradition, they are distinct in their approaches. Qian techniques primarily focus on the unusual, while Shuimen practices revolve around the profound. As the saying goes, all methods adhere to their principles. Thus, Qian and Shuimen can be considered two branches of Taoism, albeit with differences in their practices. Shuimen emphasizes authentic teachings and cultivates the correct path of the Tao, commonly referred to as Taoists by the populace. In contrast, Qian revolves around the art of Qian, with many dark arts evolving from its techniques. In ancient times, those who practiced Qian were referred to as sorcerers by the common folk due to their focus on magical arts. In this contemporary era, the rarity of practitioners of the mysterious arts is attributed to a rather tragic historical circumstance. During the Tang dynasty, a master of the art inadvertently caused the demise of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, through a potion he had painstakingly concocted in pursuit of immortality. Consequently, the practitioners faced relentless persecution from the imperial family, leading to the near annihilation of their kind throughout the realm of Huaxia. Some, in a desperate bid for survival, fled to foreign lands, with the practices of sorcery and witchcraft in Southeast Asian countries being remnants brought over by these fleeing masters. Others sought refuge by either integrating into the mystical sects or adopting a reclusive lifestyle, shunning worldly affairs and dedicating themselves to the preservation of their ancient knowledge. They harbored hopes that one day, the school of the mysterious arts might rise again. However, since the devastating blows dealt during the Tang era, they have languished in obscurity. As a result, practitioners of the mysterious arts have nearly vanished from the land, leaving only Taoist priests to carry on the legacy. Chu Yinhong listened intently, struggling to fathom such a narrative from the Tang dynasty. The persecution of these practitioners is scarcely documented in history, with only the account of Emperor Taizong's demise by an alchemist as poison recorded. Who could have imagined that this was the principal reason for the disappearance of the practitioners? Even the driver bore an expression of shock, realizing why only Taoists exist in today's society, as the practitioners had been eradicated during the Tang dynasty. Hu Tiangang, as a member of the mystical sect, found this revelation enlightening. It was his first encounter with such a distinction between practitioners and Taoists. Many presume that practitioners are synonymous with Taoists, yet few understand the nuances that separate the two. Hu Tiangang expressed his sentiments, "Mr. Li, You have imparted yet another lesson today. I am truly grateful for your insights into the disappearance of the practitioners. Ah, no need for thanks. These tales are but my fabrications, so do not take them too seriously, Li Chengfeng replied with a smile, his throat parched from speaking for so long. He casually reached for a bottle of mineral water and, in a matter of moments, drained it completely. Hu Tiangang chuckled, fully aware that Li Qingfeng's words were not mere fabrications but rather a recounting of a lesser-known history. Those who revel in historical texts would likely discern that accounts of practitioners existed prior to the Tang dynasty, yet post-Tang, references to them are almost non-existent. Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Qingfeng with a hint of regret. This young man was indeed erudite and talented. How wonderful it would be if he were truly her son-in-law. Soon, the car came to a halt outside the Zhejiang Grand Hotel, where Li Qingfeng and Chu Yunhong disembarked, while Hu Tiangang continued on to another destination. The two walked towards the hotel, engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter and inquiries, blissfully unaware of the vehicle parked nearby, within which a pair of menacing eyes fixated on them. The occupants of the car were none other than Sato Masao and Kamiki Santaro. Masao Sato gazed at the silhouettes of the two individuals, his face etched with confusion as he inquired, "Lord Kamiki, is that young man the one who employed the art of Qian to shield the Yellow River's dragon vein, Li Chengfeng?" "Indeed, it is he." Lord Kamiki Satoru replied in a chilling tone, his desire to eliminate Li Chengfeng palpable. Alas, his injuries prevented him from employing lethal techniques, compelling him to bide his time until he regained his strength. Masao Sato continued, "That elder must be Chu Yunhong. I believe he has a daughter of exquisite beauty." "Quite right," Lord Kamiki Satoru casually acknowledged, suddenly realizing that the four members of the Longmen 8 Bureau could not have apprehended him without cause. There must have been a directive issued, likely from Chu Yunhong himself. Recalling the brash words he had uttered to Chu Yunhong at the Shangri-La Hotel, he understood that he had undoubtedly provoked the elder's ire, prompting him to send the Longmen 8 Bureau after him. A glint of malice flickered across Kamiki Satoru's face as he spoke with displeasure. "I see now. Those four who captured me were undoubtedly dispatched by Chu Yunhong. How vexing. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this." With a sinister smile gracing his lips, he commanded, "Chu Yunhong's daughter is indeed a beauty. Send a few men to capture her for me. I intend to teach her a lesson, a mere trifle for General Chu. Rest assured, my Lord Kamiki. I will arrange for her abduction immediately. In less than 3 days, Chu Yunhong's daughter will grace your bed." Masao Sato replied with a wicked grin before instructing the driver to depart. In the following 2 days, Li Chengfeng prepared the necessary items, vermilion, brushes, incense, and candles, awaiting the birth date and time of Sima Hong from Qin Mo and Tang Wan. However, after 2 days of anxious anticipation, no news arrived, leaving him perplexed as to what Qin Mo and Tang Wan were occupied with. Such a trivial matter should not require such an extensive delay. Each day that Sima Hong remained alive rendered Li Chengfeng increasingly restless, his discomfort mounting like needles in his back. Every moment he lived was fraught with peril. He recalled his grandfather's warning to exercise caution around the Kamiki family, a testament to the family's formidable reputation. Just as Li Qingfeng's impatience reached its zenith, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Chu Yunhong along with Qin Mo and Tang Wan. Startled by their sudden entrance, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, taken aback by their lack of decorum. Upon entering, Chu Yunhong greeted him with a warm smile. "Young brother, we have uncovered Sima Hong's true identity. He is indeed of the Kamiki lineage, his real name being Kamiki Satoru." To ascertain Sima Hong's authentic identity and birth details, Chu Yunhong had mobilized considerable resources. Qin Mo and Tang Wan, having scarcely rested over the past 2 days, bore the marks of exhaustion, bloodshot eyes, and pronounced dark circles. Yet, despite their fatigue, the respect they held for Li Chengfeng was unmistakable. A few days ago, before leaving, Li Chengfeng had informed the two that Sima Hong might be connected to the Shinshu family from the island nation, urging them to investigate the family's members closely. Initially, Qin Mo and Tang Wan were incredulous. In their eyes, asking them to probe into Sima Hong based on an unfounded conjecture felt like a jest at their expense. However, upon investigation, they soon discovered that the genuine Sima Hong had already been murdered, and the impostor had left no traces behind, rendering any inquiry futile. After spending a day and a night without any leads, they recalled Li Qingfeng's words and decided to examine the recent immigration records with a tentative hope. It was then that they swiftly uncovered information about Shinshu Santaro. At that moment, Qin Mo and Tang Wan finally grasped why Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang held such profound respect for him. Regarding Sima Hong's true identity, Li Chunfeng was indifferent. He merely wished to ascertain whether they had uncovered Shinshu Santaro's birth date and time, just as he was about to inquire. Qian Mo produced a document pouch and respectfully presented the contents to Li Chunfeng, stating in a tone of utmost reverence, "Mr. Li, here is the detailed information on Shinshu Santaro, along with his birth date and time. Please take a look." Li Chunfeng accepted the materials, glancing through them casually until his gaze settled on the birth date and time of Shinshu Santaro. Taking a deep breath, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he spoke with a fierce tone. "Shinshu Santaro, just wait for your demise." Chu Yinhong, Qian Mo, and Tang Wen were taken aback by his demeanor. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly harmless and timid Li Chunfeng could possess such a ruthless side? With the birth date and time in hand, Li Chunfeng promptly picked up his pre-prepared backpack and strode toward the exit, casually remarking, "Let us go summon the serpent." Qian Mo and Tang Wen, filled with anticipation, were eager to discover the method Li Chunfeng would employ to find a serpent corresponding to Shinshu Santaro's birth details. Chu Yunong, despite his age, followed closely behind, unwilling to fall behind even a step. As they exited the Sideria Hotel, they encountered Hu Tiangang, who had been diligently investigating Sima Hong's true identity over the past few days. Upon learning that the real identity of Sima Hong had been uncovered and that the birth date and time were secured, he hurried over, eager to discover Li Chunfeng's method for capturing the serpent. Seeing Li Chunfeng and his companions emerge from the Sideria Hotel, Chu Yunhong silently rejoiced for arriving in time, lest they miss the opportunity. Once they were in the car, Li Chunfeng casually inquired, "Old General, do you know where one might find serpents in Haicheng?" Chu Yunhong shook his head, admitting his ignorance on the matter. Qian Mo quickly replied, "To the east of our military camp, there is a vast reed marsh, teeming with snakes." The group then drove toward the location Qian Mo had mentioned. Not long after, they arrived at the lush reed marsh to the east of the military camp. As far as the eye could see, the verdant reeds swayed gracefully in the breeze, their white flowers dancing in the wind. A few individuals disembarked from the vehicle, and Li Chunfeng gazed contentedly at the expanse of reeds before him, knowing that such a dark and humid environment was the favored habitat of snakes. A smile graced his face as he casually remarked, "All right, let us summon the serpents." With that, he lifted the bag he had placed on the vehicle. Qian Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang exchanged glances, their faces reflecting concern. The vastness of the marsh made capturing a snake a formidable task, especially since the birth date of the snake must align perfectly with that of Shinmu Santalang. Who could possibly know which snake corresponded with Shinmu Santalang's birth date? Capturing such a creature would prove to be a challenge of astronomical proportions. However, with Li Chunfeng's words already spoken, the three had no choice but to proceed into the reeds, preparing to catch a snake for Li Chunfeng to identify which one matched Shinmu Santalang's birth date. Observing the trio as they ventured toward the marsh, Li Chunfeng inquired with a hint of confusion, "Gentlemen, what do you intend to do?" "We're going in to catch snakes," they replied. Li Chunfeng shook his head, a smile still lingering on his lips. "If you proceed in that manner, it would indeed be miraculous to catch a snake. Hurry back." The three men wore puzzled expressions. If they did not enter to catch snakes, how would they achieve their goal? Were they to wait outside for the snakes to emerge on their own? That seemed implausible. After all, snakes were not foolish creatures that would willingly expose themselves for capture. Little did they know, Li Chunfeng's approach was precisely what would coax the snakes to emerge, a method he referred to as summoning the spirit snakes. Chu Yunhong remained silent, his curiosity fixed on Li Chunfeng, who, bag in hand, turned to Qian Mo and Tang Wen. "Is there a land temple nearby?" "Yes, just over there," Qian Mo replied, gesturing toward a distant structure. Li Chunfeng turned to see a modest land temple about 200 meters away, standing roughly 1.5 meters high and measuring about 1 meter in length and width. It was constructed of gray bricks, topped with aged dark tiles that exuded a sense of history. With purposeful strides, Li Chunfeng approached the land temple, followed closely by Chu Yunhong and the others. This land temple had not seen worship or care for quite some time. The statues of the land deities were askew, and the incense burner lay shattered. Gazing at the figures of the land god and goddess, Li Chunfeng sighed, kneeling to right the statues before retrieving the sacrificial items he had prepared. He first lit 2 candles, placing them on either side of the temple. He then gathered a few handfuls of soil, placing them in the center, and lit 6 incense sticks, bowing 3 times before the temple. After inserting the incense into the soil, He burned some paper offerings in front of the temple and laid out some fruit before the deities. Once everything was set, Li Chengfeng knelt before the land temple. His demeanor reverent as he spoke slowly, "Grandfather land, grandmother land. I, Li Chengfeng, a disciple of the Qian, come to you with a request. I earnestly beseech you, grandfather and grandmother land, to manifest your spirit and lend me your assistance." Li Chengfeng bowed 3 times, and suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the land temple, giving rise to 2 small whirlwinds, thick at the top and tapering below, each approximately 20 centimeters in height. As dust swirled around, the whirlwinds abruptly burst apart, and before their eyes, an old woman leaning on a green wooden cane and an old man with a black wooden cane materialized from thin air. Due to Qin Mo and Tang Wen's inability to see the Earth God and Earth Goddess, they were oblivious to the events unfolding, feeling only a sense of bewilderment at the bizarre scene before them. How could those 2 sudden whirlwinds explode and then vanish? Observing the eccentric Li Chengfeng, they could only express their confusion. Was this truly a means to capture a serpent? Chu Yunhong, equally intrigued, yearned to understand what was transpiring but dared not interrupt Li Chengfeng. Hu Tiangang was astounded by the sudden appearance of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. What remarkable fate did Li Chengfeng possess, enabling him to summon deities successfully each time? At that moment, Hu Tiangang realized that Li Chengfeng was not seeking to capture a serpent, but rather to summon one. The Earth God and Earth Goddess govern their domain, ensuring the peace of all living beings within it. They possess an intimate knowledge of all creatures and flora, as well as the events that have transpired in their realm. Requesting the assistance of the Earth God and Earth Goddess to locate a spiritual serpent corresponding to the birth date of the divine tree, San Tairang, was a matter easily accomplished. The Earth God, somewhat displeased, inquired, "Little practitioner, what business do you summon me for?" Upon witnessing their arrival, Li Chengfeng knelt and bowed thrice, hastily explaining his request for the spiritual serpent. The Earth God stroked his beard, his expression grave, then slowly asked, "Are you seeking a spiritual serpent corresponding to this individual's birth date to employ malevolent sorcery against him?" Li Chengfeng's heart sank. Indeed, the deity who governs this land could discern his intentions. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he understood that in the presence of such divine beings, concealing the intent to use dark arts against San Tairang was futile. He spoke candidly, "The island thieves have harmed my compatriots from Huaxia using dark sorcery. It is only just that I invoke sorcery to seek retribution. I implore you, venerable Earth God, to investigate this matter." The Earth God nodded. "I hope your account is truthful. Should you dare to deceive me, even as a disciple of the Qian, I shall not show you mercy." The Earth God and Earth Goddess then turned and transformed into 2 small whirlwinds, returning to the land temple. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Chu Yunhong were left utterly bewildered, pondering the sudden appearance of these whirlwinds. How could they materialize and then vanish again? Li Chengfeng sighed. Although the Earth God held a minor position in the celestial hierarchy, his temperament was anything but mild. After a brief moment, the 2 whirlwinds once more emerged from the land temple. As they burst open, the Earth God and Earth Goddess reappeared, their faces etched with a hint of anger. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Chu Yunhong remained in a state of confusion, questioning the nature of these whirlwinds that seemed to come and go at will. Despite their eagerness to understand, they refrained from speaking, fearing they might disturb Li Chengfeng. The Earth deity, wielding a black wooden staff, expressed his indignation as he struck the ground. "Upon my return, I discovered that someone has indeed employed dark sorcery upon the land under our jurisdiction, which is utterly outrageous." The Earth matron, equally incensed, fixed a stern gaze upon Li Chengfeng and declared, "Provide me with that person's birth date and time. I shall assist you in locating the corresponding spirit serpent." Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's countenance brightened with joy. He quickly produced a piece of yellow paper inscribed with the birth details of the divine tree, Santalang, and ignited it right before the Earth shrine. As the yellow paper turned to ashes, a new piece of yellow paper materialized in the Earth matron's hand. Glancing at the birth details inscribed upon it, she nodded and remarked, "Wait here. The spirit serpent shall arrive shortly." Realizing the task was accomplished, Li Chengfeng promptly bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandfather Earth Deity, for your manifestation. Thank you, Grandmother Earth Matron, for your manifestation." The Earth Deity and Earth Matron nodded in response before transforming into 2 small whirlwinds and soaring back to the shrine. Li Chengfeng rose from the ground with a smile, gazing towards the nearby reed marsh, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the spirit serpent that corresponded with the birth details of Santalang. Upon witnessing Li Chengfeng standing Qin Mo and Tang Wenkai, initially bewildered, quickly approached and inquired, "Mr. Li, what were those two small whirlwinds, and whom were you conversing with?" "You might as well ask Brother Hu. He must have witnessed everything that just transpired," Li Chengfeng casually replied. Qin Mo, Tang Wenkai, and Chu Yinhong all turned their attention to Hu Tiangang. Feeling a sense of pride in the face of three individuals who had yet to awaken their celestial sight and could not perceive the extraordinary events, Hu Tiangang spoke with a hint of arrogance. Those two small whirlwinds were the incarnations of the Earth Deity and Earth Matron. Just now, Mr. Li was conversing with them, requesting their assistance in locating the spirit serpent. The three, upon hearing this, were left in astonishment, fully believing Hu Tiangang's words, marveling at the inconceivable realities of the world. Qin Mo, with an incredulous expression, asked, "Brother Hu, you mean that by enlisting the help of the Earth Deity and Earth Matron, we can indeed find the spirit serpent corresponding to Sanalang's birth details?" "Indeed." Hu Tiangang nodded, his admiration for Li Chengfeng growing even more profound. The group stood before the Earth Shrine, and aside from Li Chengfeng and Hu Tiangang, the other three remained somewhat skeptical about the spirit serpent emerging on its own, corresponding to Sanalang's birth details. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, an unsteady motion was observed among the wild grass beside the reed marsh, accompanied by a rustling sound. A green snake, resembling a vegetable flower snake, slithered through the grass. Before long, this snake arrived at the front of the Earth Shrine, lifting its head and tilting it curiously at Li Chengfeng, exuding an aura of vitality. This snake measured about 2 meters in length and was as thick as a human arm. Having grown to such a size, it must have lived for several decades. Undoubtedly the spirit serpent corresponding to Santalang's birth details. Chu Yinhong, who harbored an innate fear of snakes, turned pale upon seeing the sudden appearance of the vegetable flower snake and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Qin Mo and Tang Wen were utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? A snake had actually crawled out willingly for someone to catch. How absurd. In their decades of existence, they had never witnessed such an event. Their gazes towards Li Chengfeng were now imbued with a deeper respect. This young man was truly remarkable, impossible to disregard. They both pondered how fortunate it would be if he were a member of the Longmanate Bureau. Li Chengfeng gazed at the snake before him, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Brother Snake, I trust that Grandfather and Grandmother Earth have informed you of the assistance I seek?" To the astonishment of all present, the snake nodded in response, demonstrating an uncanny understanding of Li Chengfeng's words. Qin Mo felt as though the scene before him was surreal, akin to a dream. He turned to Tang Wen and, with a serious expression, implored, "Brother, could you slap me to confirm whether I am dreaming?" "All right. After that, you can slap me as well, just to verify," Tang Wen replied. They both nodded, and soon after, 2 resounding slaps echoed in the air, covering their faces. They were now certain that they were not dreaming. Everything they beheld was indeed real. Li Chengfeng continued to address the snake, "Brother Snake, since Grandfather and Grandmother Earth have already spoken to you, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. It may hurt a bit. Once I have dealt with that individual, I will visit the Jade Emperor Temple to pray for your swift ascension to immortality." The snake nodded vigorously this time, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of excitement in its small eyes. Li Chengfeng was quite pleased with the spirited little snake. He squatted down and opened his backpack, saying to the snake, "Come on in, I will take you home." The snake gracefully slithered into the backpack. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Chu Yuhong were left speechless, utterly astounded by the day's events. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a snake could willingly approach, comprehend human speech, and crawl into a backpack. If one were to recount this tale to others, it would surely be met with skepticism. With the spirit snake corresponding to the birth chart of Shenmu Santaro now secured, the next step was to employ the arcane arts of Qian to strip the snake's skin and eliminate Shenmu Santaro. Li Chengfeng, holding the backpack containing the spirit snake, smiled at the others and declared, "The spirit snake has been found. Let us return." Initially, Qin Mo and Tang Wen were somewhat doubtful that Li Chengfeng could defeat Shenmu Santaro with merely a piece of flesh. However, their anticipation grew as they yearned to witness firsthand how the arcane arts would bring about Shenmu Santaro's demise. Before long, they arrived at the West Jarila Grand Hotel, the sun having set and nightfall enveloping the surroundings. Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, and the others followed behind Li Chengfeng, their faces brimming with eager anticipation to witness the method and marvels of the Qian arts in action. Upon returning to the room, Li Chengfeng swiftly unzipped his bag and called out to the camouflaged snake within, "Brother Snake, come forth," responding to Li Chengfeng's voice. The snake slithered out part of its body, curiously surveying its surroundings with its small head before retreating back into the bag. Being in an unfamiliar environment must have caused it some trepidation. Li Chengfeng smiled gently and encouraged, "Do not be afraid, Brother Snake. I have some delicious treats for you. Come out quickly." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of the meat from the sacred with three-tailed snake, wrapped in sanitary paper, and laid it on the ground. Unfortunately, due to the sweltering heat, he had forgotten to place the meat in the refrigerator, and it had begun to emit a foul odor. The stench nearly made him gag, prompting him to cover his nose and step back hastily. Qin Mo and Tang Wen rushed to open the window, while Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang grimaced in distaste, fanning their faces, thinking how repugnant the meat of the sacred with three-tailed snake was. The camouflaged snake, being quite the gourmand, quickly emerged from the bag upon hearing of food. However, upon seeing the piece of rotten meat on the sanitary paper, its little eyes expressed disdain. Tilting its head and fixing one eye on Li Chengfeng, as if to inquire, "Is this what you call delicious?" Li Chengfeng, smiling, nodded affirmatively at the snake. Yet, the snake's eyes reflected dissatisfaction as it swam backward a couple of times, shaking its small head at Li Chengfeng, indicating that the meat was far too foul for its taste. Li Chengfeng was inwardly astonished. Truly, this snake, chosen by the earth deity and his consort, exhibited remarkable intelligence. If the camouflaged snake refused to consume the meat of the sacred with three-tailed snake, they would not achieve the symbiotic connection necessary for their spiritual communication, rendering the shedding technique ineffective. Noticing the snake's reluctance, a flicker of menace crossed Li Chengfeng's face as he fixed a fierce gaze upon it, threateningly stating, "Stinky worm, eat that meat at once, or I shall crush you and brew you into soup." The snake shivered at the sight of Li Chengfeng's fierce countenance, its tiny heart quaking in fear, realizing how terrifying humans could be. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang cast scornful glances at Li Chengfeng, questioning whether it was appropriate to frighten such a charming and spirited little snake, an act of sheer brutality. Given that Chu Yunhong had been bitten by a snake before, he felt a shiver run down his spine at the mere sight of one, harboring an intense fear of snakes. However, upon encountering this particular camouflaged snake, which exuded a sense of intelligence and seemed capable of understanding human speech, his fear inexplicably dissipated. Instead, he found the snake endearing, feeling an urge to bring it home as a pet. Observing Li Chengfeng's intimidation of the little serpent, he too displayed a hint of displeasure. The camouflaged snake gazed up at Li Chengfeng with a pitiful expression, flicking its tongue in protest and discontent, before reluctantly swimming towards the sanitary paper. Staring at the stinky meat but hesitating to take a bite. Growing increasingly impatient, Li Chengfeng brandished an ashtray at the snake, once more threatening, "You wretched creature. I shall give you one last chance. If you do not eat, I will crush you and brew you into soup." The cauliflower snake glanced at Li Chengfeng with a fierce expression, reluctantly closing its small eyes and taking the piece of foul meat into its mouth, which it soon swallowed. After consuming the putrid meat, the cauliflower snake turned to stare at Li Chengfeng as if to inquire, "Are you satisfied now?" At that moment, Chu Yunhong, Qin Mo, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Li Chengfeng truly intended to crush the snake for a soup, they would have vehemently opposed it. They had grown fond of this charming little serpent, so full of spirit. How could they allow it to be used as an ingredient for soup? Seeing the snake devour the rancid meat, Li Chengfeng revealed a satisfied smile and then spoke, "Brother Snake, there may be a bit of discomfort shortly, so please bear with me and refrain from moving. If you do, it will be inconvenient for me to draw the talisman on you." The cauliflower snake nodded with a sense of grievance, alternating between calling him Brother Snake and Stinky Longworm, feeling that this human was indeed quite capricious. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Yunhong, Qin Mo, and the others, Li Chengfeng rummaged through the room, retrieving numerous items, including 3 talismans of different colors, black, green, and yellow, on which the runes had already been inscribed. Additionally, there were cinnabar, realgar powder, realgar wine, and 8 black and white candles, along with a brush and other items. After lighting the 8 candles, he arranged the black and white candles in an intercrossed pattern around the cauliflower snake. He then poured the cinnabar and realgar powder into the realgar wine, stirring continuously with chopsticks until the wine was tinged red with the cinnabar. The cauliflower snake, detecting the scent of realgar, grew somewhat restless, recalling Li Chengfeng's fierce demeanor and his intention to crush it for a soup. yet it dared not react too strongly. Li Chifeng picked up the brush, clasped his hands together, and positioned the brush between his thumb and index finger while forming a seal with his middle and ring fingers. Reciting the requesting master spell, he then dipped the brush tip into the realgar wine, instantly staining it a vivid red with the cinnabar, and addressed the snake, "Brother snake, bear with it and do not move. Otherwise, I might just crush you for soup." The cauliflower snake nodded once more, shutting its eyes in a display of resignation to Li Qingfen's impending torment. Grasping the brush, Li Chifeng first touched the tip lightly upon the snake's head while simultaneously chanting the summoning spell. He then continued to draw down the snake's head, inscribing the birth chart of Shenmu Santalang along its back, accompanied by the summoning runes. As a creature of Yin, the snake, being cold-blooded, harbored a profound fear of yang entities. The cinnabar, realgar wine, and realgar powder were embodiments of pure yang. The combination of these three potent yang substances amplified their essence, and using them to inscribe symbols upon the snake, which inherently belonged to Yin, proved to be unbearable for it. As Li Qingfeng inscribed the runes, the cauliflower snake writhed in agony, its elongated body trembling incessantly. Once Li Qingfeng completed the inscription, the snake could no longer endure the torment, rolling on the ground, its red tongue quivering and producing a rustling sound. Witnessing the snake's suffering, Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, and the others wore expressions tinged with sympathy, casting disapproving glances at Li Qingfeng. This person is truly despicable, cruel, and utterly inhumane. How could one treat such an adorable cauliflower snake in this manner? Although discontent swells within, I dare not voice it, fearing it might influence Li Qingfeng's actions. After setting down his brush, Li Qingfeng picked up 3 talismans, black, blue, and yellow. Pinching them between his middle and index fingers, he began to trace intricate symbols in the air while chanting incantations. Essence of the heavens, essence of the earth, essence of the divine, essence of the spirits, assist me, may all orifices awaken to the ethereal. With each recitation of the spell, the 3 talismans spontaneously ignited, turning to ash that settled upon the cauliflower snake. As the ashes touched the snake's body, wisps of white smoke began to rise, as if it were ablaze, the outermost layer of its skin transforming from a vibrant green to a pale gray. Approximately 5 minutes later, a small vertical slit appeared on the top of the snake's head, precisely where Li Qingfeng had previously marked with his vermilion brush. The cauliflower snake then began to wriggle slowly through the small opening atop its head. After about 10 minutes, the snake shed its outer layer of skin. Its nearly 2-meter-long body coiled upon the floor, trembling incessantly, appearing exceedingly weak. With tear-filled eyes, it gazed at Li Qingfeng with an expression of profound grievance. Had this snake been able to speak, it would have surely berated him as a charlatan, for this was no mere discomfort. It was agony beyond endurance. Li Qingfeng, observing the shed skin of the snake, wore a satisfied smile. Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, Qin Mo, and Tang Wen were left utterly dumbfounded by the bizarre spectacle, their hearts aching for the cauliflower snake. Could this truly be the peculiar art of shedding skin? They struggled to believe it when the cauliflower snake shed its skin. Would the skin of the divine Wood Santirang follow suit? Such an occurrence was beyond comprehension, difficult to accept without witnessing it firsthand. Qin Mo, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Li, can the skin of the divine Woods Santirang truly shed?" "Indeed," Li Qingfeng replied with unwavering confidence, unwilling to elaborate further. He understood well that few would readily accept such an absurd and fantastical notion, let alone believe that the divine Woods Santirang would shed its skin alongside that of the snake. Their disbelief was beyond his control, for no one knew whether the divine Woods Santirang was alive or dead, or if its skin had indeed shed. Just as Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang pondered with skepticism, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open. Wang Bin, panting heavily with a hand pressed against his bleeding scalp, his face smeared with blood, rushed in with a look of panic, exclaiming urgently, "No, this is bad. Miss Chu has been captured." "What did you say?" Chu Yunhong stared incredulously at the suddenly appearing Wang Bin. Disbelief etched across his features as he questioned. "Qing Yin has been taken?" Yes, Wang Bin replied helplessly. Chu Yunhong could scarcely accept the reality that someone would dare lay hands on his daughter within the bounds of Huaxia, his voice rising in furious outrage. "Who dares to lay a hand on my daughter? I, Chu Yunhong, will ensure he meets a fate worse than death," Chu Yunhong declared resolutely. "Qin Mo, Tang Wen, Hu Tiangang, heed my command. Immediately mobilize all resources to retrieve Qing Yin." Those involved in her abduction shall be executed without mercy. Yes, Chinemo, Tangwan, and Hu Tiangang responded in unison. They did not dare to delay for even a moment. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly exited the room, prepared to deploy all their might in the search for Chu Qingyan, ensuring that those who had kidnapped her would face dire consequences. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow in curiosity, pondering who could have abducted Chu Qingyan and their motives. Though he held no particular fondness for her, he certainly did not wish her any harm. It was evident to all that a woman as stunning as she would suffer immensely if she fell into the hands of malevolent individuals. Li Chifeng turned to Wang Bin, tearing a white bedsheet to fashion a makeshift bandage for his head, and inquired, "Binzi, what exactly transpired?" Wang Bin sighed and recounted the events in detail. For the past few days, with nothing to occupy his time, Wang Bin had been following Chu Qingyan, carrying her bags, indulging in leisurely strolls, shopping sprees, and culinary adventures. He found joy in their escapades, especially with the daily stipend of 1,000 yuan she generously provided. However, just an hour and a half earlier, after concluding their shopping at Tama Square and heading to the underground parking lot to return home, Wang Bin, burdened with bags in both hands, was abruptly struck unconscious. As he fell, he witnessed Chu Qingyan, who had just opened the car door, also being knocked out from behind. After that, he lost all consciousness. Fortunately, someone discovered the unconscious Wang Bin and called for emergency assistance. Just as he awaited the arrival of the ambulance, he suddenly regained consciousness. Upon waking, he realized Chu Qingyan had vanished, and recalling the scene before his fainting spell filled him with dread. His attempts to contact Li Chengfeng met with silence, as the phone was turned off. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuhong inhaled deeply, envisioning the fate of his beautiful daughter in the clutches of villains, and he, usually so composed, found himself unnerved. The news of his daughter's abduction rendered Chu Yunhong taciturn, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Li Chengfeng offered words of comfort. "Rest assured, General, Miss Chu is destined for protection. She will surely be unharmed." Chu Yunhong remained silent, merely nodding gravely, uncertain of Chu Qingyan's current predicament. What they did not know was that just half an hour prior, the unconscious Chu Qingyan had been brought to a villa on the outskirts of Haiqing by 3 individuals. They carried her into the villa and unceremoniously deposited her onto a sofa in the living room, where a lecherous old man stood nearby, none other than Shenmu Santaro. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful Chu Qingyan reclined on the sofa, Shenmu Santaro, despite his advanced years, felt a stir of desire within him, marveling at the existence of such an exquisite beauty in the world. Kamasaki Santaro drove the 3 men out and eagerly approached the sofa, crouching beside Chu Qingyan, gazing at her exquisite face as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. I can't hold back anymore. I can't take it. I must have her now." As he spoke, Kamasaki stripped off all his clothes and moved toward Chu Qingyan, fumbling to undo hers. Perhaps his movements were too rough, for the unconscious woman suddenly stirred, her head throbbing with pain, her mind foggy. When she shook her head and regained clarity, she found an old man undressing her, furious by nature. Chu Qingyan burned with rage, wanting to strike him, yet her hands and feet were tightly bound. Though a martial arts expert, she couldn't break free. No matter how she struggled, she writhed desperately, her voice laced with fury. "Get away from me. Don't touch me." The more she resisted, the more excited Kamasaki became. Seeing her awake, he lifted his head with a lecherous grin, his expression vile. "Ah, the esteemed Miss Chu, you're awake. Even better, a live fish is far more entertaining than a dead one." Ha! When Chu Qingyan recognized the old man before her, shock struck her. It was Sima Hong, the missing president of Haiqing's Mystic Arts Association. Seeing him completely unclothed, she realized his intentions, and fury erupted within her. "Sima Hong, if you dare lay a finger on me, my father will tear you apart and scatter your ashes." Ha! Kamasaki laughed obscenely, wildly, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Miss Chu, let me clarify, I am not Sima Hong. My real name is Kamasaki Santaro. Just days ago, your father sent men to capture me, leaving me severely wounded. Today, I shall reclaim some interest from you, a small lesson for your dear father. When General Chu learns his daughter has been defiled by me, do you think he'll be thrilled?" Ha! Chu Qingyan's heart pounded. Sima Hong was actually a Japanese national, a member of the Kamasaki family. Staring at his repulsive face, she spat. "I don't care if you're Sima Hong or Kamasaki Santaro. This is Chinese soil. Release me now, or you won't leave here alive." Unfazed by her threats, Kamasaki only laughed louder, his grin twisted. Miss Chu, I don't care who you are or who your father is. Right now, I only want you to experience the prowess and vigor of a true Japanese man. Don't expect gentleness from me. As he spoke, his filthy hands reached for her. The usually domineering Chu Qingyan now trembled with panic, her voice laced with disgust. Get away. Keep your filthy hands off me. Help. Father. Save me. Chu Qingyan's heart was filled with utter despair as she struggled desperately, screaming with all her might, yet remained trapped in the clutches of Shinmitsu Saburo. She could only close her eyes, enduring the violation of those warm hands roaming freely over her body. How she wished for a knight in shining armor, riding upon a rainbow cloud, to rescue her from this nightmare. But alas, it was nothing more than a fleeting fantasy. When she opened her eyes again, the same repulsive face and sinister gaze met her. As the daughter of General Chu of Huaxia, she would never beg for mercy. Instead, she glared at Shinmitsu Saburo, her voice trembling with helpless fury. Shinmitsu Saburo, mark my words. I will kill you. I swear you'll die a wretched death, and your entire clan will perish with you. Shinmitsu Saburo did not respond. His bloodshot eyes burned with primal hunger, like a starving wolf finally catching sight of prey. The beautiful, peerless Chu Qingyan, her delicate flower-like purity, was about to be defiled by this beast. A woman of unyielding spirit, she had seldom shed tears in her life, yet now, tears of humiliation streamed down her face. She had once dreamed of giving her most precious treasure to the man she loved, but now, it would be stolen by this vile old man from the island nation. Her heart shattered. Slowly, she closed her eyes, resigning herself to this cruel fate. Yet the moment her eyelids fell shut, she felt those filthy hands suddenly withdraw from her body. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air Shinmitsu Saburo's agonized howl. Confused, she wondered, was this some twisted ritual where men from his land roared in triumph while forcing themselves upon women? Chu Qingyan dared not open her eyes. She couldn't bear to see that lecherous face again. But the screams grew stranger, more desperate. Curiosity gnawed at her, and she cautiously peeked with one eye. What she saw left her breathless, her face drained of color. Shinmitsu Saburo clutched his head, his skull split open from brow to nape, as though slashed by a blade. An unseen force seemed to be peeling his scalp apart, the fissure widening, revealing the ghastly white bone beneath, streaked with crimson. Blood gushed from the gaping wound, drenching his naked body in mere moments. His shrieks of agony filled the air as he fought against the invisible force, pressing his hands to his scalp in a futile attempt to push the flesh back into place. Yet the skin continued to slough away. Within moments, his entire scalp and face had been stripped away, leaving behind grotesquely exposed eyeballs, bared teeth, and raw, bleeding gums. His nose was gone, replaced by two gaping holes bubbling with blood. It was a sight too horrifying to behold. Although Chu Qingyan is a woman, her courage surpasses that of many men. Yet, upon encountering the formidable Shinmika Santaru, she found herself trembling in fear, taking a few moments to emit a terrified scream. Help me. This is terrifying. The three individuals who had brought Chu Qingyan here stood outside the door, smoking and wearing lewd smiles, contemplating whether Lord Shinmiku would allow them to join in after his enjoyment, to also ravage this exquisite flower of beauty. Just as they debated who would enter first, a horrifying scream emanated from the villa, accompanied by Chu Qingyan's piercing cries. Startled, they exchanged glances, and one of them, with a perplexed expression, queried, Master Shinmiku, "What is happening? That scream seems off. What could possibly be occurring inside?" The strangeness of their cries registered with the three, and without hesitation, they dashed into the villa. Upon reaching the living room, they were met with a sight that would haunt them for a lifetime. Shinmika Santaru lay on the ground, writhing in agony, emitting pitiful cries as he struggled, his skin completely shed from his abdomen upwards. With his skinless hands, he grasped at the discarded skin on the floor, attempting to don it once more. The trio stood frozen in fear, breath held, until one, trembling, finally managed to ask, Master Shinmiku, what has happened to you? Despite repeated inquiries, Shinmika Santaru remained silent. His mind consumed by terror and pain, he was deaf to the world around him, only aware of his own screams. Fear. Overwhelming fear. Pain. Excruciating pain. This was a fate worse than death. Shinmika Santaru could not comprehend why his skin had suddenly fallen away. The three men, faces pale with horror and urgency, were at a loss for what to do. One of them shakily retrieved his phone and dialed Masao Sato, relaying the unfolding nightmare. "If you killed Masao Sato, he wouldn't believe this is real," came the furious response. "You three fools, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Lord Shinmika's skin possibly fall off? If he hears you, you may lose your lives. And Master Sato, I swear it's true. If you don't believe me, I will send you a photo to prove it. Soon, an image arrived on Masao Sato's phone, as he beheld the gruesome sight of a figure sprawled on the ground. Its upper half devoid of skin, disbelief swept over him. Could this truly be Shinmika Santoru? He hastily redialed, his voice quaking with disbelief. Is this truly Master Shinmiku? Honored Master Sato, this is indeed Master Shinmiku. Even if you offered me 1,000 lives, I would not dare to deceive you. But how could his skin have fallen off? We do not know. Every individual spoke with tremors and astonishment. The scene unfolding before them was undeniably bizarre and terrifying. How could the skin of the once mighty Shinboku Santaro suddenly shed? Sato Masao was at a loss for what to do. He took a deep breath, urging the three abductors to hastily depart with Chu Qingyan. As for Shinboku Santaro, gazing at the grotesque images on his phone, he understood all too well that his days were numbered. After hanging up, the three glanced at the struggling Shinboku Santaro and then back at Chu Qingyan. Sighing in resignation before reluctantly exiting, one of them casually shutting the door behind them. Unbeknownst to them, upon their return, they would face dire consequences. Sato Masao refrained from harming Chu Qingyan, fully aware that should anything happen to her, Chu Yunhong would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. The burden of abducting Chu Qingyan would fall squarely on Shinboku Santaro, who was not long for this world. After the three left the villa, only Chu Qingyan and Shinboku Santaro remained. Upon seeing them depart, Chu Qingyan's gaze turned towards the prostrate figure of Shinboku Santaro, her heart now brimming with dread, her throat hoarse from her relentless cries. At that moment, all of Shinboku Santaro's skin had completely shed, yet he still clung to life, occasionally convulsing on the ground. Gripping his own skin, an image most macabre. Nearly an hour after their departure, Qin Mo and Tang Wen arrived with their team, surrounding the villa. Nearly 20 members of Long Minbiju emerged from various concealed corners, having mobilized every available resource in Haicheng and reviewed all surveillance footage along the route. They soon pinpointed Chu Qingyan's location. As they approached the villa, a heart-wrenching scream from Chu Qingyan pierced the air, sending a chill through their hearts. It was over. Miss Chu was undoubtedly in peril.